This kid was born a piece of trash with no spiritual roots. Although he couldn't cultivate, he was born into a wealthy family, so his old folks took care of everything. His meals were entirely high-grade pills. One pill was worth a huge plate of vegetables. He spent all day soaking in the highest-grade medicinal baths. However, the only thing that improved was his digestive system, which could fart like a rocket launch. Who knows how that works? Since he couldn't cultivate like others, he decided to play by the laws of physics. Every day, he persisted in running 10 kilometers and doing 100 push-ups, determined to become a supreme powerhouse in the cultivation world. Sometime later, on the very day the Yulin Immortal sect opened its disciple selection competition, while other opponents channeled spiritual energy and thunderously showed off their techniques, he just stood there with a dumb look on his face, watching the commotion. Then he casually sneezed, unexpectedly creating a tornado that dispersed the opponent's chi refining stage strange fire. Witnessing this made the sect elders drop their jaws wide enough to fit 100 pounds of melons. Not only that, he possessed the wave-treading steps, suddenly appearing right in front of his opponent from the end of the arena. Finally, he gave him a punch that distorted his face ID, sending him flying to heaven to reunite with his ancestors right then and there. After a minute of surprise, the busted female MC, after checking for a while, realized he was Zhang Shusan, the trash from back in the day. Now he has returned, winning against all opponents without needing a shred of spiritual energy, claiming the top spot this year. The competition ended, and he went up the mountain with the other new disciples to begin the journey of cultivation. Suddenly, a group of officials blocked the way, demanding to arrest a fugitive criminal. Zhang Shusan told himself that even in this deep mountain and remote valley, there was no peace. I need to hide temporarily. Thinking it, he tiptoed, trying to sneak away. But unfortunately, a system suddenly jumped out in front of him, ordering him to freeze. It announced that his first assigned mission was to pass the direct inspection of the Imperial Army. Zhang Shusan was extremely frustrated. He blamed this damn system. It had been activated for ages, but only now decided to show its face. And the result is the first mission wants to push me into a pit of self-destruction. To explain why he is wanted, as well as how he accidentally got entangled with this ironic system, we have to rewind to the past. From a young age, Zhang Shusan had a weak constitution and couldn't come into contact with anyone. Just a light balloon thrown by the neighborhood kids hitting him was enough to rearrange his teeth and lips, send him flying hundreds of meters, and break several ribs. To protect their precious son, his parents bought an entire deserted island in the middle of the ocean. They sent a female expert named Zhang Yin to protect him while they weren't there. If one does not look out for oneself, heaven and earth will destroy him. Zhang Shusan didn't want to rely on Zhang Yin, so he threw himself into physical training. Every day started with a mouth rinse of a 10-kilometer run around the island. 100 squats, 100 sit-ups, and finally 100 push-ups, the full curriculum combo of a certain bald guy. Persisting for many years, even though Zhang Shusan didn't lose a single hair, he still possessed invincible strength. At the same time, he activated the legendary golden finger system called the Immortal Physical Cultivation. You'd think it would be like other people's systems, helping the host cleanse marrow and awaken domineering spiritual roots, but no. This little winch could only help increase muscle. The sole goal was to make Zhang Shusan the leader in promoting sports to the masses. Sounds really lame, doesn't it? Not only was it inferior to other people's systems, but it also had a habit of getting easily offended. Whenever he criticized it, he would get electrocuted. Zap zap, truly a devilish thing. Well, at least it allowed exchanging training skill points for some rewards. Just like that, for 2 whole years, Zhang Shusan persisted in training without missing a single day. Finally, this day arrived. The system announced enough points to upgrade the system, opening up countless new features like a shop, advanced training skills. Zhang Shusan hadn't had time to test it yet, when he suddenly discovered an intruder. They landed with a boom, shattering the ground like Superman. Introducing themselves as imperial officers coming to slaughter the entire Nangang clan for the crime of plotting rebellion against the emperor. At the same time, the female expert Zhang Yin also received the bad news. She immediately rushed to the young master's training area to escape together in time. With agile movements, she arrived just as the leader was about to strike. Zhang Yin, like an angel descending, delivered an earth-shattering kick carrying apocalyptic momentum, fiercely striking the Imperial officer. Boom! A loud explosion echoed. Dust and dirt flew blindly, obscuring the vision of the hidden dragon guards. Zhang Yin took advantage of the smoke, quick as lightning, threw San over her shoulder and ran for her life, seeking a path to survival. The leader of the hidden dragon guard stood amidst the smoke, watching the two figures disappearing into the distance, smiling gloomily. Intelligence said the Zhang family young master had crippled spiritual roots. Just a piece of trash living in seclusion on a deserted island, far from the secular world. Beside him was only a serving maid. It seems that maid is you. Zhang Yin stopped and turned her head. Her long phoenix eyes overflowed with cold light as she glared at the officers, her voice cold as ice and snow. Young master, go quickly. I will hold him off here. The hidden dragon guard leader heard this, his face turning ferocious as he shouted. We are the hidden dragon guard acting on imperial orders. A lowly maid dares to speak so arrogantly? Finished speaking, he waved his hand, sacrificing a magical artifact that turned into a vortex of death, fiercely locking onto Zhang Yin's throat. San witnessed this with his own eyes, terrified to the extreme. Having controlled Zhang Yin, the leader ruthlessly yanked, countless sharp energy blades like knives crazily tearing at Zhang Yin's body. Zhang Yin's body went limp, fresh syrup spraying out. She fell down, heavily injured. San stared wide-eyed, screaming in panic. Sister Zhang Yin, are you okay? Zhang Yin lay weakly on the ground, her face pale as paper, groaning in pain. She struggled to look up at San, her voice weak as a spider's thread. Young master, run quickly, forget about me. Anger erupted like a volcano. His delicate face was covered in frost, his eyes determined as steel. He stood silently beside Zhang Yin for a long moment. The next second, his steps changed direction, resolutely advancing toward the hidden dragon guards. Whoever dares to bully my Zhang Yin, I, San, will absolutely not forgive them. San's body suddenly erupted. A powerful aura, Tao rhythms circulating. Fist clenched tight, raised high, aiming straight for the hidden dragon guards to strike. Zhang Yin was horrified, her face white, looking anxiously at San's back, crying out weakly, Young master, what do you think you're doing? Just a piece of trash, not even equal to a mortal, yet you dare to delusionally oppose me? Saying this, he ruthlessly waved his hand, a vicious palm wind carrying the aura of death striking straight toward San. Stupidity must have a limit. A hidden dragon guard beside him laughed mockingly, reminding loudly, stop joking around. This move of yours will mince him into meat paste. Facing the brutal attack, San was calm and composed, gently waving his hand to meet it with a punch. Boom! A sound rang out. The palm wind vanished into nothingness. Seeing San casually dissolve the attack with a single punch, the hidden dragon guard leader's expression shifted from arrogance to horror, unable to believe his eyes. He shouted in shock, his voice trembling. How can this be? I'm a dignified hidden dragon guard, yet my move was neutralized by you? Not giving him time to react, San's body moved like a ghost, a thunderous punch striking straight at the leader's throat. A sound rang out like a watermelon being crushed. The hidden dragon guard leader's body went stiff and collapsed to the ground. His eyes rolled back, mouth agape, breath cut short. San stood upright, his face cold as ice, killing intent filling the sky. Physical exercise tempers the body, strengthens the muscles and bones. The hidden dragon guard subordinates looked in extreme horror at their leader lying dead on the ground. Cold sweat poured down. Dead. One punch killed a hidden dragon guard? How does a piece of trash have such terrifying strength? The three remaining hidden dragon guards roared in panic, brandishing their weapons to crazily attack San. Everyone, don't hold back anymore. Risk your lives to kill him. Facing three fierce attacks, San remained calm as water, his eyes focused, speaking indifferently. Time to warm up the body and move the muscles. Saying this, San's figure became like an illusion, stretching his back and loosening his bones. His movements were light and graceful. In the blink of an eye, he easily dodged all the attacks. Zhang Yin beside him had her eyes wide open with a look of extreme shock. Could this be the qi nurturing technique the young master practices every day? Usually, seeing the young master practicing strange secret techniques, I was always worried and tried to dissuade him. Who knew it had such astonishing power? Back to the battlefield. Shur-san simply flicked his sleeve. His stretching movements became even more bizarre, quickly suppressing the remaining two. After defeating those two, Shur-san continued to step forward, intending to weed out the roots by finishing the last one. That officer, holding a jade slip for transmission, screamed while trembling. "Don't you dare take another step. Otherwise, I will immediately transmit a message to summon reinforcements with lightning speed." Shur-san's movement technique was ghostly. In an instant, he appeared in front of the Imperial officer. Then, a decisive heavenly kick struck straight at the opponent's groin. This kick had the power of thunder, instantly snatching away his manhood foundation. The jade slip in his hand also cracked and fell to the ground. Zhang Yin on the side was a bit surprised by this scene. The jade slip shattered upon hitting the ground, suddenly creating a mysterious spatial barrier. Inside, it contained strange spiritual fluctuations. After observing carefully, Zhang Yin cried out in shock. This is a spatial jade slip. Inside is a storage space, containing the teleportation formation of the hidden dragon guard. Realizing the urgent situation, extremely dangerous, Zhang Yin hurriedly shouted a reminder. "Young master, we must leave this place immediately. There's a wheel-turning realm expert inside about to break out." Before she finished speaking, an arm reached out from within the barrier, startling Shur-san. Immediately after, a towering figure appeared. Domineering aura filled the sky, killing intent rolling like turbulent waves, revealing the powerful momentum of a great expert. As soon as he appeared, his eyes locked on Shur-san. "Are you the Zhang family trash young master mentioned in the intelligence?" "Sure enough, I don't sense a shred of spiritual energy on you." His eyes swept over the surrounding scene. Discovering that the hidden Dragon Guard group had been completely wiped out, his gaze shifted to Zhang Yin. "The hidden Dragon Guard sent here, are they all dead? Did you do all this?" A little maid having such cultivation base, truly, makes one a bit surprised. "To die by my hands today can be considered your great honor." Zhang Yin opposite him was filled with indignation, but her own strength was too weak. She could only stand helplessly and watch. Feng Xiaoqian, with his profound cultivation, immediately launched a killer move, wanting to take Zhang Yin's life in one strike. The attack was like a thunderstrike, rushing toward Zhang Yin as fast as lightning. In that moment, hanging by a thread, Shur-san suddenly exploded into action, using his own body to block the blow. Seeing Shur-san's action, both Zhang Yin and Xiaoqian were startled. Shur-san was immediately knocked backward by the terrifying force, tumbling and skidding on the ground, dust flying everywhere. Witnessing Shur-san suddenly rush out to block the blow, then getting knocked away right before her eyes, Zhang Yin turned pale with horror. "Young master, due to the aftershock of the attack just now, Shur-san had fallen into a coma, lying motionless on the ground." Xiaoqian on the side was also a bit surprised by Shur-san's physique. "An ordinary cultivator hit by my move would surely turn into a mist of blood, yet he is still intact. Could it be he has a top-tier protective magical artifact? But it doesn't matter." Feng Xiaoqian stepped forward at this moment, looking extremely arrogant. In an instant, he channeled his true energy, erupting with a domineering and strange aura. "Either way, you won't escape my hands today." Zhang Yin's face was pale as she glared at Feng Xiaoqian. "This is bad. The heavenly phenomenon pressure is truly terrifying. Just the aura alone is suffocating." Suddenly, a sword energy descended from the sky, blocking his advance and startling him. Immediately after, sword light filled the sky. Heaven and earth sword arts struck simultaneously at the position where he stood, facing the fierce offensive. Feng Xiaoqian hurriedly leaped back to dodge the brunt of it. Seeing the familiar move, Zhang Yin revealed a look of joy. "This move? It's my mentor." Feng Xiaoqian raised an eyebrow, glancing coldly upwards. "Zhang Ji, you actually managed to get here?" In front of them appeared the Zhang family grand elder. Elder Zhang Ji's face sank as he glared angrily at Feng Xiaoqian. Feng Xiaoqian spoke with an arrogant and haughty tone. "Old man Zhang, aren't you supposed to be guarding the Zhang family head? Why did you run all the way here?" Elder Zhang Ji's cold eyes locked onto the opponent. "This old man follows the family head's secret order to come here and ensure the young master escapes safely. Then the old man turned to look at Zhang Yin. He shouted an order, "Zhang Yin, quickly escort the young master away from here. This old man will stay to hold off the enemy." Zhang Yin stood in a dilemma, worried about her mentor, and also concerned about San. With no other choice, she bit her lip and nodded at her mentor's order. Then Zhang Yin quickly picked up San and used all her strength to fly away, escaping the enemy's sight. Feng Shaoqian curled his lips in disdain, looking at Elder Zhang. "You think you can stop me?" He rose into the air and punched toward Elder Zhang Ji. Elder Zhang Ji also swung his precious sword to parry the attack. Elder Zhang Ji gritted his teeth and shouted angrily, "My Zhang family rules a region, holding countless cultivation resources in this cultivation world. Survival of the fittest is natural. You tell me, what do we rely on to protect this legacy?" "You old thief, truly unscrupulous," a cold shout echoed, followed closely by a fierce sword formation erupting. Wind howling. Sword energy crisscrossed, striking straight at Shaoqian's vital points. Boom! Boom! Energy collided, shaking heaven and earth. Dust billowed, obscuring the entire sky. Zhang Yin held San tight in her arms. Her movement technique was like lightning, skimming over the tall, ancient trees. Her heart burned with anxiety for her master's safety. "Master, you must be safe and sound." She prayed silently in her heart. The rise and fall of the Zhang family. Perhaps all depends on you. San was still in a deep sleep. His soul seemed to be wandering. In his daze, memories of a past life suddenly flooded back. Sounds of miserable screaming. The terrifying sound of destruction echoed in his ears. He saw himself as a child lost in a sea of fire. High-rise buildings collapsing into ruins. In the panic, San tripped, pain spreading through his limbs. His legs felt like jelly, unable to move. Maybe they were broken. San. Heart-wrenching calls rang out. His parents appeared amidst the thick dust, waving at him. San was overjoyed to see the familiar figures and hurriedly reached out. But just then, a giant black shadow crashed down from above, a shattered slab of concrete from a collapsing skyscraper. San watched in extreme horror as the deadly object rushed straight at him. Just as the earth-shattering scream ended, San's parents rushed over like arrows, using their frail bodies to shield him. His mother's gentle voice rang out, "Don't be afraid. Mom and Dad are here." San's tears flowed. He choked out, "Don't worry about me anymore. I'll drag you two down." "Don't." San woke up from the dream with a start. Cold sweat soaked his back. Zhang Yin, who was focusing on the clan's secret letter, turned around in surprise. Seeing San had recovered his senses, she hurriedly approached. "Young master, you're finally awake?" San panted, looking around in confusion, feeling that his body was still intact. He asked in surprise, "I was saved?" Zhang Yin looked gloomy. "Fortunately, the Grand Elder acted in time to preserve our lives." Hearing this, San became even more worried and asked in panic, "How is the Zhang family? My mother and father, how are they?" Zhang Yin lowered her head, her voice choking. "Except for the clan members lost outside, everyone else has met with misfortune. The family head, losing the Grand Elder's protection, was also captured by the imperial court." San's eyes went dark, an infinite sorrow washing over him. His heart felt like it was being cut by knives. He turned his face away, trying to suppress his emotions, his voice trembling. "It was because Uncle rushed to save me that the defense of my parents' side was weakened, right?" Zhang Yin looked at the distraught San. Her heart was a mess, not knowing how to comfort him. San suddenly flew into a rage. He swung his hand with internal energy, smashing the wall. "Hateful! Hateful!" A loud boom rang out. The sturdy wall instantly collapsed into ruins. San blamed himself. "Whether in the past life or this one, I always drag my parents down. Just because I'm too weak and incompetent, always needing their protection. Am I really that useless? Will I forever be just a piece of trash in everyone's eyes?" Zhang Yin advised gently, "Young master, do not be pessimistic. The future of the Zhang family perhaps still relies on you to save it." San was startled and looked up to ask, "What did you just say, sister?" Zhang Yin explained with a solemn expression, "Participate in the Xintian Dao debate conference. Seize the title of Dao Child. As long as you win, there might be a chance to save the Zhang family." The Shantian Conference is a major event in the cultivation world, held only once every 10 years. The purpose is to find the most outstanding genius, the newly appointed Shantian Dao Child. Dao children of all generations can enjoy supreme cultivation resources and privileges. They can even make a request to the imperial court. Amnesty for the world is not impossible. Speaking of this, Zhang Yin excitedly held Shursan's hand. Young master, you should try. This might be our greatest opportunity. Although young master has no spiritual roots and cannot cultivate within your body, there seems to be a mysterious and unfathomable power hidden. If you can unlock this power, you can definitely help the Zhang family rise again. Hearing this, Shursan's spirit was shaken, his morale soaring. He clenched his hands into fists. Then let's immediately retreat into seclusion. Enter closed-door cultivation. Train the physical body. Increase strength. Zhang Yin revealed a hesitant look. But the Shantian Conference only allows orthodox cultivators to participate. Rogue cultivators are not qualified. Shursan was stunned, scratching his head in confusion. So, doesn't that mean I have to join a sect? But my aptitude is easily exposed by others. Zhang Yin patted Shursan's shoulder, comforting him. Young master need not worry. I have found a hidden sect in the southern wilderness. It is a blessed land suitable for cultivation. The imperial court's forces will find it hard to reach. Young master just needs to disguise himself a little. Shursan's face crumpled like a stale dumpling, visibly annoyed by Zhang Yin's long-windedness. But young master, the path of cultivation from now on can only be carved out by you alone. This old servant follows master's orders. I must set off immediately to rally the remaining clan members and plan for the Zhang family's revival. Young master, you must be careful. Shursan's spirit soared, shouting like thunder. I will definitely train hard, temper my muscles and bones, increase my cultivation, just like that. Shursan stepped into the threshold of the Yulin Immortal Sect's outer gate. Time flew like a shuttle. More than a long year passed, and finally, he dominated the arena. On the arena, successfully entering the inner sect of the Yulin Immortal Sect. But who would have thought that on the way back, he would encounter a group of imperial officers strictly checking passers-by? What was more hateful was that bloody system. Not only did it not advise Shursan to hide, it even handed down a mandatory mission forcing him to openly pass the officer's inspection. So Shursan at this moment had to face the people hunting him. Shursan looked solemn. The officer shouted like thunder, "Raise your head. Let me compare with a wanted portrait." Hearing this, Shursan shook like a leaf. Cold sweat poured out, soaking his back. It's really over. They even have a portrait. It must have been drawn by that red-furred monkey. This time, luck is thin. The officer in front immediately took out the wanted poster, comparing face to face. Shursan's heart surged like waves, thinking 1,000 thoughts. What do I do now? If I directly attack and beat them up, would that count as passing openly? His hands secretly clenched, ready for battle. The wanted poster slowly opened, officially comparing with Shursan. But just glancing at it, Shursan almost vomited 3 liters of blood. His portrait in the drawing was depicted as ugly as a yiksha demon, making him disappointed. He was even indignant and resentful of that drawing. Just like that, the wanted person was casually ignored, and the pursuing troops gradually left. Speaking of the moment the portrait was sketched, Xiaoqian didn't want to use words to describe it, but boldly declared he wanted to draw Shursan's portrait himself. As soon as he finished speaking, he roared like thunder, "Someone, bring paper and brush here, quickly. This old man will draw his face myself today, so he has no way to hide his identity, relying on his ghostly artistic talent." He began to wield the brush to sketch Shursan's portrait. Back to Shursan's situation. The system simultaneously popped up the attribute notification and mission progress. Seeing the mission completed, Shursan breathed a sigh of relief, exclaiming, "The tribulation has finally passed. Next, I just need to enter the inner sect, lay low and cultivate, determined not to let anyone discover my waste spiritual root physique." The old woman inside spoke up just then, replacing the announcement, causing Shursan to fall into the abyss of despair again. According to the rules, new inner sect students currently still need to test their spiritual roots once to officially join the sect. Shursan frowned, looking like he ate bitter herbs. Muttering in annoyance, "Crazy. Is God intentionally teasing me?" Isn't this trying to force me to death? If I touch it, wouldn't my identity as a waste spiritual root be instantly exposed? Directly kicked out of the sect? He hurriedly tried to sneak away. His mind was a mess. Should I change to another sect now? Seems like my horoscope and the Yulin Immortal sect don't match. Suddenly, the system once again appeared to block Shursan's path. You stand right there. Shursan's face became even more panicked. What the hell is it now? The system instantly handed down a mandatory mission, forcing Shursan to proceed with the spiritual root test. In soaring anger, Shursan grabbed the system panel, roaring like a lion. Tell me, are you intentionally trying to kill me, or what? Other people's systems dedicate themselves to helping the host overcome difficulties. But you're the opposite, only wanting to push me to my death. Seeing Shursan dare to resist, the system showed no mercy and handed down a punishment. Electrocuted, Shursan was burnt black but still stubbornly stepped inside step by step, preparing to undergo the spiritual root test. In front of the crowd of inner-sect disciples, the announcement voice echoed to the 9 heavens. The new students who have been called quickly step forward, channel spiritual energy into the spirit stone. Not only can it check cultivation realm, but it can also judge the grade of the spiritual root. The old woman then took out an item resembling an ancient version of an iPhone to call names. First person, Shun Chong. He puffed out his chest and stepped up to test. Shun Chong strode like a dragon and tiger to the measuring spirit stone. Upon arrival, he channeled his full body's spiritual energy and punched into the measuring spirit stone. Powerful aura immediately flooded into the spirit stone, gradually displaying the cultivation level. After the test was complete, the old woman loudly announced the result. Shun Chong, Chi Refining Stage Level 8. Medium Grade Spiritual Root. Zhen Wudi, Chi Refining Stage Level 9. Medium Grade Spiritual Root. Yin Senior, Foundation Establishment Early Stage. High Grade Spiritual Root. Not far away, a figure with flowing white hair was secretly observing the aptitude testing process of the inner sect disciples. Before her eyes, female sect master Nangong Huang appeared majestically, flanked by 6 elders and a fellow Taoist. The 7 of them looked solemn, eyes like lightning, simultaneously observing the front, speaking in a deep voice. The atmosphere of the new disciples this time is truly extraordinary, full of vitality and extraordinary foundation. It seems my Yulin Immortal sect has a boundless future. Below the stage, the deacon in charge of checking spiritual root aptitude continued calling the list. Next person, Jiang Mu. Hearing his name, an old man with white hair and beard, leaning on a cane, shakily stepped out, surprising the deacon. Here, I'm here. This old man has bitterly cultivated for 60 years in the outer sect. Today, I finally have the chance to enter the inner sect. The deacon glanced at Jiang Mu, immediately shouted, "Why haven't you kicked him down the mountain yet?" His age exceeded the limit long ago. Jiang Mu was dragged away amidst miserable screams. Looking aggrieved, "I want to explain. This old man is still just a 60-year-old child." The 6 elders witnessing this scene couldn't help but frown, revealing dissatisfaction. Sure enough, it's hard to avoid people trying to take advantage to sneak into the sect. Below, the deacon continued calling names. Next person, Zhang Shursan. A handsome young man. Steps a bit unsteady, slowly advancing. His expression showed a hint of worry. Thinking to himself, is it finally my turn? Intentionally stalling for time, Shursan took heavy steps toward the testing spirit stone. The fat Taoist up high smiled looking down. I heard this person is the outer sect arena champion, who once defeated 2 enemies with 1 punch on the arena. The thin elder beside him glanced sideways, looking skeptical. 1 punch. Must be just bluffing. There's no deep backstory. Shursan, while approaching the testing spirit stone, suddenly raised his hand to signal. Excuse me, can I warm up my muscles and bones? Stir up a little bit? After receiving approval from the deacon, Shursan took a deep breath and slowly raised his hands high. Started practicing a series of bizarre gymnastic movements. The surrounding new disciples saw this scene. Couldn't help but be dumbfounded, eyes full of doubt, all focused on Shursan. The thin elder saw it, even more confused, raised an eyebrow and asked, what kind of clown show is this guy putting on? All strange, moves never seen before. Images from before flashed in Shursan's mind, making him even more confused. What should I do? The imperial court just searched. If my identity is exposed now, I'll definitely be arrested. Still try to maintain a posture of profound mystery. Shur-san kept thinking in his heart, is there any plan to escape this predicament? After one stick of incense, Shur-san still maintained the same posture. His mind was a mess. The deacon in charge of the test finally couldn't endure it anymore. Shouted straight at Shur-san's face. It's been a stick of incense already. How long do you intend to delay before taking the spiritual root test? Do you want to be expelled from the intersect? Facing the thunderous scolding of the deacon, Shur-san hurriedly walked to the side of the testing spirit stone. He had made up his mind. I can only risk trying this method. The Tao rhythm here is so dense. Perhaps I can rely on the fist wind secret technique. Under extreme pressure, force all the spiritual energy in the body to flow into the spirit stone. Create an abnormal reaction. Help me pass this spiritual root test. To pass this hurdle, I can only use the fist wind secret technique. Back in the outer sect, I practiced this move ceaselessly. This is one of the strongest moves in the body cultivation secret techniques I possess. The fat elder up high stroked his beard, eyes revealing anticipation. This kid is finally willing to make a move. In an instant, Shur-san exploded with all his power, swung his fist fiercely forward, executing the move West Wind Raging Fist. At the same time, his eyes were determined as knives. Roaring in his heart, miracle, appear. This punch contained majestic body cultivation power. Shur-san accidentally shattered the testing spirit stone into countless fragments. This was a beginner movement during the familiarization phase, and minor achievement is also one of the most effective moves. Before that, Shur-san had to beat sandbags every day, practicing this technique. After countless times of cultivation, his cultivation had greatly advanced. Who knew that today he would use this punch to accidentally shatter the Yulin Immortal Sect's testing spirit stone? Seeing the sect's testing spirit stone crushed into powder by Shur-san, the deacon turned pale with horror. The sky rightly roared with dragon chants, shaking the universe. Between heaven and earth, the great Tao manifested countless berserk thunderbolts, instantly striking down on the Yulin Immortal Sect, terrifying everyone to death. Nangong Huang and the two elders were also shocked to the extreme when witnessing this phenomenon with their own eyes. The fat elder's face twisted, unconsciously pulled out his beard. Our testing spirit stone broke? The thin elder was no less shocked, eyes wide, mouth agape in surprise. Scene shift to Yulin Hall. The angry roars of the thin elder echoed ceaselessly. Bastard! Let go of this old man quickly. Today I must skin and deb one this brat to relieve the hatred in my heart. The fat elder saw the thin elder so agitated and hurriedly stood up to dissuade him. Calm down a bit. Mind your elder demeanor a little. The thin elder's anger reached the sky, roaring curses. The testing spirit stone was personally set up by the founding ancestor. When founding the sect, it has stood immovable in our Yulin Immortal Sect for 10,000 years. His trembling finger pointed straight at Shur-san. Today it was shattered by this damn brat. Even death cannot atone for your sins. I must throw you into the alchemy furnace, refine you for 100 years to be satisfied. Shur-san heard the thunderous curses of the thin elder, his face a bit awkward. The next second, he put on an innocent look, looking up at the thin elder. I just followed your request to strike with a full power punch. It's also possible that the testing spirit stone has expired. After all, it has been used since the era of the founding ancestor. It's been 10,000 years. Surely it has expired. Or maybe this product was flawed from the start. Your founding ancestor was perhaps too careless not to discover this defect. Ignorant brat. The thin elder's hair and beard stood up as he roared in anger. You dare speak nonsense, and dare to blaspheme the ancestor. Nangong Huang, right at this critical moment, raised her voice, shocking the entire scene. Everyone, shut up. Before the 10,000-year indestructible spirit treasure stone. Today it was smashed by Zhang Shur-san with one punch. This shows his bone structure. His aptitude is extraordinary, a stunning genius. If my Yulin Immortal Sect nurtures him with all our might, the value he creates will definitely exceed that broken spirit stone 10,000 times over. The fat elder beside her immediately agreed with Nangong Huang. Correct. Considering the current situation of the Yulin Immortal sect, we are indeed craving such a genius. The thin elder was speechless before Nangong Huang's reasoning. He could only turn away in a huff. Nangong Huang's eyes were like lightning. Locking onto Zhang Shisan, she shouted, "Even so, the Trial Spirit Stone is a sacred object personally set up by the founding ancestor. The sect still must punish you. Now, I sentence you to secluded repentance at Tianfeng Peak for 1 month." Scene shift to Tianfeng Peak, a towering mountain beside the Yulin Immortal sect. Zhang Shisan looked resentful, indignation filling the sky, being confined in this deep mountain and remote valley. His eyes swept around, muttering, "This place has clear spring water and a cool green forest, thick spiritual energy." After careful observation, Shisan stretched with excitement. Indeed, a blessed land. Such a desolate and remote place. Absolutely no need to worry about exposing my special identity. He immediately activated his thoughts, opening the cultivation system panel. Then let's cultivate in peace. Before his eyes appeared the conditions for upgrading the system. Dazzlingly bright. Refining points. Challenge points. Technique proficiency. Grade 5 Beast Core. Green Viper Beast Blood, and finally medium grade Essence Crystal. Looking at these harsh conditions, Shisan stroked his chin in thought. Only by upgrading the system can I break through to the next cultivation realm. Current stats are far behind. He didn't hesitate. Clicked on the new cultivation technique categories. Let's take it step by step. First, use refining points to unlock the missing movements. After unlocking the body tempering movements, Shisan began exercising, lifting tripods with primitive refining tools. Refining points are limited. No other way. Can't exchange for specialized equipment. Just have to make do with materials from the wild for training. While he was engrossed in hard training, from the weeds nearby, a giant green python, with sharp fangs containing deadly poison, suddenly rushed out, fiercely attacking Shisan. Sensing imminent danger, Shisan shouted softly. One punch blasted out, directly suppressing the green python. It was a thunderous strike. After knocking out the snake demon, Shisan pondered and observed. Indeed, body training material delivered to my door. Good. Then, shouts of spirit echoed through Tianfeng Peak. Shisan used the flexible body of the green snake to help himself temper his muscles and bones. With amazing elasticity and unparalleled flexibility, Shisan was utilizing the snake demon to strengthen his arm power. The snake demon was in a miserable state, head tied tight to a large rock, body stretched forcefully by Shisan. During the arduous training, Shisan kept telling himself, only a few years left until that Xintian conference. I must make the most of the time to cultivate. At Tianfeng Peak, under the vast sky, an earth-shattering battle of the cultivation world was taking place. This spur is a divine weapon of the cultivation world. 3 sharp points. Length 3 inches 7 fun. Weight 3 taels 23 grains. Can cut metal and jade. Cut hair like slicing mud. This spur is 3 inches 3 fun long. Weight 6 taels 4 grains. Today's battle between dragon and tiger. 5 to 4 odds on the favorite. Before the opportune moment. Just entering the first round, that sharp beak crowed loudly with spirit. The crow hadn't even finished. It was grabbed tight by a hand like iron pincers. Choked, unable to utter a word. Shisan held the 2 fighting roosters tight, his voice full of anticipation. Lunch is here today. In a flash, the brave fighting rooster was stripped and roasted by Shisan, turning into a simple meal for his cultivation. Besides physical training, high-quality protein is also an indispensable part of the body-strengthening process. Suddenly, the clouds above began to condense into a giant vortex. In just a blink of an eye, the eye of the storm formed. Earth-shattering light. Seeing the heavenly phenomenon change, black clouds gathering, thunder rumbling. Shisan frowned and observed. Why did black clouds suddenly gather? Thundering like this. Is a storm coming? A terrifying aura continuously released thunder power, bombarding Tianfeng Peak, the sound shaking the universe. Then it became increasingly intense and abnormal. The Yulin Immortal sect disciples far away also felt it and were terrified to the extreme. What happened? Is the Earth Dragon angry? The thin elder and Nangong Huang nearby looked equally uncertain. also sensing the surging aura of the great Tao of heaven and earth. The thin elder frowned, eyes probing the direction of Tianfeng Peak. He said, "This is the power of the great Tao lightning tribulation. Only when someone defies heaven to ascend realms does it trigger this aura. Coming from Tianfeng Peak, could it be? Is there a great expert undergoing tribulation?" The fat elder heard this, the corner of his mouth lifting into a profound smile. Glancing at the thin elder, he replied, "If I remember correctly, the supreme elder is still sitting in seclusion. Could it be the old man chose Tianfeng Peak as the place for his breakthrough tribulation?" Nangong Huang looked solemn. A feeling of unease suddenly rose in her heart. Not good. Such an earth-shattering heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, coming from where the supreme elder is in seclusion. I'm afraid it will flatten the mountain. The place where Zhang Shi-san was punished with confinement is Tianfeng Peak. If the lightning tribulation descends, even if he doesn't directly take the thunder power, he can hardly avoid being crushed to dust by the aftershock. Realizing the urgent situation, she shouted in panic, "Pass the order! Quickly summon the lightning umbrella magic treasure to save people." After giving the order, Nangong Huang thought secretly, "I originally wanted to use this chance to teach that guy a lesson. Who knew it would coincide with the Supreme Elder's tribulation?" Back to where the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation was raging, Zhang Shi looked up at the gloomy sky with a dumbfounded expression, muttering, "Thunder and lightning echoing. Clearly a sign heaven is about to grant sweet rain." His eyes glanced at the half-roasted chicken. "But my chicken isn't cooked yet. Can it wait for another time to rain? I wonder if my Galestorm fist can disperse those thunderclouds?" Finished speaking, he immediately jumped up, legs firmly planted, imposing stance. Fist gathering power, aiming straight at the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, then channeling energy to strike. Roaring out, Galestorm fist. Right in the moment, hanging by a thread, the system panel suddenly appeared, startling Shi-san, followed by notification lines ringing in his mind. Realm-breaking lightning tribulation. Can cleanse marrow and cut hair. Promote potential development. Temper the golden body. Increase physique points. Through the system notification, Shi-san revealed indescribable excitement. Strengthen the physical body? Is there really such a good thing? Shi-san suddenly frowned in thought. But how can I devour the great Tao lightning tribulation? The system quickly grasped the master's thoughts and guided Shi-san step by step in detail. After understanding the instructions, he looked up at the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, confidently said, "The heavenly Tao lightning tribulation is so high up, I can only use that ultimate move." Shi-san immediately crouched down to gather momentum, aiming toward the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation. Using the soaring movement technique, after gathering enough force, Shi-san swung his fist hard, flying up to approach the lightning tribulation. His face showed unprecedented determination. Looking from afar, only his figure was seen fast as a stream of light. Before one's eyes, he had entered the center of the lightning tribulation. Upon arrival, Shi-san shouted loudly, his fierce momentum blazing, "Come at me!" In just a blink of an eye, countless lightning bolts simultaneously struck Shi-san's body. Waves of lightning containing supreme heavenly might. The berserk lightning aura instantly engulfed Shi-san's small body. After devouring the first wave of lightning tribulation, Shi-san, spirits blazing, shouted, "Put a little more power into it. Compared to the system's punishment, this is still far behind." Under the heavenly tribulation, along with the system's rage, a bolt of top-tier power lightning quickly descended, directly aiming at Shi-san. Facing the powerful lightning bolt, Shi-san's eyes went wide. A wave of panic rose in his heart. In just a few short breaths, the lightning tribulation had struck Shi-san until his whole body was numb, the arrogant momentum from just now vanishing into smoke. Amidst the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation, countless lightning bolts ceaselessly ravaged, but strangely enough, they didn't strike down on Tianfeng Peak at all. This made Nangong Huang, the thin elder, and the fat elder extremely confused. Nangong Huang looked astonished. Why didn't the lightning tribulation strike directly onto Tianfeng Peak, but instead exploded in midair like that? Seeing the situation was a bit abnormal. The three of them hurriedly used all their strength to fly towards Tianfeng Peak. Just then, a hand forming a seal simultaneously relaxed. The Supreme Elder, amidst his breakthrough, sat on a large rock atop Tianfeng Peak. Gently exhaled, my realm has finally broken through. But why didn't the heavenly Tao lightning tribulation dare to strike my body? He looked a bit curious, his head full of confusing questions. The Supreme Elder strolled leisurely on the peak of Tianfeng. Suddenly, his keen sense of smelled a strange fragrance wafting over. Because he was too curious about this mysterious scent, the old man hurriedly flew through the air towards the source of the aroma. Upon arrival, he immediately bumped into Zhang Shusan roasting a chicken with a charred body, his face looking shocked, mouth agape, staring at the Supreme Elder. The Supreme Elder looked at the other's appearance with some confusion, thinking to himself, why is this kid's whole body black like charcoal? Looking at his attire, he is definitely a disciple of the Yulin Immortal sect. Before entering seclusion, I secretly instructed Nangong Huang. If she met a disciple with extraordinary aptitude, she could send them here for me to guide. Up to now, he is the second person sent here. Shusan's face still had a childish look. His delicate brows furrowed slightly, eyes filled with suspicion, staring intently at the Supreme Elder's back. That old Taoist has been looking at me this whole time. Could it be? Could it be he craves this fragrant roasted chicken of mine? Just as the thought finished, the Supreme Elder appeared beside Shusan like a ghost, laughing heartily. Huh, stinky brat. Why did you appear in this deep mountain and remote valley? Shusan was startled. Seeing the old Taoist approaching, he hurriedly hid the roasted chicken deep in his chest like a treasure. The Supreme Elder's eyes shone, calculating secretly in his heart, face full of indescribable excitement. This old man just happened to break through a bottleneck, was wanting to find someone to guide. This kid appearing is truly a heaven-sent opportunity. Shusan sat slumped on the ground, his tone dejected, reporting to the ancestor. This disciple was punished to face the wall, forbidden to leave this place. The Supreme Elder stroked his white beard, looking at Shusan scrutinizingly. What mistake did you commit? Could it be sparring with fellow disciples? Starting a fight? Shusan glanced indifferently into the distance. Not that. What this disciple did is a bit more serious. The Supreme Elder started to feel a bit uneasy, staring at Shusan with eyes sharp as daggers. A bit more serious? Could it be you trespassed into a forbidden area? Shusan remained sitting, finger twitching slightly. Maybe a bit more serious than that. The Supreme Elder's eyes went wide, face full of extreme shock. Still not serious enough? Could it be? Could it be you accidentally broke a magical artifact? Some precious spirit treasure? Shusan looked like he was at a funeral. Sorrow beyond compare. Ancestor guessed close enough. It could be considered that this disciple accidentally destroyed a treasure. Hearing this, the Supreme Elder laughed loudly, slapping his thigh in delight. Huh, no need to blame yourself like that. Although my Yulin Immortal sect isn't some famous prestigious clan, we have some resources. Breaking a small magical artifact? What does it matter? But the next second, Shusan's answer was like thunder in a clear sky, making the old man's face change instantly. This disciple destroyed the intersect's testing spirit stone. The Supreme Elder's expression shifted from peak joy to extreme horror. Anger rising to the sky, he roared like thunder. What did you just say? The testing spirit stone is considered the sect-guarding treasure. It's an ancient relic from time immemorial, something the founding ancestor personally set up. How could it be destroyed by a kid still smelling of mother's milk like you? Moreover, according to ancient records, beneath the testing spirit stone, an ancient true phoenix is suppressed. Now it seems the seal has been broken. My Yulin Immortal sect will surely face a calamity of extermination. Shusan felt like an eternal sinner being criticized by the Supreme Elder. He could only stand still like a statue, his face full of dissatisfaction. Suddenly, the Supreme Elder seemed to discover something earth-shattering, staring intently, walking step by step around Shusan to observe his body. After observing carefully for a while, the old man stopped, speaking in a deep voice. Sure enough, this old man cannot sense any spiritual energy on you. Is this because the gap between this old man's realm and yours is too large? Or do you have a strange treasure on you concealing heavenly secrets, preventing this old man from probing? Hearing this, Shusan was tense to the extreme inside. afraid his heaven-defying identity would be exposed. The Supreme Elder pondered and continued. A cultivator as young as you, only 15 or 16, yet able to shatter the testing spirit stone. Don't talk about this divine province continent. Even the experts of the upper realm Immortal Palace rarely can do it. Are you sure the testing spirit stone was broken by you? Is what you said true? Sweat beaded on Shursan's forehead. He nodded repeatedly, looking earnestly at the Supreme Elder. Then, the old man suddenly stripped off his outer robe, revealing a solid bare chest, muscles rippling, seemingly containing earth-shattering power. Come here. Use all your strength to punch me once. Seeing the Supreme Elder's bizarre action, Shursan turned pale with fright. What trick is the ancestor trying to pull now? The Supreme Elder's face was resolute as bedrock. This old man only believes what he sees and hears. I don't trust empty words. Use your full strength to strike. Let this old man see just how strong your ability really is. Zhang Shursan was horrified inside. Afraid this punch would cause a fatality, he hurriedly waved his hands to refuse. Disciple refuses. Ancestor, old man, are you trying to pull a scam? Trying to frame this disciple? The Supreme Elder opposite him was so angry his hair and beard stood up. He shouted, You brat, what kind of person do you take me, Li Ruo, for? Just then, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang in Shursan's head. A surprise mission appeared, showing two choices, yes or no, regarding Elderly's request. The attractive reward was high-quality protein. Seeing Shursan's weird smile, Elderly urged him even more, thrusting his muscular chest forward. Don't hesitate anymore. Just use full strength and hit me. Elderly chuckled inwardly with pride, because having just reached a new peak after breaking through realms, my defensive methods and the Heavenly Star Astral Chi body protection technique have also made great progress. Just the right time to test it out. While Elderly was still immersed in his thoughts, Shursan's punch, like a storm, had already fiercely arrived in front of his face, making his eyes pop out in extreme horror. With an expression of utmost panic, Elderly hurriedly shouted, Hey, stinky brat, this old man hasn't said start yet. In the split second hanging by a thread, the old man activated the Heavenly Star Astral Chi defensive divine ability to block, but Shursan's earth-shattering punch, in an instant, crushed the old man's solid defense like thin paper. The remaining power immediately crushed the ground in front into countless fragments. The supreme physical strength from his unique constitution almost broke the laws of heaven and earth. The terrifying destructive power instantly formed a thick cloud of dust, rising up from Tianfeng Peak. Seeing the strange power erupting from the boy's body, Elderly turned pale with shock, crying out in alarm. Strange. Just a casual punch, yet it contains such astonishing power? While his mind was reeling, the old man unconsciously looked away, observing the boy in front of him again. This kid is young, but his strength is not inferior to the holy sons, or divine daughters of the immortal sect. Such heaven-defying aptitude. If he can join the Yulin immortal sect, it is truly a good thing. Just as the old man was thinking, his heavenly immortal realm protective astral chi suddenly shattered, shocking him once again. His face became unusually solemn. What? My mastered heavenly immortal astral chi was easily broken like that? His whole body trembled slightly, a strange voice ringing out. Not bad. Indeed not bad. You brat really make this old man look at you with new eyes. In an instant, a powerful, domineering aura erupted from Elderly, his eyes like lightning, staring intently at Shursan. Come on, brat. Let's have a good exchange of moves with this old man. Let me see the extent of your strength. Seeing the opponent want to go all out, Shursan thought secretly, recalling the reward granted by the system. I unconsciously threw a punch, yet could only damage this old man's defense. I wonder how terrifying his true strength is. Facing Elderly, the image of Xiaoqian from years ago appeared in Shursan's mind. This powerful aura is truly similar to that violent gorilla I once fought. Not letting Shursan react, Elderly raised his hand. The staff in his hand turned into a stream of light, striking fiercely. Brat, take my move. Buddha's palm descending, Shursan fell into a passive position, momentarily pale with horror. This oppressive feeling is truly too powerful. Right at the moment, hanging by a thread, Nangong Huang suddenly appeared, voice like thunder, stopping the impending battle. Supreme Elder, please stop. Seeing Nangong Huang appear, Elderly was startled and hurriedly retracted his spiritual energy. A look of embarrassment appeared on his face. Nangong Huang arrived and hurriedly bowed to Elderly. Congratulations to the Supreme Elder on exiting seclusion. But I don't know what play you are acting out here. Looking at your posture, could it be you want to spar with a sect disciple? Hearing Nangong Huang's question, Elderly was a bit embarrassed, immediately changing his expression, pretending to cough a few times. How could that be? How noble is this old man's status? How could I casually fight with a fellow disciple? I was just pointing out a few moves to him. Everyone knows this old man always values etiquette, acting with propriety. Nangong Huang despised him in her heart. Outwardly, she replied thoughtfully, "It is precisely because you always act with such propriety," moving a little and wanting to test the disciples' strength, forcing them to spar with you, causing countless casualties. That is why during your seclusion, I had to be extremely careful leading disciples here. Elderly simultaneously turned to San, laughing happily. This old man sees this kid has extraordinary bone structure. Perhaps we should end his confinement early. Let him enter the inner sect to cultivate properly. Finally, thanks to the Supreme Elder putting in a good word, Zhang San successfully ended his confinement early, officially stepping into the inner sect of the Yulin Immortal Sect. Scene shift to a waste depot of the Yulin Immortal Sect. Just arriving, San's face immediately sank, revealing clear dissatisfaction. Looking at the dilapidated room in front of him, his heart filled with disappointment and letdown. San couldn't help but question, "Is this the inner sect you guys talked about?" The old manager looked up at the sky. Laughing awkwardly, he replied, "This isn't the true inner sect, but a temporary settlement for new students before officially entering. Originally, the number of disciples entering the inner sect this time exceeded the quota. Moreover, you delayed for nearly a month before officially joining. Other areas are all full. We can only arrange for you to stay temporarily in this waste depot." After explaining perfunctorily, the manager rode the clouds and went away, not forgetting to instruct, "Clean up the place yourself. Remember to go to the Spirit Mechanism Hall tomorrow to collect your Identity Jade token." San frowned, observing the surroundings. Remote location. Quiet scenery. There's a clear blue lake, nestled against majestic mountains. After a careful evaluation, San couldn't help but rejoice in his heart. Isn't this a perfect place for seclusion? This pure air reminds me of the days of freedom on the isolated island. In an instant, San took off his Taoist robe, merging with nature. This feeling truly refreshes the spirit. Unity of heaven and man. Truly a wonderful place for quiet cultivation. His body glided like a stream of light, like a rock spreading its wings in midair, like a flood dragon twisting. After a perfect flip, San dived straight into the lake. His body completely melted into the clear water. With strong kicks, swimming speed fast as a meteor, cutting wind, breaking waves. San swam freely in a zigzag pattern, twisting like a carp, turning into a dragon. While immersed in the water, suddenly a blurry female figure appeared, causing San's eyes to flicker with surprise as he looked ahead. There seems to be someone ahead. In the moment of danger, San hurriedly channeled his true essence, executing the 9 dragons' indestructible body, using all his strength to force a stop. Not good. About to bump into a mermaid. Due to the terrifying kinetic force, the lake's surface immediately formed a giant whirlpool, followed by a destined encounter between a flood dragon and a jade leaf on the lake surface, accidentally creating a painting of polka dot buns full of profound meaning. Eyes met. Amidst the vast heaven and earth, time was sentimental, a segment of ill-fated affinity between a 3-legged youth and a flawless beauty. The youth's eyes were hazy, carrying a pure innocence like the just-risen 16th-day moon, falling for a girl in a night of brilliant starlight. Rewinding time to half an hour ago, when San threw a punch, accidentally causing the mountain peak to crack. Countless rocks flew everywhere. The laws of all things gradually disintegrated from here. A small stone among the myriad fragments went astray and hit a spirit fruit, birthing the 5 elements theorem. The spirit fruit, becoming a theorem, broke the cosmic order. The spirit fruit followed the cycle of collision, hitting a giant rock again. Clack! It successively hit other rocks, forming an endless loop. Finally, a shower of stones from the sky, of unknown origin, fell simultaneously below. Nearby, a graceful woman strolled on the path leading to the Yulin Immortal Sect. I am Lung Qingxian, the newly appointed instructor of the Yulin Immortal Sect. Today is the first day of assuming office. Originally wanted to fly on the wind, but to get used to the new teaching environment, I intentionally took a walk. Although this place is desolate, it makes up for it with unparalleled quietness. The air is also fresh and clean. The air even contains spiritual energy, making one feel like merging with nature. Before the thought finished, countless giant rocks suddenly fell from the sky in front of her. Seeing the scene before her, Qingxian turned pale with fright, confusion clearly showing on her face. What kind of ghostly place is this? In the middle of this quiet, deep forest, why did a landslide appear? Suddenly, a vast emerald lake appeared before her eyes. She was extremely excited. Qingxian quickly stepped forward. Finally, she found a place to wash off the dust and cleanse her body. And then came the situation of meeting San. Qingxian had also taken off her clothes, jumping into the cool water to wash off the mud on her body. Suddenly, she encountered a figure that surprised her greatly. Seeing something abnormal, Qingxian hurriedly turned to observe. What was happening? Could it be a giant water monster appearing? Immediately after, the water surface moved violently, forming endless whirlpools, followed by the appearance of San with an innocent face staring at her. The situation happened too fast for Qingxian to react. Eyes wide with surprise, she intently admired San's robust body and thought, the body lines are perfect, but something isn't right. It seems my body is currently naked in front of this man. After realizing she was in an embarrassing situation, because of panic, Qingxian let out an earth-shattering scream. She then quickly put on her outer robe to cover her body, then approached, summoning her precious sword, glaring at San and shouting, "Shameless thief, so bold!" Because it was so sudden, San hurriedly raised his hand to signal it was a misunderstanding. This is just a misunderstanding. Qingxian on the opposite side didn't bother listening to the explanation, directly swinging her sword to slash wildly at him. A powerful sword energy immediately created a deep gash in the middle of the lake, containing terrifying power. San stared wide-eyed in fear, thinking, this sword energy is too strong. If I get hit, my soul will scatter. Facing San's reaction, Qingxian rushed forward again. Die for me. Seeing a beauty angrily holding a sword rushing to kill him. San was dazed, seeing the scenery on her chest, his cheeks blushing instantly. He quickly dodged to the side to avoid the opponent's powerful ultimate move. A bit annoyed after successfully dodging, San opened his mouth and shouted angrily, I said, this is a misunderstanding. Besides, this look of yours is even more beautiful than just now. Qingxian became even more furious at San's words. You can still say that? It seems I have to hack you to death. Finished speaking, Qingxian swung a horizontal slash forward. Sword energy exploded into the sky. San opposite hurriedly retreated backward, continuing to dodge the sword path. Immediately after, the sword path accidentally grazed past, cutting off his sideburns, terrifying him to the extreme. Ouch! Almost lost my life. Feeling he couldn't explain, San hurriedly swam away with amazing speed. If I can't explain, better to run first and calculate later. As he swam away, he left a column of water soaring into the sky, splashing everywhere, surprising Qingxian. The water surface then returned to tranquility as it originally was. Qingxian glared ahead with a frosty face. He actually ran away? That extraordinary movement technique. Before bathing, I clearly released my divine sense to scan. Yet I missed his aura and let him get close. Don't let me meet you again. With an annoyed and angry look, Qingxian stood in the middle of the lake and shouted, I swear I cannot live under the same sky as you. Meanwhile, San hid behind a giant rock with a resentful face. After successfully escaping the opponent's sight, San breathed a sigh of relief. That was dangerous just now. After a short while, San went deep into the inner sect following the old friend's instructions to receive the identity Jade token. Under the disguise, San wondered a bit. Is this the inner sect of the Yulin Immortal Sect? Indeed, The atmosphere is much more extraordinary than the outer sect. It's just that the style here is a bit strange. Why does it feel like an illusion array? Suddenly a voice rang out, startling him. This is the corridor of the inner sect. There will be some disciples trading here. Facing the explanation of the fellow Taoist beside him, Zhang Shi-san was still confused, so he turned to evaluate. The woman beside him immediately bowed in greeting. That fellow Taoist must be the disciple in charge of the entrance exam, right? I heard fellow Taoist Zhang Shi-san shattered the testing spirit stone with one punch. Shi-san was surprised and hurriedly defended himself. Is there a misunderstanding? I disguised myself and covered my face so tightly. How could you recognize me? The woman immediately rushed forward and hugged him, revealing immense joy. Great benefactor, I finally met you. Even if you turn into ashes, I can still recognize you. Shi-san's head was full of doubts. Why does the young lady call me benefactor? The woman immediately narrated her identity to Shi-san. This little girl is named Ying. Thanks to benefactor shattering the testing spirit stone with one punch, I was lucky enough to pass the test, squeezing into the inner sect. If I hadn't passed the entrance test that day, perhaps I would have been expelled from the sect long ago. Shi-san took the opportunity to ask for the location of the spirit mechanism hall. Young lady has entered the sect for nearly a month. You must know the way to the spirit mechanism hall, right? I searched for half a day with no news. Ying happily led the way for Shi-san to the spirit mechanism hall. Just arriving, Shi-san heard countless whispers from the crowd of disciples, all directed towards him. Facing those whispers, Shi-san was a bit annoyed. Does everyone know about that already? I didn't want to be noticed by others. Just wanted to focus on cultivation. Ying hurriedly took out an item resembling a big iPhone. Benefactor. The matter of shattering the testing spirit stone with one punch is unprecedented. Back then, benefactor shook the whole sect for half a month. Seeing the novel item in Ying's hand, Shi-san dropped his jaw in surprise. The cultivation world also has such novel treasures. He then went to the counter to collect his own identity jade token. Ying explained in detail. This jade token not only proves identity, but can also look up sect news and has many other uses. Shi-san held the identity jade token tight in his hand, thinking, finally, I have officially set foot in the inner sect and have the qualification to participate in the Xintian conference. Ying spoke up, causing Shi-san to reveal a look of surprise. So the Xintian conference is benefactor's goal, but the Yulin Immortal sect only has 2 quotas to participate. Not only that, this is also a preliminary round. Only disciples ranked in the top 10 for credits have the qualification to register to compete for these 2 quotas. This means even veteran disciples who have been in the Yulin Immortal sect for decades will participate in the competition. These words made Shi-san's face change greatly, revealing disappointment, at the same time raising doubts about his own credits. Ying immediately led the way to answer Shi-san's doubts. Upon arrival, Ying pointed towards the Heavenly Mechanism platform. Just scan your identity jade token on the Heavenly Mechanism platform. You will be able to check your own credits. Following Ying's instructions, Shi-san quickly placed the identity jade token on the Heavenly Mechanism platform. Immediately, the intersect credit ranking board slowly appeared before Shi-san's eyes. Standing in front of the intersect credit ranking board, his face gradually became blank. The ranking number gradually climbed to 100. Shi-san persisted in looking down to the second row, but still didn't see his name. Sweat beaded on his forehead when he clearly saw his credit points and ranking. Shi-san's eyes went wide in extreme horror, a look of despair appearing on his face. Credits, 0, ranking, unranked. Ying hurriedly raised her hand to reassure him. Credits can be earned by completing courses, sect missions, contributions. Moreover, benefactor was punished with confinement for a month right after entering. Temporarily lagging behind others is normal. Benefactor need not be too pessimistic. With benefactor's strength, I believe you will quickly catch up and surpass others. Face still gloomy, Shi-san said discontentedly. You mean to get credits? I have to become prominent in everyone's eyes? His heart was in turmoil, both confused and annoyed. Wouldn't it make it very easy to expose my identity? I just want to cultivate in peace. Suddenly, a male figure aggressively rushed into the spirit mechanism hall, shouting, Zhang Shi-san, you brat, get the hell out here for this old man. Looking aggressive, face fierce, he screamed crazily in the middle of the spirit mechanism hall, attracting everyone's attention. Shur-san frowned, looking straight at the opponent with disdain. What kind of mongrel are you? Ying looked in horror at the fierce man in front. This is bad. How did that damn guy track us all the way here? Hatred rolled in his heart, resentment reaching the sky. The person beside Shur-san, hearing Ying scream in panic, couldn't help but be startled and scared. What? I haven't even met him before. How could I make enemies with him for no reason? Ying looked solemn, hurriedly replying. Maybe it's because during the spiritual root aptitude test for entrance, this matter has an extremely important influence on the future cultivation path. It is truly a test to evaluate true aptitude, not only related to merit points, but also one of the bases for grading 2 months later. The result was, you crushed the spirit stone with one punch, directly causing the test results to be invalid, making him hold a grudge. Resentment hard to dispel. With an arrogant face, he pointed straight at Shur-san and shouted loudly, "Cunning brat! You used despicable means to destroy the testing spirit stone. Today, I must expose your true face in front of everyone. Do you have the guts to accept a life-and-death duel with me or not?" In his anger, he thought, merit points can be exchanged for countless cultivation resources, yet you caused me such a huge loss. Watch how I cripple your cultivation today. Ying hurriedly shouted to stop him, tone full of worry. Absolutely do not agree. Do you remember the merit ranking of new intersect students we just looked at? Not only are there 3 absolute leaders, surpassing the crowd, he is one of those 3. His cultivation has long reached the early foundation establishment stage. His name is Meng Feiluo, ranked 3rd on the list of new intersect students. Meng Feiluo. Then he screamed again, urging Shur-san to accept the challenge. Zhang Shur-san, if you still have some guts, step up here. Fight me to determine the winner. Ying also quickly reminded, according to intersect rules, unless the opponent agrees to participate in the challenge, no one is allowed to start a fight without permission. After all, there's an elder presiding in this spirit mechanism hall. He won't dare to act recklessly. Listening to Ying's guidance, Shur-san decisively raised his hand to refuse the challenge, startling Feiluo. The next second, he turned to leave. I'm busy earning merit points. No free time to waste with you. Feiluo felt insulted, gritting his teeth with an angry face. I am a dignified, 3rd-ranked new intersect student, yet my challenge is ignored by you like child's play? Speaking of this, he roared decisively. Then I wager 50,000 merit points. Do you dare? Hearing merit points mentioned, Shur-san suddenly froze. The corner of his mouth gradually lifted into a weird smile. The system immediately popped up a mission notification, offering 2 choices regarding Meng Feiluo's challenge. The mission reward this time included a specialized spirit piece magical artifact. He just stood there pondering at the system panel. The mission reward this time has a value of up to 300 physique points. His eyes shone brilliantly for a moment. Getting merit points and getting a mission reward. Truly an irresistible temptation. But no, if I do that, it will attract the crowd's gaze. This will expose my identity. I must keep a low profile. Must try to endure. Must not let greed blind reason. Drooling, his face clearly showed greed. Staring straight ahead. At this moment, he was proudly standing on the arena. Facing Meng Feiluo, accepted the challenge. After a moment of internal struggle, Shur-san covered his face. In the end, he still succumbed to the greed in his heart. Ying below the arena continuously shouted encouragement. Things have come to this. Benefactor, I believe you will definitely win this match. Shur-san on the stage looked at Feiluo, calculating secretly. Dealing with this Feiluo, using the health maintenance fist set, is already overkill. The key point is still not to perform too excessively. Avoid exposing identity. Must not show off in front of everyone. Meng Feiluo on the opposite side had an attitude of disdain, laughing loudly then screaming. I finally waited for this day. Accepting the challenge is equivalent to signing a life-and-death contract. Even if I kill you here, I don't need to bear any responsibility. Finished speaking, he waved his hand, channeling spiritual energy to summon the black dragon spear. Ying below the stage saw this and was terrified to the extreme, eyes rolling back. This power, could it be a spirit-grade, low-rank magical artifact? In this remote mountain place. Moreover, he is just a new student. Why can he possess a magical, Artifact of this level? I'm afraid the benefactor is in big trouble. On the arena, Feiluo gripped the black dragon spear, using full speed to rush toward Shursan. Die for me. Facing the opponent's shocking strike, Shursan used his superior eyesight. Staring straight ahead, quick as lightning, he reached out to snatch the magical artifact. Then he repeatedly performed a bizarre weightlifting motion in front of everyone. All the intersect disciples below saw this scene and were shocked to the extreme, mouths agape. With his robust physique, Shursan snapped the opponent's magical artifact in the blink of an eye. Facing this situation, Feiluo and Yingying were completely confused. What exactly is happening? Suddenly, Shursan felt a bit awkward about his actions just now. Wait, what am I doing? Didn't I tell myself not to show off? Just now, seeing a cylindrical object, I instinctively mistook it for weightlifting. Feiluo on the opposite side suddenly knelt on the ground, looking at the broken magical treasure in his hand, his face filled with sorrow and regret, crying out in pain. My family heirloom spirit treasure was directly snapped by his physical body. Internal fire attacked the heart. Anger rose to the blue sky. He screamed continuously, the sound like thunder, startling Shursan. This time, I must strip your flesh and bones. Burn you to ashes. Finished speaking, he roared and rushed forward, a punch carrying rolling Tao rhythm. But Shursan's movement technique was strange, calmly dodging, only seeing the figure shift slightly, easily slipping past countless attacks. During the exchange of blows, seeing the opponent's lower body was unstable. Shursan had long seen through the flaw. Your arm strength is indeed not bad, but your foundation is shaky. It seems you neglected training your lower body. Feiluo simultaneously condensed hand seals, chanting a spell. Extreme Tribulation Flame Field. Spirit Grade Fire Attribute Technique. Each hand gesture was a bit strange, but the operation was extremely slow. Flame aura filled the sky, gradually accumulating at his mouth, containing astonishing power, but before he could cast it, Shursan turned strangely and kicked him hard in the butt. Your chanting is too cumbersome. Just one kick sent Feiluo flying straight to the distant mountain. All the intersect disciples turned pale with horror for the second time, witnessing Shursan's true strength that day. News about him was like a tornado, spreading throughout the Yulin Immortal sect. Shocking headlines. This immediately made Shursan extremely afraid. How did it turn out like this? Becoming a prominent figure of the sect again. No. I've been acting a bit too high profile lately. I must restrain myself. Must act a bit more humbly. Better to focus on cultivation. Accumulating contribution points is the best policy. Early the next morning, at the large martial arts arena, where all intersect disciples gathered, Lung Qingxuan's voice announced like a great bell. From today onwards, the entire new student process will be presided over and taught by me. I will be the one guiding you on the path of cultivation at the Yulin Immortal sect. This seat is Lung Qingxian. Shursan was also in the crowd. Seeing Qingxuan's figure, his face immediately changed in horror. What the hell is this? Unexpectedly, it's that nemesis. Lung Qingxian just stood in front of all the intersect disciples, introducing herself. Seeing this, Shursan felt even more uneasy inside, hurriedly finding a way to escape. Damn it, truly enemies on a narrow road. To avoid trouble, it's best to leave first. Amidst the sea of intersect disciples, Qingxuan's eyes suddenly flashed, noticing a familiar figure. That kid wants to escape? Dare not to give me any face? She pondered for a moment, then shouted loudly. That blue-haired fellow Taoist. Do you have important business that requires leaving early? Hearing this, Shursan sweated profusely in fear. Bad. She discovered me. Immediately, another disciple stepped up and scolded loudly. It's the instructor's first class, and you already want to leave? Do you despise the teacher? He reached out and grabbed Shursan's shoulder, turning him around, shouted, quickly turn back and continue listening to the lecture. Shursan was suddenly turned around, simultaneously revealing his original appearance. Bastard. Qingxian in the distance glared at Shursan. A sense of familiarity suddenly rose in her heart. Memories of that year suddenly flooded back. He is actually that lecherous thief who accidentally saw me bathing a few days ago. Truly, searching far and wide without finding him. Turning back, he is right before my eyes. Turns out he is a new student of the Yulin Immortal sect. Today you have fallen in my hands. Your dog life is hard to save. She immediately used sound transmission, surprising Shursen a bit. Have you revealed the matter of that day to anyone yet? A bit confused hearing the voice echoing in his head, Shursen cried out in panic. Who is it? Who is transmitting sound? Qingxian looked solemn, continuing the transmission. This is the sound transmission technique. Don't be so loud. Just use your mind to reply. Knowing Qingxian was using sound transmission to communicate with him, Shursen panicked even more inside. Is it you? Shursen swears. I absolutely haven't revealed a word of this matter to anyone. That day was just a misunderstanding, an unexpected accident. The corner of Qingshuan's mouth lifted in a smile full of meaning, thinking, very good. When the time comes, I will inevitably make you wish you were dead, but at the sect, it is inconvenient to act. First, I must torture you a bit, let you taste some suffering. After plotting the scheme, Qingxian raised her voice to announce, for the first lesson today, this seat wants to train your ability to withstand pressure. Everyone knows, if the cultivation realm gap is too large, the strong don't even need to move, just releasing spiritual energy. Exploding like that can easily repel the opponent. Resisting spiritual pressure is also one of the compulsory courses for cultivators. Therefore, I now need a disciple to come on stage to demonstrate in front of everyone. Who is willing to practice with me? A male cultivator heard this and immediately showed an unusually excited look, thinking to himself, the opportunity to get close to the master has finally arrived. This young master, direct descendant of the Jiang family, extraordinary aptitude. The reason I lowered myself to descend to this third-rate sect is entirely for her. That Jiang Muyang immediately stepped forward to welcome, bowing. Master, disciple is willing to cooperate with. Before he finished speaking, Instructor Qingxian flicked her sleeve. A thunderous palm strike descended, directly knocking Jiang Muyang away for 100 zhang, ending that enthusiastic drama in just a blink of an eye. She immediately turned around, stepping in front of Shursen, her voice like a silver bell, carrying a bit of profound meaning. This junior brother, I wonder if you're willing to practice with me for a bit? If you can demonstrate in front of all the intersect disciples. Of course, there will be a generous reward. Witnessing that smile that wasn't a smile of Qingxian, Shursen couldn't help but be terrified inside. This smile truly contains killing intent. There must be a sinister plot. I just wanted to cultivate quietly, didn't want to become everyone's focal point. Just then, a sudden development occurred. The system panel suddenly appeared, displaying a test mission with 2 choices regarding Lung Qingshuan's offer. The reward was a random quality enhancement item. Shursen's face instantly became solemn, facing the attractive reward. The next second, he opened his mouth to agree. Disciple is willing to demonstrate with master. Please show mercy, master. Qingxian heard these words, thinking to herself, this new disciple has at least a foundation establishment realm cultivation. Then first, just use foundation establishment spiritual energy to probe him a bit. Thinking of this, Qingxian raised her hand slightly, channeling foundation establishment spiritual energy, suppressing down towards Shursen. In just an instant, a fierce foundation establishment aura descended from above Shursen's head. A dazzling aura, boundless power, immediately turning into a powerful gust of wind, sweeping across the 4 directions. Muyang gritted his teeth, clenching his fists, his face a bit unsightly, muttering in his mouth. The spiritual pressure is truly powerful. Some disciples with low cultivation nearby, even breathing became difficult. His eyes gradually focused on Shursen, carrying a bit of doubt. Yet that Zhang Shursen, standing under such a fierce aura, shows no reaction at all, only seeing Shursen standing there blankly, with a look of surprise on his face. Has it started? Qingxian saw this scene, feeling even more annoyed inside. This kid still dares to pretend to be calm. Want to make this teacher lose face in front of everyone? She immediately channeled true essence, forcing the spiritual energy to rise. Then Golden Core Realm. Let's see how long you can pretend. Shursen frowned slightly, feeling the surrounding space starting to shatter, but his face maintained a calmness like water. Now I feel something, seeing Shursen still relaxed and natural. Qingxian was endlessly angry inside, still looking so relaxed. It seems that since our first meeting, he could quickly escape. Indeed, he has some strength. Lung Qingxian immediately exploded her true essence, crazily urging spiritual energy to release pressure from the early nascent soul realm. In an instant, an invisible pressure like a mountain, simultaneously suppressed towards Shur-san, intending to crush him to dust. In the critical situation, Shur-san looked up at the sky. Domineering aura instantly exploded. The power collided with the earth, causing the surrounding ground to shatter into countless small stones. The majestic Tao rhythm momentum surged, making the nearby intersect disciples unable to stand firm, simultaneously falling to the ground, faces showing expressions of pain. Even Jiang Muyang was firmly suppressed by that invisible pressure. Kneeling on the ground, suffocating, he looked up at Zhang Shur-san. Extremely confused inside, he can actually stand straight like a pine tree. This aura is truly a bit too terrifying. His face was full of horror, thinking deeply inside. Before, Master never displayed such amazing power. Qingxian on the side, eyes wide with a face full of disbelief. This teacher directly used the Wind Fist divine ability, yet he can still withstand it. Then let me increase the mana, directly suppress and kill you. In an instant, under Qingshuan's Wind Fist divine ability, a giant storm quickly condensed, directly pressing towards Shur-san, making him feel the pressure increase sharply. His body began to show signs of trembling, teeth clenched tight together. But immediately after, Shur-san suddenly rallied, feet rooted into the earth, shouting loudly, activating body cultivation power, legs like pillars, standing immovable, arrogantly withstanding the terrifying crushing pressure. Qingxian gasped in shock, her voice carrying a bit of panic. What? In this situation, he can still stand firm? Shur-san simultaneously channeled the power of lifting tripods. Superhuman body cultivation, easily lifting the source of spiritual energy above his head high up. The aura instantly changed direction, counterattacking towards Qingxian, causing her face to gradually lose its calm. Not good. The divine ability is backfiring, wanting to attack myself. Before she finished speaking, she was blown away by the tornado she created herself, emitting an ear-piercing scream, finally reaping what she sowed. Hit by her own move, her head slammed into a giant rock. Unconscious, she hurriedly announced, "Today's pressure test lesson ends here." Late that night, at Shur-san's small courtyard in the back mountain, he looked excited, reaching out to look up his information on the official channel of the Yulin Immortal Sect. It seems this performance didn't lead to any controversy. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed slightly, looking at a strange message. What is this? Above was a message from the Jiang family. The wording was vague, containing a hint of warning. Shur-san was a bit suspicious, curling his lips in disdain. Who is this guy? Truly a nobody. Just then, a notification from a Yulin Immortal Sect suddenly descended. Inside was news regarding the sword-flying competition, held once every 3 years by the sect. The person who wins the championship can receive 1,000 sect contribution points and high-grade cultivation resources, even a chance to be personally guided by the master. Nurturing talent, seeing the competition rewards. Shur-san's eyes suddenly blazed, bright as stars. The spirit treasure reward is truly tempting. 1,000 contribution points are enough for me to eliminate bad karma, escape the identity of a sinner. However, participating in this competition, isn't it too shocking to the world? Moreover, my bone structure is ordinary, no spiritual roots. Where would I get true energy to fly on a sword? If I participate, wouldn't I expose my identity? Inviting fatal disaster. Better to stay in my place. Train the body hard. Earning contribution points practically by myself is the best policy. While Shur-san was feeling complacent, the weird system suddenly manifested, directly shaking his spiritual consciousness, making his head split with pain. Seeing the system appear, Shur-san angrily held his head and shouted, "Damn you! No need to use this weird method to manifest in front of me. Wait, you damn system appearing at this time? Could it be?" The system instantly handed down a new mission. High-level mission. Participate in the sword flying competition. Seize the championship position. Golden core, Great Tao can possess an indestructible golden body. Radiance shining for 10,000 zhang. Flying on the wind. Vitality and spiritual energy dense. while lower realm cultivators need to borrow external force, using spiritual energy to control objects as support. At the same time, participants must reach at least the chi refining stage. The most common is still sword flying. The moment of a Yulin Sect's triennial sword flying competition finally arrived. The female deacon held an amplifying magical artifact, raising her clear voice, spirit soaring. The sword flying competition officially begins. Participating disciples enter the arena. Amidst the vast sea of people, Shursan's small figure stood out alone, everyone watching. He glanced around, scanning the young cultivators beside him, thinking, this competition, people mountain, people sea, really crowded. Suddenly, a voice of boundless arrogance came from the side, surprising Shursan a bit. Jiang Muyang stepped forward with an arrogant and complacent face, tone contemptuous. Didn't expect a nameless kid like you to dare join today's competition. Competing on the same arena this time. Don't dream of stealing the spotlight. Shursan frowned, a bit suspicious, staring at Jiang Muyang with probing eyes. Who dares to act like a boss in front of me? Muyang roared angrily. Dog eyes with no pupils. You dare not recognize even me? A few days ago, we shared Instructor Lung's class. Let me formally introduce myself. This young master is Jiang Muyang, young master of the Jiang family in the southern wilderness. Ranked second on the sect contribution hero list. Just finished speaking, his eyes quickly glanced toward the high platform, where the elders and Instructor Lung Qingxian were standing and watching. Thinking to himself, must shine brightly. Show off all my talents. With a smug face, he turned to look at Shursan again, tone even more contemptuous. This competition, you can only dream of catching up. Eating dust behind this young master. Seeing Shursan remain calm, not bothering to look at him, Jiang Muyang became even more annoyed, gritting his teeth. This kid actually dares to despise this seat? The female deacon continued to raise her voice, reminding loudly. Disciples, now, please choose the personal magical artifact you want to use. A male cultivator heard this and immediately stepped forward, taking out a refined iron alchemy pan made from outer realm starstone from his storage ring, muttering. Finally time for this seat to reveal my true face. Show off my power. Magical artifact, Dragon Pan Empress. The female deacon exclaimed in surprise, full of praise. This aura is indeed a spirit-grade magical artifact. The first disciple has already taken out a rare, precious spirit treasure. Then, another male cultivator showed disdain. Snorted coldly. Just an ordinary magical artifact. Finished speaking, the muscular beauty waved her hand, taking out a strange rope. Shouted, Dragon Snake, Immortal Rope. Go, my fake snake. The female deacon continued loudly. Although the shape is indescribably strange, the aura of this magical artifact is not ordinary at all. Sure enough, everyone came prepared. The prepared magical artifacts are all at spirit grade or above. Muyang, standing nearby, had an even more distinct look of contempt. Truly a bunch of blind people. Just some petty spirit treasures. Arrogantly stepping up, taking an item from his chest. Shouting loudly, a powerful aura instantly emitted. Shaking the four directions. Open your eyes and look at this seat's item. Earth-shattering power, absolutely terrifying, breaking the silent atmosphere, followed by the appearance of sharp sword. Cold light radiating in all directions, the dustless sword lay snugly in Jiang Muyang's hand. The elders and sect master on the high platform. Everyone turned pale with shock, extremely shaken by the aura of this heaven-grade magical artifact. The old man with furrowed brows, extraordinary bearing, staring down below, muttering. This kind of spiritual fluctuation is undoubtedly a heavenly treasure. The old friend beside him looked solemn, expression serious, spoke in a deep voice. Magical artifacts are divided into 5 grades. Previous competitions uniformly provided magical artifacts, this time allowing disciples to prepare their own. Does it lose the way of fairness? Nangong Huang's eyes were sharp, staring straight ahead. Firmly replied, in cases where strength is equal, magical artifacts are the key to victory or defeat. Although unfair, the rules were set beforehand. In a life-and-death struggle, blood battle, would the enemy give up a superior magical artifact for the sake of fairness? Muyang at this moment. Foundation, establishment, perfection, cultivation, surging, seemingly holding the world in the palm of his hand, thinking secretly. Foundation Establishment Peak Realm. Plus a sect guarding magical artifact for protection. This competition is like something in my pocket. Contemptuously glancing at Shur-san. Tone commanding. Shur-san, time for you to sacrifice your magical artifact. Before he finished speaking, Muyang's pupils almost fell out in extreme horror. What the hell is that? You dare bring that thing out as a magical artifact? Shur-san's face was bright as a flower. Calmly replied, correct. Before the competition started, I specially asked the sweeping uncle outside the sect gate for it. Muyang looked completely dumbfounded, muttering, Isn't this just an ordinary broom? Do you take this competition as a clown show for kids? The presiding deacon slowly stepped forward, solemnly announcing the rules. Disciples, please place your magical artifacts at the designated positions. Shur-san stood by the side, listening intently, carefully observing the rules. The deacon continued, raising her voice. This competition is not just a simple round. The focus lies in using spiritual energy to control the magical artifact. First, you need to use spiritual energy to retrieve the magical artifact from a certain distance. Then follow the designated route. Execute sword flying technique. Flying. Whoever reaches the finish line first will win the championship. Of course, countless dangerous obstacles will be arranged along the way. Hearing the rules, Shur-san was momentarily stunned, revealing a clear look of sorrow. What? I basically don't have a speck of spiritual energy. So how can I retrieve an object from a distance? Control the magical artifact remotely? Muyang took the opportunity to mock, tone even more contemptuous. Hee, Shur-san, have you felt the real pressure now? After a while of preparation, all magical artifacts were placed in the designated positions. The female deacon's voice rang like a bell across the square. Sword flying competition officially opens. As soon as the command was given, countless magical artifacts simultaneously turned into streams of light, flying into the air, quickly rushing toward their masters, signaling the start of the second round. Muyang's spirit soared, eyes sharp as an eagle looking straight ahead, hand gripping the dustless sword tight, glancing sideways at Shur-san, saying viciously, I'm going one step ahead. Useless kid. Finished speaking, he urged the sword light. Sword flying turned into a brilliant rainbow, leading the crowd of intersect disciples charging forward, leaving behind a cloud of dust covering the starting point. In just a blink of an eye, the dust gradually dispersed with the wind, revealing Shur-san's lonely figure. Seeing Shur-san standing motionless like a stone statue, the crowd of disciples immediately buzzed with discussion. Laughter and mockery rang out ceaselessly. Why hasn't that guy started yet? Could it be he can't even retrieve his own magical artifact? Impossible, right? Doesn't even know the most basic operation? This kind of trash dares to delusionally participate in the competition? Shur-san's face gradually turned pale. Panic to the extreme inside. This is bad. If I just stand still like this, everyone will definitely suspect my identity. The gray-robed old man beside him frowned, looking at Shur-san with suspicious eyes. What's wrong with that Zhang Shur-san? Can't he use even a bit of basic spiritual energy? Lung Qingxian curled her lips in a contemptuous smile, mocking silently in her heart. Ha! This stupid kid is truly bringing humiliation upon himself. Shur-san's eyes were determined as steel, staring tightly at his magical artifact in the distance. Gritting his teeth. Only this way left. Risk it wants to find out. He immediately swung his arm hard, toward the front, roaring an earth-shattering cry. Hey, broom, come here obediently for me. Then Shur-san put all his body's strength into stomping on the ground, cracking the earth and sending stone fragments flying everywhere. This amazing stomp immediately created a powerful recoil force, bouncing the ordinary broom into the air, flying straight toward Shur-san. After firmly grasping the magical artifact in his hand, Shur-san revealed an unusually excited look, shouting loudly. Retrieving magical artifact from the air. Easily completed, the gray-robed old man dropped his jaw in surprise, looking like he lost his soul. Even that counts as retrieving a magical artifact from the air. Meanwhile, on a racetrack, the contestants had entered the obstacle area meticulously arranged by the sect. Countless restrictions activated simultaneously. exploding with waves of fierce attacks, ruthlessly knocking down a series of cultivators, making them fall freely to the ground like kites with cut strings. Muyang, relying on superior cultivation, and having a heaven-grade magical treasure for protection, barely held firm after the first wave of attacks, arrogant and complacent in his heart. I am a genius sword cultivator, plus having a supreme magical treasure to help. This competition is truly designed just for me. At the same time, Shur-san was still struggling at the starting point, stomping hard on the ground, trying to retrieve his magical artifact. With just a simple stomp, he easily obtained the magical artifact. Immediately after, he was radiant, jumping into the air, body like an arrow leaving the bow, heading straight for the air with eyes determined as bedrock. The gray-robed old man looked even more dumbfounded, rubbing his eyes, staring at Shur-san, stammering. What posture is this? Why is his sword flying so worlds apart from others? Shur-san had now caught up to the first obstacle area. Just arriving, countless fierce energy attacks rushed in, blocking the path. Relying on unusually agile skills, Shur-san quickly jumped up to dodge, then took the opportunity to step on the magical artifact, running across the chaotic aura emitted by the obstacles. The gray-robed old man was shocked to the extreme again, muttering. His sense of operation is becoming more and more unbelievable. Muyang at this moment was still immersed in the illusion of victory, continuing to fly the sword toward the finish line. Those pieces of trash have all been left behind by me. Suddenly, a ghostly figure appeared beside him, startling him, scaring his soul away. Muyang glared at Shur-san, roaring in anger. You stinky brat, since when? Shur-san maintained his determined state, neither fast nor slow, continuing to move forward. Suddenly, the surrounding scenery seemed to freeze. Space solidified. Shur-san's body lost gravity, gradually falling down, his face clearly showing helplessness. Muyang beside him was also extremely surprised, looking blankly at Shur-san, heart filled with doubt. Over here, Zhang Shur-san was still immersed in innocent thoughts, thinking, this is bad. Movement technique has reached the limit. The distance to those giant rocks is still far away. Right now, there's no leverage point to borrow force. It's really over. The system previously handed down a mission to take the top spot at all costs. Such an S-rank mission, if not completed, the punishment handed down will surely be extremely tragic. That Muyang calmly used an arrogant tone to mock Zhang Shur-san. Sword control technique hasn't even been practiced properly, yet you dare to delusionally participate in the sword flying competition. Let me send you on your way. Consider it a thank you gift for your insolence in front of the sect master uncle. This time I grant you a big gift, to make you eternally doomed. He then channeled his full body's spiritual energy. Both palms began to condense blinding lightning. Dragon capturing hand. Several boulders were simultaneously attracted by Muyang, pulled close together, after shortening the distance to an appropriate range. Muyang waved his hand, controlling all the obstacles to fiercely bombard Zhang Shur-san. Countless giant rocks simultaneously obeyed Muyang's will, crashing down on the opponent's position like meteors. The presiding elder witnessed the scene before him and turned pale with shock, hurriedly speaking up. Using magic to control giant rocks to attack other opponents. Isn't this violating the competition rules? Elder Chi Fu, the white-robed elder, looked solemn, eyes sharp as beetle nut knives looking straight ahead. In the regulations of the competition, it absolutely does not prohibit this behavior. Zhang Shur-san, falling freely in midair, suddenly faced a storm-like attack from countless giant rocks. Witnessing the giant obstacles rushing in, Zhang Shur-san was shocked to the extreme, looking seriously at the barrage of attacks. Instantly, at Zhang Shur-san's position, countless earth-shattering explosions echoed through the 9 heavens. The entire space seemed submerged in a sea of fire reaching the sky. The corner of Muyang's mouth lifted in an evil smile. Glancing back, even if you have trained the indestructible Diamond Divine Art, if hit by such a terrifying explosion, it would be hard to preserve your life. Suddenly, amidst the violent sea of fire, a sword light fast as lightning tore through the screen of smoke and fire, carrying apocalyptic momentum rushing straight forward. Then Zhang Shur-san's figure appeared heroically, eyes determined as steel, face full of fighting spirit. In just a short blink of an eye, His figure had approached Myong, terrifying that guy to the extreme, his arrogant face instantly turning into indescribable horror. What? How could you easily escape that explosion like that? Zhang Shusan's face gradually revealed a ferocious look, staring at the opponent like a hungry wolf. Thank you for wasting your energy to set up this brilliant fireworks display. Finished speaking, Zhang Shusan mercilessly unleashed a kick straight into Myong's face, making his head spin, almost fainting unconscious. This is a little token of my appreciation. Consider it a return gift I specially prepared for you. After that earth-shattering kick, Zhang Shusan took advantage of the momentum to glide away. Movement technique ghostly, turning into a stream of light tearing the wind, rushing forward. The kick just now had thoroughly knocked out Myong. His body was like a kite with a cut string, crashing onto the ground. Zhang Shusan on this side had approached the final finish line of the sword flying competition, rushing straight like an arrow leaving the bow. Just like that, at the decisive moment, Zhang Shusan proudly seized the championship position, becoming the first person to touch the glorious finish line. The female disciple Deacon then announced with a clear voice, "The championship position of this year's sword flying competition has an owner. It is none other than disciple Zhang Shusan." Moreover, not only winning the championship, Zhang Shusan also broke the record set by the previous eldest senior brother, officially creating a new era for the sword flying competition. Hearing this news, the crowd of disciples around was shocked to the extreme. What? Just a nameless nobody could win the championship of the sword flying competition, and even broke the eldest senior brother's record? I absolutely do not believe this absurd story. It cannot be the truth. The system at this moment also transmitted sound into Zhang Shusan's sea of consciousness. Congratulations, host, for successfully completing the mission. The reward this time is a set of supreme cultivation technique. Hearing the words cultivation technique, Zhang Shusan was instantly overjoyed. Happy as a clam, hurriedly opening the interface to check what divine technique that cultivation technique was. The system continued to remind. Currently, the system has a special newbie gift pack. The host can freely choose the desired reward. Just spend a meager amount of accumulated points to possess a rare treasure in the world. Zhang Shusan still looked dumbfounded, staring ahead. Accidentally broke the record too? After breaking the sword flying competition record, Zhang Shusan harvested countless spirit herbs, magical artifacts along with sect contribution points, then calmly accepted the preferential gift from a system. Zhang Shusan, just like that, peacefully enjoyed a free and unfettered life. No worries, no sorrows. He was currently sitting by a crackling campfire, roasting a wild chicken. Time to supplement body tempering with high-grade protein again. Adding a bit of secret spice on top will surely elevate this roasted chicken into a supreme delicacy. He then flew into his cave dwelling, remembering vaguely that there was some precious spice stored in the room. After getting the spice, he hurriedly returned to the fire to continue roasting the chicken, but suddenly the scene before him made him angry enough to turn purple. Where's my roasted chicken? Why is there only a pile of bones left? One by one, the high-grade spirit beasts he had painstakingly prepared all flew away without wings, disappeared without a trace. Zhang Shusan now fell into another suspicion. Could there be a demon beast lurking in this place? Then he continued to take out another chicken, roasting it again from scratch, at the location where the chicken was just stolen, surrounded by traps and snares. The main purpose was to capture that cursed thief alive. Not far away, a pair of sharp eyes was secretly observing every movement meticulously and carefully. Zhang Shusan, after setting up the traps, hid in the darkness, patiently waiting for the prey to appear. This time I specially used a chubby chicken as bait. I don't believe I can't catch you. Right at this moment, a black shadow from afar rushed in like an arrow leaving the bow, approaching Zhang Shusan's fragrant roasted chicken. Sensing the aura of another, Zhang Shusan immediately channeled his full body's spiritual energy, preparing for battle. Appeared, huh? The moment the black shadow's hand just touched the roasted chicken, Zhang Shusan exploded with amazing speed, pulling hard on the string to activate the trap mechanism set up beforehand. The trap immediately took effect, tying the target tight, dragging it up from the ground, finally successfully capturing alive a little girl with an innocent face but guilty of many crimes. seeing in front of him a little girl with a refined and otherworldly appearance. Zhang Shi-san was terrified out of his wits. Cold sweat poured like a bath, face full of extreme surprise. What the hell is this? Not a demon beast. Unexpectedly, it's a young lady from a noble family. Two figures just faced each other, faces filled with stunned surprise. The little girl knew her actions were exposed, hugging the roasted spirit chicken tight, steps like treading on wind, instantly turning into a cloud of dust. After running for a while, she turned back, laughing loudly and smugly. Ha ha ha, just a tiny immortal binding rope. Yet you delusionally think you can bind this young lady? Just finished speaking, accidentally glancing at Shi-san. Her phoenix eyes immediately went wide, revealing extreme horror. Shi-san still held the rope tight in his hand, shouting angrily. Where are you from, thief? Return the spirit chicken to me quickly. The little girl frowned and grimaced, showing extreme annoyance, contemptuously glancing at Shi-san. Just a low-grade roasted chicken. Finished speaking, the little girl's body suddenly paused. Immediately after, a kick like heaven falling and earth splitting fiercely struck toward Shi-san. This kick contained astonishing power, instantly creating an earth-shattering collision. Dust billowed up. Then the little girl smirked coldly, stepping out from the dust screen. Daring to delusionally hold back this young lady. Seeking your own death. Suddenly, Shi-san's steady voice rang out again, surprising the little girl. The scent is truly strong. Roasted spirit chicken is indeed a nourishing essence. Spiritual sense warned of something abnormal. The little girl hurriedly turned to observe. Turning around, she was horrified to discover Shi-san opening his mouth like a dragon sucking water, frantically devouring the spirit chicken from just now. In just a short blink of an eye, the entire roasted chicken had turned into nothingness. Only a bare bone remained. Then he stared blankly at the little girl in front, muttering, "Not a bit left." The little girl finally recovered, hurriedly searching for the roasted spirit chicken that was originally in her hand. Discovering the holy object had been snatched by Shi-san, she immediately flew into a rage, shouting angrily, "Damn little thief! Do you want your soul scattered?" Finished speaking, the little girl focused all her spiritual energy into a shocking palm strike straight at Shi-san, causing the ground to crack severely. Shi-san on the opposite side shouted helplessly, Hey, why are you, a little girl, so shameless? Robbing and then crying thief? This roasted spirit chicken is clearly mine. Since when did it become your item?" Face sulking, anger overflowing. The little girl used her hands to tear the binding rope on her body. Next, she went berserk, continuously swinging fists and kicks at Shi-san, attitude angry to the sky. Seeing the opponent's attacks carrying considerable power, Shi-san couldn't help but be surprised. This girl has a small body, yet her strength is so terrifying. A casual strike can break mountains and split music. Face smug and arrogant, the little girl shouted loudly, "You brat only know how to hide like a rat?" But immediately after, her body was tightly bound by Shi-san's specialized immortal binding rope, successfully subduing the opponent. Shi-san held the rope tight, threatening loudly, "Sorry, if I let you go again, I'm afraid this place will be destroyed by you without a fragment left." While being controlled, the little girl angrily waved her hands, tone unparalleled in arrogance. "You think just a mundane rope like this can imprison me? Watch my skill." After struggling with all her might, the little girl was a bit bewildered when the rope binding her body didn't budge at all. Because of panic, the little girl struggled continuously, screaming like a madwoman. After a while of frenzy, the little girl began to show fear. "Even world-class magical artifacts can't bind me, but why can't I break this rope?" Shi-san on the side loudly explained, "This rope has recoil force because I channeled spiritual energy to reinforce it. How could it be easily broken by you? Truly didn't expect the refining item granted by the system in this competition to be so useful." Unable to escape, the little girl shouted angrily straight at Shi-san's face, "Do you not know who this young lady is? Yet dare to rudely bind me like this?" Shi-san's face was blank, staring straight ahead. "So tell me, who are you?" Hearing this, the little girl smirked weirdly. "This young lady is your senior sister, Xiaoman, the famous disciple of the Yulin immortal sect." The two of them once again stared at each other with stupid, blank faces. Heart full of confusion, Shi-san loudly asked doubtfully, You little girl look only 7 or 8 years old, yet dare claim to be my senior sister? Face excited and sinister. The little girl stared at Shur-san. Although my age is still young, I entered the Tao earlier than you. Offending a senior sister. Insubordination. Do you know what punishment you'll have to bear? Suddenly, her body was slowly lifted into the air. The posture of being lifted made the little girl panic and shout. Hey, what kind of devilish trick are you doing? Shur-san held the little girl tight in his hand. Face solemn, looking ahead. Knowing you're also a disciple of the Yulin Immortal sect makes it easy. Now I just need to take you to the main hall to admit your guilt. Discuss properly how to compensate for the roasted spirit chickens I lost. Just like that. Shur-san eagerly carried the little girl straight to the majestic main hall of the Yulin Immortal sect. Scene shift to the martial arts arena in front of the Yulin Immortal sect, where a crowd of disciples was gathering to discuss Tao and cultivation. Suddenly a disciple in the crowd cried out, causing everyone to panic. Not good. The little demoness is out. In just a blink of an eye, all disciples present scattered in all directions, disappearing without a trace, leaving Shur-san stunned and dumbfounded. Seeing the situation before him, he almost collapsed. It seems the rumors about you indeed don't have a single good word. Huh? Shur-san then continued to control, dragging the little girl toward the solemn main hall. The little demoness of the Yulin Immortal sect with illustrious prestige was subdued by that Shur-san. Truly a rare strange event. Outer sect disciples secretly observed, whispering and discussing, words carrying a bit of gloating. That little demoness finally has a day to taste defeat. Let's see if she still dares to be rampant. The little demoness had sharp ears. Hearing those mocking words clearly, her face turned purple with rage. Immediately channeling power into her leg, kicking a pebble nearby toward the crowd. The pebble carried howling wind force, instantly hitting a talkative guy, making him cry out then collapse unconscious. The rest of the crowd was terrified to the extreme. Souls scattered, screaming in panic. Mommy! Fainted! Really fainted! Shur-san frowned, tone a bit helpless. Can you stop causing trouble? The little demoness snorted coldly with an arrogant face. This young lady hates bugs who dare to slander me behind my back the most. Shur-san glanced at the stubborn face of the little demoness. Couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking, I wonder what kind of people your parents are to give birth to such a rebellious, stubborn person, with a terrible personality like yours. Just then, a majestic voice rang out. What the fellow Taoist said is indeed not wrong. This seat is Xiaoman's mother. Hearing that noble voice, Shur-san was shocked to the extreme, petrified on the spot. A feeling of despair rose in his heart, piercing through to his bones. Female sect master Nangong Huang led Shur-san and Xiaoman to Yulin Hall, recounting the details of the matter. After hearing Shur-san's narration, Nangong Huang turned to reprimand Xiaoman. Aren't you being punished with seclusion? Why dare to leave the quiet room without permission? Xiaoman lowered her head with a sad and gloomy face. Mother, daughter heard someone broke the testing spirit stone, and even defeated little Tang Tang, breaking the sword flying record. Curiosity in my heart couldn't be controlled. I wanted to go out and see who that person was. Nangong Huang sighed, reaching out to rub her forehead. Seclusion for another month. Copy the Tao scripture once every day. Xiaoman frowned with an annoyed face. What? Like that? Won't daughter be locked up until moldy? Nangong Huang glanced at Xiaoman, tone stern. You still dare to complain? Xiaoman knew she couldn't resist, had to lower her head dejectedly. Daughter dares not. Xiaoman asked to withdraw. The little demoness left Yulin Hall dejectedly, returning to the quiet room to continue serving the seclusion punishment. Looking at Xiaoman's lonely back, Nangong Huang's eyes looked distant. A pang of pain rose in her heart. Xiaoman, this child is truly pitiful. Her origin is inherently unlike ordinary people. Shur-san standing beside was a bit confused. What does the sect master mean by unlike ordinary people? Nangong Huang withdrew her gaze, slowly explained. That child was born from a giant egg I accidentally picked up many years ago. Hearing this, Shur-san dropped his jaw in surprise. Egg? Doesn't it contain endless protein? Luckily I didn't pick it up. Otherwise, it might have been cooked in a soup long ago. Nangong Huang's next words made Shur-san disappointed. When I first picked up that egg, I also thought about cooking it for nourishment, but unexpectedly, when the egg encountered high heat, it hatched into a baby girl. Moreover, Just after being born, the child's talent reached the peak of body-tempering realm. Born with divine strength, robust physique. Out of compassion, I took her in as a disciple, but Xiaoman couldn't control her innate strength, often accidentally causing injury to others, creating indelible emotional scars. Even fellow disciples. Just a light touch from the child could snap their tendons and bones. For that reason, Xiaoman doesn't have a single friend. Lonely and solitary. Hearing this, Shursan's eyes opened wide as bronze bells. His heart felt pierced by a sharp object, a feeling of empathy rising, remembering the image of his own loneliness in the past life. She is just like me in my past life, having no friends. Nangong Huang continued speaking about Xiaoman. Also because of this, Xiaoman gradually changed her personality, becoming rebellious, stubborn, liking to do weird things. Shursan looked blank, deeply sympathizing with Xiaoman's fate. She does that probably just wanting to attract everyone's attention. Don't look at her laughing and joking appearance. Deep inside, she probably feels extremely lonely. Scene shift to the quiet mountain where Xiaoman was punished with seclusion by Nangong Huang. Heart filled with resentment, Xiaoman vented her anger on the cliff face, each punch carrying powerful force, bombarding it, face sulking, constantly muttering Shursan's name. Hateful Shursan, causing me to be punished more severely. Shursan appeared behind Xiaoman right at that moment, asking, "Is this your quiet room?" Xiaoman turned around with a start, discovering Shursan. Couldn't help but be surprised, staring at Shursan with astonishment. "It's you again. What are you doing here? How do you know my place? Could it be you intentionally came here to violate me?" Shursan stood opposite, stunned for a moment, intently observing Xiaoman's angry appearance, suddenly recalling Nangong Huang's request in his mind. The sect master wished Shursan would help Xiaoman control herself. The next second, Shursan turned his face to the side with a probing look. The next moment, Zhang Shursan shifted his gaze, scanning the desolate surroundings. A desolate scene struck his eyes. "Is this your cave dwelling? How could it reach this level of devastation?" Looking tattered and bleak, ruins piled up, truly no different from a chaotic graveyard. Xiaoman felt her self-esteem insulted, internal anger soaring, glaring straight at Zhang Shursan. "Sure enough, you came here just to mock me. I am now in a thunderous rage, seeing the opponent like a beast about to go crazy." Zhang Shursan hurriedly waved his hands, signaling to calm down. Hey, fellow Taoist, calm down a bit. I don't want to fight with you. You like doing such weird things. Could it be you want to attract others' attention? Is that right?" Hearing these words, Xiaoman's eyes went wide, stunned with surprise. Zhang Shursan opposite continued to speak. "Deep in your heart, you always crave having friends by your side to play together. It's just that your unique physique terrifies others into staying away. These things are exactly like my memories of past tribulations." Hearing this, Xiaoman was silent as a statue, looking blankly at Zhang Shursan. After a long while, she hurriedly turned her face away, not wanting to reveal sadness. Her whole body trembled slightly, voice a bit stammering. Who spoke nonsense to you about these things?" Xiaoman, eyes glistening with tears, glancing at Zhang Shursan. "Who dares to slander me, saying I have no friends?" She continued, pointing towards the stone pile standing nearby, introducing enthusiastically. "Look here, this is Xiaoman number 11, and this is Xiaoman number 12. Seeing the opponent's dazed and listless appearance, Zhang Shursan could only sigh helplessly, lamenting in his heart. Aren't these just figures molded from mud? This child is afraid her inner demons are disturbing her quite heavily. Xiaoman simultaneously shifted her attention to Zhang Shursan. "You still have the face to talk about me? I have also observed you for a long time, seeing where you live at the end of the mountains and rivers, desolate and bleak, with no shadow of people coming or going. You kid are also lonely and solitary. Is that right?" Hit by Xiaoman's truth bomb, Zhang Shursan revealed clear embarrassment, feeling extremely ashamed. "Who told you that? Who dares to slander me, saying I have no friends?" He immediately took out a specialized magical artifact, excitedly introducing, "This is fellow Taoist iron bar." Next, Zhang Shursan took out a small dumbbell, raised it up, and this is fellow Taoist big strong. Finally, taking out a super elastic rope, showing off in front of Xiaoman. "You have also met this one before. Just call him fellow Taoist ball." with a face radiant as a flower. Zhang Shi-san said excitedly, "These are all fellow Taoists accompanying me on the path of cultivation." Xiaoman revealed clear confusion, expression dumbfounded like a wooden chicken, thinking, "This guy's illness is even heavier than mine." Zhang Shi-san suddenly reached into his treasure bag, taking out a technique manual, directly handing it to Xiaoman. "This is for you." Facing this sudden situation, Xiaoman hadn't recovered yet. "What kind of trick are you playing?" Zhang Shi-san continued looking ahead. "Just take it. This is a peerless precious manual. Consider it an apology item for causing you to be punished more severely." Xiaoman dazedly reached out with both hands to receive the technique manual from Zhang Shi-san, expression still blank. "What technique is this?" On the cover of Zhang Shi-san's manual, there were a few lines of writing. "Muscle relaxation technique." Xiaoman curled her lips with a look of disdain, showing disgust. "What kind of writing is ugly as chicken scratch like this? Did you write and act this out yourself?" Zhang Shi-san on the opposite side immediately shouted, "What is the meaning of this contemptuous expression of yours? Do you know how precious this handwritten secret manual is? This is the relaxation movement gifted to me by a great body cultivation expert after reaching the perfection of body tempering realm. I see your strength is powerful but uncontrollable, especially when you get emotional. That is because the muscles and bones on your body are too tense. Therefore, what you need now is not strength training, but learning how to relax. This relaxation technique can help you regulate your body, relax muscles and bones, improve mood." After instructing in detail, Zhang Shi-san turned to leave. "Take your time to ponder this during this period. I have nothing else. Farewell." Xiaoman stood still on the spot, intently watching Zhang Shi-san's back. An indescribable emotion rose in her heart. Her trembling hand gripped the technique manual Zhang Shi-san just gave her. On the screen now were countless news related to Zhang Shi-san and Xiaoman. The man sitting up high, face gloomy and treacherous. Recently, it's all rumors about him. This guy named Zhang Shi-san has been too noisy lately. Muyang, body full of injuries, kneeling on the ground. It's him. He used evil arts to win the competition, turning me into this miserable state. Fei Luo beside him also groaned in pain. The wounds from the previous battle still hadn't healed. "Big brother Liu, please take charge and demand justice for us." The man named Liu above put on a cunning face. "You guys rest assured. He has grabbed too much attention. We must find a way to suppress him." Scene shift to the large square of the Yulin sect. A crowd of inner sect disciples was buzzing about the quantity of spirit stones traded this time. A few people nearby were a bit curious about the strange merchants. Who are these people? Why so unfamiliar? They're merchants from the mountain gate. Sometimes they're allowed to trade and do business on the road. So should we stop by to try our luck a bit? A disciple beside him immediately waved his hand to refuse. "Forget it. They're just spirit stone peddlers. One-time transaction. If we get scammed, who do we sue?" Boom. An earth-shattering explosion suddenly echoed, making both figures standing there pale with shock. Good heavens. Someone opened a medium-grade essence crystal. The young man was momentarily panicked and shocked to the extreme. What? Inside the raw stone, there could be hidden spirit essence? Isn't this the main cultivation resource for cultivators? Also the common currency in the cultivation world? Spirit essence is divided into 4 grades: low grade, medium grade, high grade, supreme grade. Yet from an ordinary raw stone, one can extract medium grade essence. Which fellow Taoist has such heaven-defying luck? The two people's eyes immediately became like arrows, simultaneously shooting towards Shi-san and Ying. At that very moment, Ying held the spirit stone tight with both hands, cheering joyfully. Young master is indeed divinely calculating, actually extracting medium-grade essence. Essence of this grade is extremely rare in this barbaric land. The merchant opposite looked constipated, muttering with extreme dissatisfaction. What kind of dog-shit luck does this kid have? Using only 100 low-grade spirit stones to open a medium-grade essence. Shi-san, standing beside, felt a wave of disappointment, his face drooping like a funeral, thinking uncomfortably. Such a crowded place. Really too ostentatious. If not for that system forcing the mission, I wouldn't have set foot in this noisy place for a long time. But forget it. One of the conditions for upgrading the system is to collect enough 1,000 medium-grade essence crystals. Consider it accumulating. Clap, clap. Applause rang out along with the hearty voice of another person, startling Shur-san. Not bad, not bad. Zhang Shur-san, the name lately rising like alcohol in the intersect. Unexpectedly also proficient in origin arts. Indeed, hearing 100 times is not as good as seeing once. A well-deserved reputation. I, Lu Cheng, especially came here to make friends with fellow Taoists. Shur-san couldn't help but be suspicious, staring at Lu Cheng with probing eyes. Is there someone named Lu Cheng among the new intersect students? Ying standing beside. Cold sweat poured like a bath, face pale with worry. Why? Why is he here? He isn't a new student, but an old monster who has cultivated in the immortal sect for many years. Belonging to that heaven class of senior students. Lu Cheng waved his hand, pointing in a direction. Continuing to introduce. This friend of mine is extremely knowledgeable in the way of origin stones. Very much wants to compete with fellow Taoist Shur-san for a round. Just finished speaking. A youth in purple robes bowed with hands clasped. This humble one is Fong Tianxua. Just now saw fellow Taoist Zhang's origin arts are superb. So I boldly came to ask for advice. Shur-san looked extremely confused. Looking ahead blankly. Origin arts? What the hell are origin arts? I completely don't know. Tianxua heard this and smiled softly in reply. Junior brother Zhang shouldn't be too humble. To show sincerity, this humble one also asked to show off a bit before an expert. Once. Saying that, he slowly stepped forward, meticulously observing the pile of raw stones stacked like a mountain nearby. His eyes like electricity, scanning through each raw stone, searching for the treasure hidden deep inside. In just a blink of an eye, seemingly discovering something, he reached out to place his hand on a raw stone of the old merchant. After carefully sensing the aura on the raw stone, Tianxua lifted the stone, holding it in front of the boss. I want this raw stone. Transaction complete. Tianxua immediately channeled profound arts, executing origin technique, streams of energy sharp as knives, piercing into the raw stone in just a split second. Before everyone's eyes appeared a sparkling, high-grade spirit essence. Ying standing beside cried out in surprise, mouth forming an O shape. This is too magnificent. Shur-san, seeing that magnificent scene, couldn't help but marvel. Suspicion rising in his heart. Before my eyes is high-grade essence. Extracting essence of this level in just a blink of an eye. Why is this person's ability so formidable? Could he be a raw stone appraiser? While Shur-san was still intently observing Tianxua, the system suddenly appeared right before his eyes, issuing a warning. Warning! High-grade essence in the pile of raw stones. Only one single piece remains. Host quickly seized the opportunity. Seeing the dazzling warning line, Shur-san turned pale with horror. What did you say? Only one piece left? Lu Cheng at this moment also spoke up to challenge Shur-san. So, Zhang Shur-san, do you dare accept this challenge? See who can extract essence with higher value. The loser must offer all the essence extracted today to the winner. Shur-san looked contemplative, revealing a thoughtful look at the opponent's challenge. Just a moment later, the system once again appeared before his eyes, issuing a mandatory mission. Mission: accept the betting invitation. Seize victory. Receiving the mandatory mission from the system, Shur-san's eyes became determined, revealing a decisive look. Spirit soaring, he declared. Fight then fight. Who's afraid of whom? Lu Cheng saw the opponent agree to his challenge and laughed loudly in triumph, then revealed a sinister look, addressing Shur-san. Very good, stinky brat. Indeed, a reckless fellow, taking the bait so easily. This is the bet between you and Fong Tianxua. Besides, do you dare to have an extra side bet with me? Facing the opponent's offer, Shur-san was a bit confused. Side bet? What exactly do you mean? Lu Cheng, with a treacherous face, hurriedly waved his hand to signal. We each contribute another 10,000 low-grade spirit stones. My meaning is, the loser not only loses all the essence today, but also has to pay an additional 10,000 spirit stones. The disciples standing around immediately buzzed with noisy discussion. What, 10,000 spirit stones? That many? I entered the sect over 10 years ago. Only saved up a few thousand low-grade spirit stones. Shur-san hurriedly looked towards Ying. Ying, How many low-grade spirit stones, exchanged from contribution points, do we have left? Ying quickly checked the paper. We have less than 2,000 low-grade spirit stones left. Shursan was momentarily embarrassed. Knowing his meager amount of current spirit stones, no more than 2,000 spirit stones, this tiny bit of wealth, can hardly afford even a scrap, raw stone. Lu Cheng snorted contemptuously. Tone like thousand-year ice. Shursan, after his spiritual sense swept through the storage bag, discovering the spirit stones were indeed insufficient, his face became a bit serious. Whispering, "The spirit stones on you are afraid insufficient to bet with me." Lu Cheng narrowed his eyes, staring at Shursan like a viper. Corner of his mouth lifted in a weird smile. "It doesn't matter. If you lose, sell yourself to me for 3 years. Work as a servant to be ordered around. Consider it deducting the debt." Benefactor, absolutely cannot agree. Ying hurriedly stepped forward, voice carrying worry and unease. Looking at his smug appearance, he must have prepared long ago. Before Shursan could think carefully, the cold voice of the system suddenly rang in his sea of consciousness. A mandatory mission appeared before his eyes, not allowing refusal of the betting agreement with Lu Cheng. Shursan took a deep breath, head held high, chest out, clearly responding, "I accept," words just uttered. The surroundings immediately buzzed, everyone's eyes focused on him, carrying surprise and confusion. The stall owner, who was originally dozing off, hearing these words, eyes suddenly brightened, laughing loudly, stepping out, voice echoing through the stall. "Huh. Rarely in this lonely mountain sect can one witness such a dramatic origin arts competition. This old man can't hide his skills anymore." Finished speaking, the old man waved his sleeve, a light flashed. 3 raw stones, huge, several times larger than the ordinary raw stones for sale, appeared on the ground. Rich spiritual aura radiated in all directions. These are 9 orifice raw stones, nourished by the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The rate of opening high-grade essence is much higher. Originally, this old man intended to bring them to the heavenly origin stone market for trading. Today I'll take them out to join the fun. Lu Cheng's greedy eyes swept over the 3 raw stones, clapping and laughing loudly. "Good." Then the origin arts competition officially begins. Following Lu Cheng's command, Shursan and Fong Tianshua simultaneously stepped forward. Fong Tianshua quickly formed hand seals, activating Heavenly Eye technique to observe. When the spirit eye touched the 9 orifice raw stone, sensing the extraordinary spiritual charm, he immediately identified the target. But unexpectedly, Shursan's figure like a ghost had already appeared beside it. Hand placed on the 9 orifice raw stone, eyes determined as bedrock. "I choose this stone." Fong Tianshua turned pale with shock. He snatched it first. This speed is fast to the point of being weird. The stall owner stroked his white beard, slowly said, "This young fellow Taoist indeed has good eyesight, but this raw stone costs 3,000 spirit stones." "What? 3,000 spirit stones?" Shursan heard this, face changing greatly, crying out in surprise. "Then my spirit stones aren't enough to pay." He cried bitterness in his heart. The wallet is truly flat. Fong Tianshua smiled coldly in triumph, standing with arms crossed watching. "The subject of this bet is essence. How can essence be used for trading?" Saying that, he walked quickly to snatch the 9 orifice raw stone from Shursan's hand. This action of Fong Tianshua surprised Shursan greatly, glaring at him, anger rising in his heart. Ying below also shouted angrily, voice full of contempt, "Fong Tianshua, you are truly shameless." Fong Tianshua smirked, revealing an extremely arrogant face. "We came here to compete fairly. Spirit stones not enough. Can only blame your inadequate preparation." Finished speaking, he waved his sleeve, an energy blade sharp as a knife chopping down on the 9 orifice raw stone. The stone shattered. Dazzling light flashed. A flawless high-grade essence crystal appeared before everyone's eyes. Shursan stood staring blankly, shocked inside. This is the last high-grade essence?" Fong Tianshua admiringly examined the high-grade essence crystal, arrogantly said, "I'm not an ordinary appraiser. I am a source master, many times nobler than an appraiser. Below can probe source veins. Above can deduce heavenly secrets. Your fate, I have long seen through." The stall owner stepped up again, gently said, Does the young fellow Taoist want to check the other two? These two only cost 2,000 spirit stones. Much more affordable. San was like a lost soul, sitting slumped on the ground, hands covering eyes, muttering meaningless numbers. Strange movements making others confused, as if practicing a weird technique. Lu Chung saw this scene. Cold sweat poured out. Uneasy inside. What trick is this stinky brat playing again? San rubbed his temples with both hands, telling himself, the high-grade essence is indeed gone, but the system hasn't announced mission failure yet. Moreover, the mission requires extracting at least high-grade essence. This proves, among these raw stones, there must be hidden an even more precious treasure. He recalled just now using his eyesight to glance at the 3 raw stones. Maybe because my eyesight wasn't enough. Couldn't see through the truth. Eye protection exercise finished. San suddenly woke up. Eyes wide open. Light shooting in all directions. Like 2 sharp swords looking straight ahead. The moment to decide victory or defeat has arrived. He stood up abruptly, stepping forward firmly, eyes scanning back and forth among the pile of raw stones, determined to find the top-tier essence. His mind's eye at this moment seemed to have become clearer than before, able to sense the spiritual energy hidden in each raw stone. Spiritual sense also became stronger. Indeed, seeing much clearer. San exclaimed in surprise, then slowly turned around, observing the entire stall. The image in his eyes became extremely realistic. Everything seemed to become transparent, no longer covered by the outer shell. From amidst the pile of mixed raw stones, he accidentally discovered a raw stone emitting brilliant red light. Extraordinarily rare aptitude. Target identified. San didn't hesitate, walked quickly to the red raw stone, quickly picking it up, holding it in front of the old merchant. I want this raw stone. Lu Chung, standing beside. Corner of his mouth lifted in a contemptuous smile, sound like metal clashing. Picking up some courage from this pile of scrap truly makes people laugh. San, with the keen eyesight of a refiner, raising a voice resonant as a bronze bell. This raw stone has clear patterns. Geology is sedimentary yet unusually solid. Must originate from a dragon vein land. A stone bearing such an outer shell not only has the ability to gather spiritual energy essence, but also hides the effect of isolating light. This is absolutely a rare supreme grade essence. Hearing this, Lu Chung frowned, probing eyes glued to San's figure. San also didn't delay, channeling force into both palms, forcefully separating the outer shell of the raw stone. Instantly a cracking sound rang out. The stone inside cracked, a brilliant red light shooting in all directions. In just a blink of an eye, the supreme aptitude of the essence stone was clearly revealed in San's hand. Lu Chung, witnessing this scene, turned pale, crying out in shock. It's crimson quality essence. This crimson color. Fong Tianxua, standing beside, was also scared out of his wits, screaming, "This is the supreme grade essence in Legends. In this pile of waste. How could such a precious treasure be hidden?" Lu Chung immediately flew into a rage, grabbing the old merchant's collar, growling, "What the hell is going on here?" The stall owner was terrified, hurriedly defending himself. "This lowly one doesn't know. This pile of waste is all scrap purchased from the mining area. Who would have expected a supreme grade essence to be hidden inside?" San held the supreme grade essence tight in his hand, eyes shining. Although this essence is only as small as a fist, its value absolutely far exceeds that high-grade essence of yours. He stood arrogantly in front of Lu Chung and Fong Tianxua, voice echoing, "You guys have lost to me. What are you waiting for? Hand over all the spoils quickly. Hand over all the essence you mined today, along with the 10,000 low-grade spirit stones wagered." Lu Chung gritted his teeth, face green, glaring fiercely at the opponent. Then he resentfully took out the storage rings and threw them hard forward, handing over 10,000 spirit stones and all the harvested essence. San, quick of eye in hand, caught the storage rings, collecting the spoils into his hand, eyes determined as bedrock. Lu Chung gritted his teeth, creaking, resentfully said, "Here are 2 rings. The red ring contains all the essence we mined today. The remaining one is 10,000 spirit stones after losing the battle." Saying that, Lu Chung and Fong Tianxua left in anger, backs looking wretched. His eyes glanced sideways at San, voice cold as ice. Zhang Shi-san. Don't be smug too soon. The good show is still behind. Ying right at this moment happily ran to Zhang Shi-san's side, eyes sparkling like stars. Benefactor is truly divinely calculating. Even a fate master is not your opponent. Zhang Shi-san laughed loudly in triumph, voice full of excitement. Haha, it's all just luck. He then took out the ring containing 10,000 spirit stones, generously gifting it to Ying. Today is also thanks to your assistance. This is a little token of my appreciation. Seeing Ying intending to refuse, Zhang Shi-san said magnanimously, just take it. Anyway, keeping it is just a worldly possession to me. Moreover, today I harvested quite a lot of essence. After handing the storage ring to Ying, Zhang Shi-san turned around, stepping away. Farewell. I have to go into seclusion to cultivate. Scene shift back to the simple cave dwelling on the mountainside behind the sect of Zhang Shi-san. He was currently intently observing the virtual system panel in front of him, checking the reward just received. Countless completed mission animations appeared along with a reward of 1,000 refining points. In the storage bag, spiritual light sparkling. Countless supreme and high-grade essences piled up like a small mountain. Zhang Shi-san pondered, eyes focused on the system panel. Upgrading the system requires 2,000 medium-grade essence crystals. So how to separate the existing essence here? The system seemed to read the master's mind, immediately displaying information about the method to separate essence into smaller grades. Zhang Shi-san didn't hesitate, taking out the high-grade spirit stone, holding it forward. Then there's nothing to worry about anymore. You do it yourself, in an instant. The high-grade essence and the storage rings were all separated and absorbed into the system, turning into mental energy. Refining points instantly reached the limit, even exceeding by 300 points. At the same time, body value and other factors increased significantly. After observing carefully, Zhang Shi-san shifted the target to beast cores. Among the remaining upgrade conditions, everything is not a problem. The next target is beast cores and demon beast meat. Just then, Ying suddenly rushed in, crying out in panic. Benefactor, something bad happened. Seeing Ying's panicked appearance, Zhang Shi-san couldn't help but be curious. What happened that makes you so panicked? Ying breathed rapidly, hurriedly reporting. It's that treacherous shop owner. He led people here to cause trouble. Scene shift to Yulin Hall, the majestic main hall of the Yulin Immortal Sect. Just entering the hall, the shop owner hurriedly knelt down, miserably presenting. Sect Master, please see clearly. These are the spirit stones that Kid traded with this lowly one. Now, they have all turned into crushed stones. He must have used high-level illusion techniques to blind this lowly one. Zhang Shi-san heard this, anger rising to the sky, angrily shouting straight at the merchant's face. You spit blood on people. These spirit stones were all exchanged by me openly using credits. Moreover, when receiving the spirit stones, why didn't you open your eyes to check carefully? The cunning shop owner smirked, loudly retorting. This lowly one has mortal eyes. Low cultivation realm. How could I see through your weird illusion techniques? Nangong Huang finally spoke slowly, voice deep and resonant like a great bell. So how do you want to resolve this matter? The shop owner heard the Yulin sect master's words. A sinister smile appeared on his face. Since fake spirit stones were used, the transaction naturally is void. This lowly one's request is not excessive. Just need him to return that supreme grade essence. Consider it as if nothing happened between us. Zhang Shi-san stood by the side, coldly spoke up. So the thing you're aiming for is the supreme grade essence. But unfortunately, that supreme grade essence has been completely refined by me. The shop owner turned pale, screaming in horror. How can that be? That is a supreme grade essence treasure. How could it be completely absorbed by you in such a short time? Are you speaking nonsense and quibbling? You guys, shut your mouths for this seat immediately. That sect master finally raised her voice, intending to salvage the chaotic situation. Everyone be quiet. This is a high-grade, origin-seeking stone. Perfect appearance. There is still one last chance to mine. Maybe inside hides supreme essence. Enough to compensate for this fellow Taoist loss. Zhang Shi-san heard this, indignation surging, roaring. Sect Master, how can you be so muddled? The cunning old shop owner smiled smugly. Haha, all right. Consider this old man taking a loss then. Shursan gritted his teeth, eyes furious, as if wanting to burn the old man in front of him. This treacherous old dog. In the shop owner's heart, satisfaction overflowed. Laughing coldly. Want to fight with this old man? Kid, you're still too green. That night, shocking news spread everywhere. Shocking. Zhang Shursan used illusion techniques to scam. Shameless behavior exposed. Exposing the true face of a high-cultivation thug, Zhang Shursan. Despicable means. Vicious heart. Countless hashtags aimed straight at Zhang Shursan, making him grind his teeth in anger. What the hell is this? Why did bad news about me suddenly climb the hot search? The sect master frowned. Can't understand. That old man is clearly a scammer. Why did you still have to reconcile with him? The female sect master beside suddenly remembered something. Hurriedly said, "Oh my, I forgot. That magical artifact, once activated, will attract countless demon beasts there. One day, at the southern wilderness, deep mountains and remote valleys of Yulin. This place was originally the territory of ignorant beasts, living in herds. Days passed peacefully, until one day, the appearance of a terrifying giant broke the inherent silence, sowing terror on all living beings here. It was he who trampled on the leisurely life of the beasts, becoming a nightmare. The god of destruction descended upon this forest. Zhang Shursan personally caught a spirit chicken, preparing a sumptuous lunch, supplementing protein today. The title of Great Demon King Protein has resounded throughout the forest. The animals scatter their souls just seeing his shadow. Zhang Shursan now had no choice but to penetrate deep into the forest every day, hunting those poor creatures to maintain his body. While strolling leisurely in the forest, suddenly a miserable scream tore through the quiet atmosphere, startling Shursan. "Help, help me!" His eyes immediately focused on the direction of the sound. Spiritual sense swept lightly. Someone ahead is calling for help. Seems like an incident. Without hesitation, Shursan activated his movement technique, turning into an afterimage, rushing toward the cry for help. Arriving. The scene before him surprised him. A black pig demon beast, body unusually robust, was crazily chasing an inner sect disciple, whose face was filled with horror. Demon beast chasing a person? This black pig has abundant spiritual energy. Rich protein, I'll wait. It seems the person being chased is... Shursan rubbed his eyes to look closely, instantly recognizing. Isn't this the Fong Tianxuo who bet with me 2 days ago? Why did he appear here? While fleeing, the pig demon beast suddenly accelerated, using its massive body to slam into Fong Tianxuo, knocking him to the side. His body rubbed violently against the ground, creating a screen of dust, pain piercing to the bone. Shursan exclaimed in surprise. Is he really a true inner sect disciple? Why can't he deal with even a black pig demon beast? Could it be all his skill points were put into origin arts? Fong Tianxuo, body tattered and weak, sat slumped on the ground, looking in horror at the fierce demon beast in front. This place is too far from the sect. It seems I can hardly escape this calamity today. Just then, his eyes accidentally caught a familiar figure standing not far away. Couldn't help but be surprised. Isn't that Zhang Shursan? In despair, Fong Tianxuo unconsciously blurted out, "Zhang Shursan, save me." But as soon as the words left his mouth, he regretted it. Not right. Not right. 2 days ago I targeted him myself. Will he really help me? While he was still confused, the pig demon beast rushed over again, sharp fangs aimed straight at his injury-ridden body. Shursan witnessed this scene. A look of dilemma appeared on his face. This hit is probably enough to send him to heaven. Should I help him? He made things difficult for me 2 days ago. Just let him be taught a lesson by the demon beast. He deserves it. But after all, he is a fellow disciple. Seeing death and not saving is truly not right. The system seemed to understand Shursan's torn feelings. Suddenly appearing before his eyes at this moment, the familiar selection panel appeared again. Above were 2 choices, save or not save Fong Tianxuo, accompanied by 2 attractive rewards. Shursan's eyes lit up, clearly revealing greed. Gym clothes, huh? Sorry, Fong Tianxuo. It seems even God wants me to ignore you. After the fatal collision, Fong Tianxuo lay motionless amidst the gradually dispersing dust, injuries piling up, glancing desperately towards where Zhang Shursan stood. Seeing Shursan standing there laughing mockingly, His heart grew even colder. Still laughing at me there? It seems he really doesn't want to save me. That's right. A sycophant like me, sucking up to the strong, deserves to die. Memories flooded back. He remembered the solemn vows before leaving the clan. Determined to revitalize the clan, but because of mediocre aptitude, despised by the world. So when facing power, he only knew how to bow and submit, losing his original intention. The clan suffered humiliation because of this. Retribution coming is also natural. He deserves it. The pig demon beast's eyes shone fiercely, killing intent filling the sky, glaring at Fong Tianxua. The next second, it focused all its demon power, rushing crazily to where Fong Tianxua lay, preparing for a fatal strike. Fong Tianxua closed his eyes in resignation, thinking sorrowfully, goodbye to this painful world. Suddenly, a figure abruptly appeared, blocking in front of Fong Tianxua, blocking the attack of the black pig demon beast. Fong Tianxua's eyes opened wide in extreme surprise. It was Zhang Shisan, standing heroically in front of him, resisting the demon beast. Sure enough, compared to gym clothes, protein still has a more fatal attraction. Fong Tianxua trembled all over, struggling to sit up, staring intently ahead. When realizing Zhang Shisan was risking his life to save him, he couldn't help but be shocked and moved to tears. Facing the demon beast's attack, Shisan shouted loudly, throwing an earth-shattering punch, directly meeting it head-on. Witnessing Shisan's terrifying strength, Fong Tianxua stared wide-eyed, mouth agape, muttering dazedly, strong, too strong. Killed the demon beast in one move? Zhang Shisan, having claimed the life of the fierce black wind pig in one move, turned around, eyes sweeping over Tianxua like lightning. Tone indifferent. Just a beast with a slightly stronger physique than usual, killing it with one strike. What's difficult about that? Fong Tianxua hurriedly jumped up from the ground, voice trembling in shock. What did you say? This is a 4th-ranked demon beast. Strength equivalent to a golden core stage cultivator. The corner of Shisan's mouth lifted slightly, glancing sideways at Tianxua. Is that so? Feels no different from the ordinary chickens and ducks I usually eat. They naturally couldn't withstand one of my slaps either. Fong Tianxua stared at Shisan with eyes full of doubt. There was originally some friction between us. Why were you willing to step in and help? Shisan didn't stop walking, still heading forward, voice echoing back. No reason. Just suddenly felt a surge of whim to enjoy roasted meat. Simple as that. So, 4th-ranked demon beast. The majestic black wind pig finally tragically turned into delicious roasted meat full of demon beast essence for Shisan. While savoring the delicacy, Shisan glanced seemingly unintentionally at Tianxua. Are you sure you don't want to taste a bit? Tianxua turned pale, hurriedly waving his hands in fear. That is the meat of a 4th-ranked demon beast. With my current weak state, if I swallow a piece, I'm afraid I can hardly suppress the violent demon energy essence in my body. Lightly, meridians explode. Heavily, chi deviation and death. Shisan heard this and was secretly surprised. Is there something wrong with this guy's head? Just some ordinary roasted meat. Need to exaggerate to that extent? Tianxua on the opposite side also frowned tight. Internal turmoil rising. Is he crazy? Even if his body is tough. Eating so much 4th-ranked demon beast meat. Isn't he afraid of backlash? After swallowing the last piece of meat in his hand, Shisan slowly opened his mouth. Speaking of which, it's strange. You are a dignified cultivator. Why were you attacked by a wild beast like that? Tianxua immediately straightened his face, raised his hand, solemnly said, First, I must emphasize a bit. That was absolutely not an ordinary wild boar, but a 4th-ranked demon beast. And as you know, I am a source master. When we painstakingly cultivate Taoist magic, the biggest taboo is being disturbed by external forces. That's why we need to find a deep mountain and remote valley to cultivate in seclusion. Behind the desolate Yulin Immortal Mountain. This is the border of the mountain of 10,000 demons. It was originally a place few people ever visited. But the strange thing is the demonic beasts of the mountain of 10,000 demons have never crossed this boundary before. Yet today, a 4th-tier demonic beast suddenly appeared. I suspect some unusual event must be happening inside. Also, this life-saving grace of yours. How should I ever repay you? I've never liked being indebted to others. How about I try divining your fate? It could help you turn misfortune into fortune. This is the only thing I can do for you right now. Shursen pondered this for a moment. Given his current status as a wanted man, perhaps this could be of some use. With that, he casually sat down on a large rock. All right, I'll reluctantly let you give it a try. In a brief moment, the two stood in the middle of an empty clearing. Fang Tianxua took out his precious Manhwa compass, preparing to begin the divination. A strategist predicting the future must ascend the fate ascension platform. The higher the platform, the clearer the secrets of heaven become. Of course, that also comes at an incredibly steep price. With that said, he began to channel his spiritual arts. He manipulated the Manhwa compass in his hand. In an instant, a spiritual energy barrier formed around him, fluctuating intensely. Then, he solemnly formed a hand seal, touching a finger to the space between his brows as his determined gaze locked onto the formation's core. The heavenly secrets in his mind had now climbed the karmic steps of the formation. His pupils contracted in an instant, revealing utter terror. How can this be? Before his eyes, a phantom image gradually coalesced into a dragon gate of heavenly secrets, containing endless mysteries. Why isn't the Fate Ascension platform appearing? Why is there a dragon gate instead? If a supreme expert had used great power to conceal the heavenly secrets, then I shouldn't be able to enter this space at all. But given the current situation, even if I can enter, I can't see the path of fate. Could it be that the true path of fate is hidden behind this dragon gate? Do I have to open it to see? Without hesitation, he stepped forward and reached for the illusory dragon gate. The moment he touched it, countless bolts of violent lightning erupted, madly invading Tian Shua's body, causing him to pale in terror. In a flash, his body suffered a severe backlash. He was thrown back like a kite with a broken string. Snapping out of the illusion, his body was simultaneously and severely injured. Under the immense suppressive power, his frail body was easily sent flying once more, rolling miserably on the ground. Shursan, witnessing this from the side, was shocked. He cried out, "Hey, are you all right?" After suffering the backlash, Fang Tianxua struggled to sit up, his dazed eyes glancing toward Shursan. Did I fail? Is it because my cultivation is not profound enough? Or is his future simply impossible to see? Seeing Tianxua's pathetic state, Shursan spoke nonchalantly. Forget it. I only saved you on a whim anyway. Tianxua quickly waved his hand and said resolutely, "No. I absolutely refuse to be indebted to anyone. If I cannot calculate your future, then I will personally clear your name right now." Shursan was somewhat intrigued. He looked intently at Tianxua. "Clear my name? What do you mean?" Tianxua immediately stood up. He explained with a solemn expression. "Actually, the stone gambling bet 2 days ago was all secretly manipulated by Liu Cheng. The shopkeeper of that stall is a retainer of the Liu family. The high-grade spirit stone we opened was prepared in advance. They just never expected that among the worthless spirit stones, there was a supreme grade one. Afterward, the plot to frame you for faking the spirit stone was just to tarnish your reputation." Zhuang Shursan clasped his hands behind his back, his expression thoughtful as he sighed softly. "So that's the truth of the matter. I had my suspicions before. It seems that villain got what he deserved." Tianxua beside him quickly added, "I will immediately post the news on the announcement board, exposing Liu Cheng's true face and restoring your good name, brother." Zhuang Shursan stepped forward to stop him, saying, "But aren't you his subordinate? If you do that, won't you be putting yourself in danger?" Fang Tianxua lowered his head, his expression tinged with sorrow. "After this life and death experience, I feel as though I have rediscovered my true self. Don't worry, brother. I know what I'm doing." That night, large characters once again appeared on the Xianmen's announcement board. Collusion and conspiracy. The mastermind behind the bet has been revealed. Zhuang Shursan was, in fact, framed. Zhuang Shursan was also a little surprised by Fang Tianxua's actions. I can't believe he actually posted it. Moreover, the news spread like wildfire throughout all of Xianmen. The scene changes to the next day at Zhuang Shursan's cave dwelling behind Yufeng Mountain. At the crack of dawn, the news within Xianmen was once again in an uproar. Something terrible has happened. The mastermind behind the bet the other day was actually Fang Tianxua. He's a thief crying thief. Fang Tianxua's 3 consecutive actions, taking a bribe and then betraying, What on earth is he planning? In just one night, the announcement board was filled with insults directed at Fong Tianxua. Zhuang Shisan hurriedly sent a message to reassure Fong Tianxua, but in the next moment, he received an invitation from Fong Tianxua to meet at Nanshan Peak. The scene changes to Nanshan Peak, next to the Yulin Immortal Sect. Zhuang Shisan arrived as scheduled. Didn't he ask me to meet him here? Where's everyone? Suddenly, a voice came from behind him. You're finally here. Hearing the voice, Zhuang Shisan immediately turned to look. His eyes widened in shock at the sight before him. Fong Tianxua was hanging upside down from the branch of an ancient tree, held captive by Lu Cheng's men. Beside him stood Lu Cheng with a wicked grin. Lu Cheng spoke slowly. Come over here and explain yourself. Fong Tianxua was covered in bruises and dripping with blood, in extreme agony. Being hung upside down like that only made the pain worse. Zhuang Shisan couldn't help but be horrified by the sight. You did this to him? Lu Cheng stared at Zhuang Shisan with an arrogant expression. He dared to betray me. This is the price he pays. Zhuang Shisan's expression gradually darkened. His anger was palpable. We are fellow sect members, more or less. Did you really have to be so cruel? Hearing this, Lu Cheng burst into triumphant laughter. Huh, fellow sect members. How could there be someone as naive as you in an immortal sect? Zhuang Shisan felt helpless. He didn't want to waste any more words on this Lu Cheng. He slowly took a step forward. His aura was resolute. If that's what you want to say, then fine. His every movement contained supreme power, creating an immense, oppressive aura. Even the space around him trembled. Under his indomitable presence, seeing that Zhuang Shisan was about to make a move, Lu Cheng raised his hand to stop him, shouting loudly. Stop right there. A sharp blade of true essence appeared at Fong Tianxua's neck. Lu Cheng intended to use it to threaten Zhuang Shisan. He was certain he had the situation under control, which made him even more arrogant. If you take one more step, his little life will be hard to keep. Faced with this move, Zhuang Shisan still didn't respond. He just watched calmly. Lu Cheng continued to use Fong Tianxua's life to force Zhuang Shisan to submit. Kneel! Kowtow to me. Otherwise, I'll take his life immediately. As he spoke, he intensified the sharp, true essence, pressing it deeper into Fong Tianxua's neck, creating a fatal threat to Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Shisan let out a sigh. His attitude grew colder. It's true. No matter what world it is, the antics of traitors are all the same. Lu Cheng stared at Zhuang Shisan, his expression flustered. What are you talking about? Zhuang Shisan moved like lightning. He directly executed a movement technique, rescuing Fong Tianxua from his captor's control. This left Lu Cheng wide-eyed and slack-jawed in utter shock. Zhuang Shisan then gently placed Fong Tianxua to the side, letting him recover from Lu Cheng's brutal beating. Next, he turned to Lu Cheng, his eyes as cold as ice and filled with overwhelming, killing intent. I'm saying, how should I settle the score with you now? Lu Cheng stood frozen like a statue, staring back at Zhuang Shisan with horrified eyes. When did he manage to teleport behind me? Witnessing Zhuang Shisan's terrifying strength, his face turned pale with fear. As expected, he has some confidence. Arrogant. His physical body is truly extraordinary. The next second, he waved his hand, ordering his men to rush forward and surround Zhuang Shisan. Everyone get him! Kill him! His men immediately rushed forward, surrounding Zhuang Shisan, trying to overwhelm him with numbers. But unexpectedly, Zhuang Shisan moved like a phantom. In less than a breath, he had taken them all down with his astonishing speed. They couldn't even see his shadow clearly. The terror in Lu Cheng's eyes grew. What has happened? There was absolutely no movement at all. Before, when I couldn't see his movements, I thought I was just being careless and not paying attention. But now, even when focusing all my spiritual sense, I still can't see him clearly. Knowing he had only one way out, he condensed the spiritual art, summoning his innate battle weapon, the heavenly steel sword. Lu Cheng, with his late-stage golden core cultivation, was still arrogant. My golden core realm, plus my innate battle weapon, why would I be afraid of a mere new student like you? The next second, Zhuang Shisan once again used his divine speed, rushing forward like a bolt of lightning. He condensed true essence into his fist. Faced with this terrifying power, Lu Cheng was utterly horrified. Zhuang Shisan simultaneously threw a world-shaking punch. Overwhelmed with fear, Liu Cheng hastily channeled his spiritual energy, controlling the heavenly steel sword to defend and counterattack. Facing the powerful immortal weapon, Zhuang Shisan's fist was immediately slashed by the sword qi, tearing the flesh. Feeling the pain, his eyes widened. He revealed a look of shock and surprise, quickly retreating. He maintained a safe distance, dodging the attack. After steadying himself, Zhuang Shisan narrowed his eyes and observed his opponent. To think it could actually injure me. This sword is truly no ordinary object. Seeing that his sword qi could harm Zhuang Shisan, Liu Cheng became even more arrogant. Your time is up, isn't it? Today, I'll let you taste the true power of an innate battle weapon. With that, Liu Cheng once again channeled his spiritual energy, driving his sword art forward. He intended to use the power of his battle weapon to completely defeat Shisan. Facing the fierce offensive, Zhuang Shisan could only retreat, using his movement techniques to defend, struggling to block each wave of attacks. While on the defensive, Shisan's face was filled with anger. He roared in defiance, saying that since his opponent liked using weapons so much, with a flick of his hand, he summoned his own life-bound treasure. At the same time, Liu Cheng's battle weapon continued its violent assault. Its momentum was unstoppable, but it instantly vanished like smoke, completely failing as Shisan's giant weight descended, smashing it to pieces. Witnessing his battle weapon being smashed to bits, Liu Cheng was utterly horrified. He screamed his heart. What? My innate battle weapon was crushed in an instant. What grade is that weapon? Its shape is so bizarre. I've never seen anything like it. While he was still in shock, Zhuang Shisan had already soared through the air toward him. He swung the weight like a tempest. In just a flash, Shisan had successfully suppressed his opponent, viciously pinning him under his foot. Liu Cheng immediately begged for his life, but his expression remained as arrogant as ever. Wait, I surrender. Spare me. I'll compensate you for anything. Before he could finish, Zhuang Shisan, ignoring him, viciously slapped him across the face, a pain that pierced to the bone. Even after that slap, Liu Cheng continued to scream. Don't be reckless. I am a veteran disciple of the Heaven class. Do you have any idea how severely you'll be punished for fighting after class? I have backers, you know. Zhuang Shisan had no intention of stopping. He glared at the arrogant fool before him and said coldly, Your mouth is really too noisy. And just like that, he vigorously and repeatedly slapped his opponent's face, leaving him unable to resist. In a short time, his face was swollen and disfigured, losing the ability for biometric recognition. Suddenly, from the heavens, a voice like rolling thunder echoed, accompanied by a pressure like a collapsing mountain. Even when you beat a dog, you have to consider its master. For a new student, you've got some nerve. The terrifying pressure made Zhuang Shisan feel uncomfortable. His body felt a bit weak. This pressure is so strong. Immediately after, Liu Songheng and his group appeared. Their attitude was arrogant, intending to suppress Zhuang Shisan with their presence. As soon as he arrived, he shouted in a haughty tone, Even if he's just a dog of the Heaven class, humiliating him like this is no different from slapping the Heaven class in the face. A new student like you, you've got some real nerve. Liu Cheng lay on the ground, his face bruised and swollen. He cried out pitifully, Be boss. Zhuang Shisan saw the stranger arrive, acting so arrogant and rude. He couldn't help but ask, Who are you? One of Liu Songheng's lackeys immediately replied with contempt, You're truly blind. This is the representative of our Heaven class, young Master Liu Songheng of the prestigious Liu family from Zhongzhou. Liu Songheng glanced at Zhuang Shisan with a smug expression. The authority of the Heaven class is not to be challenged. He gave an order, Teach him a lesson. Everyone get him. His lackeys heard the command and rushed forward, intending to beat Zhuang Shisan down. Shisan remained calm, a look of contempt on his face. A bunch of thugs with no martial virtue. And you're imitating this guy. He shouted back defiantly, his tone arrogant. I have something for you to see, too. With that, Shisan used Liu Cheng's body as a weapon, shattering his opponent's offensive. The terrifying impact destroyed their weapons, and simultaneously dealt a direct blow to the enemies, causing them immense damage. Lu Songhang's lackey was completely defeated, crying out in shock. This kid is actually using Lu Cheng as a flesh and blood weapon. Zhuang Shisan, with his extraordinary physique, used Lu Cheng's body like a club, continuously spinning it in front of the men who were being sent flying. The next moment, Shisan swung Lu Cheng's body toward Lu Songxing, using him as a weapon. Lu Songxing hurriedly used the heaven-breaking fist to block. Then he knocked Lu Cheng flying. Seizing this opportunity, Zhuang Shisan focused all his power into his fist wind, attacking Lu Songxing. But Zhuang Shisan's punch was easily caught by Lu Songxing. His strength was on a whole other level. Facing this situation, Shisan's face was filled with shock. Totally unexpected. He actually blocked it. Lu Songxing slowly raised his hand to form a seal, channeling spiritual energy, controlling his sword chi, heaven-shocking stab. In the blink of an eye, a streak of sword chi shot up from the ground, causing Zhuang Shisan to cry out in pain as he was hit, his face still twisted in horror. He didn't even use a magical treasure. Just relying on spells, he could injure me. Shisan thought rapidly as he retreated, opening up a safe distance from Lu Songxing. Lu Songxing remained arrogant. Not bad. That move was intended to pierce your skull. To think you actually dodged it. Zhuang Shisan, confused, asked loudly, "What exactly is your cultivation realm?" Lu Songxing replied haughtily, "Early nascent soul stage." Satisfied, early nascent soul stage. The system appeared in front of Zhuang Shisan at that moment. Detected that the host is under threat. System suggestion: submit immediately like a wise man, or fight back and take revenge. Zhuang Shisan looked at the system panel with excitement. At a time like this, do you even need to ask? Just then, Lu Songxing used the dragon capturing hand spell. Condensing countless rocks and soil into a giant hand, he attempted to grab Shisan. Zhuang Shisan was quickly captured by the opponent, caught off guard. He revealed a look of panic and fear. "I can't break free." Lu Songxing quickly cast another spell, pulling Zhuang Shisan toward him. As Zhuang Shisan's figure drew near, Lu Songxing immediately activated his sword glare, intending to behead him. But in that split second, Zhuang Shisan let out a wild, devilish laugh. "Gotcha! I was just tricking you." Before his words even landed, a ferocious dragon-subduing tiger fist blasted out, directly knocking the opponent flying, simultaneously shattering the earthen prison trap. Lu Songxing's body flew like a kite with a cut string, rolling across the ground. Zhuang Shisan stood with his hands clasped behind his back, observing with eyes as sharp as knives. "You had killing intent just now. Then this lord naturally must return hate with hate." Lu Songxing struggled to stand up, glancing at Shisan with sinister eyes, and said with contempt, "That punch of yours had some strength, but it's a pity it's still lacking in mastery." Zhuang Shisan saw that he could still stand up, and looked slightly surprised. He wondered inwardly, why? It clearly hit the mark, yet he seems unharmed. Could he be a dual cultivator of body and magic? Lu Songxing laughed arrogantly. "This young master greatly appreciates your strength. I will give you two paths. 1. Surrender to this young master and become my right-hand man. 2. This young master will send you to the afterlife right now." The system's alarm rang loudly in Zhuang Shisan's head, reminding him that he was in a dangerous situation. Zhuang Shisan was furious to the heavens. He swiped the system aside. "Get lost. This lord's blood is truly boiling now. Since ancient times, those who can force this lord to use his true strength are truly few in number." Lu Songxing saw Zhuang Shisan's arrogant attitude and couldn't help but feel astonished. Zhuang Shisan roared with excitement. "Then, right now, let this lord properly experience it. Let's see how many of this lord's moves you can take." After speaking, Zhuang Shisan's body moved like lightning. His explosive attack made Lu Songxing pale with shock. It turned out, Shisan had secretly circulated his whole body's blood and qi, triggering his body's potential, unleashing the first layer of the reckless strength art. At the same time, Fang Tianxuo woke up from his coma. "Have I returned to the underworld?" As soon as he opened his eyes, he suddenly saw Lu Cheng's ruined face, which terrified him to the extreme. Fang Tianxuo jumped up in panic, screaming, "Ghost! Wait, isn't this Lu Cheng?" Why has he turned into this miserable state? Suddenly, the sound of an earth-shattering battle reached his ears, attracting Fang Tianshua's attention. In his eyes, a look of horror became increasingly apparent. Before him appeared the figure of Zhuang Shi-san, imposing and aggressive, confronting Lu Songxing head-on. Fang Tianshua turned pale with fright, his heart filled with anxiety. Could it be that he saved me from danger? Then who is the expert he's fighting? Fang Tianshua continued to observe Lu Songhang. Is that Lu Songhang? He's the head of the Heaven class. He actually came here too. Fearing that Zhuang Shi-san might be in trouble, Fang Tianshua wanted to intervene. No, if I don't stop him, I'm afraid Zhuang Shi-san's chances of survival are slim. Stop! Before he could finish his words, Fang Tianshua's eyes widened in utter astonishment. On the other side, Zhuang Shi-san had already charged forward, utilizing the immense power of a body cultivator to attack Lu Songhang, relying on his earth-shattering physical strength. Shi-san roared arrogantly, "Let this venerable one properly test you. Let's see how much of my power you can handle." Zhuang Shi-san was like a fighting machine, unleashing a relentless barrage of punches that formed countless afterimages, attacking Lu Songhang without pause. Faced with this storm-like power, Lu Songhang was exceptionally shocked, his eyes fixed on Shi-san's every move. Facing the high-intensity attack, Lu Songhang defended desperately, only barely managing to hold on. The violent force continuously erupted, gradually forming a thick cloud of dust, accompanied by heaven-shaking tremors. Fang Tianshua was utterly horrified. He stared blankly at Zhuang Shi-san, dumbfounded. What? Lu Songhang has reached the nascent soul realm. His strength is comparable to an elder's, and yet he's being completely suppressed by Zhuang Shi-san like this? What kind of monster is he? Faced with the continuous onslaught, Lu Songhang could only defend with all his might. Struggling miserably, he even cried out in agony. But the next second, his protective jade talisman was unexpectedly crushed by the pressure and shattered. This left him pale with terror. He was utterly horrified. What? My heaven-tier protective treasure was actually shattered by him? Zhuang Shi-san continued his assault, landing a heavy blow to Lu Songhang's lower abdomen, while he was still vulnerable. The punch directly struck his dantian, causing him pain so intense he wished for death. Due to the immense force, his entire body was sent flying by Zhuang Shi-san, scraping continuously along the ground. At this point, he had completely lost the ability to fight back, the pain piercing his bones. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. Zhuang Shi-san seized the opportunity to press his attack, continuing his fierce assault. It seems my fists are finally having an effect. Just then, a formation barrier appeared from above. Instantly, countless black iron chains shot out, roaring as they rushed madly towards Zhuang Shi-san. In a flash, they bound Zhuang Shi-san's hands, leaving him stunned and bewildered. The next wave of chains was even more ferocious. In a short time, Zhuang Shi-san's hands were completely shackled by the chains. His face still showed confusion. The head of the punishment hall, Elder Su'al of the Yulin Immortal Sect, appeared. As soon as he arrived, he coldly shouted, "Zhuang Shi-san, stop this at once." He looked at Zhuang Shi-san with an angry expression, continuously shouting threats. "How dare you engage in a private duel within the sect? You have violated the sect rules. Your crime is unforgivable." Zhuang Shi-san frowned, glancing at Elder Su'al with dissatisfaction. They were the ones who attacked and bullied me first. This muddle-headed old man doesn't distinguish right from wrong and wants to pin a crime on me. The old man shouted, "Insolent! Do you know Lu Songhang's identity? The Lu family is a prestigious clan that serves the imperial family. They are loyal and righteous, a family of martyrs. Our Yulin Immortal Sect cannot afford to offend them. Besides, you're just a nameless junior." Hearing this, Lu Songhang's expression became even more arrogant. His attitude grew even more haughty. "That's right, Zhuang Shi-san. Offend this young master, and there will be absolutely no good end for you." The moment Zhuang Shi-san heard imperial family, the killing intent in his heart grew even stronger. "You just said his family has connections all the way to the imperial family? In that case, I'm even more determined to completely eliminate this future trouble. I can't show mercy to this kind of scum." As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuang Shi channeled all the true essence in his body, unleashing a powerful brute force that strained the chains until they snapped. He successfully broke free. The old fool behind him, witnessing this strange sight, was mentally terrified. My spiritual art. This kid can actually dispel it? Facing the immense pressure and violent attack, Lu Songhang's expression was grave as he hastily looked for an opening to dodge, but Zhuang Shisan's movements were ghostly. His speed was like lightning. This one punch struck him directly in the face, leaving Lu Songhang's mind reeling. The world spun around him, a supreme record. It erupted in an instant, forming waves of shockwaves. A fierce wind howled, and dust filled the air. This heaven-shaking punch directly knocked out Lu Songhang. His body scraped along the ground, like a kite with a broken string, viciously crashing into a towering cliff. It was too late for Elder Suo to stop it. He could only watch with wide eyes, roaring in anger. You wretched beast! You damn traitor! You dare to defy this elder's command! You truly have no respect for anyone. As soon as he finished speaking, the old man channeled his divine mountain palm, the sect's ultimate technique, and violently struck towards Zhuang Shi, wanting to suppress him on the spot. The terrifying palm strike carried a sky-covering pressure as it rumbled forward. Witnessing this scene, Zhuang Shi's eyeballs almost popped out. He was stunned. His heart was in utter turmoil. Just as disaster was about to strike, a crimson sword light carrying an immensely powerful aura descended from the sky, separating the two. The terrifying force directly shattered Elder Suo's palm strike and simultaneously pushed Zhuang Shi back. On his face, the look of astonishment grew even deeper as he muttered, "Such domineering sword chi. Is this what a true supreme expert is like?" Elder Suo focused his gaze and suddenly recognized the newcomer's identity. The Hanyuan sword sect master, Nangong Huang. Nangong Huang arrived, riding his sword. His figure hovered in the air, majestic and imposing. He stood between Elder Suo and Zhuang Shi, preventing the conflict from continuing. Scene change. Imperial Forest Hall. Yulin Xianmen. As soon as he returned to the hall, the elder was fuming with indignation. Unacceptable. What? That kid only gets punished with facing a wall in contemplation? Just 1 month of confinement? Nangong Huang stood majestically in the middle of the great hall and replied calmly. After all, Lu Cheng and Lu Songhang were the ones who attacked first. They threatened Shi first. The old elder's face turned purple as he firmly objected. I do not accept this. This kid is arrogant and lawless. He has no respect for anyone. He doesn't follow the sect rules. He even dared to defy my command. Sect master, why do you keep favoring him like this? His old friend beside him chuckled and advised, Old ghost, aren't you ashamed to say that? As an elder, you couldn't even handle a new student. Have you been neglecting your cultivation in recent years? As soon as he said that, the old elder flew into a rage and started arguing loudly with his old friend. Seeing this, Nangong Huang shouted with authority, suppressing the entire hall. Both of you, martial uncles, be silent. The elder gritted his teeth and replied, In any case, I'm not done with this matter. To resolve it completely, unless his old friend saw the elder hesitating and grew even angrier. Unless what, you old ghost? A cold glint flashed in the elder's eyes. He glanced at Zhuang Shi. Unless that Zhuang Shi can take 2 of my palm strikes without using any protective treasures. Hearing this, his old friend shouted in dissatisfaction. You shameless old man. You really have no shame. In this entire Yulin Xianmen, how many people can take 2 of your palm strikes? Besides, Zhuang Shi is a genius the sect is focusing on cultivating. If you severely damage his cultivation foundation, what then? The old friend turned to Zhuang Shi. He lowered his voice and reminded him, Don't you agree to his demand? I will stand up for you today. Zhuang Shi had a calm expression and replied with a smile. Thank you for your concern, elder, but as he spoke, Shi glanced at the notification that had just appeared on his system interface. The notification showed that the next mission was to compulsorily agree to Elder Suo's request. Zhuang Shi's eyes were firm. He immediately replied, If it can put an end to this matter, this junior is willing to accept the elder's request. Hearing this, his old friend was stunned, his face filled with worry. Are you crazy, kid? That old ghost. His strength is already at the mid-nascent soul stage. Don't think it's just one minor realm higher than Lu Songhang. Below the nascent soul realm. The difference in strength between each minor realm is like heaven and earth. Nangong Huang had trusted Zhuang Shisan from the start. He smiled and nodded. It's fine. Let Shisan give it a try. Not long after, this news spread everywhere. The disciples discussed it excitedly, passing on the shocking news to one another. Zhuang Shisan wants to fight the Thin Elder. Upon hearing this, all the disciples flocked toward the martial arts arena, unusually excited. There's a good show to watch. To think he dares to provoke the Thin Elder of the Law Enforcement Hall. At the martial arts arena square, Yulin Immortal Sect. At this moment, Zhuang Shisan and the Thin Elder stood facing each other on the stage, the atmosphere tense with swords drawn and bows bent. Zhuang Shisan was very surprised inside. He glanced around. Why are there suddenly so many people here to watch the fun? The Thin Elder frowned and shouted, What are you looking around for? Hurry up and start. As soon as the words left his mouth, he channeled his spiritual essence, activating the Divine Mountain Seal, his life-bound magic treasure, intending to suppress Zhuang Shisan with full force. An old friend down below, witnessing this scene, shouted angrily, Shameless old fart. You actually dare to use a spirit rank magic treasure higher than the Divine Mountain to deal with Zhuang Shisan? At the critical moment, the Divine Mountain Seal appeared hovering above Zhuang Shisan's head, terrifying him to the extreme. His eyes widened like copper bells. His originally calm face instantly became stiff like a zombie exposed to sunlight. He was terrified by the massive magical power trying to suppress his body. Under the pressure of 1,000 pounds weighing on his shoulders, Zhuang Shisan gritted his teeth, using all his strength to resist. The ground beneath his feet cracked loudly, turning into a spreading spiderweb. The Divine Mountain Seal continued to crazily press down with boundless pressure, sending out waves of violent shock like a tsunami. The Thin Elder observed the change in Shisan's expression from afar, a light suddenly flashing in his heart as he secretly speculated. So that's how it is. Zhuang Shisan growled low, teeth clenched until they bled, trying to hold on. He lamented inwardly. As expected of the mid-nascent soul stage, this powerful aura compared to that old thief's life and death test is many times stronger. But in the very next moment, Zhuang Shisan suddenly stood up straight. His hands gently lifted the Divine Mountain Seal high, as if lifting a feather. Without expending any effort at all, I haven't been standing still during this time either. Then, channeling strength into his arms, he leaned back and hurled the Divine Mountain Seal 10,000 feet away. In just a blink of an eye, the Thin Elder's Divine Mountain Seal spell was casually discarded by Shisan like trash. All the cultivators present who witnessed this bizarre scene stared with eyes wide and mouths agape, their faces pale as ash from shock. The Thin Elder was terrified to the extreme. His eyes bulged as if they were about to split open. He stared fixedly at Zhuang Shisan, muttering, My spell was broken by you so easily? No, that's not right. Just now, I didn't feel any spiritual fluctuation from you at all. Did you rely on brute strength to break my attack? Zhuang Shisan was alarmed inside. Afraid of exposing his heaven-defying identity, he hurriedly shifted his wits, coming up with an excuse. Crap, I overdid it a bit. I must not let them suspect me. Then Shisan hurriedly explained, fabricating a method of dispersing force. Actually, I am a body cultivator. The Thin Elder frowned, his face extremely unsightly. Even a body cultivator would find it hard to reach this level, let alone under my full force attack. Zhuang Shisan raised his head arrogantly, slowly explaining, There's a possibility. That is, for an elderly cultivator like yourself, it is unavoidable to have some unspeakable problems. For example, declining blood and qi, decreasing cultivation base, leading to a weakened body, and your spells weakening accordingly. Feeling his dignity trampled upon, the Thin Elder roared like thunder, screaming in fury, Damn brat, watch me destroy you today. Saying this, the Thin Elder poured out all his spiritual power, unleashing the strongest spell he had comprehended, wanting to completely crush and kill Zhuang Shisan. World Field Art. Brahma Divine Mountain Seal. In an instant, the originally clear sky changed color. Dark clouds rolled in, and a gigantic mountain weighing 10,000 tons descended from the heavens. The might was earth-shattering. The thin elder was truly enraged, wanting to use this spell to grind Zhuang Shisan into dust. The old friend's face changed drastically, shouting in horror, "Old immortal, do you want to destroy Zhuang Shisan completely? I can't stand by and watch anymore. I must intervene to stop this." Nangong Huang hurriedly stopped the old friend from the side. "Wait. Just watch calmly. Let them continue to fight. I want to see how Zhuang Shisan will respond to this violent spell." Facing this heaven-destroying might, Zhuang Shisan's eyes rolled back in his head. Cold sweat poured down like rain, his face a mask of utter panic. Before that terrifying technique could descend, Zhuang Shisan hastily circulated all the qi and blood in his body, using his frail form to resist. The moment the terrifying suppressive force collided, it formed countless shocking impact waves, kicking up a sky full of sand and stones. The old friend watched from afar. Even under the terrifying pressure, he couldn't help but narrow his eyes and exclaim in surprise. "I can't believe he can barely withstand that old fool's ultimate palm technique." After barely blocking the old fool's heaven-shaking strike, Zhuang Shisan secretly breathed a sigh of relief. On the outside, he feigned a loud, excited laugh. But then, he suddenly realized something, and the smile on his face froze. Before him, the crowd of cultivators were all slack-jawed, staring at him as if he were a monster. They couldn't believe their eyes, seeing him withstand such a violent technique. At that moment, Zhuang Shisan finally realized he had been too careless. He cursed himself inwardly. "This is bad. What was the point of what I just did? Elder Suwa just wanted to punish me a little. He was just looking for a way to back down gracefully. And I actually managed to block 2 of his techniques. Doing that is no different from slapping him in the face in front of everyone. Even if I'm lucky enough to escape punishment this time, he will definitely hold a grudge against me in the future. Moreover, by revealing too much of my strength now, I've drawn the attention and gossip of others. This is definitely not a good thing. So why don't I take this opportunity to put on a show, a self-inflicted injury ploy, and gain some benefits for myself?" After a moment of thought, Zhuang Shisan pretended to stagger and fall. His whole body trembled violently as he shouted tragically, I can't take it anymore." The old fool, witnessing this bizarre situation, had a look of confusion on his face. His suspicious eyes were fixed on Zhuang Shisan. On the other side, Shisan continued to fall backward, pretending that he had completely failed to withstand the old fool's technique. The divine mountain seal simultaneously crashed violently into the ground, creating a world-shaking earthquake that rocked the entire immortal sect. Countless rock fragments shot out in all directions. The old friend saw this and was terrified. He cried out frantically, "You old undying fool! Hurry up and stop. Do you really want to force him to his death?" The old fool heard this and raised his hand, channeling a spiritual art, to retract the surging power of his technique. The illusory divine mountain seal vanished in an instant like a soap bubble. All that remained was a thick cloud of dust covering the arena. Soon, the old friend and Nangong Huang flew onto the stage, hurriedly checking on Zhuang Shisan's condition. The old friend's face was wrinkled, sweat pouring down like rain, his eyes filled with extreme worry. He stared intently at Zhuang Shisan. "Are you okay, kid?" Zhuang Shisan lay motionless on the ground, looking battered after his act of feigning defeat against the old fool's divine ability. Then his eyes twitched slightly. He glanced towards the old fool, his voice weak. "Thank you for your mercy, Senior Suwa. Otherwise, I'm afraid this junior's life would have long since returned to the heavens." The old fool stood nearby, his brows slightly furrowed, looking at Zhuang Shisan as if sizing him up. His body is completely unharmed. Could he have been faking it just now? Moreover, at first, he clearly managed to withstand my world-shaking ultimate technique. Did he fall on purpose? Did he not want to embarrass me in front of everyone? The old fool finally understood the truth and took a step forward. He loudly acknowledged Zhuang Shisan's strength. "Your body refinement art truly lives up to its reputation. To have such a powerful body and not be injured at all. Zhuang Shi-san was still lying on the ground, a slightly embarrassed and awkward look on his face. He frowned at the old fool. The old friend immediately stepped forward, laughing heartily. Oh, come on. What's so strange about this? The world is vast, and all things are impermanent. A rare talent like Zhuang Shi-san is not unheard of within the intersect. That little demoness cultivation is only at the Qi guiding stage, but her physique is abnormally powerful. Her strength can even match that of a golden core stage cultivator. Nangong Huang quickly added, the 9 regions of the divine continent. Each region is different. The powers of the central continent are in conflict. The 3 sects and 4 factions, the 72 gates. Above them all, the imperial family rules the world. Our Yulin Xinmen, to this day, I'm afraid we can't even hold our position among the 72 gates. Now, with the sudden appearance of 3 prodigies, this is a sign that our Yulin Xinmen will surely rise again. Revitalizing the sect, Zhuang Shi-san has taken 2 of your moves. Do you have any other objections to his punishment? At this point, the old fool was completely convinced. He quickly clasped his hands in a salute. I wouldn't dare. Everything will be decided by the sect master. After some time, Zhuang Shi-san returned to the quiet, secluded valley where he lived. He entered secluded cultivation, focusing on his training. He hoped to break through to the next realm soon. His expression was a bit helpless. He sighed wearily. All my contribution points from that punishment have vanished into thin air. I have to start cultivating all over again. Suddenly, the system sent a strange sound, which surprised Zhuang Shi-san a little. The proficiency of the 13 forms has now reached 90%. This news made Zhuang Shi-san extremely excited. It seems this goal has been completed. Just 3 more systems to go before I can level up. I can proceed to the next stage, strengthening the skills in my internal organs. As he was happily studying the system, a dazzling golden light suddenly descended from the heavens. Witnessing this strange phenomenon, Zhuang Shi-san was both surprised and curious, staring blankly. He muttered to himself, why is there suddenly such a strange light coming from that direction? Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhuang Shi-san immediately used a movement technique and headed towards the strange light. After walking for a while, Zhuang Shi-san arrived at a secluded and desolate forest. The wild trees grew thick and dense, covering everything. After taking a few more steps, he suddenly stopped. His eyes showed surprise as he looked ahead. Before him, an ancient mountain villa had appeared out of nowhere, quietly nestled in the sacred forest. What the hell is this? In this desolate mountain valley, how can a mansion like this exist? Immediately, Zhuang Shi-san's eyes were dazed. He stared intently at the majestic villa before him. A question arose in his mind. That golden light could have come from here? This place, could it be the secluded residence of some grand elder? After a moment, Zhuang Shi-san turned to leave. Forget it. Forget it. I shouldn't get involved. I might just bring trouble upon myself. It's better to slip away quickly. Suddenly, the slightly ajar gate of the villa slowly swung open. A man with an arrogant demeanor and a conceited air stepped out, speaking. This young friend, since you've gone to the trouble of coming all this way, why not come inside and rest for a moment? We can consider it a fateful encounter. He thought to himself, fateful my ass. To lure you here, this immortal had to expend spiritual energy for several days. And you still didn't notice. I had no choice. I could only use my immortal power to create a light to attract your attention. The moment Zhuang Shi-san heard this voice, he quickly turned his head to look. He was endlessly surprised. Could it be? Are you also a grand elder of the Yulin immortal sect? The mysterious man immediately waved his hand in denial. No, I am not. After speaking, he continued to mutter to himself. But don't you dare lump me in with those ants from the lower realm. This immortal is a celestial being from the upper realm, an existence that mortals like you could never hope to compare to, even in a million lifetimes. Reluctantly, he had to continue speaking. The competition among cultivators in the upper realm is fierce. This immortal is just one of them who chose to descend to the mortal world. I'm just a reclusive mighty figure. It just so happens that a while ago, I sense your aura. I wanted to guide you here, to give you a chance to witness my extraordinary style. It would not be a waste of this immortal's 1,000 years of arduous cultivation. The strange man suddenly burst into laughter. Ahem, this immortal unknown. My name is Lin Yinfan. I'm just an ordinary villager. As he spoke, he thought to himself, I'll deliberately reveal a small slip-up. The way I refer to myself as this immortal is not something any ordinary big shot would dare to use. You little brat must have understood my humility by now, right? The next second, Zhuang Shisan eagerly strode into the villa, leaving Lin Yinfan a bit disappointed. Since you have sincerely invited me to be your guest, then I will not be polite. I happen to be quite thirsty. Feeling that he was being overlooked, Lin Yinfan was extremely helpless. You didn't notice anything at all? As soon as Zhuang Shisan entered, he looked up at the characters on the gate. The blessed land of Yulin Mountain, the grotto heaven of a mortal dwelling. Hearing these words, Lin Yinfan once again became smug and self-satisfied. Very good. I've finally managed to capture his attention. This is the calligraphy that this immortal personally wrote. It contains countless Tao rhythms. Go ahead, little brat, immerse yourself in it. Zhuang Shisan replied calmly. Hey, this calligraphy isn't bad. Lin Yinfan was choked with anger. His expression instantly turned ashen. That's not the point. You've completely missed the point. Zhuang Shisan then walked directly inside. In the next moment, his eyes widened. A look of shock and amazement was clear on his face. Before him, 2 rows of rare and exotic flowers bloomed brilliantly. Lush green bamboo covered the entire vast courtyard. Lin Yinfan once again felt smug and excited. He may be slow, but he finally sensed it. This place is filled with top-grade spiritual herbs everywhere. Even a good-for-nothing could increase their cultivation just by taking a single breath of the spiritual energy here. Zhuang Shisan gestured to Lin Yinfan. Sir, you are truly elegant and otherworldly. I never imagined you could arrange a courtyard so uniquely. Just then, a ferocious spiritual beast suddenly appeared beside them, growling as it stared at Shisan. Every step it took carried a fierce and brutal force. Its aura also fluctuated intensely. Zhuang Shisan was also a bit startled to see it appear in the villa. Lin Yinfan continued to think smugly to himself. This tyrant is this immortal's own celestial beast mount. This time, I'll let it directly release its majestic immortal might. That should be enough to make you submit, you little brat. At the same time, Zhuang Shisan went over to pat its head and stroke it, making the spiritual beast wag its tail happily. Meanwhile, Shisan was also observing its appearance. I was really startled by this dog's presence just now. I didn't expect that despite its fierce appearance, its nature is so gentle. Lin Yinfan was speechless. His face gradually turned pale. Everyone says that. Damn it. This stupid dog. You are a majestic beast. After entering the main courtyard, Lin Yinfan had already prepared tea to entertain Shisan. Shisan looked at Lin Yinfan with a reserved expression. I'm really troubling you too much. And you even specially. Brew tea for me. Lin Yinfan quickly replied. This is enlightenment tea, a specialty from my hometown. Please, young friend, have a taste. After speaking, Lin Yinfan continued to think arrogantly. This is the famous enlightenment tea. It can cause storms of blood and gore in the mortal world, no matter how high your spiritual sense is. When you drink this divine enlightenment tea directly, how could there not be some kind of strange phenomenon? Zhuang Shisan calmly raised the cup and sipped the tea. His posture was serene. The moment the tea went down his throat, he showed a look of interest. It truly lives up to its reputation. The taste is extraordinary. Seeing this, Lin Yinfan was secretly delighted. Finally, some reaction. He quickly pressed. Do you feel anything else? Zhuang Shisan frowned, looking at Lin Yinfan with a puzzled expression. That's it. It tastes good. Lin Yinfan had expended countless efforts, only to feel helpless in the end. His emotions suddenly surged. His face was sullen. He continued to ponder. This is completely unconventional. Logically, shouldn't this mortal be kneeling and worshipping a senior like me? This person is definitely not ordinary. While thinking, Lin Yinfan walked around, observing Zhuang Shisan. Then, he analyzed thoughtfully. I really can't sense any spiritual energy coming from him. Could it be that the difference in our cultivation is too great? My immortal energy completely conceals his spiritual energy. In that case, it's all because his cultivation is too low. He can't perceive the value of true treasures. As the saying goes, A wild boar doesn't understand pearls. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Yinfan came up with a new plan to make him submit. He extended his hand, feigning generosity. This young brother, it's almost time for dinner. Why don't you stay for a spiritual meal? What do you think? Zhuang Shisan was not polite at all. He immediately replied, since fellow Taoist is so humble, I will not be courteous. Hearing this, Lin Yinfan was beaming with excitement. He brought out a large platter of demonic beast meat. His face was full of pride. Allow me to introduce. Today's spiritual meal is the meat of a fifth-tier demonic beast. It contains immense power and violent chi and blood. For any cultivator below the spirit transformation realm, if they consume too much, their body will explode and they will die. The moment Zhuang Shisan saw the meat, his eyes lit up. He unconsciously exclaimed, protein. The next second, he brandished his chopsticks, picking up large pieces of spiritual meat. He muttered, then I won't be polite. I'll gladly accept it all. Lin Yinfan was still calculating in his mind, awaiting the result. Finally, a decent reaction. When the essence energy backlashes, I'll step in to help, without revealing my identity. A hidden master. After waiting for a while, there was still no movement. Lin Yinfan curiously opened his eyes to look at Zhuang Shisan. His expression was puzzled. The scene before him left Lin Yinfan utterly horrified. He was pale with shock. What is this situation? Zhuang Shisan was happily rubbing his full belly, laughing heartily. So full, so full. Suddenly, Zhuang Shisan felt the strength in his body soaring. He heard the familiar leveling up sound from the system. This made him extremely surprised and a bit taken aback. What is this sound? The system interface simultaneously appeared before Zhuang Shisan in an instant. Inside, a few lines of notifications were displayed. First time consuming the flesh and blood of a fifth-tier demonic beast. Chi and blood enhanced. Muscle points plus 10. Strength simultaneously increased. After reading the notification, Zhuang Shisan was overjoyed. My strength has increased again. Next, Shisan, with a serious expression, continuously looked for a training weapon. I really want to find something good to practice with. Suddenly, Shisan discovered a strangely shaped bow that continuously emitted powerful energy. It was hanging on a bow rack. Recognizing this treasure, Shisan excitedly ran over. Is that a bow? With a curious expression, Shisan slowly put his hand on his chin, staring at it. Looking at this design, its aura and grade are probably extraordinary. I've heard that the higher the grade of a bow, the harder it is to draw. Wanting to test his strength, Zhuang Shisan expressed his desire to borrow the bow from Lin Yinfan. Senior, may I borrow this precious bow? Lin Yinfan unconsciously nodded in agreement. But then he was startled and realized, wait a minute. The bow he's talking about, could it be? Lin Yinfan looked back at Zhuang Shisan with a panicked expression. It really is that one. That is my house-guarding treasure. The ultimate immortal weapon of the lower realm. The godless power, the divine bow. It's incredibly difficult to draw. Zhuang Shisan simultaneously gripped the precious bow in his hand, observing it intently. It's really heavy. Wanted to verify it. Shisan used his strength to draw the bow. But even with all his effort, it didn't move. He sighed softly. It won't even budge. Lin Yinfan felt a little relieved, seeing Shisan unable to draw the bow. He was startled. This precious bow, even an immortal from the upper realm would find it difficult to draw casually. After struggling for a while, Zhuang Shisan tried again. This time, I have to use my full strength. With that, Shisan held the bow tightly, using all his strength to fiercely draw it. He used all his current strength. He strained, gritting his teeth. His muscles began to bulge. His palms bled as he strenuously pulled Lin Yinfan's bow. Lin Yinfan suddenly saw the bowstring being drawn taut. He was utterly astonished. His eyes suddenly became extremely tense. Shisan continued to pull the bow violently with one hand, his whole body trembling uncontrollably. Lin Yinfan cried out in his heart. His primordial spirit shook like a raging sea. His handsome face showed utter terror. This is bad. This kid actually managed to wield the sun-chasing divine bow. This divine bow is called the Sun Chaser. Even without an arrow, after being drawn, it can condense a spiritual arrow on its own. Its divine power is truly unfathomable. fearing that San would accidentally wreak havoc on the mortal world. Li Nianfan shouted to stop him. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. Stop! Zhuang San was a bit surprised to hear this. He snapped out of his trance and quickly let go. Who would have thought? This very act of surprise caused the sun-chasing divine, Bao, to unconsciously release a burst of spiritual power. That spiritual power instantly transformed into a divine arrow. It tore through the wind, shooting straight into the heavens. Its divine light blazed, boundlessly violent. The divine arrow ripped through the sky, revealing the outer domain of the heavenly Tao, as if it wanted to pierce through the entire world. Time seemed to pass endlessly. The divine arrow continued to roar through the heavens. Then, carrying a world-destroying force, it descended. Its target was an ancient tower of bizarre architecture, located in a desolate, wild mountain range. The terrifying force tore through the barrier surrounding the ancient tower, shaking the entire wilderness. At the same time, in the ancient tower, an old man was in secluded cultivation. He was unintentionally hit by a spiritual backlash. His meridians ruptured, and he coughed up a mist of blood. His face was as pale as paper. His trusted aides were horrified. They quickly asked, reporting to the clan leader, "Are you all right?" The old clan leader's face was deathly pale, drenched in cold sweat. His stern eyes seemed to pierce through the void. He said in a deep voice, "This is a disaster. The mountain range's seal has been broken." Returning to Li Nianfan's quiet valley, both of them stared in horror at the sky, watching the heaven-shaking phenomenon before them. Zhuang San asked anxiously, "Is this divine Bao really that powerful?" Li Nianfan held his forehead in despair and sighed. "It's all my fault for being careless. I didn't have time to warn you, fellow Taoist." Zhuang San quickly asked Li Nianfan, his tone worried, "Will a great disaster befall us?" Li Nianfan stared blankly into the distance, muttering, "It's heading towards the mountain of 10,000 demons. It probably won't cause a massacre. But fellow Taoist, you are truly a dragon among men. To think there is such an outstanding hero in the mortal world." It turns out I was the fool. The scene shifts to the forbidden land of the 10,000 demons that Li Nianfan mentioned. After the ceiling restriction shattered, the demons escaped their prison. Demonic energy surged into the sky. A giant demonic claw tore through the ancient tower. A demonic figure with demonic wings and a beast body had just returned to the mortal world. The demon emperor roared arrogantly, his voice shaking the 9 heavens. This emperor has finally returned to the world. The demon emperor stabbed his own body with his sharp claws, condensing his demonic blood. Then he sprayed the demonic blood out. The essence blood of the demon king scattered. The demon emperor roared to display his power. The demonic energy filled the sky. I, the demon emperor, use my bloodline to summon the demon kings. Come and pay your respects at once. The demon race will rise in the mortal world. Blood stains the universe. As soon as he finished speaking, the forbidden land of the 10,000 demons shook violently. Countless demonic beasts rushed forward madly, as if paying homage to the demon emperor. The demons knelt and shouted, "Your Majesty, the demon emperor, be well. We, the demon gods, await your command." Just then, a human figure descended from the sky, treading on air. His presence shook the world. His voice was like rolling thunder. A 5th-tier demonic beast, with a cultivation at the early nascent soul stage, dares to call itself a demon king? A 6th-tier demonic beast that can barely take human form, barely calling itself a demon cultivator. With a spirit transformation cultivation, you dare to dream of being a demon emperor? Finally, some prey worthy of my attention. Seeing the figure, the demon emperor angrily demanded, "A human cultivator? How dare you trespass into the forbidden land of the demon race?" The demon emperor was boundlessly arrogant, not knowing his own limits. "You dare to invade the sacred hall of the demon race." He stood up fiercely, shouting at the human figure, "I'll use your head as a sacrifice for my banner, and restart the demon race's path of slaughter." The human man replied with an air of arrogance, his tone contemptuous, "My strength may be limited, but to deal with someone like you." With that, the man casually flicked his hand. A single strike pierced the demon emperor's skull. The demon emperor screamed in agony. instantly turning to dust under the single blow. His body and soul were annihilated. The demons, witnessing this scene, were pale with terror. They cried out, the demon emperor has fallen. They fled in a frenzy, scattering in all directions, only wishing they had been born with more legs. In the end, the demons had scattered. Only the human cultivator and the demon emperor's corpse remained. The scene was desolate and bleak. The cultivator's expression was calm, his eyes as still as an ancient well. He stared intently at the remains before him and spoke slowly. It's just as the records say. The demon beast race only focuses on tempering their physical bodies, but they neglect the cultivation of their primordial spirit. So, even if their strength is heaven-defying, it's difficult for them to withstand a soul attack. In the end, this demon emperor's physical body will belong to me. With that, the cultivator opened his mouth and devoured it without hesitation, arrogantly absorbing the demon emperor's residual divine power madly into his own body. The cultivator's body suddenly transformed into a strange mass of liquid, like mercury, seeping out from the demon emperor's 7 orifices. In an instant, the cultivator once again raised his hand and flicked it. The demon emperor's body turned to dust, dissipating into the world. In just a few breaths, the male cultivator had completely refined the demon emperor's demonic power, channeling it into the meridians throughout his body. After absorbing the demon emperor's physical body, the cultivator felt a sense of comfort throughout his body. He couldn't help but exclaim, not bad, although this physical strength is still a long way from its peak. Using it to level a small sect should be more than enough. Those thieves from Yulin destroyed my physical body back then and suppressed my primordial spirit in a spirit stone for 10,000 years. Today, I will start with your most outstanding disciples. Sever your lineage and end your legacy. The scene shifts to the outer region of the mountain of 10,000 demons, where mortal villagers were diligently cultivating their fields. An old farmer suddenly heard a world-shaking noise coming from deep within the old forest. In a flash, a ferocious wolf demon suddenly rushed out from the deep forest. Its fangs were sharp. Seeing the sudden appearance of the demonic beast, the villagers were terrified. They scattered and fled. A demonic beast has appeared. Run. One of them ran back in a panic to report to the village chief. This is bad, village chief. A demonic beast has rushed out of the forest. The villagers below can't possibly fight it. Many people have already been injured. The old village chief's face was wrinkled, showing deep worry. He looked at the messenger and said in a deep voice, a second-tier demonic beast again. Normally, we occasionally encounter a first-tier small demon. Everyone can barely handle that. But why have high-level demonic beasts been appearing so frequently lately? A villager asked worriedly. Should we ask the nearby Xianmen for help? Concerned for the safety of his people, the old village chief did not dare to delay. He immediately nodded and ordered, Go. Go quickly. This matter is beyond our capabilities. Time flew by. A month passed in a flash. At the spirit pavilion of the Yulin immortal sect, Shursan had just been released from his confinement. He rushed over immediately. Wanted to find a mission. Hello. Excuse me. Are there any missions here that can earn a large amount of sect contribution points? As he spoke, he was both anxious and calculating. My contribution points have been completely deducted. I can only take on new missions to earn some points. The mission manager replied with a calm expression. Currently, the most rewarding mission is to kill a 7th-tier demonic beast. However, this type of mission is a team mission. You need a class-level team, and the number of people must not be less than 3. Zhuang Shursan was a bit confused upon hearing this. He asked, class level, what does that mean? The sect manager then kindly explained, that's right. All new students have been assigned to classes. You can check your class assignment information by scanning your identity jade tablet at the Heavenly Secrets Tower. Zhuang Shursan immediately took out his identity jade tablet, channeling his spiritual energy to check the information. The new student class assignment list quickly appeared clearly. They were divided into 4 classes: Heaven class, Earth class, Mystic class, and Yellow class. Zhuang Shursan looked it over and over for a long time, but was surprised to find that he couldn't find his name. Why isn't my name on the list? The mission manager looked at Zhuang Shursan with a very serious expression and said slowly, Congratulations. You've been chosen. You have been assigned to the class for special individuals, Class 0. After arriving at Class 0, the little demoness was already there. She said with a mischievous smile, "Haha, little Sure-san. I never thought we'd be so fated to meet. But don't you worry. Now that I'm here, if you run into any trouble in the future, I'll protect you." After hearing the whole story, the little demoness finally understood. "Oh, so you took on a class mission because you wanted to earn sect contribution points. Now that I'm here, you can rest assured. Everyone knows I'm a very reliable person. I'm more than qualified to lead a team." Zhuang Sure-san frowned as he looked at the little demoness. He couldn't help but feel a sense of unease. "It's precisely because you're here that we feel uneasy." The little demoness Yu, with an arrogant expression, continued in a voice as clear as a silver bell. "Besides, the crucial thing is that the entrance examination team needs to have 3 members. But this Class 0, are we the only 2 here?" The little demoness Yu continued to speak loudly. "If that's the case, we just need to ask him to come out of seclusion." Zhuang Sure-san's face showed a look of surprise and curiosity. "Who are you talking about?" The little demoness then gestured with her hand and said with a chuckle, "To answer your question, Sure-san, it's little Tang Tang. The first person to enter this Class 0 is also the once-in-a-thousand-years genius senior brother of our Yu Lin Xianmen." The scene changes to a small courtyard hidden deep in the valley of Class 0. The place was filled with an unfathomable mystery. Above the courtyard gate hung an old wooden sign with 3 large characters carved on it, "Seclusion Worm." Inside the courtyard, a man with disheveled hair had wisps of white smoke rising from the top of his head. All around him were countless crumpled drafts thrown about carelessly. This person was Tang, the one you had just mentioned. The little Tang, in Zhuang Sure-san's mind. At this moment, Tang was trapped by his inner demons, feeling extremely frustrated and annoyed. "I can't do it anymore. My head is about to explode. I really can't write a single word." Tang roared in anguish. As the world knew, he was a famous writer. His work, Battle Through the Heavens, had once taken the literary world by storm, garnering countless praises. Of course, he also humbly accepted malicious criticism. He was currently preparing for a new work, but after many days in seclusion without any inspiration, he felt extremely dejected. Tang reluctantly stood up, wanting to leave the courtyard. Stubbornly thinking is not the best approach. Perhaps I should go out for a walk. Maybe I can find some new ideas. By the way, besides writing, Tang also did not forget to cultivate. It could be said that he had some innate talent, coupled with the countless spirit stones gifted by his readers. His cultivation was not to be underestimated. While thinking, Tang walked to the courtyard gate, preparing to go out and enjoy the natural scenery. Just then, Zhuang Sure-san happened to arrive. He was about to knock on the door to find Tang. This unexpected encounter surprised them both. Seeing Tang, Zhuang Sure-san opened his mouth. "I was just about to knock. I didn't expect you to be coming out right now." Tang had a somewhat arrogant look on his face. He frowned at Zhuang Sure-san. "And which fellow Taoist might you be?" Yu beside him pointed at Tang and shouted, Tang, it's me. I need your help with something right now." The 3 of them then walked out to the garden together, discussing official business while enjoying tea. After hearing the whole story, Tang pondered for a long time before replying. "So, you're carrying out a sect mission and want me to join your team?" Zhuang Sure-san followed up, asking, "I wonder what senior brother Tang thinks of this mission." Tang finally nodded decisively, which made Yu overjoyed. She jumped up and cheered, "Excellent. I finally have a chance to go out and explore." Tang also made a suggestion. "However, to increase our team's cohesion, I propose that our team should have a name. Do you 2 fellow Taoists have any objections?" Before anyone could speak, he decisively stated the name without thinking. "Then let's just call ourselves the Tang sect. When traveling the martial world, one must be especially careful to preserve one's life. Therefore, we need Taoist names. Each of us needs a new name for convenience when we're outside. Do you 2 fellow Taoists still have no objections?" Zhuang Sure-san still had a naive look on his face, staring intently at Tang. He had no objections whatsoever. Tang patted Zhuang Sure-san's shoulder and said, "According to the order in which you entered the sect, you're ranked 3rd. Therefore, in the Tang sect, I will call you Tang-san. Of course, this mission is fraught with countless dangers." Tang suggested, "I propose we divine the fortune of this trip. Do you two fellow Taoists have any problem with that? Yu jumped up in surprise, looking at Tang Yi. Little Tang, where did you learn all this? Tang Yi proudly stroked his chin. You flatter me, you flatter me. During my last adventure, I happened to obtain a fragmented scripture from Celestial Master. Hearing these words, Yu excitedly stepped forward. Then read my fortune first. Tang immediately focused his mind and calmed his chi, placing a hand on his own forehead. Then I shall begin right away. In a blink of an eye, Tang Yi's primordial spirit shot directly into Yu's sea of consciousness, like a streak of light tearing through the night. Entering a strange space, as he regained his senses, what met his eyes was a magnificent sight. Standing majestically before him was the great Tao ladder, soaring into the sky, exuding an ancient and profound aura. Tang Yi was filled with excitement and couldn't help but exclaim, "So this is the ladder of fate in alchemy. As long as I step onto this divine ladder, I can glimpse a person's destiny." Thinking of this, Tang Yi took a deep breath, his heart burning like fire. He firmly stepped onto the first few steps. Time seemed to stand still. The hazy space twisted and warped. After an unknown amount of time, Tang Yi had climbed halfway up the divine ladder. Standing amidst the boundless chaos, his sharp eyes continuously scanned his surroundings. He muttered as he walked, "I never thought it would be so miraculous. What will Yu's future destiny be?" Before he could finish his words, a terrifying phenomenon suddenly occurred. Bolts of lightning descended from the 9 heavens, as if wanting to destroy everything. Immediately after, a giant claw, gleaming with a bone-chilling cold light, tore through the void with world-destroying might, striking straight towards Tang Yi. The terrifying force slammed violently into the divine ladder, blocking Tang Yi's path forward. Tang Yi's primordial spirit suffered a heavy blow. Terrified, he quickly escaped from that bizarre space. Returning to his physical body, Tang Yi coughed a few times, his face pale and extremely weak. Yu and Shursan saw that Tang Yi was not himself and quickly asked with concern, "Senior brother, what's wrong with you?" Tang Yi gasped for breath and quickly replied, "I just suffered a backlash in my sea of consciousness. It must be some powerful expert casting a forbidden art." Yu frowned slightly, a thoughtful look in her eyes. "Could be my master, my mother, who did this." Tang Yi shook his head and turned to look at Zhuang Shursan. "Well then, I'll have to read Brother Shursan's fortune instead." Hearing this, Zhuang Shursan quickly sat up straight, waiting for Tang Yi to begin. In a blink of an eye, Tang Yi once again entered Zhuang Shursan's spiritual space. He was surprised to find a giant Bagua gate standing majestically before him, blocking his path. Tang Yi was extremely shocked. He was bewildered. What the hell is this? Why is there a door here? The ancient texts don't mention anything this strange. Could the ladder of fate be hidden behind this door? After muttering for a while, Tang Yi decided to try opening the door. He took a step forward and placed his hand on the giant gate, channeling his spiritual energy. The moment he made contact, Tang Yi felt a vast and majestic force, like a mountain, pressing down on him, trying to prevent him from exploring Shursan's destiny. But Tang Yi gritted his teeth and used all his strength, wanting to break through the door and find out the truth. After a struggle, the huge door finally opened a crack. From within, a violent, primordial force erupted, its ferocious aura spreading in all directions. Faced with this terrifying force, Tang Yi once again suffered a backlash. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes throbbed with intense pain. His primordial spirit shook violently. Zhuang Shursan was alarmed. He quickly stood up and asked worriedly, "Senior brother, are you all right?" After successively experiencing these strange events in Yu's and Shursan's seas of consciousness, Tang Yi reluctantly returned to his cave dwelling, shutting the courtyard door tightly. He also carefully hung up a wooden sign neatly, writing a few large words. "Secluded cultivation for recovery." Zhuang Shursan and Yu stood before Tang Yi's courtyard with dissatisfied expressions, sighing. The plan to recruit a team member has failed again. With that, the two dejectedly returned to the spirit pavilion. The manager of the affairs hall saw the two return and asked, "What's wrong? Is senior brother in seclusion again? Your team still doesn't have enough people to accept those difficult missions." Zhuang Shursan frowned. looking at the affair's elder with difficulty. That's right. So, can I find someone else to replace him? The affair's elder looked at Zhuang Shi-san with a serious expression and said, I have 2 people here who can help join your team. Because of the special nature of your Class 0, it's not impossible to make an exception. Just then, a voice from behind suddenly spoke, startling Shi-san. How about I replace senior brother and form a team? What do you think? Senior sister Lung slowly appeared, her face beaming as she expressed her interest. I've heard that senior brother's strength is on par with that of an elder. If I replace him, our combat strength should be comparable, right? Zhuang Shi-san's face was full of doubt. He observed senior sister Lung. He thought to himself, why is it this woman again? The affair's elder, after hearing senior sister Lung's suggestion, also hesitated for a moment before nodding in agreement. If senior sister Lung has agreed to step forward, then we have no further objections. Senior sister Lung was extremely pleased with herself. A strange smile lifted the corners of her mouth. Haha, I've finally seized this opportunity to borrow a knife to kill someone. After successfully forming the team, Zhuang Shi-san's group rode their swords, transforming into a streak of sword light that tore through the wind, heading straight for the mountain of 10,000 demons. As they traveled, senior sister Lung continuously gave instructions. I'll repeat the requirements of this mission. The ceiling restriction in the mountain of 10,000 demons has shown signs of breaking. Once the high-level beasts in the forbidden area escape, they will surely slaughter living beings, posing a serious threat to the nearby cities. We just need to stop or eliminate the demonic beasts that escape while the Mountain Guardian clan reinforces the new seal. Of course, any demon cores obtained from killing the beasts will belong to our team. After giving her instructions, senior sister Lung accelerated, transforming into a streak of light, leading the way straight to the mountain of 10,000 demons. At the same time, outside the spiritual mountain range of the 10,000 demons, the sound of world-shaking explosions echoed continuously. As they got closer, they saw 2 factions of cultivators in a standoff. Their words and actions suggested they were old enemies. A disciple of the Yulin immortal sect, gripping his spirit sword tightly, shouted in anger, "This is outrageous bullying." Before he could finish, a fierce attack roared from a distance, viciously striking his body. The blow sent the Yulin immortal sect disciple flying into a corner. Looking extremely battered, the one who had just attacked had a look of wild contempt on his face. He spoke with an arrogant voice. "What 36 gates? You can't even withstand a single move of mine." The Yulin Xianmen is truly all talk and no substance. As soon as he finished speaking, a brilliant immortal light descended from the heavens to the ground, accompanied by a thunderous shout. "Who dares to insult my Yulin Xianmen?" The appearance of this terrifying pressure left the opposing faction utterly horrified. At the same time, Zhuang Shi-san led the group from Yulin Xianmen, appearing with an imposing aura. The Yulin Xianmen disciple, seeing reinforcements arrive, cried out with joy, "Is that an elder?" The elder who had just arrived frowned as she observed the group opposite them. Judging by their attire, they seemed to be from the Qingfeng sect. It seems they also have some connection to this demonic beast. She then turned to question the Yulin Xianmen disciple. "Why are you all fighting here?" The disciple replied solemnly, "We joined forces to besiege a 4th-tier demonic beast. Just as we were about to succeed, they ambushed us. That's why a dispute over the spoils of war arose." Suddenly, a streak of light flew from a distance, transforming into an old man who slowly approached. "That's not right." It was clearly a disciple of my Qingfeng sect who used an ultimate move and was lucky enough to kill this 4th-tier beast. As soon as the old man finished speaking, he clasped his hands in a salute. "This old man is Elder Wu of the Qingfeng sect. It is a pleasure to meet you all. To avoid damaging the harmony between our 2 sects, I propose that each sect sends out 1 disciple for a duel. The winner will gain ownership of the demon core. What do you all think?" The elder of Yulin Immortal sect nodded decisively after hearing this. "Then my Yulin Immortal sect will send you to fight." Amidst the cheers, the faces of the Yulin Xianmen disciples immediately changed drastically. They showed a look of fear. Isn't that the little demoness? Why did the sect master let her out of seclusion?" Zhuang Shi-san was also worried and quickly stepped forward, asking Yu in a low voice, "Little girl, are you all right?" He then transmitted his voice into Yu Yu's ear. They look very weak. Be careful not to accidentally cause any casualties. Yu Yu smirked perfectly. She gestured to reassure him. The art of health cultivation that raised me. I've already mastered it. Elder Wu of the Qing Feng sect narrowed his eyes, sizing up the Yu Lin Xian men. They've really declined. To think they would send out a little girl like this to fight. Her aura shows she's still in the body tempering stage. In the end, the old man ordered his prized disciple, Chen Feng. You go. Remember to hold back. Don't be too rough. Be careful not to cause trouble. Chen Feng accepted the order and immediately stepped forward, assuming a fighting stance. Disciple obeys. I am Chen Feng, the head disciple of the Qing Feng sect. My cultivation is at the golden core stage. Please enlighten me. As soon as he finished speaking, he attacked directly, unleashing his full power in a single strike. Yu Yu, on the opposite side, revealed a peculiar expression, excitedly raising her defense. Bring it on. Chun Feng's attacks struck toward Yu Yu like a violent storm. When they got close, they suddenly changed direction, intending to break through Yu Yu's defense from the front. Yu Yu discovered the sudden change in attack direction and turned pale with surprise. Seeing this, Chun Feng became even more smug and arrogant. Surprised, aren't you? At such close range. You will definitely find it hard to escape this fate. Pierced through her body. Huh? Yu Yu then domineeringly blocked the attack with her head, directly crushing the opponent's move. Seeing his magical weapon shatter into smoke, Chun Feng was panic-stricken. What is happening? Yu Yu's expression revealed excitement as she laughed wildly. Then, she decisively used her brute strength, grabbing the iron chain in Chun Feng's hand tightly. She pulled with immense force. Chun Feng was involuntarily dragged away by Yu Yu, unable to resist. As soon as he was pulled in front of her, the little witch punched him straight in the face, a savage punch that made Chun Feng dizzy and lose his will to fight. Yu didn't let go at this point. She continued to drag the enemy with the iron chain, using her domineering body cultivation power to treat Chun Feng like a sandbag. She repeatedly pulled him back and blasted him away, leaving him powerless to fight back. Elder Wu's face changed dramatically as he roared. How can this be? How is this possible? My outstanding true disciple, defeated by an unknown girl in the body refining realm. In a fit of rage, Elder Wu roared like thunder. Stop it. Everyone stop right now. How presumptuous. Yu Yu pressed her advantage, delivering a kick like a cleaving axe straight into the opponent's throat. The terrifying force was like a mountain collapsing. It directly blasted Chun Feng, flying 100 yards away. He smashed heavily onto the ground in front of the dumbfounded Elder Wu. Chun Feng's bones were shattered all over his body. His internal organs were displaced, his face gray as ash, his breath as faint as a gossamer thread. Zhuang Shursin clapped and laughed loudly from afar, praising loudly. Good girl. Not bad, not bad. Your moves are becoming more measured, much more refined than before. Yu Yu replied with a smug look and a grin. Just being humble. Geniuses are naturally like this. Elder Wu was so angry his beard and hair stood on end. He pointed a trembling finger and shouted, This is what you call measured, beating him into this state. Even his own parents would struggle to recognize him. Instructor Lung maintained her calm demeanor, stepping out casually, her voice cool like jade beads falling on a plate. According to the agreement, this tier 4 demonic beast naturally belongs to our Yulin immortal sect. Elder Wu grunted resentfully and gave an order, gritting his teeth. Why aren't you carrying this trash back to treat him with pills yet? Let's go. Before his words finished, Elder Wu waved his sleeve, leading his group away in dejection, leaving the Yulin immortal sect group behind. Yu Yu was then surrounded by her fellow sect members. Cheers erupted like thunder. Yay! Little junior sister is invincible. The tier 4 demonic beast is ours. This is the first time we've caught a tier 4 demonic beast. Junior sister is mighty. Yu Yu felt joyful in her heart hearing such praise, but a thought rose from the bottom of her heart. Am I being respected by everyone now? The Yulin immortal sect returned in triumph. Cheers echoed throughout the valley, seeming to overturn heaven and earth. Instructor Lung kept her icy expression and spoke slowly. A tier 4 demonic beast is already considered upper middle grade, according to custom. If the myriad beast mountain range is undergoing a mutation, and high-tier demonic beasts are spilling out from the depths. They would naturally squeeze the living space of the low-tier beasts on the outside. Then the first beast to rush out should logically be a low-tier one. Currently, even a Tier 4 beast has appeared. This proves that the developments in the Myriad Beast Mountain range have exceeded expectations. If a Tier 5 demonic beast, or even higher appears, I'm afraid this will exceed the scope of a B-rank mission. I suggest the squad immediately enter the mountain range, investigate the mutation, and gather intelligence. After speaking, a cold glint flashed in her eyes. She calculated inwardly. The more chaotic the place, the easier it is to plot great things. Zhuang Shisan stood nearby, hearing everything clearly and looking at Instructor Lung's back. He also had an idea in his heart. The more dangerous the mountain range, the higher the chance of encountering high-tier demonic beasts. Isn't this a perfect opportunity to fulfill the system's upgrade conditions? It seems that on this trip, I must venture deep inside. The two of them, harboring their own calculations, both revealed smug expressions on their faces. Excitedly, they stepped into the Myriad Beast Mountain range together. Yu led the way with high spirits. Her figure was like an arrow released from a bow, shooting straight into the deep forest. So, can I go into the mountains to explore now? Seeing Yu rushing ahead like that, Zhuang Shisan couldn't help but worry and shouted, "Little girl, don't run around recklessly. You're not allowed to leave the team on your own." Senior Sister Lung waved her hand, dismissing Zhuang Shisan's worries. "Don't worry about her. She has the Sect Master's mark on her. Her life won't be in danger. Let's go." With that, Senior Sister Lung started walking, leading the way into the mountain of 10,000 demons. While scouting the situation, she secretly carried out her own plan. The two went deep into the dense forest. The surroundings were desolate and silent. The lush trees blocked out the sunlight. Zhuang Shisan observed for a while and said with a frown, "This mountain range, it doesn't seem any different from ordinary forests and mountains." Senior Sister Lung walked behind Shisan. A strange smile lifted the corners of her mouth. "Indeed it is." As she spoke, she secretly reached into her robes with a sly, fox-like expression, taking out an object. Senior Sister Lung took out a small jade bottle. Inside was a strange liquid. She gently channeled her spiritual energy and opened the bottle. "This is dragon saliva incense liquid. This thing can attract all demonic beasts. It can even lure a 5th-tier demon king." With that, she didn't hesitate. She directly flicked her finger, shooting the dragon saliva incense forward. The amber-colored liquid drew a strange arc in the air, landing precisely on Zhuang Shisan. The damp, strange sensation surprised Zhuang Shisan a little. "Why is there water? Is it about to rain?" Zhuang Shisan turned his head in confusion to look at Senior Sister Lung. "That kid," a deep voice echoed. "You should carry a protective treasure to shield against wind and rain." As soon as he finished speaking and turned his head back, Senior Sister Lung's figure had vanished without a trace. Zhuang Shisan frowned, his expression bewildered and confused. He kept looking around, whispering, "Where did she go? She was just here a moment ago." At the same time, high up in a towering ancient tree, Senior Sister Lung had hidden herself among the dense leaves. A sinister smile lifted the corners of her mouth. "This distance is definitely safe. I heard this guy can withstand a full-powered strike from Elder Saw. His cultivation is probably at the Golden Core realm. If he relies on his powerful physical body, he might barely be comparable to an early nascent soul stage cultivator. As long as I lure out a 5th-tier demon king, he will surely die." While Zhuang Shisan was still confusedly searching for Senior Sister Lung, a sky-covering demonic aura suddenly rolled in from behind, startling him. His whole body instantly tensed up. Zhuang Shisan immediately turned around defensively to look. Before him appeared the ferocious and menacing form of a giant bear. The demonic aura on its body erupted like a raging tide. Senior Sister Lung, high above, quietly observed Shisan's every move, assessing the situation. A demonic beast has appeared already. This dragon saliva incense is truly a supreme treasure for body refinement. It's perfect for luring demonic beasts. The giant bear demon bared its teeth and glared, continuously growling threateningly at Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Shisan, with a carefree expression, stared at the demonic beast before him. He thought to himself, I just entered the forest and already encountered a demonic beast. My luck isn't bad. With a relaxed and at-ease demeanor, Zhuang Shursen calmly opened his mouth and asked the demonic beast, Excuse me, what tier of demonic beast are you, brother demon? Senior Sister Lung, hidden in the tree, secretly analyzed the demonic beast's aura and nodded slightly. Based on this aura, it's a late-stage 4th-tier demonic beast, equivalent to a late-stage golden core cultivator. That should be enough to teach that arrogant fool a lesson he'll never forget. The giant bear demon, hearing Zhuang Shursan's question, immediately let out a world-shaking roar. It raised its sharp claws, like daggers, and slashed straight towards him. This king is a 4th-tier demonic beast. Faced with the demonic beast's terrifying might, Zhuang Shursan gently raised his right hand and easily blocked the claw. With a crisp crack, the demonic beast's arm, as thick as a pillar, was broken by him. His expression remained as calm as ever. He just glanced coldly at the giant bear demon and assessed, Not good enough. You're not qualified to help me level up. The giant bear demon, faced with Zhuang Shursan's domineering strength, was momentarily stunned, its mouth agape in utter shock. Zhuang Shursan smirked slightly. He calculated in his mind, however, the demon core of a 4th-tier demonic beast should be exchangeable for a few contribution points in the sect. The giant bear demon, terrified by Zhuang Shursan's terrifying strength, quickly knelt on the ground and begged, Great Master, spare my life. Before it could finish, its body was shattered into dust by a heaven-shaking punch from Zhuang Shursan. After easily killing the 4th-tier demonic beast, Zhuang Shursan rummaged through the demon's remains, searching for the demon core. A moment later, he happily picked up a demon core radiating a dense aura. Hooray! Found it! A 4th-tier demon core. Senior Sister Lung, observing this horrifying scene from afar, was dumbfounded, her mouth agape. A storm of terror raged in her heart. What the hell was that? He killed a 4th-tier demonic beast with a single punch. Zhuang Shursan was still standing amidst the ruins of the giant bear demon, looking around with a naive expression. He hoped to find more demon cores. It would be great if I can counter a few more demonic beasts. Just then, a world-shaking commotion once again sounded beside him. In a flash, Zhuang Shursan was surrounded by countless demonic beasts. These demonic beasts had all been drawn by the scent of the dragon saliva incense. The moment they arrived, they began to buzz with discussion. The scent on this kid is right. He really does have dragon saliva incense on him. Seeing the crowd of demonic beasts, Zhuang Shursan became even more excited. He jumped for joy. Why are there suddenly so many demonic beasts? I wonder if there are any 5th-tier ones among them. A wolf demon in the pack saw Zhuang Shursan and eagerly charged forward to attack, roaring, He's just a nameless nobody. I'll go first. The moment it arrived, before it could even touch the corner of Shursan's clothes, the wolf demon was sent flying into the heavens by his violent punch. In just an instant, Shursan had easily obtained another demon core. Hurry up and hand over all your demon cores. The system will automatically sort them later. The demonic beasts, having just witnessed the terrifying scene, became more vigilant. They stared at Shursan with wide, fearful eyes. A rhinoceros among them began to whisper and plot with its kind. How can this be? That wolf was killed with a single blow just now. The black panther beside it replied angrily, This person's background is extraordinary. Everyone, do not underestimate him. Let's work together to capture him. Then we can share the dragon saliva incense among ourselves. Hearing the plan, the rhinoceros charged forward madly. Then I'll take the lead. Seeing the beast charging towards him, Zhuang Shursan got into a stance, channeling his spiritual energy to prepare for a counterattack. Suddenly, 2 frog demons appeared from behind, shooting out their long, whip-like tongues to bind Shursan's arms. He was caught off guard and restrained. His hands were momentarily helpless, unable to channel strength for a counterattack. With a bewildered look on his face, Shursan quickly glanced behind him, exclaiming in surprise, Why are my hands tied? You human brat, your time is up today. The rhinoceros demon roared violently, charging at Zhuang Shursan with a furious wind, intending to trample him into a pulp. Who would have thought that Zhuang Shursan would arrogantly meet the charge? directly using his own head to clash with the rhinoceros's unparalleled force. With a loud clang, his domineering strength and absolute hardness instantly crushed the rhinoceros's sharp horn into fine powder. Zhuang Shisan let out a wild laugh, an unparalleled arrogance on his face. The next second, he swung his arms like a whirlwind, shattering the two chains formed by the frog monsters that were binding him. The world-shaking force caused the two frog monsters to crash into each other. With a thud, it resulted in a fatal injury, fresh blood splattering everywhere. The Black Panther demon nearby had a look of utter terror on its face. Could this guy's cultivation have reached the nascent soul realm? Knowing they were no match, the demonic beasts were terrified and quickly scattered, fleeing. Run. But how could the Black Panther demon's speed compare to Zhuang Shisan's? Before it could even move, he had grabbed it by the tail. Zhuang Shisan's expression was cold, a smug smile on his lips. You guys, none of you will escape from my grasp. With that, Zhuang Shisan struck without mercy, unleashing a heaven-shaking punch. The Black Panther demon's physical body instantly vanished into nothingness, leaving only a dissipating cloud of demonic energy. High on a mountain peak, the female cultivator watched the battle, her face gradually showing a look of terror. This is clearly an overwhelming victory. This kid's strength is completely beyond my expectations. While the female cultivator was secretly assessing Zhuang Shisan, a sky-covering demonic aura suddenly rushed towards her from behind. Sensing the beast's brutal aura, the female cultivator turned in alarm to look. Before the snake demon could attack, she had already executed a movement technique to dodge, preserving her life. The snake demon roared hoarsely, its fierce, glowing eyes staring at the female cultivator. The eyesight of you nascent soul cultivators is truly extraordinary. This king did his best to conceal his aura, yet you still discovered me. The female cultivator's face grew even paler as she exclaimed in terror. This demonic beast is a fifth-tier demon king. She was utterly horrified, staring stunned at the giant snake demon greedily, eyeing her like prey. Why weren't you lured by the dragon, saliva herb? Why are you targeting me? The demon snake slowly approached, its sinister eyes fixed on the female cultivator. From the moment you entered this king's demonic territory, I've had my eye on you. Hearing this, the female cultivator's mind was in turmoil. Damn it, the same realm. A bee's strength is inherently greater than a cultivator's. I'm afraid I'm no match for it. I can only risk everything and use a technique to find a chance to escape. After strenuously forming hand seals to cast a spiritual art, the female cultivator was horrified to discover that the spiritual energy in her body could not be mobilized. She was utterly panicked. Why is my spiritual energy blocked? Seeing the female cultivator's panicked and helpless state, the demon snake let out a resounding, wild laugh. This king has been hiding for a long time. Did you think I came unprepared? My tail can release a poison that suppresses spiritual energy. Just now, your mind was completely focused on the battle ahead. You unknowingly inhaled quite a bit of it. With that, it transformed into a streak of light, attacking like a storm. Now you're a fish on the chopping block, for this king to deal with as he pleases. On the other side, Zhuang Shisan had eliminated all the surrounding demonic beasts, harvesting a large number of demon cores. He opened the system and ordered it to absorb the demon cores. That's all of them. Absorb them. Let's see if there are any fifth-tier demon cores. After a quick scan, the system sent back a reply. No fifth-tier demon cores. Only low-level demonic beasts. This left Zhuang Shisan extremely surprised. What? I've been at this for half a day and still haven't reached my goal. As he was staring blankly at the system, a world-shaking commotion suddenly erupted behind him. Rocks and dirt flew everywhere. The female cultivator was sent flying next to him, which surprised him a little. The female cultivator. She lay motionless on the ground, covered in injuries. Zhuang Shisan worriedly went over to check on her. Who injured you like this? The demon snake charged forward aggressively again, smashing through the rocks, blocking the way, wanting to continue its attack to seize the dragon, saliva herb. Its massive body and realm level made it extremely arrogant as it roared. Before this king, the Azure Dragon Demon King, you're all just ants for me to crush. Zhuang Shi stood calmly before the massive body of the fifth-tier beast. His eyes were fixed on the Azure Dragon's appearance. This demonic beast is huge. This time, it's definitely fifth tier. The Azure Dragon then condensed demonic poison in its mouth. Just a tiny ant. As soon as it finished speaking, it spat out its poisonous essence blood, wanting to kill Zhuang Shi in one blow. Identifying the attack, Zhuang Shi decisively stomped on the ground. The earth and rocks surged up, forming a solid defensive layer. Seeing its attack brutally destroyed, the Azure Dragon beast roared in anger. I can't believe you used such a trick to block my attack. Suddenly, the Azure Dragon beast's entire body was pulled by a terrifying demonic force. Looking closely, it turned out that Zhuang Shi was using his physical strength to grab it. Your demon core. I'll take it right now. While being spun at high speed, the Azure Dragon Snake was a bit bewildered. When did this kid get behind me? In a flash, the demon snake's massive body was slammed to the ground by Zhuang Shi's demonic power. The world-shaking aftershock spread out. He wanted a quick victory. He flew high into the air, channeling true essence into his fist. Die for me. A full-powered, violent strike slammed into the demon snake's body. Waves of shock waves were continuously released. The Azure Snake was almost completely unharmed. It continued to glare at Zhuang Shi, which surprised him a little. In this moment of crisis, the Azure Dragon Snake did not delay. It whipped its tail, delivering a world-shaking blow to Zhuang Shi's physical body. A loud explosion echoed. The violent force instantly sent Zhuang Shi flying like a kite with a broken string. A thick cloud of dust billowed up. After a long moment, amidst the thick dust, Zhuang Shi staggered to his feet. His whole body ached as if every bone had been crushed. His eyes were still as resolute as a boulder, locked onto the Azure Dragon Snake. He couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. My full-powered strike was useless against this monster. The Azure Dragon Snake bared its teeth and glared, its fierce, wolf-like eyes fixed on Shi. It spat out each word with contempt. For a weakling like you not to be turned into paste by a single whip of my tail. Your physical body can be considered somewhat accomplished. As soon as it finished speaking, it transformed into a gust of wind. Its speed as fast as lightning, attacking Zhuang Shi. The snake's mouth roared again. A pity. This little bit of cultivation is far from enough to contend with this king. As it approached Zhuang Shi, its tail whipped around madly. The binding force instantly stiffened Shi's entire body. His chi and blood stagnated. Then, its massive body viciously flung Zhuang Shi into the air. For a moment, Shi's body hung helplessly in the air, like a dry leaf in a storm. Having controlled his opponent, the Azure Dragon Snake couldn't help but feel smug. It immediately spat a thick stream of poisonous essence blood towards Shi. It announced arrogantly, any cultivator below the spirit transformation realm, as long as they are touched by my poisonous essence blood, will turn into a blood mist. Their body and soul will be annihilated. Just as disaster was about to strike, Zhuang Shi suddenly broke the restraints on his hands. He decisively channeled his strength and clapped his hands together, shouting, Great strength, Vajrapalm. This clapping motion from Shi instantly formed a powerful wave of air, shattering the poisonous essence blood in a flash. Observing through its spiritual eyes, the Azure Dragon Snake was utterly horrified. It wondered in shock what? Without using any spiritual arts, he can create an airwave just by clapping his hands to shatter my poisonous essence blood? This is truly strange. Could this be some ancient secret art? Zhuang Shi landed gently, completely unharmed. After breaking the opponent's attack, Zhuang Shi charged forward again, determined to defeat this monster with his physical strength. He thought, it seems these fancy moves are useless against this kind of beast. I have to use my fists. As he charged and closed in on his target, Zhuang Shi unleashed countless punches and kicks, his speed so fast that only afterimages could be seen. The violent demonic power was focused on the Azure Dragon Snake's abdomen, bombarding it. Each punch carried a fierce gale. The Azure Dragon Snake remained calm and unmoved, its scales as solid as ever. It turned to look at Zhuang Shi and said contemptuously, It's useless. This king is a fifth-tier demonic beast. only one step away from becoming a demon emperor. Moreover, my scales can defend against any attack from those below the spirit transformation realm. But unexpectedly, the next second, an iron fist slammed straight into its face. Zhuang Shisan, with his terrifying demonic power, directly shattered its defensive scales. Feeling the bone-piercing pain, the azure dragon snake let out a long, angry roar that echoed throughout the mountain of 10,000 demons. What? My scales were actually... Due to the intense pain, it thrashed its body wildly, starting to go berserk to release its true demonic power. Its tail unconsciously began to shake repeatedly to control Zhuang Shisan. Hearing this sound, Shisan felt his soul tremble. His consciousness became a bit hazy. His whole body felt extremely uncomfortable. He was horrified. That strange sound again? The azure dragon snake then used its final killing move, gathering its strength to destroy Zhuang Shisan. A world-shaking roar, the aura of a snake king. A violent attack that condensed all the demonic power in its body was quickly unleashed, like a great mountain crashing down, rushing straight towards Zhuang Shisan. The destructive force shattered all obstacles, toppling the entire ancient forest in a mountain of 10,000 demons. After the shockwave of the attack dissipated, a giant, deep pit was revealed in the ground. Shisan's figure had vanished without a trace. The snake demon used its spiritual sense to scan the area vigilantly, muttering to itself, "His aura is gone. It seems he was beaten to a pulp by this king, his soul scattered. He will never be reincarnated." The snake demon finally returned to where Senior Sister Long was unconscious. The snake demon spoke coldly to Senior Sister Long, who was lying on the ground. "Next, it's your turn. The dragon saliva incense has been on you all along." "Ha! How foolish." To collect the dragon saliva incense, the snake demon began to channel its demonic power, pulling Senior Sister Lung's body towards it. Senior Sister Lung was still unconscious, at the mercy of the azure dragon snake. The bottle of dragon saliva incense was quickly pulled from her body by the azure dragon snake. Seeing the bottle of dragon saliva incense before it, the azure dragon snake laughed excitedly. "I finally got it." "Huh." Suddenly, a vine shot up from the ground, its speed as fast as lightning. In an instant, it had successfully snatched the bottle of dragon saliva incense right from under the azure dragon snake's nose. Zhuang Shisan appeared once again, unexpectedly emerging from underground with a face full of overwhelming fury. The moment he jumped up, Zhuang Shisan had snatched the dragon saliva incense into his hand. He carefully observed the bottle of liquid in his hand. A smirk lifted the corner of his lips. "No wonder you kept avoiding the spot where Senior Sister Long was lying when we were fighting. So you were afraid of damaging this thing. Oomph. You sure know how to cherish your treasures." The azure dragon snake opposite him glared at Shisan, roaring in anger. "You rotten brat. You're not dead yet? So you were hiding underground all this time. Today I must swallow you whole." With that, the azure dragon snake opened its mouth wide and lunged, wanting to swallow Zhuang Shisan in one gulp. At this moment, Zhuang Shisan was still intently looking at the bottle of dragon saliva incense, completely unaware that the azure dragon snake was attacking. In a flash, Zhuang Shisan's entire body was swallowed into the azure dragon snake's stomach. A few seconds later, Zhuang Shisan was directly swallowed into the snake's belly, inside the snake demon's stomach. Zhuang Shisan looked around and thought to himself, "So this is the inside of that snake. It's not much different from any other dark cave." A bold idea suddenly popped into his head. A strange smile lifted the corners of his lips. "This idiot. If I can't do anything to you from the outside, then this venerable one will wreak havoc and torture your body from the inside. This will be much easier." Huh. The moment he thought of it, he acted. Zhuang Shisan immediately circulated all the true qi in his body, condensing the power into both his fists, and continuously bombarded the azure dragon snake's sturdy scales. But after a round of wild bombardment, Zhuang Shisan was horrified to find that his fists were like stones thrown into the sea, causing no damage to the snake demon at all. "Is it useless?" Zhuang Shisan exclaimed in surprise, a sense of suspicion rising in his heart. From outside, The strange, mocking laughter of the azure dragon snake echoed like rolling thunder. Huh, you foolish human brat. Did you think this venerable one was an idiot with no defenses? If the inside of my body wasn't as sturdy as a fortress of bronze and iron, do you think I would have so easily swallowed you? As soon as it finished speaking, a thick, dark green mucus suddenly poured out from inside the snake demon's body, exuding a pungent, foul smell and carrying an extremely terrifying corrosive property. Zhuang Shisan was unexpectedly covered in the mucus, which clung to his body like maggots on a corpse. He cried out in agony, "It's hot. It's burning me to death." The azure dragon snake's voice, filled with certainty, echoed, "Now, I just have to wait for you to be corroded into dust by my digestive fluids. Then, this venerable one can naturally and easily refine the dragon saliva incense." Hearing these words, Zhuang Shisan couldn't help but feel suspicious. Dragon saliva incense? He immediately raised the bottle of dragon saliva incense he was holding tightly and examined it carefully. Is this the thing that Snake Demon was talking about? The system screen promptly displayed a cold notification. The emotionless electronic voice sounded out, "Dragon saliva incense. A top-grade spiritual medicine. It has an extremely obvious and rapid effect of strengthening the physical body." Through the system's explanation, Zhuang Shisan finally understood its heaven-defying use. Without any hesitation, Zhuang Shisan tilted his head back and drained the bottle of dragon saliva incense in one gulp, not leaving a single drop. He decided to risk it all to strengthen himself. As expected, the moment the spiritual medicine entered his stomach, it immediately displayed its miraculous effects. Zhuang Shisan's physical constitution points soared wildly, and the bones throughout his body were continuously tempered. After drinking the dragon saliva incense, his muscle strength attribute directly increased by 5 points, instantly reaching the astonishing number of 95 points on his attribute panel. Zhuang Shisan excitedly observed his continuously strengthening body, clearly feeling every muscle fiber swelling. His muscles rippled as if containing a hidden dragon, eager to test the current strength of his physical body. Zhuang Shisan took a deep breath, channeling all his strength into his fist and viciously slamming it into the azure dragon snake's stomach wall. This punch contained world-shaking, violent destructive power. It directly struck the snake demon's stomach, causing it to scream in pain as if struck by lightning. What the hell is this? How did this kid's strength suddenly increase to such a degree? Even if he drank all the dragon saliva incense, he absolutely couldn't have refined it in such a short time. That short amount of time should have been enough for me to digest him into ashes, right? Inside the azure dragon snake's body, Zhuang Shisan continued to use his strange movement technique, swiftly using his erratic footwork to sprint like a wild horse, causing intense pain to continuously rack the snake demon's body. The pain, like a volcanic eruption, relentlessly tormented the azure dragon snake's body, causing it pain so intense it was heart-wrenching. Then, Zhuang Shisan nimbly changed direction, his body dodging left and right, jumping around like a little monkey. He repeated this action endlessly, as if wanting to torture the snake demon to death. The extreme physical pain caused the azure dragon snake to completely lose its ability to resist. It could only grit its teeth and endure. The azure dragon snake finally couldn't take it anymore. It let out a frustrated roar, its angry voice seeming to want to tear the sky apart. "You rotten brat! What the hell are you doing in my stomach?" Unable to endure Zhuang Shisan's frantic rampage inside its body, the azure dragon snake immediately condensed all the blood qi in its body, and, in an instant, forcefully spat Zhuang Shisan's body out. Zhuang Shisan seized the opportunity to escape, his body landing steadily on the ground. Instantly, a cloud of dust billowed up. The azure dragon snake's eyes were bloodshot, filled with a sky-high killing intent as it charged straight towards Zhuang Shisan, roaring with a world-shaking fury. "I'm going to die of anger." The snake demon's furious breath attack. Zhuang Shisan, with quick hands and sharp eyes, took out his familiar weight plate and swung it powerfully towards the azure dragon snake's attack. The weight plate carried an incomparably strong force, directly tearing through the air and shattering the azure dragon snake's breath attack into countless pieces. The azure dragon snake witnessed this scene with its own eyes. It was utterly horrified and couldn't help but exclaim in shock, "What treasure is that? Could my breath attack have been split apart by that piece of junk?" Before it could recover, the azure dragon snake was struck squarely on the head by Zhuang Shisan's weight plate. Its mind instantly went blank and dizzy. It saw stars. What kind of treasure is that? Zhuang Shisan was determined not to give his opponent a chance to breathe. He flew high into the air, using all his current strength. While the snake demon was still dazed, he unleashed a full-powered strike, slamming it down on its head, knocking it down once again. Its massive body helplessly crashed to the ground. Dust flew everywhere. Shisan's strength terrified the snake demon to the point of its soul scattering. How could he have become so unbelievably strong? Could it be that he was really hiding his strength before? In the next second, the terrified azure dragon snake wanted to flee. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. But before it could get far, Zhuang Shisan once again threw out his familiar rope, tying up the snake demon like a rice dumpling for the New Year festival. Completely suppressing it on the spot, Zhuang Shisan leaped into the air, his right fist raised high, filled with a sky-high, killing intent. He prepared to deliver the decisive blow. "Snake demon, today I will have your demon core." Zhuang Shisan's brutal fist descended mercilessly on the snake demon's head. The snake demon couldn't dodge, only able to lie there helplessly and take the beating. After a round of relentless punches and kicks, Zhuang Shisan finally succeeded in harvesting the snake demon's 5th-tier demon core. He simultaneously summoned the system to begin absorption. The moment the system appeared, it began to operate quickly, absorbing the demon core and strengthening Zhuang Shisan's physique. The system immediately displayed a new notification panel. The 5th-tier demon core has been fully integrated. 5 more attribute points in muscle strength and the flesh of a 6th-tier demonic beast are still needed. Just 10 kilograms more of 6th-tier demonic beast meat, and the system can upgrade the host. He will then officially enter the cultivation stage and unlock the path to enhancing his muscles. The scene suddenly changed, shifting to a different area. Deep within the mountain of 10,000 demons, Miss Yu, her small figure lost in the vast, gloomy forest, couldn't help but exclaim in horror. Could I be lost again? This place, the trees, the rocks. Everything looks the same. It's making me dizzy. I can't tell which way is which at all. Before she could finish speaking, a strange object wrapped in countless white spider silks suddenly fell from above, terrifying Yu. She screamed. Acting on self-preservation instincts, Yu channeled strength into her fist, deciding to use force to resolve any obstacle before her. The object bound by spider silk took the full force of her punch. Its body immediately flew backward, viciously crashing into a large rock nearby. A tearing sound was heard. The tough spider silk was torn open in a corner, revealing the pale face of a young man. He had fallen into a coma. Yu was surprised and looked on with worried eyes. Is this a human? It seems he's still breathing. Looks like I hit him a little too hard. You're lucky. You met a kind-hearted young lady like me, so you have a chance to be saved. While Yu was hurriedly tearing off the troublesome spider silk from a distance, amidst the dense canopy, a pair of fierce, blood-red eyes suddenly flashed. An abnormally large spider demon was secretly approaching, hiding and waiting for an opportunity. Sensing that its prey was within range, it immediately burst forth. Its massive body, like an arrow released from a bow, carried a fierce gale as it charged straight at Yu, intending to launch a fatal sneak attack. Although Yu's cultivation was not high, her spiritual sense was extremely sharp. She had long since sensed the hidden, killing intent. She reacted extremely quickly, hastily pulling the unconscious man beside her. Her movements were as nimble as a swallow gliding on the wind. She narrowly avoided the vicious attack. Thanks to that, both of them, by a hair's breadth, managed to survive. After escaping the spider demon's attack, Yu finally had time to get a good look at the beast that had just ambushed her. Seeing its massive body and dense demonic aura, Yu was initially a little pleased. She thought to herself, I finally met a monster with some real strength. This way, I can finally stretch my muscles. But life is not always as one dreams. Thoughts and actions are often contradictory. The moment she finished speaking, Yu quickly turned and fled, Her movements were fluid, without a hint of hesitation. Her small hand did not forget to drag the unconscious young man along. Oh heavens! I'm dead for sure this time. Why is it a mid-stage 5th-tier demonic beast? With my 5th-level body tempering cultivation, I'm no match for it at all. Yu screamed in her heart, her feet moving even faster. While unconscious, the young man was dragged by Yu across the rough ground, his handsome face continuously scraping against the rocks and dirt, causing no small amount of injury. The spider demon behind them did not give up. It opened its large mouth, spitting out a stream of sticky spider silk that carried a powerful force, intending to bind Yu and prevent her from escaping. Faced with the demonic beast's relentless attacks, Yu could only do her best to use her movement techniques, continuously jumping and dodging. But the innocent young man behind her was not so lucky. Although he wasn't directly hit by the spider silk during the escape, his head repeatedly slammed into obstacles on the ground, making the situation even worse. In this perilous situation, Yu was extremely frustrated. She couldn't help but scream, "Which way is the path to survival, for heaven's sake?" At that critical moment, a rich, fragrant scent suddenly wafted from a distance, gently entering Yu's senses like a lighthouse in the dark night, guiding her in the direction of escape. This scent was unmistakably coming from Zhuang Shisan's location. At this moment, he was grilling meat by himself, enjoying the spoils he had just harvested. His mouth was wide open, chewing on piece after piece of fragrant demonic beast meat. After a fierce battle, promptly replenishing one's nutrients is the best way to recover stamina. Zhuang Shisan muttered as he ate, a little puzzled. Strange. This is clearly the meat of a peak 5th-tier demon king. Why isn't the system reacting at all this time? It seems, as my own cultivation level increases, the conditions for activating the system have also become much stricter. Just as Zhuang Shisan was engrossed in his wild barbecue feast, Yu arrived at that moment, her panicked voice echoing throughout the forest. Help! Help me! Hearing the familiar voice, Zhuang Shisan was startled and looked up, his eyes filled with surprise as he looked towards the source of the sound. He saw Yu, her hands still tightly gripping a strange young man, frantically rushing towards him. Behind her, a giant, ferocious spider demon was in hot pursuit. This detestable monster, it just won't give up. It's been chasing me for so long. Yu said, panting and resentful, her eyes glaring at the approaching spider demon. Zhuang Shisan didn't hesitate. He stood up to face it. With his current strength, he didn't even consider a 5th-tier demonic beast a threat. He took a deep breath, channeled strength into his fist, and threw a simple punch. An unparalleled force erupted. The ferocious spider demon didn't even have time to react before it was sent flying backward. Its massive body, like a kite with a broken string, slammed viciously into a cliff, making a sound that shook the entire valley. Witnessing this scene with her own eyes, Yu was so shocked she was stunned, her mouth agape in disbelief. She stammered. A 5th-tier demon king was defeated with a single blow after easily defeating the spider demon. Zhuang Shisan finally had time to notice the young man lying face down on the ground. He was a bit curious and stepped forward to ask, "Who is this, brother?" Yu quickly replied, "Oh, he's a cultivator I saved along the way." Zhuang Shisan once again took a closer look at the person, his gaze lingering on the somewhat familiar clothes. A trace of doubt rose in his heart. Curious about the person's true appearance, he reached out to turn the young man over to get a better look. But the moment he turned the person over, Zhuang Shisan was immediately stunned and surprised. Before him was a face covered in blood, so swollen that it was impossible to recognize his original features. Seeing the person's serious injuries, Zhuang Shisan looked puzzled. What is this? How did his face get injured like this?" Yu stammered. The little girl didn't dare to admit that she was the cause, so she unhesitatingly blamed it all on the spider demon. It was all that detestable spider that injured him. Zhuang Shisan was still worried about Yu and the mysterious senior sister Long, so he suggested, "This place is extremely dangerous. You should take this senior sister Long and return to the Yulin immortal sect first. I still have some things to take care of." Hearing this, Yu frowned and looked at Zhuang Shisan, asking suspiciously, The senior sister Long you mentioned was also injured?" Zhuang Shisan pointed at the still unconscious young man. That's right. No, he was severely injured by that giant snake. Yu Yu's face was filled with utter terror, her eyes wide with disbelief as she looked ahead. Even senior sister Lung was no match for it. Yet it was beaten in such a pathetic state by you. Zhuang Shisan? Suddenly remembering something important, Zhuang Shisan shouted, "Oh, right. I almost forgot. I have something I want to give you." As he spoke, Zhuang Shisan was not stingy at all. He took out a large number of various demon cores, piling them up in front of you. You have a storage item, right? These few demon cores. And those 2 demonic beast corpses, take them all. These things can be exchanged for a lot of intersect rewards. Looking at the pile of spoils Zhuang Shisan had laid out before her, Yi was momentarily dazed. She asked blankly, "Did you come to the mountain of 10,000 demons to stock up on goods? I can't believe you managed to collect so many demonic materials." Yi tilted her head and looked at Zhuang Shisan, asking, "So what about you? Aren't you planning to go back with us?" Zhuang Shisan shook his head, replying very seriously, "I still want to go deeper into the mountain range to investigate further, and also to train myself a bit. If I miss this opportunity, I don't know when I'll ever encounter a 6th-tier demonic beast again." Hearing this, Yu kindly reminded Zhuang Shisan, "I heard that the deepest part of the mountain of 10,000 demons has an extremely terrifying 6th-tier demon emperor sealed there. You have to be very careful." Zhuang Shisan didn't seem worried at all. Instead, he reassured Yu, "Little girl, you can rest assured. My abilities are much stronger than you imagine." The scene suddenly changed, shifting to the abyss of the mountain of 10,000 demons, where celestial phenomena continuously appeared. Blood red, lightning constantly struck down from the 9 heavens. If any cultivator dared to venture close, they would surely be horrified to discover that a world-shaking battle was taking place here between 2 supremely powerful cultivators. The old clan leader of the Shun family poured all his strength into condensing his will, trying to suppress the violently roaring phantom of a black phoenix. He slowly channeled his true essence, controlling countless ancient trees to form a giant palm strike that successfully shattered the black phoenix phantom. The domineering force caused the illusory black phoenix to crash violently into the ground and dissipate into nothingness. The arrogant figure stood proudly. His phoenix eyes glanced contemptuously at the old man. "Not bad. You actually managed to break my phantom clone, but you're all just a bunch of vulgar brutes. This venerable one has already said, I'm not the demon emperor you ants are looking for. Stop wasting my primordial essence. You people have been pestering me for almost a month now." The old clan leader obviously didn't believe him, scoffing coldly. Although this old man has never seen the demon emperor, the grand ancestor repeatedly warned that the demon emperor has golden fur and a black body. The figure suddenly felt annoyed. He recalled the appearance of the demon emperor he had killed before. The old clan leader suddenly pointed behind him, his deafening voice declaring, "Moreover, you can't hide it from me. This demon-suppressing banner reacts to your demonic aura. Even if you take human form, it's completely useless." The figure suddenly realized the crux of the problem. It must be because I possessed that demon emperor's physical body that I was tainted with his aura. His icy eyes looked mercilessly at the old clan leader. "You ants brought this upon yourselves." His expression changed in an instant. The figure unleashed a domineering technique, striking towards the old clan leader. An invisible soul attack directly pierced the old man's forehead with ghostly speed. Under the world-shaking power of the soul attack, the old clan leader was miserably defeated, falling to the ground. Blood gushed from his mouth unceasingly. The clan members beside him witnessed this scene in horror and rushed forward to support the old clan leader. "Clan leader, are you all right?" The old clan leader's entire body was in excruciating pain. His eyes revealed a look of utter terror as he looked at his enemy. This is a primordial spirit attack. Such a divine ability is extremely rare on the divine continent. Why would a demon like it dare to use it? A clan member beside him tightly gripped the demon-suppressing banner and shouted repeatedly, "This is bad. The clan leader's soul has been damaged. We must retreat immediately. We'll go back and ask the old ancestor to come out of seclusion." The group with the old clan leader then transformed into streaks of light and fled in disarray, quickly escaping the Black Phoenix's sensory range. The figure didn't bother to pursue. He stood as still as a stone statue, watching the cultivators flee without a trace. Only when they were all gone did the Black Phoenix find it hard to suppress his injuries, revealing a look of weakness. Under the current circumstances, using a soul attack is a mutually destructive move. This venerable one has also expended a great deal of primordial spirit now. The figure sat down cross-legged and began to meditate to regulate his breathing. I must regulate my breathing and recuperate my spirit first. Then I will hunt them down to that Yulin Xianmen. After fleeing for a long distance, the group with the old clan leader had reached a safe area. They happened to pass by Zhuang Shisan in a moment of complete surprise. After a brief second, both sides were stunned to discover each other's presence in the deep, remote mountains of the 10,000 Demons range. The old clan leader's men saw the stranger and turned to investigate. Judging by your attire, you must be a disciple of the Yulin immortal sect, right? Little brother, why did you dare to venture so deep into this place? Zhuang Shisan was a bit suspicious about their identities. Who are you people? The other side quickly replied, we are the Mountain Guardian clan. We were the ones who issued the sect mission to you. Little brother, ahead is the territory of the 6th-tier Demon Emperor. I kindly advise you to leave this place as soon as possible. Zhuang Shisan asked the person back, is he really that strong? The group from the Mountain Guardian clan looked at their weakened clan leader and explained, terrified at the memory. Our clan leader is an expert at the early spirit transformation stage. Even when using the demon-suppressing banner to restrain him, he was no match. So you can imagine for yourself, before they left the mountain of 10,000 demons, the kind Mountain Guardian clansman reminded Zhuang Shisan, you'd better leave quickly. Zhuang Shisan stroked his chin and began to fall into deep thought. A true spirit transformation realm demon emperor, and his strength is definitely no lower than the early spirit transformation stage. It seems I should prepare some tools. Let's see if the system has any tools I can use. Communicating with the system in his head, Zhuang Shisan suddenly became excited. This is it, the reward item from the sword trial. It seems very suitable. Returning to the spot where the Black Phoenix was sitting cross-legged, meditating to regulate his chi and blood. The sharp senses of a high-level beast made it feel someone approaching. Zhuang Shisan simultaneously appeared, arrogantly approaching the Black Phoenix step by step. The figure remained as still as a mountain, observing the human's movements with its phoenix eyes. The moment Zhuang Shisan arrived, he looked at the Black Phoenix with a proud and arrogant expression and questioned, are you that 6th-tier Demon Emperor? The figure looked at Zhuang Shisan with some disbelief and exclaimed, it's actually you? He stood before Shisan as if he had gone mad, laughing wildly. Ha! It seems we are truly fated to meet. Zhuang Shisan had a dumbfounded look on his face. He asked the Black Phoenix with confusion, have we met before? The figure glanced at Shisan, his voice carrying a mix of gratitude and disbelief. The inside of that spirit stone had been worn down by this venerable one for thousands of years, yet you were able to shatter it with a single kick from the outside. Zhuang Shisan was even more bewildered, not understanding what the other was trying to say. The figure became more and more agitated. Have you forgotten everything? You were the one who used a domineering punch to shatter the spirit stone and release this venerable one. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan was startled as he realized something. He stared at his opponent without blinking. The system suddenly sent a new mission notification. Mandatory mission activated. Defeat the Eternal Black Phoenix. Zhuang Shisan did not act rashly. He needed to probe the Black Phoenix again. The Grand Elder in the sect seemed to have mentioned that a Black Phoenix was sealed under the Spirit Stone. Could it be you? The Black Phoenix nodded in affirmation without hiding anything. That is precisely the case. Zhuang Shisan now had a sudden realization. He understood the incident from when he first joined the sect. So, the Spirit Stone being shattered by a single punch was not entirely his fault. Hearing these words, the Black Phoenix couldn't help but burst into wild laughter. Huh? Are you overestimating yourself? If it weren't for this venerable one's destruction from the inside, how could you alone have shattered it? Faced with the arrogant words that rang like thunder in his ears, Zhuang Shisan's figure was like an arrow released from a bow, exploding with astonishing speed. The strength of his entire body converged into his fist, forming a ferocious punch, striking straight at the Black Phoenix. He roared in anger, his voice like a dragon's roar. "You're the one who brought me so much trouble." This one punch. Shur-san poured all his strength into it, carrying the momentum of splitting mountains and shattering stones. Aiming straight for the Black Phoenix's face. Faced with the storm-like attack, the Black Phoenix remained as calm as ever. The corner of his lips lifted slightly, a look of contempt for Shur-san in his eyes. "What kind of joke are you playing?" Zhuang Shur-san was stunned, as if turned to stone. Before his eyes, he only saw the Black Phoenix casually wave his hand. An invisible gale immediately sent Shur-san flying. His terrifying power. Shur-san couldn't withstand it at all. His body was like a kite with a broken string, scraping along the hard ground, carving a deep trench. The figure frowned, his expression fierce and reckless, his voice as cold as ice as he declared, "If it weren't for those mortals on the mountain holding me back, your Yulin Xianmin would have long since been flowing with rivers of blood." Zhuang Shur-san struggled to his feet, gritting his teeth and glaring at the Black Phoenix. The figure remained arrogantly in place, his icy gaze as sharp as a blade, staring at Shur-san. "However, your arrival is quite timely. You are the first Yulin ant this venerable one has met after escaping the seal. Then, obediently endure torture until you die." As soon as he finished speaking, he transformed into a streak of light, his speed as fast as lightning, unexpectedly attacking Zhuang Shur-san. His movements were ghostly, closing in on Shur-san in an instant. His hand, like an iron pincer, was about to grab his head. Then, using terrifying demonic power, he slammed Zhuang Shur-san's head into the solid ground. Zhuang Shur-san was no pushover either. He pushed off the ground with both hands. Struggling to lift his body, he immediately channeled strength into his legs, delivering a knee strike like a sledgehammer straight to the Black Phoenix's face. Faced with such a powerful knee strike, the figure still arrogantly met it as if it were a gentle breeze. Completely unharmed, Zhuang Shur-san was not discouraged. He circulated the internal energy throughout his body, his fists like a torrential rainstorm, unleashing a continuous barrage of attacks on the Black Phoenix. Faced with the violent punches, the figure casually waved his hand, easily brushing aside Zhuang Shur-san's attack. His face showed a look of contemptuous ridicule. "You're no different from those other brutes. It seems you people are completely unaware of one problem." Before he could finish, he suddenly struck out, a palm like a thunderbolt slamming into Zhuang Shur-san's dantian. Faced with such a huge disparity in strength, Zhuang Shur-san finally felt a bone-piercing pain. His body was once again sent flying, rolling miserably on the ground. The figure proudly displayed his strong physique. He arrogantly revealed, "My entire body has long been covered by protective true qi. Do you think your attacks can even touch me? In reality, you're just scratching an itch on my defenses. You can't even break my defense." Zhuang Shur-san had a naive expression, continuously observing his opponent, exclaiming in surprise, "A protective true qi?" The figure frowned at Zhuang Shur-san, his voice carrying a hint of admiration. "For your physical body to be trained to this level, it's truly not bad. To still be standing after being hit by me twice. I wonder how much amusement you can bring me." With that, he once again transformed into a streak of light, his speed like thunder, carrying a sky-covering killing intent, attacking Shur-san. As he approached, he threw a vicious punch, aiming for Shur-san's face. Relying on his eternal and powerful physique, the Black Phoenix also used his demonic power, continuously bombarding Zhuang Shur-san's body. After a round of wild bombardment, he finally noticed something unusual. "This is really strange." The figure suddenly changed his move, a sweeping kick sending Zhuang Shur-san flying into the air. Next, he raised his hand and summoned heavenly lightning. The power of lightning descended from the sky, viciously striking Shur-san. Zhuang Shur-san's body hadn't even touched the ground before it had to endure the relentless bombardment of the violent lightning. Thinking he had finished the job, the Black Phoenix stopped, coldly watching Zhuang Shur-san fall freely to the ground. Faced with his own storm-like attack, the figure looked at Shur-san with surprised eyes. "Still breathing? My attack actually couldn't kill him in a short time?" Zhuang Shur-san's entire body ached as if it had been torn apart. The residual lightning still left his body numb. He trembled like a leaf in the wind. So painful. This is the first time I've felt this kind of pain since awakening the system. The figure was determined to eliminate Shur-san. He once again waved his hand, summoning a treasure. A streak of black light tore through the air, viciously striking him in a moment of surprise. A terrifying pressure crashed down. Zhuang Shur-san was in so much pain that his internal organs felt like they were about to rupture. He couldn't stop coughing up fresh blood. His body couldn't hold on. He fell powerlessly to his knees. But Zhuang Shur-san's will was as firm as a rock. He focused his eyes on his opponent. Not good. The difference in strength is too great. If this continues, I'm afraid this body of mine won't be able to take it. The key is that my fists are completely useless against him. System, your host is in danger. Aren't you going to do something? The system's mechanical voice repeated the mandatory mission. Defeat the eternal Black Phoenix. On the other side, the Black Phoenix continued to launch attacks like a violent storm, relentlessly bombarding Zhuang Shur-san. The powerful force was like a raging flood, continuously pouring down on Zhuang Shur-san. Although he tried his best to resist, he still had to endure countless blows. His body was weakened to the extreme, sent flying into a distant corner. Zhuang Shur-san's face was ashen. He gritted his teeth and cursed. That trash system. It's truly the most useless piece of junk in the world that I've ever seen. Hearing these words, a cold warning sounded in Zhuang Shur-san's mind. Insulting the system is forbidden. Repeat offenders will be annihilated. The figure on the other side had long since lost his patience. A fierce light flashed in his eyes. He stared at Zhuang Shur-san. Why haven't you fallen yet? With that, he erupted with true essence, a full-powered strike aimed at Zhuang Shur-san's vital points. Enduring the storm-like attack, Zhuang Shur-san's body was like a kite with a broken string, weakly collapsing to the ground. Immediately after, he continued to roar and curse the system. Other people's systems can help their hosts defy fate and turn misfortune into fortune. But my system is worse than a dog. The warning was ineffective. The system was furious. It immediately summoned heavenly lightning to strike down, aiming straight for Zhuang Shur-san. In that perilous moment, Zhuang Shur-san's eyes snapped open, a cunning glint within them. His eagle-like gaze locked onto the Black Phoenix. Immediately, he used all his remaining strength to desperately charge forward as the lightning descended from the sky, as if wanting to tear the universe apart. Zhuang Shur-san didn't hesitate. He leaped up and clung tightly to the Black Phoenix, terrifying his enemy. In just an instant, the system's lightning had rumbled down, viciously striking Zhuang Shur-san's body. It simultaneously spread to the Black Phoenix, causing him to scream in agony. The world-destroying power of the lightning grew more and more violent, causing the ground around them to tremble fiercely, feeling the bone-piercing pain spreading through their limbs. The figure and Zhuang Shur-san both let out screams like pigs being slaughtered. The Black Phoenix's protective layer of true essence shattered in an instant. The lightning tribulation summoned by the system was so powerful that it caused the entire surrounding area to explode. After the fury of the heavenly lightning, the dense forest was turned into a flat plain. Only a scene of devastation and thick dust remained. Hei Feng, amidst the swirling white smoke, stumbled out with a heavily injured body, looking down in horror at his charred torso. Why was I attacked by lightning for no reason? It even shattered my protective array. Far away, Zhuang Shur-san was still lying motionless on the ground, gritting his teeth and staring into the void, where the system was located. You really are ruthless this time. You even broke his protective array. But my current situation isn't much better. Looks like it's time to use the mountain-shaking treasure. After rummaging through his storage ring for a while, Zhuang Shur-san took out a small jade bottle containing an emerald green spiritual liquid. Legend has it, this spiritual liquid has the effect of strengthening the body and bones. Within 15 minutes, physical strength increases exponentially in real time. Zhuang Shur-san didn't hesitate. He tilted his head and upended the jade bottle, swallowing all the precious spiritual liquid to strengthen his physical body. A few breaths later, the medicinal power took effect. Zhuang Shur-san felt like a tiger that had grown wings. He jumped up, his combat power instantly soaring. His face revealed anger reaching the heavens. He roared like rolling thunder. Today I am determined to eliminate you. Zhuang Shi-san didn't waste any words. He directly channeled his spiritual power, his body shooting forward like an arrow, focusing all his power into a blind punch. This punch contained earth-shattering power. It directly shattered He Feng's final layer of defense and smashed savagely into his face, making the enemy dizzy. Zhuang Shi-san pressed his advantage. He continued to unleash countless fist shadows like a rainstorm, striking straight at the opponent's face. He Feng was unwilling to admit defeat and tried to channel his true essence. His fist, like a sledgehammer, counterattacked, hitting Zhuang Shi-san's face and causing him to stagger back a few steps. He Feng wore a ferocious expression, laughing coldly like ice. Ha! Don't think that just because you broke my protective array, you can hurt me. Relying on this tough, physical body, I can unleash infinite power. Approaching the Unity stage, as soon as he finished speaking, he waved his hand to cast the heart-devouring black flame. Fire filled the sky as if wanting to swallow the entire space. Attacking toward Zhuang Shi-san. The attack rushed forward like a tornado, aiming straight for Zhuang Shi-san. Zhuang Shi-san remained calm in the face of danger. He clapped his hands together forcefully, utilizing the terrifying power from the body cultivation system. Invisible airwaves spread out in all directions, easily dispersing He Feng's attack. Seeing his attack neutralized in an instant, He Feng turned pale with shock and stammered, What? Zhuang Shi-san's system sent a few notifications at the right moment. The system believes the host has realized. Relying on your cultivation at the introductory body, refining realm, you can easily defeat any enemy below the deity transformation realm, but facing an opponent at the deity transformation level or above will be extremely difficult. Zhuang Shi-san, with a bruised and swollen face, covered in injuries, muttered in frustration. Yet you gave me a mandatory mission to defeat him. Isn't this just wanting me to die? While Zhuang Shi-san was distracted, He Feng seized the opportunity to use the god-killing finger, unleashing soul power to attack him. Facing this weird and unpredictable technique, Zhuang Shi-san couldn't react in time and was hit instantly. Once He Feng used this move, he expended a lot of blood essence and was extremely exhausted himself. Thinking he had defeated Zhuang Shi-san, he laughed smugly. Taking a full-force soul attack from me, you must be about to have your soul scattered, right? Zhuang Shi-san stood up holding his aching head, terrifying He Feng to the extreme. My head feels like it's splitting. The system continued to display messages. Because the power gap between the host and the opponent is too large, the system will grant you a hint. Reminder: detected the physical body of a Tier 6 Demon Emperor in the vicinity. This could be one of the conditions for the system upgrade. Please think of every way to upgrade quickly. Hearing this news, Zhuang Shi-san felt like he had struck gold. He hurriedly used a movement technique, turning into a stream of light and leaving He Feng's sight, frantically searching for the Demon Emperor's body. He Feng stood there watching Zhuang Shi-san's back disappear into the horizon, roaring in rage. Why? Why aren't you dead yet? You really are an unkillable cockroach that disgusts people. His anger exploded to the limit. He Feng directly activated the Black Phoenix Divine Soul True Body. In an instant, his soul transformed into the ancient Black Phoenix form, his aura towering to the sky. Zhuang Shi-san was still desperately moving forward, searching for the Demon Emperor's body with all his heart, determined to upgrade the system. Not long after, having traveled some distance, the massive corpse of the Demon Emperor, large as a mountain, appeared before his eyes, emitting an ancient and desolate aura. Staring at the corpse before him, Zhuang Shi-san was slightly surprised. Could this be the legendary body of the Tier 6 Demon Emperor? Immediately after, a Black Phoenix body filled with violent demonic energy descended, causing Zhuang Shi-san to be stunned. In his panic, he wondered deeply, what the hell is that? Could it be He Feng's true form? The moment the figure appeared, he unleashed a destructive move without mercy, roaring as he tried to completely annihilate Zhuang Shi-san. Annihilation Lightning. The system had already issued a glaring red warning. Zhuang Shi-san was even more terrified. The power of this lightning was even more fearsome than the heavenly punishment sent down by the system before. Not daring to waste a single moment, Zhuang Shi-san rapidly flew towards the demon emperor's body. With all his might, his body like an arrow released from a bow, he grabbed the demon emperor's horn, which exuded an ancient aura. The moment he touched his target, Zhuang Shi-san roared in his mind. "What are you waiting for? Refine and absorb it from me." Just then, the figure also descended from above with a full-powered strike, intending to crush Zhuang Shi-san to dust. The Black Phoenix's world-destroying attack struck Shi-san's body without deviation. At the same time, where Yu's group was hiding, the eternal presence belonging to the Black Phoenix had spread to them. Sensing the terrifying pressure approaching, Yu's expression changed, and she quickly turned her head to look. Why is this spiritual pressure so terrifying? Seeing the violent fluctuations of the surrounding spiritual energy, Yu's expression grew even graver. She couldn't help but worry about Zhuang Shi-san's safety. "San, are you all right?" Returning to the battlefield, the terrifying pressure from the Black Phoenix relentlessly tormented Zhuang Shi-san's body. The extreme agony caused him to gradually weaken. His expression became hazy. His physical body and Taoist robes had already begun to show signs of disintegrating under the lightning. The system roared with continuous warnings. "Warning, warning, warning." This lightning technique is comparable to the tribulation lightning of a tribulation transcendence stage mighty figure. It far exceeds the limits of the host's physical body. Seeing Zhuang Shi-san being tortured to the brink of death by the lightning, the figure laughed smugly. "Huh, after being hit by my annihilation heavenly lightning, both your soul and your physical body will turn to nothingness." At this point, Zhuang Shi-san had been burned by the black lightning to the verge of life and death. He muttered weakly, "Am I really about to die?" In that moment between life and death, images of his loved ones in this world suddenly appeared clearly in his mind. The old master appeared with a solemn expression. Next were Zhuang Shi-san's father and mother in this world. At the same time, his biological parents from the real world also appeared clearly in Shi-san's memory. Every word of guidance, every loving gaze from them was deeply engraved in his heart, unforgettable. In an instant, Zhuang Shi-san's will to survive exploded. His eyes, as firm as steel, stared straight ahead. Facing the violent lightning, Zhuang Shi-san gritted his teeth and resisted, desperately searching for a chance to counterattack. The figure growled at Zhuang Shi-san. "No matter how much you struggle, it's useless. I will slaughter that Yulin immortal sect. Your master, your fellow disciples, even your friends. I will slaughter them all, leaving no one behind." Zhuang Shi-san's face was filled with overwhelming fury. A sky-covering killing intent erupted in his eyes. The figures of the Yulin Xianmen disciples continued to appear. Fang Tiansha Yu. These were all people he had met and befriended at Yulin Xianmen. He considered the sect his family, not a stranger at all. Zhuang Shi-san's eyes were now even more determined to live. "I must live to protect everyone." Zhuang Shi-san ignored the lightning pouring down like a waterfall and still took firm steps forward one by one. During this process, his physical body gradually became abnormally powerful. Then he raised his head and growled coldly at the Black Phoenix. "It wasn't easy for me to get this life. It was even harder to get a sect and friends." At this point, he roared like thunder, unleashing all his potential. "How could I let you destroy everything so easily?" Zhuang Shi-san's physical constitution points were accumulating like a flood. Seeing Zhuang Shi-san still stubbornly struggling and resisting, the figure became even more frantic, pouring in his power, determined to crush Shi-san. "Hateful! I must use all my strength." At this point, Zhuang Shi-san had transformed into a crazed beast, roaring as he faced the lightning. "This body of mine must endure." His physical constitution points instantly reached the breakthrough threshold. The system simultaneously issued a shocking notification. "Congratulations to the host." Shi-san finally broke through the lightning, suppressing him. Then, Zhuang Shi-san appeared with a completely new look. His body was rippling with muscles, each block as solid as steel. Moreover, he stared straight at him with eyes full of overwhelming fury. The system continued to send new information. "Congratulations to the host for taking a step onto the path of cultivation. Successfully advanced to the first level of the Foundation Establishment stage." Seeing Zhuang Shi-san still standing tall after being hit by his killing move, the figure screamed in terror. How can this be? Why are you still not dead? Your physical body seems to be able to level up. Damn it, I don't care anymore. With that, he began to burn his soul, wanting to perish together with Zhuang Shi-san. Even if I have to burn my primordial spirit, I will drag you down to hell with me. The system continued to send new information to Shi-san. Host has successfully broken through the realm. The reward has been poured into the host's sea of consciousness. The new moves are not only for training the body, but also have surprising effects in actual combat. While the medicinal effects are still strong, face the enemy head-on. Zhuang Shi-san's expression was arrogant, his resolute gaze looking up at the nine heavens. A moment later, his body suddenly moved. He circulated the true essence throughout his body, condensing his spiritual energy into a battle stance. He faced the eternal Black Phoenix head-on. That ancient Phoenix clan member madly burned its primordial spirit, expending its origin, and unleashed a Black Phoenix demonic flame that roared towards Zhuang Shi-san. Zhuang Shi-san was not afraid at all. He charged forward, a punch carrying his newly cultivated ultimate technique, a divine ability he had just mastered, and violently struck towards the Black Phoenix. Two heaven-shaking forces, destructive energies, clashed violently and terrifyingly. The terrifying pressure, the sky-covering destructive power, and the fearsome aftershock instantly destroyed everything, leveling it all to nothingness. The aftershock of the powerful force continued to rush straight into the nine heavens, bombarding the sky. The unparalleled power tore through heaven and earth in an instant, shattering space, creating an enormous spatial rift. Through that rift, one could vaguely see the outer domain of heaven and earth, the world beyond. But in just a moment, the space automatically closed, healing quickly. The Mountain Guardian ancestor, the senior from the Mountain Guardian clan, sensed this terrifying phenomenon from afar. He immediately appeared to observe the desolate scene, the ruined state of the Beast Domain mountain range. From 100 miles away, the old man witnessed the desolate, ruin-like scene. He was filled with suspicion. Is this really a battle between peak spirit transformation experts? The doubt in his heart had just vanished when the old man already had his answer. He took a step and flew over. The Mountain Guardian ancestor approached the remains of the fallen demon emperor. His battered physical body was now just an empty shell, shrouded in an aura of death. His life force severed. The Mountain Guardian ancestor's expression changed drastically as he exclaimed in shock. The demon emperor has fallen. According to rumors, the last person to enter this place was a disciple of the Yulin immortal sect. How could he possess such terrifying cultivation? The old man wanted to find traces of Shi-san, so he channeled his divine sense, activating a spiritual art to scan the spiritual energy within a 1,000-mile radius. But in the end, he found no trace of any aura. The vast land had long since become desolate. Confirming something, the old man said to himself, "Primekan sinsa antrases." It seems he died along with the demon emperor. His body and soul were both annihilated. Hearing this conclusion, Yu screamed in terror. What did you say? Brother Shi-san is dead? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. He's so powerful. How could he have fallen? Beside her, the clan leader shouted, reprimanding her. Little girl, be reckless. Show some respect. The Mountain Guardian ancestor said to Yu, this old man has used his divine sense to scan the entire mountain range, but I truly did not detect any aura. The senior sister standing beside her had a dazed expression. She thought to herself, so he couldn't escape death in the end. But why do I feel a sense of sorrow in my heart? Although we had some conflicts before, and I even wished for his death, if it weren't for him, I would have long since died in the mouth of that Snake King. Yu still refused to accept the truth, shaking her head stubbornly. No, you must have sensed it wrong. Suddenly, a hand chopped down on the back of Yu's neck from behind. The senior sister had knocked the little girl unconscious, hoping to help her calm down from the immense shock. The senior sister then turned to look at the Mountain Guardian ancestor. Life and death are fated in the trials outside the sect. After returning to the sect, I will report this matter to the sect master. The Mountain Guardian ancestor sighed with regret. What a pity. The Southern Wasteland has lost such a peerless genius. Perhaps he would have been a strong candidate for the future Xian Tian Grand Assembly. He might have even become a tribulation transcendence immortal. Time and the sun and moon are merciless. 3 days had already passed. At the old battlefield between Zhuang Shisan and the Black Phoenix, Zhuang Shisan, in his daze, heard a desperate cry for help ringing in his ears. "Help me! Help!" Zhuang Shisan snapped awake, feeling his entire body ache as if it had been torn apart. His whole body was limp, his limbs powerless. After looking around for a while, Zhuang Shisan suddenly saw the Black Phoenix on the verge of death. At this moment, the figure's spiritual energy was depleted. He begged continuously, "Help me! Without a physical body to house my primordial spirit, my soul will scatter." Hearing these words, Zhuang Shisan was stunned. "You're not dead yet? Didn't you once declare that you would slaughter my Yulin immortal abode? Saving you would be like releasing a tiger back into the mountains, wouldn't it?" The Black Phoenix was on the brink of death. He pleaded earnestly with Shisan, "I really don't want to die. As long as you can save me, I swear to the heavens, I will be the master. If you dare to betray me, may the heavenly Tao destroy you." Zhuang Shisan rubbed his chin, lost in thought. Having an ancient phoenix as a mount doesn't sound too bad, actually. After pondering for a while, Zhuang Shisan turned to the Black Phoenix. "All right, so how exactly am I supposed to save you?" The Phoenix hurriedly replied, "Just kill that chaotic beast over there, and let me possess its physical body. Of course, the higher the tier, the better." Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan couldn't help but be startled. A demonic beast? The system chimed in with a timely reminder. Due to the backlash from the spirit medicine, the host is currently in a weakened state. Combat is strictly advised against. Through the system, Zhuang Shisan checked his own body. Indeed, he felt his strength completely drained. Dealing with a rank 3 demonic beast right now would be pushing it. Zhuang Shisan looked around with tears in his eyes. "Look at this place. Where am I supposed to find a fierce beast here?" The Phoenix, extremely anxious and sweating profusely, begged, "You have to save me. I can't hold on much longer." Helpless, Zhuang Shisan went back to thinking of a way to save the Black Phoenix from having his soul scattered. Suddenly, a light bulb went off. A brilliant plan formed in his mind. With a weird look on his face, Zhuang Shisan reached into his spatial ring and rummaged around. Then he tossed out an object that made the Black Phoenix's jaw drop in utter shock. Zhuang Shisan looked at the Black Phoenix with an innocent expression. "This is a top-grade spirit chicken. Use it. The Supreme Elder gave it to me. I haven't even tasted it yet." The Black Phoenix spirit groaned in dissatisfaction. Is this me? I am a majestic, ancient phoenix, true spirit, and I have to inhabit this thing? This isn't a demonic beast body at all. It's just a wild chicken that just molted. Prepare to possess it." Zhuang Shisan sighed softly. He declared directly, "Right now, this is the only option. If you can tolerate it, then tolerate it. If not, then oh well." The Phoenix stared gloomily at the spirit chicken in front of him. He fell silent. Finally, having no other choice, the Black Phoenix had emerged into the wild chicken's body. In just an instant, the Black Phoenix's soul awakened. Its eyes suddenly snapped open. Fresh from its rebirth, it jumped up, stretched its neck, and crowed loudly. "I've been reborn through nirvana." After accepting the new body, the Black Phoenix started moving his limbs, trying to get used to his current vessel. A moment later, his expression became unusually excited. "What is going on? The compatibility of this body. It's even higher than a beast emperor's body. If my soul recovers a bit more, and I refine this body, I feel like I could reach the peak realm again." But then his eyes swept over his chicken body, and he frowned. However, this body really lacks any aesthetic appeal. It's an eyesore. Saying that, the Phoenix used a transformation illusion technique, draping himself in a new set of pitch-black robes. With his current appearance, the Phoenix was much more pleased. "This look is barely acceptable." Huh. Standing aside, Zhuang Shisan also felt tempted to get new clothes and ordered the Black Phoenix. "My clothes are all tattered too. Hurry up and conjure a new set for me." The Phoenix frowned. He looked a bit dissatisfied, glancing at Zhuang Shisan. In the blink of an eye, the Phoenix waved his hand, casting a spell, helping Zhuang Shisan put on a set of battle armor. Seeing this outfit, Zhuang Shisan shouted angrily. What the hell is this outfit? I wanted my original clothes back. Resentfully, the phoenix extended his hand again, casting a spell while grumbling. So many demands. After Zhuang Shisan put on his old clothes, he nodded in satisfaction. This set looks much more pleasing to the eye. Suddenly, his stomach rumbled like thunder, making his face turn sour. The next second, Shisan assumed the role of the master, pointing his finger and ordering the Black Phoenix. My stomach is growling. Go hunt some food for me. The phoenix immediately retorted loudly. I am the majestic, ancient Black Phoenix. And you want me to be your servant? Zhuang Shisan replied indifferently. You were the one who said you wanted me to be your master. Now you want to go back on your word? Do you want to be destroyed by the heavenly Tao? The phoenix showed visible resentment, spitting on the ground. Then, he rushed madly toward the nearby forest, searching for prey. You wait here for a bit. Zhuang Shisan stood still, watching the Black Phoenix's figure disappear. Finally got him to leave. After the system upgraded, I haven't had a chance to check out its new functions. I should take this opportunity to examine it carefully. After opening the system, a massive amount of information flooded in. What caught Zhuang Shisan's attention the most was Jeet Kune Do. Looking at the information about Jeet Kune Do, Zhuang Shisan was a bit curious. Jeet Kune Do, the system explained, this is an advanced muscle and bone training program. It possesses stronger practical combat capabilities. Jeet Kune Do is a comprehensive, free-form combat skill. It uses Wing Chun, boxing, and fencing as its foundation, while integrating the martial arts essence of the myriad worlds. Host, please try to earn training points to unlock more Jeet Kune Do skills. Curious, Zhuang Shisan continued to explore the system. After successfully unlocking features, the system announced, Scene item, enhanced training effect. Bonus gift, hot spring, heals physical injuries. Sauna room, enhances energy, removes body impurities. Reading this notification, Zhuang Shisan was puzzled. A hot spring, then the backlash force in my body. Can it be cured? The system replied. The hot spring is ineffective against backlash force produced by special items. Zhuang Shisan immediately summoned his private hot spring. He sighed softly. Fine then, soaking in it after every battle to rest my mind and relax my muscles is good enough. He jumped right into the hot spring, comfortably soaking to rest his spirit, relaxing his muscles and bones, and recovering from minor injuries. Scene changed to the nearby forest. While the Black Phoenix was hunting, he was suddenly blocked by a wolf demon that rushed out from nowhere. The wolf demon laughed coldly. Why is there a wild chicken in the mountain range of demonic beasts? I was just worrying about finding a snack. I'll use you to fill my belly first. The phoenix frowned. He snorted contemptuously, staring at the wolf demon in front of him. Just a rank 3 demonic beast. As soon as he finished speaking, the Black Phoenix rushed forward. He kicked the wolf demon straight in the face, making the beast dizzy and disoriented. With just a simple kick, the phoenix defeated the wolf demon. Dragging the loot that delivered itself to his door, he returned. As soon as he got back to Zhuang Shisan, the Black Phoenix's face went stiff. He couldn't help but wonder and hurriedly asked, where did this hot spring come from? Zhuang Shisan turned to look at the Black Phoenix. You're back. Thanks for your hard work. Come in and soak for a bit to relax. The phoenix stepped into the hot spring 1 foot at a time. A bit dissatisfied. I am the majestic, ancient Black Phoenix. Yet I have to share a bath with a mortal? But a second later, a euphoric sensation washed over him, making the Black Phoenix unable to control his emotions. He shouted, this feeling, my soul, is gradually recovering. Knowing this was a treasure, he wasn't stupid enough to pass up the opportunity. He coughed awkwardly and declared, this lord will reluctantly soak for a while longer. Zhuang Shisan didn't bicker with him. He ordered, later, go cook the meal for me. Then take me back to the Yulin immortal sect. The phoenix roared in anger. What? Do you really take me for your servant? Time flew by. A few days later, at the Yulin immortal sect in the southern wasteland, the scene shifts to Zhuang Shisan's dilapidated courtyard behind a mountain. The people of Yulin immortal sect thought Zhuang Shisan had perished, so they erected a spirit tablet and a grave for him. Fang Tianxual was drinking alone in sorrow before the grave. Brother Shi-san, now that you passed on, who will be their opponent? Our Yulin immortal sect is in danger of being robbed of our quota again. Truly, heaven is jealous of heroic talents. Brother Shi-san, why did you have to die so young? Before his mournful voice could fade, Zhuang Shi-san suddenly appeared, scaring Fong Tianxua out of his wits. It's early morning. Who are you wailing and mourning for? Fong Tianxua looked at Zhuang Shi-san. His face pale as a ghost, he exclaimed in horror. Ghost! There's a ghost! Zhuang Shi-san frowned. He glanced at the grave in front of him. What the hell is this? Who built a grave for me? Why are you doing such weird things? Fong Tianxua trembled as he stepped forward to check, then cried out in surprise. Brother Shi-san, you really didn't die? Shi-san's face looked unpleasant. He glanced sideways and replied, What do you think? Am I not standing right here? Fong Tianxua was overjoyed, as if he had found a supreme treasure. He stammered, That's great. I said it. Without seeing the body, how can we conclude someone has fallen? But wait. If you didn't die, doesn't that mean you killed that rank 6 beast emperor all by yourself? Zhuang Shi-san looked up at the sky thoughtfully, stroking his chin. I guess you could interpret it that way. Hearing this, Fong Tianxua screamed in shock. What? You're so monstrous that you killed a deity transformation stage powerhouse. Those holy sons and noble holy daughters are nothing compared to this. The phoenix beside them snorted softly, his disdain evident. These mortals from the countryside really have shallow knowledge. Is killing a deity transformation cultivator at this age really that big of a deal? These words terrified Fong Tianxua. Then, he pointed at the black phoenix in panic and stammered. The chicken. This chicken just spoke human language? Could it be a rank 3 demonic beast? Zhuang Shi-san patted the black phoenix's head and said, He's just a little brother I picked up in the Myriad Beast mountain range. The phoenix glared at Zhuang Shi-san, thinking, Damn it, every time I hear him brag, I just want to peck him. Fong Tianxua was still staring intently at the black phoenix. He asked suspiciously, Little brother? At first, I thought it was the food you prepared. Zhuang Shi-san timely brought up what Fong Tianxua had said earlier. Just now you said the Yulin immortal sect is in danger. What exactly happened? Fong Tianxua put away his surprise. He looked at Zhuang Shi-san seriously and recounted the story. It's the Qing Feng sect, taking advantage of the sect master being in seclusion, and the eldest senior brother being out training. They brought the Xuanjin sect to attack our mountain gate. Zhuang Shi-san stroked his chin, deep in thought. Qing Feng sect. Could it be because of what happened in the Myriad Beast mountain range? Fong Tianxua continued to explain the sect situation. They used the Heavenly Mystery Grand Meeting as bait, demanding a martial arts contest with our disciples. All right, Shi-san. We need to hurry to the quiet room to check on little man. Hearing this, Zhuang Shi-san's expression changed drastically. He asked worriedly, Is she seriously injured? Scene changed to little man's quiet room. It was a dilapidated room, with walls covered in cracks, hidden amidst towering mountains. As soon as Zhuang Shi-san arrived, he rushed in, shouting anxiously, Ow, as little man. The old healer treating little man was a bit surprised when he saw Zhuang Shi-san appear, because he was so shocked. He blurted out, Shi-san, you're still alive? But little man's injuries are extremely critical right now. She is still unconscious. Zhuang Shi-san looked serious. He suggested, I have a method. Perhaps it can save little man. Without hesitation, Zhuang Shi-san quickly put little man into the hot spring granted by the system to heal. After soaking for a while, little man's aura gradually stabilized. The old healer let out a long breath and said with relief, Little man's breathing is much smoother now. The healing effects of this spirit spring are truly extraordinary. Zhuang Shi-san's face immediately turned angry as he demanded, Who hurt little man like this? The old healer hurriedly replied, recounting the event. It was the head disciple of the Xuanjin sect, also one of the contestants for the Heavenly Mystery Grand Meeting, Yang Xiao. He intentionally hid his cultivation level, luring little man onto the arena for a duel. His methods were extremely cruel. If this old man hadn't stopped him in time, I'm afraid little man would have suffered a grim fate. Zhuang Shi-san immediately asked, Is he still at the martial arts arena right now? Receiving confirmation from the old healer, Zhuangshi-san stormed off with an imposing aura. Good. I will personally go meet him to settle the score. As the dust settled, the Yulin Immortal Sect's martial arts arena appeared before his eyes. The disciples were in chaos, buzzing like a broken beehive. Liu Hang, once hailed as a prodigy, was now lying unconscious and disgraced at the edge of the stage. Yang Xiao stood arrogantly in the center of the arena, sweeping his gaze down with contempt. So-called genius of the Heaven Character Division? Turns out he's just a loud, empty barrel. Couldn't even block one move from me, Yang Xiao. Yulin Immortal Sect is listed among the 36 sects. But don't you have a single decent cultivator? The old man, sitting in the main seat of the Xuanjin sect, turned to the deacon elder of the Heavenly Mystery Grand Meeting, speaking sarcastically. Today, I specially invited the Grand Meeting Examiner to bear witness. If your sect cannot find a disciple who can defeat my beloved student, then I'm afraid the quota for the Grand Meeting will have to be yielded to the Xuanjin sect. The deacon elder's face was pale. He hated it in his heart. Damn it, I was careless and underestimated the enemy. I didn't expect them to play tricks by suppressing their cultivation levels. I was too hasty in accepting the bet. On the martial arts arena, Yang Xiao continued to shout provocations. I heard Yulin Immortal Sect has an eldest senior brother named Wang, reputed to have some strength. Is he so scared this time that he doesn't dare to show his face? The crowd of Yulin Immortal Sect disciples felt incredibly humiliated. Anger boiled over. Bastards! They took advantage of eldest senior brother being in seclusion to come here and cause trouble. Yang Xiao laughed loudly, his voice echoing harshly. Trash Yulin Immortal Sect. Huh. Sure enough, Yulin Immortal Sect has declined to this extent. Now you only raise a bunch of useless cripples. Just then, a shout like thunder rang down from the sky. Shut your mouth. Accompanied by a powerful aura suppressing heaven and earth. It descended straight onto the martial arts arena, creating a shockwave that swept across the area. Zhuangshi-san landed gallantly, his eyes determined like sharp blades, his aura soaring to the sky. The disciples of Yulin Immortal Sect were terrified. They all exclaimed in unison, It's him, Zhuangshi-san. The deacon elder was also shocked, his face turning pale. Zhuangshi-san. Didn't he perish? Yang Xiao frowned, looking at Zhuangshi-san with a scrutinizing gaze. Who are you? Zhuangshi-san clasped his hands in a salute, looking straight at the villain in front of him with a serious expression. New inner disciple of Yulin Immortal Sect, Zhuangshi-san. I came here today specifically to fight you. Hearing this, Yang Xiao immediately returned to his arrogant self. He laughed coldly. Just a new inner disciple. Yet you're in such a hurry to seek death. Fine then. Today I, Yang Xiao, will fulfill your wish. I am the head disciple of Xuanjin sect, Yang Xiao. Cultivation, nascent soul mid-stage. The deacon elder up high hurriedly shouted a warning. Be careful. Don't let him deceive you. He intentionally hid his cultivation. In reality, he has reached the nascent soul late stage. Elder Luo of the Xuanjin sect watched from the side, calculating secretly in his heart. A deacon with such short-sighted vision. My beloved disciple has already broken through to the deity transformation early stage. Since the eldest senior brother of Yulin Immortal Sect isn't here, who can possibly match my student? The system in Zhuangshi-san's head also issued a warning. Warning. Checking opponent's cultivation. Deity transformation early stage. Host body has not fully recovered. Engage with caution. Based on the system's reminder, Zhuangshi-san looked at Yang Xiao and shouted, Hey kid, you're not honest at all. Clearly at the deity transformation early stage. Yet you deliberately hide your strength to lure me into underestimating you? Exposed, Yang Xiao's face panicked for a moment. What? You can actually see through my disguise? The Xuanjin sect elder on the high platform once again glanced slyly at the deacon elder. No matter. Knowing my student's true strength must make you even more anxious, right? The deacon elder was already secretly delighted. Thinking about Zhuangshi-san. Zhuangshi-san returned safely from the hands of a rank 6 beast emperor. Why would he fear a deity transformation early stage cultivator like you? Yang Xiao stared at Zhuangshi-san with an even more arrogant expression. Since you've seen through it, Then let me show you my full power. Saying that, he immediately executed the vine whip technique. The move carried a gust of wind, striking straight at Zhuang Shisan. The vines slithered forward like venomous snakes, wrapping tightly around Zhuang Shisan's arm, but he didn't show a hint of fear. Yang Xiao thought victory was in his grasp. He laughed triumphantly. "Ha! Got you." Zhuang Shisan looked puzzled. He frowned slightly at Yang Xiao. What kind of funny move is this? Such an outdated technique. You're just tying your own hands and feet. Hearing these words, Yang Xiao was stunned. His eyes widened in shock and horror. In the next second, Zhuang Shisan made his move. He yanked hard with his arm. Before Yang Xiao could react, he was dragged across the martial arts arena, his face filled with utter terror. Zhuang Shisan pulled the opponent close while throwing a full power punch. It smashed directly into Yang Xiao's face. A massive force exploded, sending Yang Xiao flying like a kite with a broken string. His body scraped violently against the ground as he groaned in pain. Yang Xiao clutched his face and screamed miserably on the arena. "Ah, it hurts to death." Zhuang Shisan retracted his fist, looking at it. He thought, logically speaking, this punch should have been enough to knock him unconscious. Seems my body is still weak. Yang Xiao exerted his full strength once again. He executed his strongest unique skill, Forest Prison Vine. Immediately, all around Zhuang Shisan, countless thorny vines burst out from the ground, attempting to trap him. Zhuang Shisan was slightly startled. Seeing his technique trap Zhuang Shisan, Yang Xiao laughed triumphantly. "You are surrounded. These vines are all soaked in poison. Just a scratch on your skin, and your little life will be hard to save." Facing Yang Xiao's attack, Zhuang Shisan simply dodged lightly. His movements were leisurely, as if he were practicing footwork. Yang Xiao was terrified and panicked. What kind of weird footwork is this? He can actually dodge all my attacks." Zhuang Shisan casually picked up a stone-weight plate and hurled it fiercely at Yang Xiao. The stone plate flew out. The sharp wind tore through the air, smashing straight into Yang Xiao's body. Yang Xiao cried out in pain, blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. Zhuang Shisan then took a training rope, wrapped it tightly around the stone plate, and swung it out repeatedly. His movements were relaxed, as if he were playing. Yang Xiao could only stand there and take the beating, bearing the full brunt of the terrifying damage. In just a blink of an eye, his protective array shattered, and he suffered even more severe injuries. The old man on the high platform turned pale. He shouted like thunder, "Stop! Stop right now!" His figure turned into a stream of light, rushing down from above. He caught Yang Xiao's tattered body, which was falling like a kite with a broken string. As soon as he set foot on the arena, he roared like exploding thunder, "You vicious little brat! How dare you cripple my disciples Dao Foundation and Dantian? I will not forgive you." The Xuanjin sect elder was purple with rage. He raised his hand, intending to strike and punish Shisan. Unexpectedly, the examiner of the Heavenly Mystery Grand Meeting suddenly appeared, blocking him. "Hold it! Once you step onto the arena to fight, life and death are fated. Wealth and honor are up to heaven. A loss is a loss. What more is there to say? According to the established rules, this quota for the Heavenly Mystery Grand Meeting now belongs to the Yulin Immortal Sect." Hearing this, the Xuanjin sect elder choked, not daring to utter a word of rebuttal. He hated that he couldn't smash the void. He could only resentfully throw the quota token onto the ground, as if discarding a piece of trash. Zhuang Shisan's eyes shone like torches. His hand snatched the token with lightning speed. He looked at the item he just grabbed with a blank expression, unable to help asking, "What is this thing?" The examiner, Old Xian, had already sidled up to him. He laughed, congratulating Shisan. "Congratulations, young friend. Having entered the sect only a few months ago, you relied on your own strength to obtain a quota for the Heavenly Mystery Grand Meeting. Your future is limitless. This golden jade token is the token to participate in the Grand Meeting. Just drip blood on it to claim ownership, and you will naturally become an official contestant." Zhuang Shisan was still confused. He glanced suspiciously at Old Xian. "So, does that mean I don't have to risk my life accumulating points anymore?" Old Xian frowned at Shisan as if looking at an idiot and replied, "No need. Your strength has proven everything. Screw the points. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan's eyes lit up. He screamed excitedly in the middle of the arena. That's awesome. Huh. Time flew by quickly. A few days later, the sect master finally returned to the sect after his seclusion. As soon as he arrived at the Yulin Mountain Gate, the majestic sect master immediately summoned a large number of disciples, his voice resonating powerfully. This seat was in seclusion, participating in the council. Now that I have returned, I officially announce. The trial secret realm shows signs of opening. 1 month ahead of schedule, the Southern Region preliminary round of the Heavenly Mystery Grand Meeting will officially begin. Considering that some disciples who participated in the previous preliminaries were heavily injured and haven't recovered yet, this seat has decided to directly announce the list of participants for the Yulin Immortal Sect this time. First person, Tang He, the number 1 strength of Yulin Immortal Sect. Second person, Namgong Man, ranked first on the points board thanks to her ventures in the Myriad Beast Mountain Range. And finally, Zhuang Shisan, the absolute winner, who seized the quota from Xuanjin sect. After the announcement to the whole sect, Namgong Huang led Zhuang Shisan's group to a mountain near the sect and slowly explained. This is your first time participating in the selection. I will give a brief introduction to the secret realm. This secret realm is called the Heavenly Tomb. Legend has it that it is the dojo of a mighty tribulation transcender. That mighty figure failed to ascend, but when he fell, his Tao did not dissipate. Instead, it condensed into a secret realm. Don't think that you're the strongest just because you're in the wasteland. In this selection, you absolutely must not be complacent or underestimate the enemy. This is a battle for the entire Southern Region. The Southern Region is vast. The wasteland is just a tiny corner, like a grain of sand in the ocean. In the Southern Region, there is the Xuanjin sect, ranked 15th among the 36 sects. The Spirit Beast sect, ranked 20th. The Haotian sect, ranked 3rd. There are also the Sword Dao sect and Xuana sect of the 4 sects and 3 factions. Especially, the 4 great geniuses of the Southern Region are also participating in the selection this time. Zhuang Shisan looked curious. He turned to Namgong Huang and asked, "Who are these 4 great geniuses?" Namgong Huang looked at Tang Yi, signaling him to explain. Tang Yi replied seriously, explaining slowly. The 4 great geniuses are Jian Wujue and Tai Chang'an of the Sword Dao sect, Jiang Mingyao of the Xuanhe sect, and Yuan Tianzheng of the Haotian sect. Except for Yuan Tianzheng, who is only at the deity transformation stage. The other 3 have all stepped into the integration stage, especially Jian Wujue. It is said that he has broken through to the integration mid-stage. Zhuang Shisan's eyes were determined. He glanced at Tang Yi, thinking, integration mid-stage? Last time fighting the Black Phoenix, I had to rely on system buffs and special medicinal herbs to barely win. If I don't make use of the time to cultivate, my chances of winning against an integration stage opponent aren't high. Little man's face showed clear worry and panic. It's over. Then are we done for? I'm only at the body tempering 9th stage. Namgong Huang stared intently at Little Man, pondering. Little Man's constitution is indeed very strange. Although her physical body is tough, comparable to the Golden Core late stage, it is difficult for her to break through to the Qi refining stage. After a moment of thought, Namgong Huang turned to look at Shisan and said, Zhuang Shisan, you also mainly cultivate the body. Perhaps you can guide Little Man a bit. Maybe we'll be of some help for this secret realm selection. Zhuang Shisan was a bit surprised and hurriedly asked, Guide? What does the elder mean? Time passed like a white colt crossing a crevice. The peaceful scene shifted to Little Man's quiet room. Little Man eagerly urged Shisan. Hurry up, little Shisan. Hurry up and teach me a few moves of that weird footwork. Don't be stingy anymore. Zhuang Shisan frowned and thought opposite her. Do the movements unlocked by the system work for others? Just as Zhuang Shisan was doubting in his heart, the system's cold voice rang out. Master-disciple contract has been officially bound. The deeper the bond, the more exquisite the ability to transmit movements. The disciple can thereby comprehend the mysterious muscle cultivation method, gaining immense benefits. Zhuang Shisan skimmed over the text. Understanding about 70 to 80% of it, he opened his mouth and said, Fine, If you want to learn, you can, but you have to bow to me as your master. After all, this is my ancestral secret technique. I can't casually reveal it to outsiders. Hearing this, a look of helplessness appeared on little man's delicate face. She glanced at Zhuang Shisan and said softly, "Bow as master. I am your senior sister, you know." Zhuang Shisan calmly extended his hand in front of little man. His tone was firm. "It doesn't matter. We can keep public and private matters separate." Hearing Zhuang Shisan say this, little man thought for a long time. Then her eyes lit up, and she said excitedly, "It's not impossible." At the same time, the system issued a reminder sound again. Master-disciple contract bound successfully. Body art transmission function officially unlocked. Zhuang Shisan looked solemn. He continued to explain, "The following movements and chants. You must remember them carefully, because Master will only demonstrate once." After speaking, Zhuang Shisan began to teach little man the warm-up exercises. Step up. First, take a step forward with your left foot. Zhuang Shisan stretched his body again. Raise both hands high above your head. Next, circulate your energy, stretch your back, and relax your bones. After a painstaking teaching session, Zhuang Shisan returned to his quiet room behind Yulin Mountain. As soon as he arrived, he hurriedly opened the system interface to check. Finally finished teaching the dual cultivation body art. Next is time for my own bitter cultivation. The exercise movement function is unlocked. Proficiency can not only enhance body movement and footwork, but also increase physical strength. Improving physical strength is the most solid foundation for consolidating cultivation base. Currently, for the 100 Styles Phys scripture, the system has unlocked countless exquisite movements, but to fully comprehend them requires consuming a large amount of training points. Before the Heavenly Mystery Grand meeting selection opens, I should prioritize unlocking movements with higher practical combat value. So, Zhuang Shisan began to focus on bitterly practicing the tiger-subduing body art. Day and night, he ceaselessly increased his combat power. Day after day, he lifted cauldrons to train his strength. Every day, he increased the difficulty. At the same time, he diligently practiced sparring with the Black Phoenix. Finally, after 2 months, the Heavenly Tomb Secret Realm officially opened. The Heavenly Mystery Grand Meeting selection in the southern region also commenced. The scene shifts to the teleportation array area of the Yulin Immortal Sect. Namgong Huang appeared in person this time, leading Zhuang Shisan's group. I will personally direct the selection competition this time. Everyone, follow me into the teleportation array. Namgong Huang's gaze inadvertently swept over Zhuang Shisan, but her attention was completely focused on the Black Phoenix. "Why is there a crow mixed into our team?" Zhuang Shisan immediately explained. Reporting to the elder, "This is my spirit pet. I heard that bringing a spirit pet to participate in the competition is not against the rules." After speaking, Zhuang Shisan pulled a long face, saying somewhat dissatisfiedly, "This stinking crow insisted on coming along. He begged me day and night for half a month." Hearing this, the Phoenix turned his head to look at Zhuang Shisan and replied, "The secret realm has countless opportunities. Perhaps there will be something to help me recover my strength." Zhuang Shisan's group immediately walked gallantly into the Yulin Immortal Sect's teleportation array. "All right, time is precious. Let's set off quickly." In just an instant, the Yulin Immortal Sect's teleportation array was activated by Namgong Huang. Taking only a few breaths of time, they traversed the spatial array, moving to the selection area of the Heavenly Mystery Grand Meeting. As soon as they set foot there, what struck their eyes was a boundless sea of people. Zhuang Shisan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. "What is this? Are there really this many people participating in the Secret Realm selection?" Namgong Huang explained Zhuang Shisan's doubts as they walked. "After all, this is the Southern Region selection. There are countless sects and aristocratic families, big and small. As long as it is a cultivation sect belonging to the cultivation world system, they can receive at least one participation qualification." Suddenly, a weird voice came from afar, startling Zhuang Shisan. "Haha, I finally waited for you." Zhuang Shisan heard the voice, but didn't see anyone. He put on an arrogant expression and shouted loudly, "Who is it? Who is sneaking around talking to me?" The voice rang out again, the tone even more gloomy. "This is the secret realm. I will definitely have the chance to ask for your guidance. Zhuang Shisan rolled his eyes, looking around with an agitated expression, shouting continuously, "No need to play ghost. Who exactly is sneaking around?" Right at this moment, a masked woman suddenly appeared right at Zhuang Shisan's feet. "What ghost? This lady is standing right in front of you." After speaking, she turned and left, leaving behind a sentence full of hidden meaning. "I'm looking forward to your performance. You'd better not disappoint me." Zhuang Shisan's face went stiff with confusion. Who exactly is this person? Truly weird. While Zhuang Shisan was still bewildered, a commotion came from behind the crowd of cultivators. "Look quickly. The people from the Sword Dao sect have arrived." Zhuang Shisan turned his head curiously to look in the direction the crowd was shouting. Before his eyes, the teleportation gate of a mysterious force slowly materialized. In an instant, a group of people with soaring auras and arrogant postures stepped out of the teleportation array. Tang glanced over. He understood the identity of the other party in his heart. They are the people from the Sword Dao sect. The teleportation gate glowed brilliantly once again. As soon as the female cultivators appeared, earth-shaking cheers immediately echoed through the crowd. "The fairies of the Xuanhe sect have arrived." Zhuang Shisan looked on in surprise, unable to help but marvel. Sure enough, there are so many people. Nam Gong Huang continued with a solemn expression. "Ordinary sects only have one quota. The upper 36 sects can obtain 2 quotas. The 4 sects and 3 factions, however, are favored with up to 4 quotas." Just then, a figure glided over from afar. It was the examiner of the grand meeting. His voice resonated like thunder everywhere. "Fellow Taoists, silence. This humble Taoist is the examiner for this secret realm test. Taoist name, Little Xuanzi. Since everyone is gathered, this humble Taoist will announce the rules of the test. This secret realm allows cooperation. Any cultivator below the integration stage can activate the jade slip in their hand to enter the secret realm. This jade slip contains a life-saving talisman formation. It can help you block one fatal strike. At the same time, the jade slip will shatter. Once the jade slip shatters, it means elimination. You will be forced to leave the secret realm. The secret realm contains countless spiritual treasures and immortal opportunities, especially the Dao fire condensed from Dao Rhyme. Absorbing Dao fire not only improves cultivation, but also provides a chance to comprehend the Dao. If the Dao principles match your cultivation method, it's like adding flowers to brocade. But the Dao fire from the heavenly tomb is limited in quantity each time. Therefore, this test will select the top 5, who collect the most Dao fire, to directly advance to the inner round. Of course, fellow Taoists who do not advance should not be discouraged. You can still find legacies or heavy treasures. This trip will absolutely not be in vain. Old Xian waved his sleeve. The secret realm teleportation gate is slowly opening. Please enter the secret realm one by one. The teleportation location is completely random. The crowd of participating cultivators immediately boiled over, scrambling to step through the teleportation gate and enter the secret realm. Zhuang Shisan didn't delay either. He bid farewell to Tang Yi and immediately followed. "Everyone, I Zhuang will go first." Tang Yi shouted instructions from behind. "Little brother, be careful. Do not underestimate the enemy." Zhuang Shisan and the Black Phoenix strode to the teleportation gate. In just a blink of an eye, Zhuang Shisan's figure was transported to a desolate piece of land within the secret realm. As soon as he regained his composure, he looked around. This is the Heavenly Tomb secret realm. Just then, 2 strange figures appeared in front of him, along with their mounts. Zhuang Shisan raised his eyebrows, surprised to detect their aura. Spirit beasts. The stranger on the high ground spoke arrogantly. "Not bad luck. Just met up with a teammate and already found an opponent." Zhuang Shisan frowned slightly, a bit puzzled. "Isn't the teleportation random? How did you guys gather into a team so quickly?" The 2 strangers wore arrogant expressions, replying directly, "We are disciples of the Spirit Beast sect. Our spirit beasts can sense the aura of allies, even if separated by 10,000 miles. This time luck is good. The teleportation location wasn't too far. Looking at your setup, you must be a beast tamer too." The Spirit Beast sect disciple suddenly laughed loudly, his tone mocking to the extreme, making the Black Phoenix furious. Huh, there's actually someone using a wild chicken as a spirit pet. Truly makes one laugh their teeth off. We are the 10th ranked sect, the Spirit Beast sect. Reducing one competitor increases our own chances of victory. With that, they urge their spirit beasts to fiercely attack Zhuang Shisan. Kill him, heavenly winged Lion King. The Phoenix showed no fear. He rushed forward to meet the battle with eyes full of killing intent. Daring to call me a chicken? You are seeking your own death. The Phoenix was like a streak of flaming light, crashing directly into the heavenly winged spirit beast, making it scream in pain. Before the opponent could react, the Black Phoenix continued to swing his leg, his sharp claws kicking straight into the spirit beast's face. The two spirit beast sect disciples witnessed this scene with horrified faces, showing clear disbelief. What is going on? Outside the secret realm, countless martial artists were constantly watching the teleportation gate. In the next second, the two Spirit Beast sect disciples were beaten black and blue by Zhuang Shisan and the Black Phoenix. Simultaneously, they were eliminated from the secret realm. The crowd of participants shouted in surprise. Someone got eliminated. Teleported out already? Not all contestants have entered yet. And someone is already out? Moreover, they're disciples of the 10th ranked Spirit Beast sect. Old Xian showed a look of interest. This selection seems to be extremely interesting. Tang, he was also a bit worried seeing the Spirit Beast sect people eliminated. I definitely must be more careful. Switch to Zhuang Shisan's situation. He was currently lost in a deserted valley with a somewhat confused expression. Zhuang Shisan glanced at the Black Phoenix. I have absolutely no idea where to go to find Dao Fire right now. The Black Phoenix looked serious, analyzing slowly. If Dao Qi is formed from the condensation of death, then perhaps we should search in places near tombs. While he and the Black Phoenix were still puzzled, suddenly, a green streak of light appeared in the sky. Speeding like lightning, it flashed over Zhuang Shisan's head. This surprised Zhuang Shisan greatly. What is that thing? As soon as he finished speaking, 3 more figures appeared behind it, chasing that green streak of light with all their might. The Phoenix also recognized its aura. That is Dao Fire, and it's being chased by others. Zhuang Shisan and the Black Phoenix immediately activated their movement techniques, chasing after the trail of the Dao Fire. Let's go check it out quickly. That Dao Fire was still fleeing frantically. Its speed reached the limit. It nimbly dodged every attack. Just then, another figure appeared, blocking the path. You can't escape. The man approached the Dao Fire. Immediately, his hands formed seals, urging his spiritual power to activate the trapping formation he had set up. In just an instant, the Dao Fire was completely imprisoned, locked tight within the invisible formation. After a long chase, the group of 3 finally succeeded in capturing the Dao Fire. Finally caught you. This thing really knows how to run. Right then, another voice suddenly rang out, startling the group. Many thanks to everyone for your assistance. The Sword Dao sect disciple who just appeared arrogantly issued a threat. I give you 2 choices. 1. Be immediately eliminated from the secret realm, and this Dao Fire belongs to me. 2. Hand it over personally, and I will let you leave. The group of 3's faces changed drastically, realizing the opponent's identity in horror. He's from the Sword Dao sect. You bastard, you dare to snatch our results? The Sword Dao sect disciple maintained his arrogant expression. Decide quickly. This seat has no patience. Facing the opponent's threat, the group of 3 looked worried. His cultivation has reached the deity transformation early stage. Even if the 3 of us join forces, it's hard to have a chance of winning. The Sword Dao sect disciple frowned again, loudly insulting his opponents. A mob with no sect or faction. Not even a single deity transformation realm cultivator. Yet you dare dream of resisting me? As soon as the words fell, a shocking commotion erupted in midair. Violent shockwaves continuously spread out. In just a blink of an eye, the aura of the group of 3 was shattered. Their bodies flew like kites with broken strings, crashing hard onto the solid ground. All 3 immediately fell into a state of extreme weakness. Damn it! The gap between nascent soul and deity transformation is indeed like heaven and earth. After attacking, the Sword Dao sect disciple descended arrogantly, standing in front of the group of three. He revealed a sinister expression, slowly drawing his sword. Time for you to return to heaven. Suddenly, a large rock carrying a fierce wind crashed down beside him. The Sword Dao sect disciple hurriedly dodged to the side. After avoiding the attack, he roared in anger. Who dares to ambush this sea? Zhuang Shisan's arrogant voice echoed from the top of the mountain. A thief relying on high cultivation to snatch the fruits of others' labor. And you still dare to be so loud? The Sword Dao sect disciple frowned. He felt somewhat smug inside. In this cultivation world, the strong are respected. The strong dictate the rules. Saying that, he directly swung his sword, stabbing fiercely towards Zhuang Shisan. Just a lowly cultivator, yet you dare to obstruct my path of cultivation? Facing the fierce sword momentum, Zhuang Shisan's expression remained unchanged. He gently clamped the sword tip with 2 fingers. With just a slight force, the sword in the opponent's hand shattered. This scene made the Sword Dao sect disciple pale with horror. He was panicked to the extreme. What is going on? Zhuang Shisan simultaneously launched a punch, striking fiercely. You said all this yourself, remember? Zhuang Shisan's full power punch carried the power to destroy heaven and earth, landing brutally on the enemy's face. The terrifying force created immense pressure, sending the opponent's body smashing through layers of rock. After continuous collisions, his life-saving jade token finally shattered. He was officially eliminated from the secret realm by Zhuang Shisan. His body vanished amidst the tomb. The group of 3 witnessed the scene before them, stunned into a daze. Panicked, they didn't dare believe their eyes. One punch defeated him. All 3 immediately rushed over, bowing to Zhuang Shisan. Many thanks to this little brother for lending a hand. Nowadays, righteous cultivators like you are truly rare. Zhuang Shisan turned his head blankly to look at the people beside him with a confused expression. What are you guys talking about? Finally, Zhuang Shisan held his head high, shouting arrogantly, I am a robber. Hand over the Dao fire quickly. At Zhuang Shisan's words, the group was terrified, cold sweat pouring out. What? After all, Zhuang Shisan had successfully snatched it from someone else's hands. Is this the Dao fire? The phoenix immediately reminded him. Store it quickly. Avoid letting others spy on it again. Zhuang Shisan frowned, stroking his chin. Store it. How do I store this thing? The phoenix looked at Shisan with excitement. Just put in your storage ring. Zhuang Shisan's face darkened. He stammered, not knowing how to reply to the black phoenix. Seeing Zhuang Shisan's expression, the phoenix became extremely dissatisfied and finally shouted angrily in his face. Do you seriously not have a storage ring? Zhuang Shisan looked at the black phoenix innocently. I don't have one. I don't even have spiritual power. How could I use that thing? If I had known, I would have stripped those guys clean before they were eliminated. The phoenix frowned at Shisan. If that's the case, we can only find a place to hide. And absorb it first. Zhuang Shisan rested his chin on his hand blankly. Absorb it. I don't have spiritual roots either. How am I supposed to absorb this thing? Should we just go with the flow? After pondering for a while, Zhuang Shisan offered an idea. Since you accepted me as your master, then you absorb this Dao fire first. Hearing this, the phoenix was extremely surprised. Really? I'm so touched. At the same time, in a mysterious small world, 2 cultivators joined forces to seize a cluster of Dao fire essence. One of them laughed loudly, his voice full of pride. I didn't expect to find an opportunity to catch Dao fire in this remote wilderness. Isn't heaven looking after me? Suddenly, a strange sound like thunder echoed beside them, terrifying the 2. What are you celebrating so early for? A figure as tall as a mountain suddenly appeared. It was Little Man. She shouted coldly with arrogance. Leave the Dao fire and get out of my sight immediately. The 2 men were shocked to the extreme. They hurriedly turned their heads to investigate. One of them shouted loudly, Who dares to be so impudent? Little Man held her head high with an arrogant expression, standing on a towering cliff. She raised her voice to threaten, If you obediently leave the Dao fire, perhaps this eldest miss can spare your lives. The cultivator below looked confused. He constantly assessed Little Man. Where did this little girl come from? Her cultivation is only at the tiny body tempering stage. Truly a frog in a well. We are nascent soul experts. With cultivation like yours, how dare you threaten us? Little man sneered, her eyes flashing with a strange light. She glanced at the people in front of her. In an instant, her figure turned into an afterimage, pouncing forward like lightning. She launched a preemptive strike directly. The man opposite saw Little Man's astonishing speed with a look of horror. Little Man condensed true energy into a fist with one hand, carrying a howling wind. She swung her other hand, slapping the guy's face hard like a thunderclap. Even with heavenly skills, he couldn't dodge in time. The other one turned pale with fright. He was terrified in his heart. This palm wind is so domineering. Is this the power of body cultivation? The man who was hit was sent flying several meters by the powerful force, rolling on the rocky ground. Finally, he hurriedly formed seals and chanted, summoning a golden light to protect his body. This little girl has some skill, but your realm is far below this seat. Let's see if you have the ability to break my golden light body protection. Little Man strangely appeared behind his back. She joined her hands like a sword, forcefully striking his fatal weak point. Under this brutal pressure, the opponent grimaced in pain, groaning miserably. How did she find my weak points so quickly? The golden light body protection is completely shattered. Not giving the opponent time to catch his breath, Little Man pressed her advantage, delivering a storm-like kick to his butt at the secret realm teleportation gate, where countless cultivators gathered to watch. The two cultivators who fought Namgong Man earlier had been miserably defeated and left the Heavenly Tomb secret realm. The crowd outside was extremely surprised to see this scene. Why is the elimination speed so fast this year? Could it be due to the appearance of the four great geniuses, leading to unusually fierce competition? Old Xian stroked his beard, observing the secret realm thoughtfully. Not only the southern wasteland, holy sons and holy daughters of major holy lands and feudal lords have mostly gone out to train. This year is indeed a year where geniuses from all over compete for supremacy. Talents appear one after another. Just then, the aura of the Heavenly Tomb secret realm teleportation array fluctuated. A battered disciple, covered in wounds, was directly expelled from the Heavenly Tomb secret realm. An old man among them recognized the origin of that person. Isn't that Yuan Tianzheng of the Haotian sect? The sect ranked third among the 36 sects. Yuan Tianzheng has a cultivation of deity transformation late stage. He is also the fourth-ranked seed in this selection. Why was he eliminated from the secret realm so early? Could he have encountered the geniuses of the Sword Dao sect or Xuan's sect? Old Shin smiled slightly and explained, perhaps not. The Heavenly Tomb mainland, besides containing Dao fire essence, is also a holy land for beast cultivation. I heard rumors long ago that a rank 6 beast emperor is sealed within the Heavenly Tomb mainland. After more than 10 years, I'm afraid it has broken through to the rank 7 demon venerable stage. The old men nearby were horrified upon hearing this. Demon venerable? Isn't that equivalent to the integration stage? Old Xian frowned and replied, that is precisely the case. When a beast reaches the demon venerable stage, its form changes unpredictably. A demon venerable beast has reached the shape-shifting stage. It is difficult to distinguish from humans. Scene change. The mysterious woman who met Zhuang Shisan earlier was walking arrogantly through the secret realm. She still looked down on the participants this time. Truly too weak. And he called himself Yuan Tianzheng. Something about the 4 great geniuses of the southern region? I almost accidentally beat him to death. The image of Zhuang Shisan flashed in her mind. I hope you won't disappoint me. At the same time, Zhuang Shisan was frantically robbing others of their resources. Robbery. Hand over your storage rings and Dao fire essence immediately. Just like that, countless cultivators were defeated by him and expelled from the Heavenly Tomb secret realm. All of them were looted clean, not a scrap left. Finally, there was one guy who resisted to the death, refusing to submit. He glared at Zhuang Shisan with grief and helplessness. Why is this guy so strong? Why have I never heard of such an expert in the southern region before? Zhuang Shisan looked cold. He continued to shout, still not handing over the storage ring and Dao fire. The man hurriedly took out a signal flare. It seems only senior brother can subdue this guy. As soon as he took it out, he activated the signal flare, shooting it straight into the sky. The signal flare tore through the wind, flying high, carrying a distress signal to his fellow disciples. Zhuang Shi was stunned. He looked up, setting off fireworks in broad daylight. "What are you doing?" A smug look appeared on the man's face. "This is the special distress signal of my Sword Dao sect, specially used in secret realms with restricted spatial arrays." Thinking for a moment, he ran away with all his might to buy time for reinforcements. "As long as I stall you for a while, senior brother will arrive to rescue me immediately." But unexpectedly, in the next moment, he was blocked by Zhuang Shi. In an instant, Zhuang Shi, with an arrogant posture, locked onto the enemy's head with a claw like iron pincers, his voice cold as thousand-year-old ice. "My patience has run out." Immediately, his full body strength exploded, delivering an earth-shattering strike. The opponent's body flew like a kite with a broken string, smashing into the rocks. In the blink of an eye, the storage ring had quietly fallen into Shi hand. "Huh, I'll take this." The Sword Dao sect disciple finally regained his senses, staring at Shi in utter terror. What? What did you take it? Could it be the moment we exchanged blows just now?" How can his speed reach such a level? He roared in anger, standing in the desolate secret realm, staring at Shi with venomous eyes. Damn it! Suddenly, from the depths of the earth, a terrifying giant beast broke through the surface. Opening a mouth like an abyss, it wanted to swallow the Sword Dao sect disciple. Countless strange tentacles waved around. Every time they touched the ground, they created terrifying tremors. The Sword Dao sect disciple was scared out of his wits, his face pale. What is this?" Before he could react, the beast's tentacles wrapped around him like lightning, squeezing the life out of him. Luckily, his life-saving Jade token activated. He barely preserved his life, turning into white light and being expelled from the Heavenly Tomb secret realm. Zhuang Shi landed lightly, observing with a solemn expression. This secret realm actually has such a huge beast. The Phoenix's calm voice rang out, explaining. Perhaps before the secret realm formed, it already existed here, constantly absorbing rich spiritual energy to evolve to this level. This aura is at least at the peak of a beast emperor. Before he finished speaking, a gigantic tentacle like a pillar swept fiercely toward Shi. Facing the sudden attack, Shi frowned. A casual strike could easily crush rocks in a fine powder. With a body as agile as a ghost, Shi easily dodged the attack. While moving, he thought smugly, "Since breaking through to the body tempering stage, I haven't had a chance to test my new skills. Just in time, this decent enemy can be my sparring partner." The Phoenix didn't want to get entangled. He reminded coldly, "Killing beasts doesn't give points. No need to waste time." Zhuang Shi didn't reply. He stomped fiercely on the beast's tentacle with one foot. The Phoenix was startled. He saw Shi eyes determined like knife blades. "Don't you want to taste grilled tentacles?" The Phoenix was stunned. Eat it." The blood essence of a rank 6 beast emperor is indeed quite beneficial for recovering my strength. It can also strengthen this body. The Phoenix finally wavered. "All right, then let's finish this quickly. Avoid any unforeseen trouble." While they were talking, the beast's tentacles attacked Shi like a storm. Terrifying force pressed down like a mountain, hitting Shi's body directly. It pushed him back, sliding across the ground. The aftershock shook the heavens and earth. But facing the pressure of the rank 6 beast emperor, Shi seemed unharmed, circulating his true essence. His right fist roared like a dragon and tiger. Power condensed in his fist as he unleashed an earth-shattering punch. It directly blasted the beast emperor's tentacle to pieces. Feeling the bone-deep pain, the rank 6 beast emperor roared, shaking the surroundings and cracking the ground. In just an instant, the beast emperor's massive body burst out of the ground, revealing a monstrous and ferocious appearance. Zhuang Shi sneered coldly, looking straight at the beast in front of him. "So, it's just an ordinary squid demon." The squid demon was furious. Tentacles rained down, frantically attacking Shi. Facing the storm-like attacks, Shi executed weird footwork, like doing radio calisthenics, lightly dodging every attack. Power exploded, tearing up the ground. Dust filled the air. Shi took the opportunity to leap into the air. His ghostly movement shocked the squid demon. The target roared in anger. Spiritual power gathered violently, at its massive mouth, preparing a fatal strike worthy of a rank 6 beast emperor. Zhuang Shisan stared ahead with a solemn expression. At the moment of danger, a light bulb went off. He took out a training weight plate, blocking horizontally in front of him. Boom! Terrifying force collided. The plate shook violently, but steadily withstood the attack. But the force was too strong, pushing Zhuang Shisan back 100 miles. The phoenix appeared behind the beast. Lightning condensed into a palm strike. With a calm demeanor, the phoenix said coolly, "Seems it's still just a rank 6 beast emperor that hasn't developed intelligence. Truly rare." Zhuang Shisan shouted from afar, "Don't interfere." Hearing this, the phoenix reluctantly retreated. Amidst a puff of black smoke, the phoenix turned back into a chicken. He walked away, shaking his butt. "Suit yourself. Then I'll just sit back and enjoy the rewards." The rank 6 beast's tentacles coiled like venomous snakes again. Before he knew it, they had bound Zhuang Shisan tight, surprising him with this terrifying control. Zhuang Shisan struggled to break free, shouting angrily, "Damn it, my whole body is bound. I can't exert any force." From a distance, the phoenix locked his sharp eyes on his Zhuang Shisan's figure, his voice deep and raspy echoing out. "If you need help, just say the word." On the other side of the battlefield, Zhuang Shisan had fallen into a perilous situation. The rank 6 beast emperor opened its abyss-like mouth full of fangs, condensing demonic power for a fatal blow. But Zhuang Shisan remained unusually calm. His eyes closed tight. His mind was firm. "I can only use that ultimate move. This is a fist technique that explodes with earth-shattering power within an inch." The system's cold but useful voice rang in his head. "Fellow Taoist, clench your 5 fingers tight. Circulate your muscles and bones. Comprehend how to control spiritual energy flowing to every muscle cell. Clench the fist. Strike instantly. Simultaneously rotate the wrist to increase penetration power. Push the speed of muscle contraction to the limit. Create waves of energy that are short but incomparably sharp, following the profound chants of the divine skill." Zhuang Shisan unleashed a punch. Power swept out like a hurricane, directly blasting apart the tough body of the rank 6 beast emperor. Feeling his own power reach such a level, Zhuang Shisan couldn't help but feel an indescribable pride welling up in his heart. "This is my invincible inch punch." Just like that, Zhuang Shisan used an earth-shattering punch to break free from the bindings, shattering the strange tentacles that had wrapped around him. Facing the countless sharp attacks raining down from the beast, Zhuang Shisan charged forward with soaring spirit. Every punch contained the power to destroy heaven and earth, directly grinding the beast emperor's body into countless pieces of flesh and blood. The beast emperor screamed miserably in heart-rending pain. Its massive body struggled madly. But strangely, those fatal wounds healed completely in the blink of an eye. The monster once again fiercely counterattacked Zhuang Shisan. As soon as it restored its original state, it went mad, trying to kill the man, surprising Zhuang Shisan. Tam couldn't help but be surprised. This strike carried terrifying power, slamming into Shisan's body, sending him flying like a kite with a broken string. Zhuang Shisan's body traced a beautiful arc in the air, then crashed heavily onto the hard rocky ground. Dust rose up, obscuring the sky. The phoenix appeared beside Shisan like a ghost, his voice grave. "This monster's regeneration speed is truly weird. It seems we can only completely eliminate this disaster by destroying its soul." Zhuang Shisan frowned, his eyes fixed on the rampaging beast emperor. He asked suspiciously, "You said soul." The phoenix explained, "A rank 6 beast emperor is equivalent to a deity transformation cultivator. It can already condense an indestructible soul. If the soul doesn't die, the physical body can regenerate even if turned to dust." Hearing the secret of the soul, Zhuang Shisan didn't hesitate. He stepped on the void, exploding with full power, rushing straight at the beast emperor again. Before long, Zhuang Shisan stood tall, facing the beast emperor and its countless strange tentacles. As soon as they clashed, his fist struck continuously like a storm. The punching speed was too fast. Fist shadows overlapped like illusions. In an instant, he completely crushed all the beast's tentacles. Facing Shisan's astonishing power, The Beast Emperor finally revealed a look of horror. It was panic to the extreme. Fear spread. Zhuang Shi-san hovered in the air. His right fist clenched tight. His eyes condensed killing intent that filled the sky. Now taste this move of mine. The phoenix watched the battle from afar. A hint of helplessness appeared on his face. Did you not hear a word I said? Pure physical attacks are basically useless against its indestructible soul. Zhuang Shi-san had already exerted his full strength. He unleashed his ultimate skill, a right straight punch. An earth-shattering punch smashed the Beast Emperor's head. Its entire body disintegrated into nothingness in an instant. Completely disappeared. Standing aside, the phoenix muttered softly, "What a waste of energy. If its soul isn't destroyed, reforming the body is just a matter of time." His eyes stared intently at where the Beast Emperor disappeared. But as time passed, enough for an incense stick to burn, the phoenix gradually showed surprise. What is going on? Why are there no signs of the monster reviving? Wait, why has the Beast Emperor's aura completely vanished? Could it be that it really died? Zhuang Shi-san held his head high arrogantly. His spirit was heroic. Looks like it kicked the bucket. The phoenix was even more bewildered. W of what? Could it be that the punch just now directly destroyed its soul as well? Could it be that the punch wasn't just a pure physical attack, but contained some mysterious secret technique? After realizing the truth, the phoenix immediately composed himself. He said gravely, "While the Beast Emperor has just fallen, its energy and blood essence are still in peak condition. You should hurry up and absorb it to increase your cultivation." Zhuang Shi-san heard this and stroked his chin, saying thoughtfully, "You said absorb? I don't have spiritual roots. I don't understand the principle of absorbing spiritual energy. Why don't you give me some fire? I'll roast these squid tentacles and enjoy them. My method is a bit special. I just need to directly swallow the beast's flesh to level up my cultivation." The phoenix looked serious, gazing deeply at Zhuang Shi-san. "This kid, it seems you're hiding quite a few earth-shattering secrets." The next moment, Zhuang Shi-san buried his head in devouring the giant squid meat of the rank 6 Beast Emperor. The phoenix circulated his spiritual power, focusing on absorbing the blood essence of the Beast Emperor, while Zhuang Shi-san was engrossed in enjoying the delicacy. He excitedly felt his body and muscle points constantly increasing. The system's voice chimed in with a notification. First time absorbing rank 6 Beast Emperor flesh. Blood vitality enhanced. Body value increased significantly. Zhuang Shi-san became even more excited. He continued to gobble it up. Just as expected, swallowing a high-tier beast for the first time really increases body and muscle points. Suddenly, a terrifying aura carrying sky-high, killing intent came from afar, speeding like lightning tearing through space. The phoenix and Zhuang Shi-san had sensed this killing intent earlier. Knowing the enemy was coming for them, an earth-shattering force descended from the sky, plunging the vast area into ruin, rocks shattering everywhere. Zhuang Shi-san and the Black Phoenix simultaneously used strange footwork to narrowly dodge the opponent's fatal attack, preserving their lives. Zhuang Shi-san glared angrily up at the sky. He roared furiously. "Who is so bold, daring to ambush me?" Amidst the thick dust, an arrogant voice echoed. "The distress signal came from here. I didn't expect to find such a devastated battlefield upon arrival. I can't sense Junior Brother's aura around here. Thought he was eaten by a beast. Interesting. Even a Beast Emperor of this level was killed. The opponent really has some skill. Consider this a small gift for you." That kid Zhuang Shi-san wasn't a fool either. His voice carried a hint of wariness as his hawk-like eyes swept the surroundings. "Bastard from the Sword Dao sect and Xuan's sect. I heard eldest senior brother mention that these pests have stepped into the integration stage, especially that Jian Wujue. I heard he's already at the integration mid-stage." Zhuang Shi-san gritted his teeth, glaring at the group that appeared arrogantly. "You guys actually colluded with each other?" Jiang Mengyao of the Xuan's sect snorted softly. Her beautiful face showed arrogance. "Don't flatter yourself. This fairy was only attracted by the commotion of the battle here. I didn't expect to accidentally run into you." Jian Wujue of the Sword Dao sect was even more arrogant, his voice like thunder. "This rank 6 Beast Emperor, my Sword Dao sect claims it." Before he finished speaking, His body turned into a sword light, strangely gliding behind Zhuang Shisan for a fatal strike without mercy. You can rest in peace now. Zhuang Shisan was careless. He didn't expect the opponent to ambush him so insidiously. He was shocked. The sword light was incomparably sharp. It slashed directly onto his body, causing intense pain as if tearing his muscles and bones. Attacks came like a storm. Zhuang Shisan had absolutely no time to react. He could only watch helplessly as the sword light slashed down. The phoenix beside him looked extremely grave. His eyes watched intently, preparing to act to save Zhuang Shisan's life. The black phoenix shouted lightly. Exploding with full power, he pulled Zhuang Shisan's body back rapidly, narrowly avoiding that soul-shaking sword strike. Jian Wujue glanced contemptuously at the retreating figure. The corner of his mouth lifted in mockery. Taking my sword strike head-on and not turning to dust yet. Saying that, he waved his hand to press the attack, but the junior beside him hurriedly stopped him, exclaiming in surprise. Wait, senior brother, wait a moment. The Beast Emperor's blood essence energy is declining extremely fast. If we don't refine it quickly and waste time chasing that guy, wouldn't the loss outweigh the gain? Hearing this, Jian Wujue also felt it made sense. He nodded in agreement. True. With his injuries, I'm afraid he won't last much longer. Activating the life-saving talisman is only a matter of time. His gaze shifted, probing Jiang Mingyao. Does Fairy Mingyao also want to share the soup? Jiang Mingyao calculated secretly in her heart. Her delicate brows furrowed slightly, her face wary. 1 against 2. I won't have the upper hand. But on that guy, I sense the aura of Dao fire. I can only take the opportunity to pursue. Seize the initiative first. Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate to urge her movement technique with full force. Chasing in the direction the Black Phoenix and Zhuang Shisan left. On this side, the Black Phoenix desperately carried Zhuang Shisan, flying towards a desolate canyon. While moving, the Black Phoenix observed Zhuang Shisan's injuries. He couldn't help but be surprised. This kid's body is indeed tough. The opponent is integration mid-stage, yet you took a sword strike head-on and still managed to keep your life in the secret realm. However, next time we meet these people, it's best to stay as far away as possible. Your strength may have approached the integration stage. Dealing with deity transformation is no problem, but if you encounter a true integration cultivator, you are still far behind. Suddenly, the wounds on Zhuang Shisan's body erupted with pain like a tidal wave. Sinister sword qi constantly corroded his meridians, making him writhe in agony. The Black Phoenix glanced down, frowning. If this wound isn't treated in time, I'm afraid it will become even more serious. Zhuang Shisan gritted his teeth, his face pale, but his eyes remained determined, looking ahead. Quickly find a place to hide. I have a way to heal. Hearing this, the image of Zhuang Shisan's miraculous hot spring flashed in the Phoenix's mind. Is it that strange pool of water? Right at this moment, a powerful aura suddenly surged from behind, startling the Black Phoenix. Sensing this familiar aura, the Phoenix immediately turned his head back, his face changing drastically. There is a strong spiritual energy chasing closely behind. Daring not to delay, the Black Phoenix found a treacherous rock crevice, hiding their bodies and concealing their aura. Jiang Mingyao had also arrived. Her divine sense spread out like a spider web in all directions, sensing the residual aura here, but it suddenly disappeared. Jiang Mingyao was unwilling to give up. She continued to search for traces. Hiding in the dark, the Phoenix secretly observed the graceful figure of the opponent. He sighed deeply. Sure enough, it's her. Currently, I can only exert the strength of deity transformation peak. I am absolutely not her match. Calculating in his heart, the Black Phoenix carried Zhuang Shisan again, quickly diving into a deep abyss under a steep cliff. Then he carefully observed the situation above. She definitely sensed the aura. That's why she chased us here. I suppressed my spiritual aura to the lowest level, yet she still detected it. It seems her divine sense cultivation is not bad. However, I am the ancient Black Phoenix. When it comes to controlling spiritual aura, I am your grandmaster. He shouted in order. Circulating his true essence, he intentionally released a chaotic and powerful aura rushing towards the horizon. Jiang Mengyao, who was searching for traces, suddenly sensed this massive aura. Her delicate brows furrowed tighter, her cold eyes looking down into the abyss. That faint aura disappeared. Did he leave this area? Thinking of this, she immediately channeled her magic to summon divine power, condensing a mysterious formation with an imposing aura. I'd rather destroy this place than let him escape. Hearing these words, the phoenix was shocked, his face showing 30% surprise and 70% panic. What? She wants to destroy this place entirely? In a desperate situation, the phoenix rummaged through Zhuang Shisan's body, deciding to borrow his Dao fire. He quickly took out the storage ring from within the carefully stored Dao fire. Next, he used spiritual power to turn the Dao fire into a stream of light, tearing through the wind and rushing straight towards the horizon. Leaving the narrow hiding place, the Dao fire carried astonishing speed, continuously shooting upwards, avoiding the attention of the cultivators below. Jiang Mengyao saw the Dao fire suddenly appear. Her stunning face was momentarily dazed. Her almond eyes widened, staring intently. She's using full power to chase it, wanting to monopolize the Dao fire for herself. The phoenix also breathed a sigh of relief, relaxing his vigilance. He secretly gloated in his heart, finally lured her away. But unexpectedly, before long, Jiang Mengyao had captured the Dao fire and returned, her cold eyes continuing to lock onto the abyss. The phoenix sensed the opponent's powerful aura returning. He turned pale with shock. Jiang Mengyao, with her icy beauty and eyes like daggers, stared down into the abyss, her voice bone-chilling. Try to use such a clumsy trick to lure me away. Not that easy. The phoenix felt a fire of rage in his heart, glaring angrily at the opponent. Damn it, how annoying. Jiang Mengyao raised her hand high. Spiritual power surged, condensing into two strange magic circles, emitting a terrifying aura of destruction. The woman shouted coldly, "Let's see where you can hide." With that, she waved her sleeve to attack. The aftershock shook the heavens and earth, flattening the peak of a stone mountain. Zhuang Shisan and the Black Phoenix, hiding inside, saw the mountain peak being blasted flat. They couldn't help but be horrified. The phoenix looked at the scene before him, unease rising in his heart. She has started the war. Zhuang Shisan, his face covered in blood, weakly pleaded, "Phoenix, help me buy some time." Hearing this, the phoenix immediately turned around and asked, "Kid, you don't mean to take this opportunity to heal, do you?" Zhuang Shisan explained helplessly, "If I don't take the risk, sooner or later she will find out. By then, escape will be impossible." The phoenix could only reluctantly agree, his tone sorrowful. "Then you must be quick." Then, a sky-high demonic aura suddenly appeared, tearing through the wind, pointing straight at Jiang Mengyao. Seeing the strange object rushing towards her, Mengyao frowned with her delicate brows. She immediately condensed a spiritual power shield, blocking the Black Phoenix's demonic energy. Mengyao sneered slightly, finally showing herself. Facing her now was the Black Phoenix, who had transformed into human form. The body might lose, but the momentum could not be lost. He forced himself to be calm, but in reality, cold sweat had soaked his back. The phoenix cried out inwardly, "Against this kind of powerful enemy, I definitely can't hold on for long. You must hurry up, Zhuang Shisan." At this moment, Zhuang Shisan was painfully soaking in the cold pool, healing with all his might. Jiang Mengyao seemed to sense something unusual. She said indifferently, "Your spirit beast aura is that lowly black chicken. I didn't expect you to be a rank 6 beast emperor. Truly, heaven is helping me." Jiang Mengyao's face showed joy. She recognized the Black Phoenix's intention at a glance. She continued, "You came here alone. It seems you want to buy time for your master to escape. But do you know, only the host has the protective jade token for the competition. If a spirit pet dies in battle, the protective power will not activate." Hearing these words, the Black Phoenix's heart skipped a beat, rippling slightly, but he immediately regained his composure. Waving his hand to condense evil energy, he shouted coldly, "Little human cultivator, dealing with you is more than enough for this emperor. The phoenix immediately executed the 3,000 black lightning. Lightning condensed into a giant python, roaring as it approached. Locking onto Mengyao, Jiang Mengyao immediately engaged in battle. She deployed Spirit Feather Heavenly Flower. Countless spirit feathers rushed like lightning, raining down. Two earth-shattering forces collided violently. 8 ounces against half a pound. Forces were evenly matched. Neither gave way to the other. But unexpectedly, hidden within Jiang Mingyao's attack was a killing move. She suddenly fired a hidden arrow to ambush the Black Phoenix. He detected the anomaly and quickly retreated, but was still pierced by the spirit feathers. The Phoenix suffered a big loss at the hands of that woman. Gritting his teeth in anger, the Phoenix changed moves. Teleportation movement, appearing behind Mengyao, catching her off guard. Condensing, surging spiritual power. Thunderous force as a killer move. The Phoenix recreated the flame-destroying heavenly lightning. The power this time was even more terrifying. As soon as the attack landed, it turned the mountain rocks into dust. Facing the crisis, Jiang Mengyao remained calm and natural. She deployed a protective barrier to resist. Her other hand summoned a body-protecting magic treasure. She revealed an arrogant look, mocking, "Rank 6 Beast Emperor? Your strength is just SOSO." While speaking, a golden bell appeared in Jiang Mingyao's hand. It was the green spirit body protection bell. This bell seemed capable of blocking all magic intrusion. Every attack the Black Phoenix launched was ineffective. Mengyao spoke coldly. "Cannot break defense. Attacks are useless." The Phoenix refused to show weakness. He replied coldly, "If I can't hurt you, then I'll trap you." The corner of Mengyao's mouth lifted into a strange smile. "Trap me?" She waved her sleeve and continued. "Those spirit feathers that hit you earlier, did you think they were just superficial wounds?" Hearing this, an ominous premonition rose in his heart. He hurriedly looked down at his body. He discovered that the places pierced by the spirit feathers were emitting a strange light. Cracks were spreading. A cold light flashed in Mengyao's eyes as she explained. The spirit feathers contain a corrosion formation. Once touched, it begins to erode you. "It's over, little black chicken." Jiang Mingyao's face showed clear satisfaction as the Black Phoenix fell for her trap. Before she finished speaking, the formation exploded. The Phoenix's body seemed to be torn apart, blood spraying everywhere. Exhausted, he fell from the sky. Taking advantage of the enemy's weakness, Jiang Mengyao rushed over like lightning to seize the spoils. "The beast core and beast marrow are all mine." Blood flowed ceaselessly from the Phoenix. He tried to raise his hand, weakly swinging a claw to block, but Mengyao brushed it aside as easily as turning her hand. She snorted coldly. Useless struggle. The Black Phoenix was bathed in blood. Gritting his teeth, he cried inwardly, "It's over. This time I'm really done for." He turned his head to look towards Zhuang Shisan, wondering in his heart, "Is that brat not done yet?" Mengyao's body was soft as a swallow. She flew over, adding another strike to the Black Phoenix's face. Meanwhile, Zhuang Shisan's eyes were closed tight, circulating his cultivation method, desperately healing. The Phoenix was now extremely weak, losing the strength to fight back. He was fiercely punched by her again. His body was blasted back several dozen meters. Zhuang Shisan was still using all his internal energy, trying to recover from his injuries before the Black Phoenix was refined into ashes. Jiang Mengyao also lost patience, wanting to end the battle quickly. The Phoenix, weak all over, officially collapsed after being humiliated countless times by that woman. Mustering his last bit of strength, the Phoenix shouted helplessly, "Zhuang Shisan." Hearing that the Black Phoenix was on the verge of death, Zhuang Shisan suddenly woke up. His eyes snapped open violently, signaling that the moment for Jiang Mengyao to taste defeat had arrived. Currently, Mengyao raised her jade-like hand, controlling the spirit flowers, preparing to land the killing blow on the ancient Black Phoenix. She condensed true essence into her palms, coldly uttering a sentence. "Die for me." Just then, Zhuang Shisan had just recovered a sliver of vitality. He immediately executed his ghostly footwork, speeding straight towards Jiang Mengyao. He unleashed a heavy punch with full force right in her face, catching her off guard. Truly a guy who doesn't know how to treat a lady. She glared at him, shocked in her heart. Shisan gritted his teeth. utilizing the Dragon Fist Rapid Strike technique, continuously throwing countless fist shadows like rain. Each punch weighed 1,000 pounds, bombarding Mingyao's magic bell. Jiang Mingyao could only struggle to defend, but under San's violent attacks, how long could she hold on? Jiang Mingyao and the spirit bell were knocked straight to the ground. Cracks spread across the bell like spiderwebs. This scene made Mengyao's jaw drop in surprise. The green spirit bell, a heaven-grade, mid-tier magic treasure, couldn't withstand his attacks. Before she could react, Jiang Mingyao was hit by another punch from San right in the face. At this rate, my face will be ruined. The power of the punch was so strong that she flew through a mountain peak, buried in rubble as dust rose thickly. But Mingyao wouldn't give up easily. She sprang up like a demon demanding a life. Roaring in anger, damn it. She looked towards the flattened mountains, and at the thick smoke, but sensed no movement. Mengyao's face was swollen. She muttered angrily, "Conciencia en spiritual aura." Did they take the chance to escape? She gritted her teeth, cursing incessantly. Damn it, damn it, as Jiang Mingyao shouted. The surrounding rocks resonated with her spiritual power. Mingyao frowned, her eyes flashing with a dangerous light. She swore to herself, a deity transformation junior, dared to destroy my magic treasure. Next time, I will definitely make you wish you were dead. Meanwhile, deep inside the sharp, rocky mountains, there was a small cave. After escaping from Jiang Mingyao, Zhuang Shisan and the Black Phoenix were resting and healing. The Phoenix soaked in a pool of water, groaning comfortably, finally reborn. He looked at Zhuang Shisan with appraisal, praising him a bit. Kid, you were considered rational, not getting too entangled with that woman. Shisan frowned, speaking frankly without hiding anything. I haven't fully recovered yet. I wasn't sure of winning. Then Shisan remembered the image of Jian Wujue and the guy with the bun. He continued, moreover, if we drag it out too long, I was afraid of attracting those two. The Phoenix asked with concern, so how is your injury recovery? Shisan raised both hands with a very refreshed expression. Should be pretty much recovered. Then he slowly stepped out of the water. Let me test it. Zhuang Shisan raised his hand, warming up his muscles and bones. After finishing the warm-up, Shisan struck out with a mountain-moving, sea-severing palm. The power was so strong it blasted through a pile of rubble, startling even the Black Phoenix. He shouted angrily, "Do you not have divine sense? What if this place collapses?" Hearing this, Shisan could only scratch his head and laugh dryly. Sorry, I controlled the force. Suddenly, Shisan seemed to discover something unusual. He pointed at the hole he just made and said, the cliff wall was punched through. It seems connected to something. Hearing this, the Phoenix turned his head curiously to look. They walked together to the hole to observe. The scene inside made Shisan exclaim in surprise. Teach, this is heavenly treasures. Before Shisan's eyes, everywhere was filled with precious spirit herbs. There was even a healing spirit spring. The Phoenix quickly approached a spirit herb to observe. These divine herbs and spirit woods. Unexpectedly, they are all top grade. Shisan walked to the pool of water, seeming to discover something strange too. He called out, "Look at this." These words also attracted the Black Phoenix. He quickly came to look. It's truly a natural dragon saliva spring. Shisan quickly lowered his mouth to taste it. Instantly, his face scrunched up like a monkey. He spat it out. Uft, uft. It tastes terrible. The Phoenix looked at Zhuang Shisan, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Are you an idiot? Unlike the refined dragon saliva liquid, the raw dragon saliva spring can only be used for soaking to strengthen the body. But for a cultivator's body, the burden is immense. It's like forging iron. If the material itself isn't good, the longer you forge, the greater the damage to yourself. Zhuang Shisan's foot just touched the dragon spring when a wave of heat rose up, hitting his face. He frowned, looking like he didn't want to listen. Seeing this, the Phoenix's feathers stood on end, and he hurriedly shouted, "Stinking brat! Can't you calm down and listen to this old ancestor finish speaking?" Seeing Zhuang Shisan still ignoring him, the Phoenix lowered his voice helplessly. To reach the supreme realm, this seat also had to undergo body tempering. It wasn't just done in 3 breaths. Saying that, the Phoenix jumped into the spring as fast as lightning, immediately screaming, "Hot! Hot enough to burn my feathers. He screamed while glancing sideways at Zhuang Shisan, his voice full of provocation. Well, kid, dare to compete in endurance with this seat? Zhuang Shisan casually spat out a few words. Why wouldn't I dare? This precious pool was born for body cultivators like Zhuang Shisan. The longer he soaked, the stronger he became. Just like that, time flew by. A few days later, still hiding in a valley, surrounded by mountains, a scholarly figure floated in midair. He frowned, asking himself, what kind of hellish place is this? Why was this seat teleported to this desolate place? Memories flooded back. He recalled the moment he used a forbidden technique to possess a disciple's body to seek revenge on Zhuang Shisan. He, an elder of the Xuanjin sect, once famous, now had to rely on a mortal body, truly a tiger down in the plains. He looked around, trying to find a way to escape the secret realm's inspection. Unexpectedly, he was thrown into this place where monkeys cough and birds lay eggs. Not even half a person could be seen. While confused, he suddenly discovered a gloomy cave. Observing for a long time, a ray of hope rose in his heart. Is that an opportunity? As soon as greedy thoughts arose, he turned into a stream of light, rushing straight to the cave entrance, ready to seize the treasure. But life is not a dream. He wasn't the protagonist favored by the heavenly Tao. Immediately from within the cave, countless strange vines slithered out like pythons, wrapping tightly around the Xuanjin sect elder's body. He turned pale with horror. He only had time to scream a few times before being dragged deep into the cave. Vanishing into the endless darkness, silence returned. The screen shifted to outside the secret realm, where sect elders and those eliminated were anxiously waiting. Taoist Xuanzi spoke slowly. Time flies, a few days have passed. The auspicious hour has arrived. The demon subduing formation officially opens. As soon as he finished speaking, the lake's surface suddenly shook violently. A giant skull slowly rose up, opening its mouth wide like a bottomless abyss, turning into a pitch-black cave entrance. Around it, hundreds of cultivators were holding their breath watching. Jian Wujue clasped his hands behind his back, his tone cold as ice. The tomb of the tribulation, transcending mighty figure, has finally appeared. The true supreme treasure is hidden inside. Saying that, he turned to the surrounding cultivators with eyes full of arrogance. Whoever has the guts, follow me inside. Fight for the heaven-defying opportunity. As soon as the words fell, Jian Wujue turned into a sword light, rushing straight into the skull. A gray-robed martial artist looked hesitant. He asked, "What should we do? Should we risk entering with them?" Another martial artist replied with a devil-may-care attitude. Wealth is sought amidst danger. The great Tao is inherently ruthless. If you don't fight for opportunities, how can the path of cultivation be wide open? Hearing this, the gray-robed martial artist had a sudden realization. All of them rushed into the skull cave entrance together. But unexpectedly, countless green arrows shot out from the cave like rain, terrifying the martial artists. Those with weak strength immediately became cannon fodder, their bodies pierced by arrows, souls scattered. The gray-robed martial artist reacted quickly, hurriedly circulating his true essence, creating a defensive shield. At the same time, he shouted a warning. Everyone be careful. There are traps. Back inside the cave dwelling, where Zhuang Shisan was still soaking in the dragon spring, the phoenix spoke with admiration. Kid, your body is indeed extraordinary. With a dragon's spring this precious, I didn't expect you to persist until now. Zhuang Shisan thought deeply. The system no longer announces increases in muscle value. It seems this spirit spring has reached its limit for my leveling up. Thinking this, Zhuang Shisan immediately jumped out of the water. Drying himself, he instructed the Black Phoenix. We should collect some spiritual materials here, then continue on our way to find Tao Fire. But remember, don't strip the place clean. The Phoenix nodded, indicating he understood. Then the Black Phoenix used his rooster body to grab Zhuang Shisan, soaring into the air. Suddenly, the Phoenix sensed something unusual and hurriedly reminded Zhuang Shisan. The spiritual energy here seems to be fluctuating. There's a massive power ahead. This feeling is very similar to Tao Fire. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan's curiosity was piqued. Let's go check it out. The phoenix had the same idea. Not long after, one person and one chicken arrived in front of that strange skull cave entrance. Zhuangshi-san couldn't help but exclaim, "The secret realm actually has this kind of strange place?" The phoenix was indeed an ancient existence. With just a glance, he saw the origin of this place. Based on the rich spiritual energy here, it must be the burial place of a tribulation transcending mighty figure. Zhuangshi-san asked curiously, "So you're saying the Tao Fireborn inside is definitely stronger?" The phoenix confirmed with certainty, "Definitely not wrong." Suddenly, a gust of wind attacked the two from behind unexpectedly. Truly a shameless sneak attack. Relying on lightning-fast reactions, Zhuangshi-san and the Black Phoenix quickly dodged the hammer-like kick of the ambusher. Zhuangshi-san steadied himself and looked back, immediately recognizing the opponent. "It's the mysterious woman I met in the secret realm earlier." The mysterious woman laughed, her tone full of excitement. "I waited here for so long, finally waited for you." She put her hands on her hips, arrogantly challenging Zhuangshi-san. "Come here, let's fight to the death." "Zhuangshi-san, you stinking brat. Who the hell are you?" Zhuangshi-san craned his neck, his eyes sharp as daggers, staring straight at the weird figure in front of him. "Since stepping into this secret realm, you've been an eyesore to me, right?" Responding to Shursan's fierce questioning, she just curled her lips slightly, a contemptuous smile like looking at an ant. "A lowly mortal like you. What right do you have to know this lady's name?" As soon as the words fell, she turned into a whirlwind, rushing forward fiercely. In her hands, she wielded a pair of blood-stained dual blades. Gloomy cold energy radiated in all directions, making Shursan shudder involuntarily. Whoosh! A piercing wind sound tore through space. Her violent slash carried soul-shaking power, as if wanting to split heaven and earth in two. The ground beneath Shursan's feet cracked like a spiderweb. Dust rose thickly, but Shursan's footwork wasn't ordinary either. Dodging like a ghost, he lightly escaped the fatal blow. Where he had just stood, the ground had been blasted into a deep pit. "This seems you're not just for show." The phoenix, who had been holding back until now, finally spoke up. His tone was a bit surprised. "The spiritual power on this girl seems to be many times stronger than those minions just now." Before the phoenix finished speaking, she launched a storm-like attack. The dual blades in her hands danced wildly, turning into countless blades of death, enveloping Shursan. The cold blade was only inches from Shursan's throat. The aura of death hid his face, sending chills down one's spine. But right at that moment, hanging by a thread, Shursan calmly raised a finger, gently clamping the sharp blade. What? Her eyes widened, her face filled with utter horror. A wave of belated regret rose in her heart. "If I knew this guy was so tough, I would have dragged out the 100 Ghost Knight walk to fight. This mortal weapon is indeed useless." Realizing the opponent was distracted, Shursan wouldn't easily let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Channeling force into his fist, he threw a punch like lightning, striking straight at her beautiful face. A dull thud rang out. Before she could recover, she was sent flying dozens of meters by Shursan's punch. Her body flew like a kite with a broken string, smashing hard into the cave wall, sending rock fragments flying. Not bad. Even though she was beaten black and blue, she still gritted her teeth in praise. Her tone held a hint of surprise. "Indeed, amazing strength, just as Teacher Lee said. Looks like I've met an interesting opponent." But when she regained her composure and looked back, where Shursan had just stood, his figure had vanished without a trace. Where is he? Anger burned fiercely in her heart. Her eyes turned red, looking like they wanted to spew fire. Could he have slipped into the tomb? Thinking of this, she didn't hesitate, turning into a stream of light, rushing straight into the skull cave. Her mouth kept roaring like a beast. "Damn it. Stop right there. Don't dream of escaping from this lady." On the other side of the battle line, Shursan and the Phoenix were running for their lives deep into the cave. "This place is definitely going to be hot. People will be pouring in for sure." Shursan panted heavily, speaking while running. No need to waste brain cells fighting with that girl. The ground beneath their feet suddenly shook violently. Countless sharp stone spikes rose from the ground like mushrooms after rain, blocking their path. "Holy crap!" San was startled. Sweat poured down. But with superior dodging skills, San still managed to slip through in time, weaving through the dense forest of stone spikes, leading the phoenix to escape by a hair's breadth. Still shaken, San breathed a sigh of relief, patting his chest to calm down. But joy was short-lived. Before he could recover, from behind his back, a giant column of water, tall as a mountain, erupted into the air, carrying earth-shattering power. San and the phoenix didn't have time to react, and were swept away by the flood, falling straight into a pitch-black hole, deep as a cosmic abyss. Oh my God, what the hell is this? San screamed incessantly. The sensation of free fall made him feel like his guts were falling out. The phoenix glanced around. His face changed drastically. Dragon absorbing water. This terrain below must be the destructive earth core fire. Sure enough, as they fell deeper, a sea of red fire gradually appeared before their eyes. Molten lava bubbled, emitting columns of black smoke. The scorching heat hit their faces, making them feel like their flesh was evaporating. Unbelievable! Which mighty figure was so skilled, daring to use even this extreme terrain to set up a slaughter formation? The phoenix was both amazed and admiring. Looking at the rushing lava below, he couldn't help but tremble like a leaf. With lava this hot, I'm afraid even a full-option Mahayana cultivator will be done for. What? Even Mahayana would die. San turned green in the face, scared out of his wits. Then why aren't you running for your life? It's empty all around. I'm powerless. The phoenix replied tearfully, his tone extremely miserable. Powerless. You're absolutely right. He tried to rack his brain to recall the principle of this deadly mechanism. Dragon absorbing water is a terrifying airflow created by the destructive earth core fire. Unless your cultivation is max level, or you practice a VIP pro flight technique, maybe you can escape. Thinking about becoming a roasted chicken, the phoenix lost all hope, crying without tears. Could it be? My bad luck ends here today. It's not game over yet. Why give up? San shouted, his spirit burning like fire. As long as we breathe, there's hope. I'll take on this earth core, fire myself. Saying that, he took a deep breath, channeling all his power into his fists, deciding to go all out. Impulse punch, rapid strike. San roared with earth-shaking force. His fists rained down like a storm, continuously bombarding forward. Hundreds, thousands of earth-shattering punches, carrying matchless power, confronted the scorching lava sea head-on. Boom! San's violent energy caused the lava to surge wildly. A giant vortex of fire formed under the impact of the impulse punch rapid strike. At the center of the vortex, ancient characters, mysterious and unpredictable, gradually appeared. This is the main gate of the tomb chamber. The phoenix's jaw dropped, exclaiming in surprise. A faint ray of hope rose in his heart. Keep using wind punch for me. Don't let the lava gather in the center. Yes, sir. San nodded sharply, immediately switching styles, executing wind punch like entering an uninhabited land. The phoenix took a deep breath. Dark aura exploded from his body. Thick black smoke enveloped him. Then, he transformed back into his original form. The phoenix aimed at the target, diving straight into the center of the lava vortex. As soon as he touched the ground, he discovered the truth. He hurriedly reached out to touch the ancient glowing characters. Secret formation of the ancient era. I want to crack this door. Thinking of this, the phoenix, originally an old fox in a chick's skin, smiled a cunning smile that was creepy. Truly a blessing in disguise. The black phoenix really has had good luck since ancient times. After grasping the secret of the ancient formation, the phoenix began to unleash his pitch-black dark aura around him, pointing at the sky and ground, chanting a spell. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion rang out. A path of light illuminating the way immediately opened before their eyes. While the wind is good, let's slip in quickly. The phoenix winked mischievously, urging San. San didn't say another word, rushing like an arrow, entering the secret passage as fast as lightning. Both disappeared quickly in the blink of an eye. After the two had fled far away, the door slowly closed, merging into the bubbling lava flow, as if it had never existed. San and the Black Phoenix were now settled underground, stepping into a mysterious tunnel. Just as they steadied themselves to look around, San asked, could this place be the ancient underground palace in the legends? Suddenly, the phoenix sniffed like a hound smelling treasure. He exclaimed mysteriously, urging, hurry up and take a look at this thing. Standing before them was an ancient stone stele. Vaguely sensing a strange energy contained within, the phoenix recognized it at a glance. Isn't this the divine space box from the legends? The phoenix was visibly excited. He hurriedly added, it seems a mighty figure indeed passed away here. Only a remnant soul remains, entering this divine space. He must have wanted to leave his life's cultivation legacy for a destined junior. Hearing this, San stepped closer, staring intently at the divine space in front of him. At this point, the phoenix could only cross his wings over his chest, clicking his tongue in admiration of San's heaven-defying luck. Your luck is truly like a blind cat meeting a dead mouse. Quickly open the divine space and listen to that senior preach the Tao. San obediently followed instructions, carefully opening the divine space box. From inside the jade box, a dazzling purple light suddenly radiated. A phantom soul image gradually appeared. It was a man with an extraordinary and dashing appearance. Unfortunately, only a weak remnant soul remained. The phantom sighed, his tones sorrowful. I still failed at the final step. He slowly recounted his life story. When I was young, my luck wasn't very good. I was accidentally swept into a spatial rift and drifted to this place. Hearing this, San couldn't help but exclaim, is he not from this world? Saying that, he involuntarily pursed his lips tight. A deep sense of empathy rose in his heart. Just like me, the phoenix clasped his wings behind his back, pondering the words of the remnant soul. A few fragments of ancient memories flashed in his mind. Spatial rift, huh? In ancient times, this seat traveled through ruins much weirder than this. I did read some vague records about this. He recalled images of overlapping spatial vortices, called the Great Thousand Worlds. He explained slowly, every Great Thousand World is composed of countless small worlds. Between worlds, there exists a barrier, separating them from each other. The world we are in, the divine continent, is just one of countless realms. The mighty soul continued to transmit his voice, his tone carrying a bit of regret. This is a world filled with spiritual energy, suitable for cultivating immortality and the Tao. All living beings have spiritual roots. Everyone can cultivate, but to truly step onto the path of immortality and comprehend the celestial opportunity can only be counted on one's fingers. This is true even in the immortal world. The lower limit is extremely high, but the upper limit is pitifully low. Either one can comprehend the Tao and become an immortal, or one must find a way to break the divine realm barrier. I also stepped into this realm back then. Ironically, just as I was preparing to ascend through tribulation, welcoming the lightning tribulation baptism, that once in 10,000 years spatial rift suddenly appeared. It descended strangely. Hearing this, both San and the Black Phoenix couldn't help but be startled. The mighty soul showed a look of indignation, his tone full of unwillingness. In the end, I still failed the tribulation. My body died and my Tao vanished. I passed away here. San asked suspiciously, could it be that something took advantage of the spatial rift to ambush him, leading to the failed ascension? The phoenix was equally curious. He shook his head and speculated, not necessarily. Perhaps it was due to the spatial chaos caused by the realm rift. After all, the appearance of a spatial rift is inherently extremely random and fleeting. This seed has lived for so many years and never encountered one. This mighty figure encountered them twice. Truly the worst luck in the world. Just then, the mighty soul began to fade, turning into countless tiny specks of light. But before completely disappearing, he left a sentence revealing the secret opportunity of the tomb. I have condensed my Tao fruit into the Sacred Heart Tao Fire Supreme Treasure, placed in the center of the underground palace. If a destined person finds this place, they can enter through the secret passage behind. Hearing this, the phoenix jumped up in excitement. His eyes shone like stars. Sacred Heart, Tao, Fire? Oh my God! isn't that the legendary supreme fire treasure? And it's a sacred object condensed from the essence of Tao laws. If one can refine and absorb it, then the path of cultivation hereafter can be said to be smooth sailing. No obstacles or bottlenecks. Transcending tribulation would be like drinking water. Quick, hurry up. Saying that, the phoenix pulled Shursan's hand, running towards the back door on all fours, determined to seize that heaven-defying opportunity. Meanwhile, in front of the tomb entrance, a mob of people was gathering thickly. Jin Wujue was also there. He spoke coldly. Finally reached this place. In the main tomb chamber before them stood a gigantic ancient coffin, majestic and ancient, placed right in the center of the underground palace. The corner of Jin Wujue's mouth lifted into a smug smile. I didn't expect this ancient tomb to be so heaven-reaching. Mechanisms and traps layer upon layer. Truly had to go through a near-death experience to get here. The black-haired man beside him suddenly noticed something. He hurriedly pointed forward and said to Jin Wujue, "Senior brother, look quickly. On that ancient coffin, a strange flame is burning." The red firelight illuminated the entire underground palace. The crowd saw the flame and exclaimed in unison, "Sacred Heart Tao Fire." It's really the Sacred Heart Tao Fire. They caused a commotion. Greedy eyes couldn't hide their fanaticism. There's actually Sacred Heart Tao Fire in the tomb chamber. I heard if one absorbs this flame, there's a chance to defy heaven and change fate to become an immortal. Jiang Yintao stood in the crowd, looking at the Sacred Heart flame, gritting her teeth. Her heart was filled with unwillingness and anger. Damn it, this lady is a disciple of the Xuanhe sect. Yet I can only watch from afar, unable to do anything. On this side, the black-haired man smiled slightly. He whispered to Jin Wujue, "Those people are already restless and want to make a move." Sure enough, the appearance of the supreme Tao fire is enough to make those ants ignore the difference in realms and risk their lives to fight for it. Hearing this, Jin Wujue snorted coldly. He glanced contemptuously at the crowd behind. A bunch of flies seeking death. Keep an eye on Jiang Yintao and the others. Don't let them ruin the great plan. As soon as the words fell, streaks of fire suddenly surged from his body. They slowly condensed into a glowing red sword. The onlookers were terrified to the extreme, exclaiming in horror, "Isn't that the famous life-bound magic treasure, the Wujue sword? The legendary heaven-grade precious sword?" Witnessing the terrified expressions of the ants behind him, Jin Wujue became even more smug. Just one sword strike can end all these nameless nobodies. He stepped arrogantly up the stairs, staring at the Sacred Heart Tao fire with greedy eyes like a hungry wolf, telling himself, "It's definitely mine." As soon as he finished speaking, he rushed up like an arrow, reaching out to grab the Sacred Heart Tao fire. Right at this moment, all eyes were focused on Jin Wujue. Witnessing him reaching for the Sacred Heart Tao fire helplessly, the more it was so, the more arrogantly he shouted, "Sacred Heart Tao fire definitely belongs to me." Jiang Yintao looked at Tai Chang'an in front of her. She felt a bit panicked in her heart. What should I do? Should I make a move? She stared at him unblinkingly, starting to rack her brains for a plan to deal with Tai Chang'an. Although both you and I are at the integration early stage, the aura you bring is even more terrifying than Jin Wujue. At this moment, Tai Chang'an's hair fluttered in the strong wind. He spoke coldly, "I absolutely will not allow you to surpass me." Jin Wujue was still arrogantly reaching out, like the Statue of Liberty reaching for the Sacred Heart Tao fire. Just when he thought everything would go smoothly, the Sacred Heart Tao fire suddenly erupted with violent fluctuations, freezing Jin Wujue in place. This fluctuation spread in all directions, affecting the crowd watching the show. Controlled by the strange fluctuation, Jin Wujue stood frozen like a stone statue. He exclaimed in horror, "My body! I can't move." The people outside also stood frozen like statues, mouths screaming continuously. What on earth is happening? My body won't move. Did we trigger a restriction? Suddenly, a secret door opened on the side of the cliff, startling Jin Wujue. He stared wide-eyed at the stone door. The stone door opened. Did we trigger a new restriction? Unexpectedly, Shursan and the Phoenix walked out calmly, looking around while walking. complaining, "This tunnel is so long. Where does it lead to?" Only then did San notice Jian Wujue's group. His jaw dropped in surprise. Jian Wujue was equally shocked. Why is it this brat? Thought he died ages ago. Seeing them motionless like wooden statues, San curiously approached to check. What's wrong with these people? It's like they're frozen. Hearing this, the Phoenix immediately deduced. They definitely triggered the restriction here. Immediately, the Phoenix discovered the Sacred Heart Tao fire. He screamed excitedly. This is the Sacred Heart Tao fire. Indeed, the feeling is different. Then he turned to urge San. Hurry up, grab it. But in response to his enthusiasm was the sight of San warming up his muscles in front of the coffin. This made the Phoenix roar in anger. What kind of stupid thing are you doing now? San stood solemnly in place. Resting his chin on his hand, he calmly stated his crazy idea. This is the coffin of that mighty figure. Why don't we just carry his body away? Hearing his partner speak, the Phoenix was scared out of his wits. He used his whole body to stop San's foolish game. Don't be reckless. The corpse of a tribulation, transcending mighty figure, is not something we can touch. Moreover, the coffin might have a peerless killing formation set up. We cannot be disrespectful. This sentence cut off San's stupid idea. He pointed to the Sacred Heart Tao fire and said, "Then what? So we just grabbed the Sacred Heart Tao fire, right?" Unexpectedly, the Phoenix raised his hand to stop him again. Wait. The Phoenix looked at the frozen people and spoke. Grab the Tao fire, and the restriction on everyone might be lifted. There are still important things to do before that happens. Saying that, the Phoenix approached where Jiang Yingtao was standing, making San look dumbfounded. Seeing the Phoenix approach her, Jiang Yingtao was terrified. She hurriedly threatened, "You? What are you planning? I have a life-saving talisman. Even in this situation, don't dream of eliminating me." The Phoenix was nonchalant. He just opened his mouth and hacked a few times, gathering saliva. This gave Jiang Yingtao a bad premonition, just as the universe signaled. The Phoenix spat a glob of saliva directly into Jiang Yingtao's face. She took the unhygienic stream full-on and exclaimed in shock, "So disgusting." On this side, San also approached his prey. Every step he took sent chills down the prey's spine. Afraid of being humiliated like Jiang Yingtao, he also hurriedly raised his voice to threaten. "If you humiliate me, even if the preliminary round ends, I will definitely not forgive you." Unexpectedly, San kicked Jian Wujue right in the crotch. This time, he really wanted to end his lineage. Not stopping there, he continued to add a few more kicks to his vital parts, executing a continuous kick combo. This time, he really cut off the family line. But even though he was coughing up blood, he was still tough. No problem. This kind of petty attack basically can't break my defense. Hearing this, San smirked slightly. Then he groped all over Jian Wujue's body, making him exclaim suspiciously, "What the hell are you doing?" San fished out 2 storage rings from Jian Wujue. He exclaimed happily, "Found them. Your storage rings. You're so domineering. You must have collected quite a lot of Tao fire." Hearing those shameless words, Jian Wujue screamed curses. Too shameless. Seeing the goal achieved, the Phoenix urged San to get down to business. All right, time for the main event. Once the Sacred Heart Tao fire is collected, the restriction order might be lifted. We have to escape as fast as possible. San's ears perked up like a treasure-seeking radar. He replied quickly, "Yes, sir, Phoenix." Claws moved slightly. The storage ring, shimmering with mysterious black light, began the process of sucking up the Sacred Heart Tao fire. Just as the flame extinguished, the Phoenix urged, his voice carrying a hint of urgency. "Now, run." 2 figures, one black, one white, immediately executed lightness skills. Feet treading clouds, gliding on wind, fast as lightning. At that very moment, Jian Wujue's hand, thought to be crippled, suddenly moved. He cried out in surprise like a hen laying a golden egg. "I can move. Stop right there." Before the words faded, Jian Wujue sprang up like a carp turning into a dragon, chasing aggressively, but his steps faltered. Because of a strange sound coming from the ancient coffin, Jian Wujue frowned. He turned his head sharply. What ghostly sound is that? The coffin suddenly shook violently, emitting a thick black aura. like hell opening its gates. The strange sound became increasingly creepy. Tai Chang'an glanced over. His face changed drastically. An ominous premonition rose in his heart. That is, the coffin of the tribulation, transcending mighty figure, has fallen. This aura has a problem. Hearing this, Jian Wujue turned pale, forgetting all about the chase. Exclaiming in horror, corpse mutation. Violent black gas erupted from the giant coffin like a tidal wave. Terrifying pressure spread in all directions, forcing Jian Wujue and the crowd of onlookers to struggle to resist. Faces pale. A heavy sound rang out. The coffin lid slowly opened. A withered hand, pale as chicken bone, reached out, gripping the edge of the coffin tightly. Then, a rotting figure, hideous and disgusting, slowly rose up. Witnessing this horrific scene, the crowd of onlookers immediately scattered like a broken flock of birds. Miserable screams echoed through the cave. Oh my God! The tribulation transcending zombie came to life. Mommy. Although Jiang Yingtao was braver than most, seeing the monster in front of her, she couldn't help but frown in fear. She guessed secretly, surely the theft of the Sacred Heart, Tao, fire, triggered the coffin's restriction. Tai Chang'an also had goosebumps. Chills ran down his spine. He exclaimed in horror. The fierce aura is beyond imagination. Just then, the zombie suddenly looked up at the sky, letting out an earth-shattering roar. Tyrannical pressure instantly swept everywhere. The cowardly crowd was terrified out of their wits, running for their lives on all fours. Run! But the zombie wouldn't easily let go of the prey at its mouth. It raised its hand to cast an evil spell. Rocks collapsed with a rumble, quickly burying the cave entrance, blocking their escape route, seeing their retreat cut off. The crowd's faces drained of blood. They cried out in panic. The exit is blocked. We're done for. Jian Wujue had completely forgotten about revenge. He shifted his focus to attacking the monster. He gritted his teeth and said, even if it's a corpse, even if restricted by the secret realm rules, this enemy's strength far exceeds expectations. Only if everyone works together and risks everything can we hope to survive this calamity. At the same time, outside, Shursan and the Phoenix had successfully escaped the secret realm. The Phoenix urged while pulling Shursan high into the air. Fly with full power. Looks like we reached the edge of the secret realm. Hearing this, Shursan gave his assessment. Just need to find a hiding place and wait for the secret realm to close. This preliminary round will be smooth sailing. Hearing that, the Phoenix led the way to find shelter. Suddenly, they discovered a dark cave. Shursan's eyes lit up like headlights. He exclaimed, that place. Could it be destiny calling me to another opportunity? So, following the signal from the universe, the two flew straight to that cave without hesitation. They slowly stepped deeper inside, cautious as a cat stalking a mouse. But suddenly, Shursan stepped on something that crunched under his foot. He looked down, his face pale. Trembling, he said, I didn't expect this place to be full of skeletons. True to Shursan's words, both sides of the passage were piled high with white bones like mountains. The Phoenix looked at the dry bones thoughtfully. Then he lifted his foot, stomping hard on the ground. With a poof, the yellow chicken leg turned into a fair human leg. The Phoenix had reverted to his human form, but beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. A strange uneasiness rose in his heart. I have a bad feeling. At this moment, the two continued walking past the mountains of bones. The deeper they went, the more skeletons there were. They stopped when they saw a dark figure sitting on a cold throne. The scene before them made both Shursan and the Phoenix drop their jaws in shock. Unexpectedly, the lower part of the corpse was still a white skeleton, but the upper part was a disgusting malignant tumor rooting into the upper half of the corpse. Shursan observed for a while, stunned to realize the way this corpse is dressed is very similar to the divine thought in the temple. The Phoenix sweated profusely, saying seriously, could this be the true body of that tribulation transcending mighty figure? The body in the tomb coffin was fake, or just an empty shell? Shursan looked at the strange tumor on the skeleton. He asked puzzledly, this body, what's wrong with it? The Phoenix seemed to notice something unusual. He hurriedly raised his hand to signal silence. Wait. Listen carefully. To their horror, that malignant tumor was moving. Looking closer, they discovered the shape of a baby nestled within. Shursan gasped in horror. Inside the meat lump, there's a person. The phoenix got goosebumps all over. He hurriedly stepped back. Not necessarily a person. That thing gives me a very uneasy feeling. From birth until now, I've never felt such hair-raising dread. The thing inside is extremely evil. He looked again at the baby in the tumor. A chilling guess rose in his heart. It looks like a parasite on the mighty figure, but also like some kind of body possession. As soon as the words fell, unexpectedly, the baby in the tumor suddenly opened its eyes, turning its face towards the two of them. Its eyes were cold as a venomous snake, making Shursan and the phoenix's hair stand on end instantly. That shadow woke up, feeling the bad omen. The phoenix unleashed his aura, urging Shursan to run quickly. You run quickly. Intuition tells me I must destroy him before he escapes. With that, the phoenix roared, executing the ultimate move, flame-destroying heavenly lightning, controlling violent energy to attack. This move had amazing power, destroying everything in its path. Dust covered everywhere. The phoenix looked forward warily, asking himself, turn to ash yet. Unexpectedly, that thing not only didn't vanish, but countered with extreme force, shooting a terrifying beam of power through the black phoenix. He was critically injured. His body froze like a stone statue. Fresh blood gushed from his chest like a broken dam. Seeing this horrific scene, Shursan screamed, "Phoenix!" But he froze as if struck by lightning. Before his eyes appeared a cold system notification panel. Warning: fatal threat detected. System forcibly activates mandatory main mission. Eliminate the threat. Failure. Host's soul will scatter, vanish into smoke. At this critical moment, the phoenix was broken and battered, collapsing like a dead dog into Shursan's arms. The system was screaming madly. Shursan looked at the red text on the panel with a pale face, terrified to the extreme. Mandatory main mission? The system has this kind of trick too. Just then, from within the thick dust, a strange figure slowly emerged. A hoarse voice, as if echoing from hell, spoke. Still haven't breathed your last? Your dog life is quite tough. I didn't expect the ones breaking into this seat's lair to be rats like you. Disappointing. As he spoke, the figure revealed a disgusting and terrifying appearance. His whole body rippled with muscles like rocks. Blue veins popped out like ancient tree roots. A pair of strange horns grew on his head, hand gripping a purple blood demon saber. He smirked. Long time no see, huh? He greeted arrogantly like an old friend. Shursan stood frozen like a statue. Who are you? I have absolutely no impression of you in my memory. Hearing this, the demon snorted with contempt. Only 2 months have passed, and you've already forgotten this seat? Well, this seat's face back then and now are indeed worlds apart. At this moment, he suddenly recalled the spatial rift incident from years ago. He continued, back then, your battle accidentally broke the barrier of the lower realm, giving this seat a chance to descend to this world. Afterwards, this seat merged with a part of a remnant soul. It was that lump of meat on the corpse. Hearing these words, a strong sense of unease rose in Shursan's heart. Seeing Shursan's uncertain expression, the demon became even more smug. What? Very suspicious, right? Haha, doesn't matter. You're about to go to the Yellow Springs anyway. A dying person like you doesn't need to know too much. As soon as the words fell, his face twisted ferociously like an evil spirit. Waving the demon's saber, he slashed out an earth-shattering strike towards Shursan. Facing the thunderous attack, Shursan hurriedly summoned a defensive magic treasure. Worried his precious arm would be chopped into paste, he hurriedly raised the black turtle shield to resist. At the same time, his other hand hugged the phoenix tight, pulling him back. But everything was useless. The black turtle shield shattered like tofu under the fierce saber energy. Not only that, a blade of light slashed fiercely onto Shursan's body. What? Shursan was terrified out of his wits. This is a defensive treasure after the system upgrade. Yet it couldn't block a single move from this devil. On the other side, the deformed demon watched this scene, unable to help but sigh. That magic treasure wasn't bad. It actually blocked a strike from this seat. Then, he waved the demon's saber again like child's play. He laughed lightly, However, just now, this seat only used 50% of the saber energy. The phoenix realized the situation was bad early on. He hurriedly pulled Shursan's hand, advising, "Don't get entangled with him. Even knowing your cultivation has advanced, you are absolutely not a match for this demon." Although exhausted, the phoenix still tried to advise. "In this weird secret realm, I'm afraid he is invincible. Even outside the secret realm, I fear few can match him." Then, the phoenix's gaze shifted to observe the deformed demon. He said gravely, "The scary thing isn't just his strength. Suppressed by this secret realm, his strength is at most integration peak." His eyes turned to the demon's saber, full of tumors. He said in horror, "What makes one most uneasy is that demon's saber. This weapon is definitely not a mortal object. Just the aura radiating from the demon's saber is enough to terrify this seat." But before he could finish speaking, Phoenix was being dragged away by Shursan, completely bewildered. It turned out, Shursan had quickly grabbed the hem of the Black Phoenix's robe and began his earth-shattering escape. He held the Black Phoenix with one arm and ran as if his feet were greased. Shursan shouted as he ran, "If you can't win, run. Retreat is the best strategy." Hearing this, Phoenix couldn't help but praise him. "You're quite decisive, kid." The demon saw the two of them trying to flee. It snorted contemptuously. "Trying to escape from me? It's not that easy." As soon as it finished speaking, it struck a Naruto run pose and began its relentless pursuit. At the same time, atop the giant skull, the cloaked woman was sitting in a daze. Her face was gloomy. This strange formation is like a world of its own. It's a complete maze. I've searched everywhere, but can't find a trace of him. But in any case, there's only one exit. I'll just sit here and wait for him. I hope he's still in here." Suddenly, the woman sensed something unusual. She whipped her head around instantly, looking into the distance. A terrifying, world-shaking killing intent was surging toward her. The woman involuntarily got goosebumps all over. A sense of unease filled her heart. She wished she could start chanting Buddhist scriptures. This killing intent is so dense. Even from this far away, it makes my heart pound and my legs tremble. Her curiosity piqued. She decided to fly over and follow it. Little did she know that the god of death was beckoning to her from ahead. The woman gradually approached the source of the killing intent. Finally, she saw the truth. A figure was running like a madman, leaping between sharp rocks like a gorilla. It was none other than Zhuang Shursan, carrying Phoenix as he sped past her at the speed of light. Both sides were stunned. Their jaws dropped in astonishment. The woman quickly turned her head and shouted, "Zhuang Shursan, I've finally found you." But Shursan paid her no mind. He yelled angrily as he ran, "Idiot! There's a powerful enemy behind me. Get out of here now." He had just finished speaking when the figure of the demon appeared right behind her. In the instant she turned her head, the sharp tip of a blade was right before her eyes. A single slash grievously wounded her. Fresh blood spurted out like a fountain. She had no strength left to fight back. Seeing this, Shursan gritted his teeth in fury. Damn it! He gathered his strength and leaped high into the air like a flash of lightning. Taking advantage of the demon's opening, he channeled all his strength, preparing to give the demon a sound beating. He brought down a ferocious punch. A terrifying pressure erupted, sending rubble flying in all directions. At this moment, Zhuang Shursan's palms had turned a dazzling, bloody red, as if they had just been dipped into an azurous sea of blood. With one arm, he anxiously held the dying phoenix tightly. His razor-sharp eyes scanned in all directions. His vigilance was at its absolute peak. Opposite him was the misshapen demonic creature, brandishing a ferocious greatsword. A strange, hoarse voice rang out, carrying a hint of eerie admiration. "Interesting little brat. To dare to block one of my strikes with a mere mortal body. You have some skill." Right behind him, the cloaked woman slowly approached. Her voice, like a 1,000-year-old frost, spoke up, breaking the silence. "That's no ordinary blade." Her tone was grave. She slowly explained, "The demonic aura is overwhelming. Its ferocious power is terrifying. This thing is definitely a quasi-immortal magic treasure." She took a deep breath. Her voice grew even lower. "If it weren't for the suppressive rules of this strange mystic realm, I'm afraid we would have been annihilated by that blade long ago." After hearing this, Zhuang Shursan was utterly horrified. He cried out, "What? A quasi-immortal magic treasure? No way." But what concerned him even more was the cloaked woman standing right beside him. He quickly questioned her. "Wait a minute. Weren't you just seriously injured, miss? How is it that now you're completely fine now?" The cloaked woman waved her hand slightly. A golden pill, like jade, appeared in her palm. She replied coldly. Luckily, before setting off, this lady carefully prepared 2 heavenly mandate pills. As long as the foundation is not damaged, one can recover instantly to their original state. Zhuang Shi-san didn't stand on ceremony. He immediately pushed the dying chicken towards her. His tone was natural, as if ordering a maidservant. "Hey, give this chicken a pill too. Looks like he's about to kick the bucket." The cloaked woman immediately snatched her hand back, her voice sharp as a dagger. "No way. Do you know how precious the heavenly mandate pill is? Do you think it's candy?" Zhuang Shi-san looked serious, his tone sincere. "Consider me owing you a favor." "Okay." The cloaked woman pondered for a moment. Her lively eyes rolled slightly. Then she reluctantly nodded. "Seems like this condition is barely acceptable." Saying that, she tossed the pill to Zhuang Shi-san. Her tone still held a bit of regret. "Take it." Zhuang Shi-san quickly caught the pill, not forgetting to express his gratitude. "Many thanks, sister." Before he finished speaking, the demon monster didn't give him a chance to breathe, strangely blinking into existence right behind Zhuang Shi-san. His gloomy voice carried a hint of dissatisfaction. "You guys, treating this seat like air?" Hearing the unusual noise behind him, Zhuang Shi-san turned around in horror. Cold sweat poured like a bath. He saw an earth-shattering cold light descending from the sky, slashing straight at him. It was a full power strike from the demon. Just when it seemed Zhuang Shi-san was about to take this blade head-on, the cloaked woman acted in time. A defensive spell formed rapidly, blocking in front of Zhuang Shi-san. The defensive spell circle barely maintained for a moment, before shattering into tiny fragments. The demon laughed strangely with delight, his voice full of mockery. "A disposable protective talisman, huh?" The cloaked woman snorted coldly, her voice arrogant as she retorted. "Just now was due to this lady's carelessness. This time, I will definitely make you pay blood for blood." With that, she formed seals with both hands. Spiritual power surged. Countless complex magic circles appeared around her body, like a 1,000-petaled lotus blooming brilliantly in midair. Seeing this, the demon was also a bit surprised. The smile on his face froze momentarily. Without hesitation, the cloaked woman immediately urged the spell. Countless beams of light bombarded the demon with terrifying speed. Boom! A series of explosions echoed through the space. Thick white smoke rose, enveloping the demon's figure. However, when the smoke cleared, the demon still stood tall in place, unharmed. Instead, he revealed an even more excited expression, his weird voice filled with delight. "Interesting. Truly too interesting. Not far away, hidden behind rolling mountain ranges, Namgong Man was sitting cross-legged in meditation, her whole body bathed in rich spiritual energy, focusing on cultivation. She looked up at the sky, seeing countless dark clouds gathering, forming a giant vortex as if wanting to swallow heaven and earth. Namgong Man frowned slightly, wondering in her heart, lightning tribulation, absorbing Tao fire, is indeed hugely beneficial for cultivation. She felt the spiritual power in her body boiling violently, like a volcano erupting, knowing she had reached the moment to break through to the chi refining stage. However, she couldn't help but be surprised. Can one encounter a lightning tribulation even at the chi refining stage? Lost in thought, Namgong Man suddenly discovered that in the distance, there seemed to be people fighting fiercely. Spiritual power fluctuations shook the heavens and earth. She became even more puzzled. What happened? How can there be such intense fighting in this desolate place? Curious by nature, Namgong Man decided without hesitation to go watch the excitement. Thinking to herself, let's go take a look. Maybe I can pick up a bargain. As for the realm breakthrough, I'll deal with it later. Avoid being disturbed. Back to the battlefield. The demon and the cloaked woman were fighting fiercely in midair. Moves were exchanged so fast it was dazzling. Spiritual power collided constantly, creating earth-shattering explosions. Zhuang Shisan and the old chicken had recovered some strength. Standing on the ground, looking up to watch the battle, Zhuang Shisan couldn't help but sigh. That sister's magic treasures are truly countless. The old chicken nodded in agreement, his voice hoarse as he chimed in. It seems she must be a young lady from some prominent family. Namgong Man flew for a while, finally catching up. She waved her hand enthusiastically to greet them. Her clear voice echoed through the space. Little Shisan. Hearing the familiar call, Zhuang Shisan turned his head in surprise, recognizing Namgong Man. A bright smile immediately bloomed on his face. Little man, why are you here? Namgong Man replied cheerfully. I was cultivating nearby. Heard a loud noise, so I ran over to see. Didn't expect it to be you. She asked excitedly. Who are you guys fighting? Zhuang Shisan shrugged, replying helplessly. Don't know the opponent's background. Looks like a weird monster. Strength, extremely weird. On the battlefield in the sky, the demon and the cloaked woman were still in a stalemate, neither giving way. Zhuang Shisan observed the situation. Shaking his head, he said, feeling like that sister seems unable to hold on much longer. Namgong Man pointed at herself, her eyes sparkling. I don't know if my chi refining stage lightning tribulation can be of any help. The old chicken standing beside gave a cold snort, his voice disdainful. Chi refining stage lightning tribulation. Are you daydreaming? However, immediately after, the old chicken seemed to realize something. His face suddenly changed drastically. Frowning, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. He turned his head sharply. Staring wide-eyed, he shouted, You! What did you just say? Chi refining stage? Has a tribulation? Namgong Man blinked innocently, replying innocently, That's right. Just now, when I was about to break through, it seemed like in the sky, tribulation clouds appeared. Hearing this, the old chicken immediately went dark in the eyes, screaming miserably like a chicken being slaughtered. What kind of freak are you exactly? For ordinary cultivators, only starting from the Golden Core realm can one welcome a lightning tribulation. Occasionally, there are a few with great destiny where the lightning tribulation descends earlier at the foundation establishment stage. But I've never heard of a chi refining stage having a lightning tribulation. The old chicken was so excited he knelt on the ground, grabbing Namgong Man's shoulders with both hands, screaming madly. Maybe it's useful. You hurry up and break through here. Wait until the lightning tribulation descends. Immediately lead the thunder towards that enemy. Maybe it can cause damage to him. Namgong Man heard this, feeling it made sense. She nodded in agreement without hesitation, immediately sitting cross-legged, beginning to circulate her cultivation method, breaking through with full force. In the sky, clouds became thicker and thicker, rolling and swirling. The vortex of black clouds expanded further. The old chicken stood by nervously observing, muttering in a low voice. This little girl only lacks one final turning point, about to break through to the chi refining stage. As if to prove his words, just as he finished speaking, from the center of the black cloud vortex, countless green lightning bolts suddenly shot out, illuminating the entire sky. The battle between the demon and the cloaked woman was entering a tense phase. Every move of the demon carried sky-high, killing intent, showing no mercy. The cloaked woman could only struggle to defend, completely lacking the opportunity to counterattack. She struggled to block a blade strike, while secretly thinking, the magic tools I brought this time seem to be all used up. Feeling she had little chance of winning, the cloaked woman decisively retreated backward, intending to widen the distance. The old chicken knew the time had come, immediately turning to Zhuang Shisan, shouting hoarsely, Now! It's right now! Zhuang Shisan hoisted Namgong Man onto his shoulder. He roared, Go! Then, channeling his full strength, he threw Namgong Man like a cannonball straight at the deformed monster, throwing while shouting, Up you go! The demon heard the noise, turned his head in confusion, scratching his bald skull, muttering, What kind of trick is this? Meanwhile, Namgong Man seemed possessed by God. Her eyes suddenly turned completely white, hands clenched tight. Blue lightning flashed incessantly around her small body, roaring after a soul-shaking howl. Little man instantly turned into a bolt of lightning. Speed so fast it was weird. Before the demon could steady himself, he was hugged tight. For the rest, little man thought to herself, leave it all to Lord Lightning Tribulation. Namgong Man wasn't polite. Using all her profound internal energy, she pummeled him with both hands and feet, making him surprised. Right at this moment, a bottomless abyss suddenly appeared in the sky. Countless thunderbolts poured down madly from within, striking straight at the monster's body. He screamed in earth-shattering pain, while Namgong Man gritted her teeth, enduring the lightning baptism. His body trembled, roaring in anger. Daring to use lightning tribulation against me? Pity your realm is too low. As soon as the words fell, the monster raised his saber to slash down on Namgong Man's head. The phoenix screamed in horror from afar, not good. The little girl is in danger. Zhuang Shisan took advantage of his distraction, gliding over with ghostly movement, delivering a kick hanging by a thread to the monster's face, rescuing Namgong Man from danger. The monster was kicked backward, frowning at the wound on his face. Looking full of killing intent, Zhuang Shisan hurriedly said to Namgong Man, little man, you did great. Retreat and rest. Seeing the opponent raise his saber, Zhuang Shisan didn't hesitate, rushing out like lightning, reaching out to block the slashing blade. He smirked, as long as I don't let you swing the saber. You're no different from a paper tiger. His other hand clenched into a fist, shouting loudly, inch punch. Then a god-weeping, ghost-crying punch slammed straight into his stomach. The monster was hit so hard blood sprayed from his mouth like a fountain. Immediately following was a series of powerful punches like a storm. Inch punch, continuous kicks. Moves executed quickly and decisively. The phoenix witnessed the entire battle from below. His face showed surprise, mixed with curiosity. Muttering this move, even a rank 6 beast emperor would find it hard to resist. But the effect on him seems quite limited. What kind of freak is he exactly? The weird masked girl appeared again. Her voice low. I think I remember. She tried to rummage through her rusty memory. Weird, evil aura, using a long, sharp blade. Body hard as steel. I seem to have read a similar description in an ancient book. His horrific appearance made her exclaim in terror 2 words, demon race. The phoenix was terrified to the extreme. Demon race? Weren't they expelled from this place since ancient times? She shook her head slightly, her tone heavy. The ancient books record it like that, but appearing here now makes it hard to explain. The phoenix couldn't help but ponder deeply, looking serious. Could it be related to the realm rift? Mighty figure fell. Demon insect parasite? At this moment, the demon race member had been beaten face down onto a nearby rock by Zhuang Shisan. His hand clenched tight, not daring to be negligent for a moment, still continuously throwing punches like a storm at him. Zhuang Shisan panted like a cow after exhausting his strength. Seeing this, the demon race member smirked, his tone full of contempt. Tired already at such a young age? Then it's my turn. The arm holding the saber, which was being held tight by Zhuang Shisan, suddenly loosened. That weapon flew far away. Then, circling in the air, it suddenly grew huge, resembling a small mountain, then slashed down at Zhuang Shisan with earth-shattering momentum, catching him completely off guard. Zhuang Shisan frowned. He executed his movement technique to the limit, continuously flying to dodge the attacks of the giant red blade. Wherever it slashed, he skillfully slithered there like a loach. After a frenzy of attacks, the blade shrank back and returned to its master's hand. The demon, with a ferocious face, angrily swung it forward violently. The blade suddenly extended infinitely, like a giant python, rushing straight at Zhuang Shisan under its master's control. His body felt frozen at this moment. His face turned pale. He stared in horror at the terrifying weapon. A soft figure flew past Zhuang Shisan, flying up to block in front of him. The masked girl used her frail body to shield him from the ferocious blade. The shield in her hand shattered into pieces instantly upon impact with the blade. This made her face turn pale white. She exclaimed in horror, "Even my medium heaven rank magic tool can't stop a single blow from him." Feeling the situation was bad, she didn't dare hesitate. She grabbed Zhuang Shisan and ran for her life on all fours. Running is the best policy. Everyone listen to my order. Run for your lives. She shouted. Is a demon. We can't fight him. The skull territory still lay quietly in the sea at this time, silent as a grave. Suddenly, thick black smoke rose up, immediately followed by a terrifying earthquake that shook the entire skull violently. Several figures flew out of the skull in a wretched state. Everyone's body was covered in mud and dirt, looking too miserable to behold. Jian Wujiu gritted his teeth, clenching his jaw until it bled. His whole body trembled like a leaf. He hissed through his teeth, "Zhuangshi-san, get out here and die for me." Jian Wujiu ground his teeth in rage, hating with every fiber of his being. Luckily, I used the running is the best policy secret technique to escape this disaster. He turned back to order his minions. "Everyone listen up. Follow me. We must drag that brat out." After speaking, they all simultaneously turned into streams of light, flying toward the mountain range ahead. Jian Wujiu hovered in midair, his eyes scanning back and forth like a hawk, carefully observing every inch of the ground below. Suddenly, his eyes widened like copper bells. He discovered in shock, down below his feet, Zhuangshi-san and his gang were running for their lives. "Found you!" The leader roared like thunder, leading his minions to charge forward aggressively like hungry tigers pouncing on prey. Zhuangshi-san was strolling leisurely. Seeing that familiar figure charging head-on, he was slightly startled, pausing for a beat. "Ahaha, stinking brat. I finally found you, daring to play tricks, causing us to almost have our souls scattered." Jian Wujiu screamed as he rushed over, his voice piercing like a duck having its throat cut. Zhuangshi-san's face remained cold as a coin, ignoring the dog barking in his ear. His ghostly movement technique brushed past him. Jian Wujiu was fed a mouthful of dust. So angry that his 3 corpse gods jumped wildly, he shouted, "Bastard! Looking down on me!" A sinister, evil energy suddenly erupted from behind his back, startling him. His scalp went numb. The killing intent is too thick. Jian Wujiu barely had time to utter a few words, when a giant blood-red blade, carrying terrifying wind pressure, was already right in his face. "Careful!" Jian Wujiu cried out in alarm, hurriedly somersaulting to dodge. But his less fortunate teammate wasn't so lucky. A dull thud sounded. A young man didn't even have time to react before being sliced across the waist by that giant blade. His eyes bulged, spewing blood mist like a fountain. He didn't even have time to let out a scream. The trial jade token on his body fell to the ground, shattering into 100 pieces. His body was also cut in two, fresh blood splashing everywhere. "Oh mother, we're screwed!" Everyone cried out in horror. They all cried out at once. Nangong Huang frowned, a look of disbelief on his face. How is this possible? The life-saving formation of the trial jade tablet didn't activate. Xiao Xuanzi shook his head vehemently. "No, that's not right. The teleportation gate opened. That proves the formation is still active." Yao Mingyao became even more confused upon hearing this. She asked hastily, Then why did he still die?" The proctor explained in a low voice. "This means that the last strike was so fatal that it exceeded the tablet's tolerance limit. Its speed was even faster than the activation speed of the protective formation. But an integration stage cultivator, how could he possess such terrifying power?" He stared blankly at the formation behind him, muttering, "When the world is happening inside the secret realm." Seeing their teammate's body vanish right before their eyes, the remaining participants facing the danger couldn't help but be horrified. Zhuangshi-san's face was pale, his eyes filled with fear. Did he really die? Jian Wujiu's face was ashen. Cold sweat poured down his face. He surmised in a trembling voice, "From what I can tell, before he was teleported away, he was already dead." He pointed a finger straight at Zhuangshi-san's face. Gritting his teeth, he cursed, "You rotten brat. Every time I run into you, it's nothing but trouble. What kind of mess have you gotten us into this time?" Zhuangshi-san ignored his opponent's towering rage. He offered some well-intentioned advice. "This enemy is no pushover. I suggest you all temporarily set aside your personal grudges. It's better to join forces and fight him together." Jian Wujiu was taken aback by this. He stammered, "Wah? Join forces?" Just then, the demon clan member had silently closed in on them. Jian Wujiu's instinct screamed at him. He hurriedly turned around. He saw a towering figure, wreathed in swirling demonic energy, standing right behind him. Such overwhelming, evil energy. He exclaimed in terror. The demon clan member sneered. His voice was hoarse and full of cruelty. Haha, it seems more delicious snacks have appeared before my eyes. Jian Wujua asked suspiciously. Who is he? Is he also a contestant in this trial? Zhuang Shisan shook his head slightly. He's from the demon clan. He possessed someone's body. He borrowed a vessel to return his soul. What? Demon clan? Jian Wujua was scared out of his wits. He nearly jumped out of his skin. Dai Chang'an's expression also changed. He looked horrified. The demon clan, that term, I've only ever seen it in ancient texts. Yao Mingyao couldn't help but ask in shock. Why would the demon clan appear in a place like this? Uh-huh. The demon clan member chuckled darkly. His evil eyes swept over the crowd. Now that you know my identity. He raised the murderous saber in his hand, pointing it straight ahead. His tone was grim and threatening. None of you will leave this place alive. The murderous saber had patterns as red as blood. It continuously emanated a heaven-shaking, killing intent. Jian Wujue could easily tell that this giant saber was by no means an ordinary item. The demon clan member's eyes locked onto the prey before him. He muttered, slaughter. The demon clan member let out a roar, channeling all his true essence into his arms. He viciously slammed the murderous saber into the ground. Heavenly demon massacre. Asterisk crack, 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 rumble, asterisk. The earth split open. The ground shattered. Debris flew everywhere like rain. A roaring wave of blade energy rushed forward, its power terrifyingly immense. This move, Wujue's sword art. Jian Wujue crossed his arms to block, executing a defensive sword technique. Triple layer azure spirit body protection. Yao Mingyao charged forward to assist without hesitation. A protective spiritual energy immediately enveloped her body. Zhuang Shisan clenched his fists. A lightning strike condensed in both hands. He unleashed a violent punch straight at the demon clan member. Fists that shake the heavens. The other, less capable contestants were caught off guard. They all bore the brunt of the first wave of attacks. A fierce and intense battle between the bloodthirsty demon and the team of rookie contestants was now devastating the mountain. The fragile layers of rock and soil were blasted into dust. The unlucky players couldn't even scream in time, simultaneously chopped cleanly into pieces. Limbs flew everywhere. Fresh blood sprayed profusely like a broken faucet. In an instant, they were all wiped out, teleported back to the starting point, to the astonishment and shock of the cold-blooded examiners. A middle-aged man with a pale face shouted at the top of his lungs. What the hell is this? Why are dead bodies suddenly spewing out? Xiao Xuanzi pondered, frowning. Inside the secret realm, I'm afraid it's a disaster. Something big has happened. Nangong Huang also looked worried. Is there no way to emergency shut down the secret realm? Xiao Xuanzi shook his head wearily. He looked up at the gloomy entrance behind him. Once the secret realm is opened, unless time runs out, the end. Otherwise, there's no way to save them or stop it. The middle-aged man flew into a rage again, screaming in condemnation. So are we just sitting here watching the show? Just watching the disciples drift into death? Xiao Xuanzi's staff suddenly slammed on the ground with a thud. A wave of terrifying pressure radiated from it, causing the uncles and aunties there to freeze, unable to stand steady. The middle-aged man gritted his teeth. Such terrible pressure. Is this the power of a high-ranking examiner? Nangong Huang also nodded in agreement. White-robed sword saint Xiao Xuanzi. Indeed, unfathomable. Max level is no joke. The loudspeaker spoke up. Xiao Xuanzi glanced around and declared, let me try to probe it once. He turned his back and approached the grumpy secret realm entrance. His aged face naturally wrinkled up. Sweat began to pour down. The hand gently placed on the entrance suddenly received a not-so-light slap of pressure. The entrance shook for a while like an earthquake, acting like it was forbidding anyone from touching it, ignoring him. Just a few minutes later, Xiao Xuanzi's arm couldn't take the heat anymore and was mercilessly flung outward. Witnessing this drama, everyone's eyes were wide and mouths agape. Extremely surprised. Fail. Is it due to the rules of the secret realm? Sure enough, experts at the Unity stage and above are blocked. There's no door for them. The middle-aged man tried to scheme. If we suppress our cultivation, is there a chance to cheat our way in? Xiao Xuanzi shook his head vigorously. No, no, no. Don't joke about suppressing cultivation at this point. Even if I stubbornly resist the rules and squeeze in for a bit, it probably won't matter. Just as predicted, inside the context, there are invisible human forces constantly impacting the limits of the rules. With the suppressive pressure of the rules right now, it's even more violent and unpredictable. The situation inside is currently tense as a violin string. Continuous slashing blades. Only those experts with profound internal energy can shoulder it and stand firm. Jian Wujue smiled brightly, full of excitement. I don't know which planet you came from, friend, but you suit my taste. He shouted at the top of his lungs while charging to fight to the death against the demon. My Tao is to fight to level up 10,000 times stronger. The demon smirked in delight, letting out an O of contempt. There's a brat eager to die. Jian Wujue swung his sword for a powerful slash, but the opponent blocked it with his blade as easily as eating porridge. The collision between these two high-grade weapons immediately created seismic waves, destroying the surrounding rocky outcrops into smithereens. The demon felt the fun getting more interesting. Clearly just a mid-heaven rank weapon, yet it resisted my fatal blow. Could it be that this sword still hides a fancy treasure inside? Jian Wujue sneered. If you didn't rely on that trashy blade, do you think you're some formidable god or something? This jab successfully enraged his ancestors, igniting a house-burning rage in his heart. Both of them simultaneously dropped their weapons and retreated to keep distance. Wherever the demon went, that area was torn to shreds. He bowed his head, muttering mysteriously, "It seems you still haven't realized anything, huh?" The hand gripping the blade suddenly went limp. That high-damage weapon fell freely, stabbing into the ground mercilessly. The demon extended his hand forward, hooking his finger provocatively. "Come at me, baby. Red-haired puppy brat." Jian Wujue felt his pride hit the roof. He cursed inwardly. Hateful. He shouted like rolling thunder. Primordial Yang, sword chi, then swung his sword madly. A giant flame immediately unleashed like a chain being released, erupting violently. The fire burned fiercely, rushing toward the demon. It expanded day by day, soon engulfing his massive body. However, he seemed to ignore it as if it were nothing, raising his voice with extreme contempt amidst the flesh-melting heat. "Is that all you've got?" The masked girl couldn't help but be impressed. Even a mid-stage sword chi can't harm him. This demon clan guy's body is unbelievably tough. Jian Wujue still refused to give up. He continued his attack with another move. Ice Dust Chi. This technique indeed had an effect, causing the demon clan members' eyes to flicker slightly. The violent flames had just dissipated, and before the air could even warm up, it was immediately replaced by countless shrieking ice shards. Only then did Zhuang Shi-san have a sudden realization. So that's how it is. No wonder. No matter how hard a metal is, after being bathed in fire and then suddenly doused with cold water, it's bound to crack. The demon's body was now covered in a thick layer of ash, as stiff as a rock. Suddenly, a long crack appeared on his shoulder. Like a fissure on dry, parched earth, Zhuang Shi-san's jaw dropped. A faint glimmer of hope rose in his heart. Could it be? It's working, but life is not a dream. Contrary to his hopes, the demon clan member let out a roar, shattering the layer of ash with a swing of his arm. His body stood tall and proud, completely unharmed. He sneered, his tone full of mockery. "Is that all you have? Just these little cat scratches?" Jian Wujue didn't waste his breath arguing with him. He swung his sword and charged forward like a whirlwind, shouting, "Ultimate sword art, Azure Shadow Slash." The blade, as sharp as a wolf's fang, carried a cold gleam as it slashed toward the demon clan member's neck, determined to sever his head from his body. It seemed he had poured all his internal energy into this final move. His back arched, his aura soaring. However, the blade only managed to make a shallow cut on his bull-like neck. No matter how much Jian Wujue gritted his teeth, no matter how much he strained, the blade was stuck. It wouldn't move another inch. His face turned purple with rage. He roared like a wild beast, continuing to pour all his strength into the arm holding the sword. The demon clan member lost all his patience. He reached out and grabbed the sword blade. His rough fingers tightened around the sword's body. He laughed heartily. Not bad, not bad. This last sword strike finally has some bite to it. Before he finished speaking, he swung his arm and delivered a thunderous punch to Jian Wujue's stomach. He had no time to react. His body immediately turned into a stream of light, flying backward like a broken kite. The demon clan member shrugged with a smug look. What a pity. A little scratch like this doesn't even itch. However, a strange gray smoke suddenly billowed from a shallow cut. A searing pain spread throughout his body, causing even him to widen his eyes in shock. He was stunned. He muttered as if in a trance, "The wound. It's corroding." Zhuang Shisan couldn't hide his surprise either. Could it be from a move that hit me earlier? He excitedly shouted encouragement to Jian Wujue. It's actually working. Don't stop. Attack even harder. However, Jian Wujue had poured all his life's strength into that last move. His energy was now depleted. His body was as weak as a withered leaf. Damn it. That last sword strike drained every last drop of my spiritual energy. The demon clan member let out a contemptuous sneer. It's working, huh? He beckoned with his hand. The demon's saber, which had been lying quietly behind him, immediately turned into a black streak, flying into his hand, like a black dragon submitting to its master. The demon clan member stomped his foot on the ground. His body shot forward like an arrow from a bow, charging straight for Jian Wujue. Let me show you what real slaughter is. Jian Wujue hurriedly raised his sword to block, stopping the sharp demon saber that was coming down like a sledgehammer. Its destructive power was many times more terrifying than his own previous move. The ground beneath their feet immediately sank into a large crater, shattering into thousands of pieces. A thick cloud of dust billowed up, obscuring the sky. Even Yao Mingyao, standing far away, was shaken so badly she couldn't stand firm. She frowned, her face filled with worry. It seems Jian Wujue is no match for him either. This damn place is too dangerous. Of the 36 stratagems, fleeing is the best. Yao Mingyao decisively cast an invisibility spell, deciding to preserve her own precious life. He burst out laughing. That girl from the Xuanhe sect has vanished. Nangao Man was also getting antsy, as if sitting on pins and needles. So, should we disappear too? While the Sword Dao sect can still hold out for a while. The masked girl immediately retorted, her tone resolute. Absolutely not. There's still some time before the secret realm closes. If we all work together and fight as a team, we still have a chance of survival. If we split up and run, he'll just hunt us down one by one. Jian Wujue gritted his teeth, struggling to hold on. His legs were trembling. His body gradually buckled like a banana tree in the wind. Spiderweb-like cracks began to appear on his sword. Jian Wujue painfully spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the front of his robe red. The masked girl shrieked in alarm. That guy's about to collapse. Zhuang Shisan immediately got into a stance, ready to charge in and help. I'll go lend him a hand. However, Dai Chang'an was one step ahead of him, wielding a giant writing brush like a long spear. With a ghostly movement technique, he flew past Zhuang Shisan. He smiled mysteriously, chanting under his breath, "By the ancient script, I summon the Azure Seal." The demon clan member was still dazed, unable to react. His face was as blank as a wooden statue. A terrifying pressure descended from the sky, weighing down on his body like the collapse of Mount Tai. The demon clan member frantically raised his demon saber to block. However, the crushing force from Dai Chang'an's attack was too terrifying, far beyond his imagination. It drove him deep into the ground below, creating a deep pit. The masked girl quickly chanted a spell, creating a golden protective barrier to shield everyone from the terrifying aftershock. He couldn't hide his astonishment. He blurted out, "That slash was insanely powerful. I never expected his junior brother to be so formidable." She also exclaimed in surprise. That move wasn't a normal cultivation technique or sword skill. That was a true divine ability. He has already stepped into the realm of the Tao. After being rescued, Jian Wujue was utterly bewildered, still unable to process what had just happened. Dai Chang'an's figure suddenly descended right in front of him. Without turning his head, Dai Chang'an said softly to his senior brother, "Senior brother, you should rest and recover for now. Leave this place to me." Jian Wujue looked helplessly at his junior brother's back, a complex mix of emotions welling up inside him. Unwillingness, yet also full of hope. Be careful, Chang'an. The pile of rubble gradually parted, revealing the towering figure of the demon clan member. His face was now twisted with rage. He still held the demon's saber tightly in his hands. His eyes blazed with hatred. He gritted his teeth and stared at Dai Chang'an. What the hell was that just now? You've got some skill. The weapon in his hand also seemed to have been cracked in the middle of the blade. If it weren't for my world-annihilating slaughter treasure saber protecting me, I'm afraid I would have suffered considerable damage. Dai Chang'an nodded in appreciation. World-annihilating slaughter. So that's the name of that saber. Its reputation is well-deserved. Truly worthy of being a quasi-immortal grade weapon. The demon clan member quickly regained his usual arrogance. He flashed a familiar, smug smile. But don't get too cocky. Up until now, I've only used 50% of my power at most. Veins bulged on his forehead. His eyes began to turn blood red. To deal with small fries like you. A blazing red smoke billowed from his body and from the demon's saber in his hand. The ground around him also began to tremble violently in a strange rhythm. I'll reluctantly use 70% of my power. Zhuang Shisan also felt the terrifying change in his power. The whole place was shaking like an earthquake. Everything trembled. The masked girl's face turned pale. She shouted anxiously, "His spiritual power is skyrocketing at a dizzying speed. It's making the very ground shake." The already fragile skull territory couldn't escape this misfortune. It began to shake violently. In the middle of the gloomy territory, a giant coffin stood upright. Under the earth-shattering impact of the tremor, the coffin began to shift ponderously. The coffin was forced open. A massive skeleton, emanating a thick stench of death, emerged from it. Tang Yi's jaw dropped. How could it be this fast? This is a corpse puppet Dharma body, refined by a tribulation stage mighty figure. The demon lifted the corpse puppet in his hand. You mean this thing? Indeed, it's a bit tough to chew. He glared at him with annoyance, causing this lord to waste 80% of my power. Zhuang Shisan shouted in panic. We're screwed. The plan is ruined. We can't handle this tough demon. He began to wail and call for help from the system. Lord System, I can't possibly complete the mandatory mission you gave me. The power difference is too unreasonable. How can I possibly kill him? Hearing the wailing, the system screen immediately appeared. It kindly reminded him in a friendly manner. Think of a way to raise your body stats. Zhuang Shisan, purple with rage, hugged the screen and roared. In such a short time, where the hell am I supposed to find a place to raise body stats? The masked girl couldn't see the system. Only seeing him muttering to himself, she was startled. What's wrong with you? Did falling into despair cause chi deviation? His eyes stared wide, as if remembering something. Wait, if we're talking about raising body stats in an instant, there seems to be only the Tao fire here, right? Zhuang Shisan held his head again, lamenting to heaven and earth. The girl became even more terrified. I don't have a spirit root. I can't absorb it. The girl thought to herself, this is bad. He's getting crazier. He suddenly paused and thought, could it be? Zhuang Shisan turned to speak to everyone. I want to ask everyone a favor. His eyes shone with a few rays of determination. He opened his mouth clearly. Buy me some time. I might have a way to deal with him. Hearing this, everyone's jaws dropped in unison. Huh? What? The demon, waiting for a while and seeing no moves, raised his voice. Looks like you've run out of tricks to resist. He sneered. This lord is tired of standing too. Time to send you on your way. He didn't waste words, shouting loudly. Heavenly demon slaughter. 80% power rushed straight at them like a hurricane. Everywhere the demon's blade swept past was devastated into paste. However, its terrifying range was suddenly halted, gradually shrinking back toward the demon. Seeing this, he immediately frowned, looking annoyed. Soon, the thing created by that blade reflected back at him, causing everything around him to explode, submerged in a sea of destructive fire. Tang Yi still stood calmly in one spot, silently chanting a spell to protect everyone. He raised his voice. I'll hold him off. If you guys have any moves, use them quickly. Nangong Man cheered happily. Little Tang is finally showing off. Jian Wujue also considered this an eye-opener. Is that the kingly eldest senior brother Tang, of the Yulin immortal sect? I've heard the name before, but never seen him act. The fire from just now slowly retreated, revealing the tall body of the demon, now miserably covered in wounds. He ground his teeth in bitterness. What kind of weird move is this? It feels more like a one-time spatial defense treasure. He seemed to have lost interest in toying with the other side. No matter what, I'll continue to attack. But you were just stalling for death. Tang, calmly clasped his hands in front of his face, muttering a spell. 10,000 divine mountain seals. Zhuang Shursen heard this and was extremely worried. Isn't that the field art the elder used on me? It's just the most ordinary heaven rank field art. Even I could withstand it back then. How can it stop the demon's blade? He hurriedly yelled, "Eldest senior brother, be careful." Tang, he shouted softly. A giant golden hand appeared, embracing the demon's earth-shattering attack. He strained to hold it for a moment, then swung his arm to throw it back at him forcefully. Those giant golden hands continued to appear one after another from his body after Tang, he softly uttered a word. Then they flew simultaneously like a meteor shower toward where the demon was stationed. His face turned pale as a banana leaf as he screamed. Another one stepping into the threshold of divine abilities? The hand skimmed over the ground, then directly slapped him in the face with a holy crap impact. The demon was knocked flying far away, dragging miserably across the ground, causing the ground to crack like a spiderweb, destroying all the surrounding rocky outcrops. Zhuang Shursan shouted with starry eyes, "Holy crap, eldest senior brother really lives up to his reputation." He turned back to Hei Feng. "Hurry up, throw the sacred heart, Dao, fire to me." Hei Feng was confused. Could it be you want to break through right here? Suddenly, he did a 180 and changed his attitude, from suspicion to excitement, tossing the sacred heart, Dao, fire to the other party. "Wait, maybe there's hope. If it's you, absorbing the sacred heart, Dao, fire. Maybe you can really turn the tables." Everyone stood up in unison to block in front of Zhuang Shursan. "We will protect you." He took the sacred heart, Dao, fire, and couldn't help trembling like a leaf, sweating profusely like he was in a bath. Damn hot, feeling the pain as his palm was burned. Steel heart, iron liver. He didn't hesitate to stuff it all into his mouth under the speechless gaze of his damn teammates. Hei Feng was dumbstruck and stammered. "WW what? You absorbed Dao fire like that?" The masked girl also stomped her feet. "Idiot! Use spiritual power to guide it. Absorb the spiritual energy and Dao rhythm of the Dao fire. Swallowing it raw like that will burn you to death. That is the sacred heart Dao fire." As soon as she finished speaking, Zhuang Shursan shook violently and sat down with a thud, clutching his stomach which was churning like a tsunami. He looked up to the sky and screamed loudly. Fire from his 7 orifices spewed out thunderously. The masked girl stepped back in fear. He was acting a bit weird just now. Now it looks like he really has chi deviation. This is clearly seeking his own death. Zhuang Shursan gritted his teeth, straining to control the heat burning his entire body, until his physical body reached its limit. Zhuang Shursan finally welcomed the explosion. The Dao fire in his body erupted like a volcano, momentum towering to the sky. Ding ding. The sound of the system adding body points rang out like a ringtone, continuously pouring into his ears. This strange scene immediately caught the eye of the demon who was lurking like a tiger stalking prey. "Oh, using Dao fire to refine the body? This brat is a bit interesting. Want to borrow this chance to break through your limits? This lord won't let you get your wish." He roared like thunder and wind, screaming while attacking madly toward Zhuang Shursan. But having only flown a few yards, he immediately ate a palm to the face. His face was flattened against a large rock nearby, like a fly hitting a wall. The demon was purple with rage. He roared, shattering the rock layer, and shouted aggressively, "80% won't do. This time you are definitely dead." On Tang Yi's side, those brilliant golden hands kept appearing like mushrooms after rain. They all formed a giant circle surrounding Zhuang Shursan's body. Tang, he muttered a spell, hands forming a seal. 10,000 divine mountain seals. Go! He extended his hand toward the demon and shouted, 10,000 Buddhas greeting the sect. Let's go, brothers. Those golden hands swarmed out like bees leaving a hive. rushing forward aggressively, momentum blazing furiously. The demon growled like a beast, swinging the weapon in his hand, resisting the storm-like attack from the opponent. Heavenly Demon Slaughter. I'll fight you to the death. 90% power. The golden hands continuously and relentlessly slapped the blood-colored sphere he created like splashing water, trying to suppress the expansion of his power. The terrifying pressure created by the battle between the two was so great it spilled out of the secret realm entrance, reaching the location of the examiners watching outside. One examiner's eyes went round with horror as he cried out, "Oh, mother! Power is spilling out of the secret realm's teleportation gate." This is no joke. Xiao Xuanzi tried to maintain his calm appearance in front of the juniors and spoke slowly. This proves the rules in the secret realm can no longer contain the spiritual power inside. Nan Gonghuang looked at his back, a feeling of unease rising in his heart. He hurriedly asked, "What will be the result?" Sweat drops of worry began to bead on that aged, wrinkled face. The secret realm collapses. Space shatters. Everything in the secret realm will be swept into the turbulent flow of time and space. This time, I'm afraid ill luck outweighs the good. Zhuang Shisan's body was now burned by the Tao fire to the point of skin peeling and flesh tearing. His mouth kept groaning in pain, like a pig being scalded. As if sensing something wrong, the demon cried out inwardly, "Not good." A feeling of unease rose violently. Once he completes the tempering, he will definitely be a fatal threat to me. Thinking of this, he immediately crazily increased his power to the climax. Full power. I'll go all out against you. The power he created quickly dispersed all the golden hands that Tang Yi had painstakingly created. Tang Yi was immediately severely injured. His chest felt like it had been struck by a hammer. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood, staining the front of his robe red. Soon, the hands could no longer hold on. They exploded one after another like New Year's fireworks. The demon clan member swept aside all obstacles in his path. He charged straight toward Zhuang Shisan at the speed of light, like an out-of-control missile. "Junior brother, let's go!" Jian Wujue shouted loudly. He and the others swarmed forward like a disturbed beehive, determined to stop the bloodthirsty demon clan member. "Get lost!" The demon clan member's eyes were blood red. He swung his sharp claws forward like the scythe of death. The three of them were sent flying a great distance by his terrifying power, tumbling like crabs with broken legs. Without paying any attention to these small fries, the demon clan member charged straight past them. His only target was Zhuang Shisan. Jian Wujue and Dai Chang'an were unwilling to back down. They both charged forward again, determined to fight to the death. The two of them executed a dual sword combination. Azure slash, Wujue slash. He just sneered contemptuously. "Slaughter. Ridiculous." Then he swung his saber and shouted, "Heavenly Demon Annihilation. Power to shake the universe." Asterisk boom. 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 Asterisk. A wave of power as red as fresh blood, with terrifying destructive force, quickly sent Jian Wujue and Dai Chang'an flying. It flung them both far away like broken kites. It was like a giant monster, ferociously charging toward the spot where Zhuang Shisan was tempering his body. The masked girl, seeing the critical situation, hurriedly shouted, "This is bad. Zhuang Shisan hasn't finished his tempering yet. Right now, his defense is at its weakest." Nangong Man, standing beside her, could only helplessly scream his name. "Little Shisan, be careful." The moment the wave of power collided with the Tao fire flames surrounding Zhuang Shisan, it immediately exploded, causing a world-shaking tremor. The cave shook violently. The demon clan member looked at the terrifying explosion before him and laughed sinisterly. "Ha ha ha! A strike with 10 parts of my power. This time, you're dead for sure, you little insect." But right after that, something made him turn his head in surprise. Yao Mingyao had silently returned at some point, creating a sturdy defensive barrier to protect Zhuang Shisan. She gritted her teeth, enduring the heart-wrenching pain in her body. "Try to hold on. This is a life-saving secret art set up by the ancestors for inner sect prodigies. It can only be used at the brink of death. It's equivalent to a full power strike from a Mahayana realm expert, using it to nullify that saber strike before hiding herself from danger again." Yao Mingyao didn't forget to leave a parting word. I've used my life-saving trick. The rest is up to you, little Sure-san. Just then, the scorching flames around Zhuang Sure-san gradually died down. The blazing red light disappeared. Seeing this, the demon clan member was both furious and uneasy. His voice trembled. The tempering is finished. Zhuang Sure-san's eyes flew open, wide as saucers. The weak trembling was gone from his gaze. In its place was an extreme determination and fierceness. Current body points: 300. I've broken through. Without a moment's hesitation, he shot toward the demon clan member like an arrow, his aura soaring majestically. Let's go. Zhuang Sure-san leaped high into the air. He planted one foot on the demon's thigh and swung his arm, delivering a full-force elbow to his face. The demon clan member was hit so hard he saw stars, but he couldn't help but feel a thrill of excitement. Excellent. Let's see how strong you are. After leveling up. Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk. The sky was gloomy and gray, with a few dark clouds scattered about. Suddenly, it cracked like a broken mirror. The initial small cracks gradually spread, and then more and more appeared, dense as a spiderweb. This is not good. He was the first to notice the unusual signs in the sky and the collapse of the surrounding rock formations. He spoke in astonishment. This secret realm is showing signs of collapse. We need to prepare to retreat. The masked girl, however, didn't seem too panicked. She shrugged her shoulders as if to say, well, the power of those two has been constantly bombarding the rules of the secret realm. It's been pushed to its limit. It was about to be destroyed anyway. The secret realm can't withstand this level of power. Ignoring the current situation, the earth-shattering battle between the demon clan member and Zhuang Sure-san continued at a dizzying pace. The two were evenly matched, competing to destroy the secret realm with every move they made. Zhuang Sure-san's entire musculature seemed to have been juiced up on power-enhancing drugs after his successful tempering. Every punch and kick carried terrifying strength. Zhuang Sure-san jumped up and delivered a devastating knee to the demon clan member's face, causing him to spit out another mouthful of fresh blood. This time, it seemed more severe than the last. The demon clan member couldn't resist Zhuang Sure-san's overwhelming power and was sent flying like a cannonball. He was flattened against a large rock behind him, nearly meeting his end in the wilderness. Zhuang Sure-san showed no mercy. He pointed his hand toward him. All the power in his body was concentrated into his right hand, condensing into an invisible force. Zhuang Sure-san didn't hesitate and snapped his fingers. A streak of azure energy shot out as fast as lightning, tearing through space. Swoosh! It shot toward the demon clan member, who was lying flattened like a dead dog. He had no time to react, only able to watch helplessly as death approached. Asterisk boom. Boom! Asterisk. The terrifying power he created was so strong that the rock behind the demon was instantly pulverized in a fine dust, raising a thick cloud of smoke. Still not satisfied, Zhuang Sure-san's momentum was like a bursting dam. He continued to swing his fists like a violent storm. His violent fist wind struck like lightning, continuously bombarding the demon's body, beating him until his head spun. All he could do was cover his head and take the beating. His large body was pinned to the shattered, rocky ground. The dust settled, revealing the demon's giant, wounded body, sprawled in a pool of thick blood. Zhuang Sure-san's jaw dropped. He exclaimed in surprise, "What the hell? Even after all that, I can only suppress you? Are you really that tough?" The demon threw his head back and laughed maniacally. He replied contemptuously, "Suppress me? Huh, you must be daydreaming. Up to this point, I haven't even used 1/10 of my true power." He let out a roar. His entire body erupted with overwhelming demonic energy. He easily got back up, standing tall and proud amidst the ruined landscape. His ferocious aura filled the sky. It doesn't matter if this shattered space collapses. Today, I will let you ants witness what peak power truly is. He roared at the sky, his mouth opening wide to his ears. His blood-red eyes spewed swirling black smoke. 10 parts of his demonic power erupted without restraint. Boom! Following the earth-shattering roar, the ground shook violently as if the world was ending. In the gray sky, a giant cosmic black hole suddenly appeared. Boom! All the shattered debris around was sucked into the black hole, flying up like a swarm of locusts. Zhuang Shi-san was terrified out of his wits. His eyes rolled back. Oh my god, the space is really collapsing. Just then, a mysterious voice came from behind, speaking directly into Zhuang Shi-san's mind. Fool! Use the spatial rift to destroy him. Zhuang Shi-san's heart skipped a beat. He quickly turned his head to look. It was a high-level secret voice transmission. The owner of the voice was the mysterious masked girl. She was using a secret technique to remind him. Knock him into the spatial rift. The chaotic flow of space-time in there will grind everything to dust. He will vanish forever. The spatial rift. Zhuang Shi-san muttered, his eyes fixed on the large black hole in the sky. A sudden realization dawned on him. So, I just need to kick him into that damn hole, and it's over. The demon clan member floated in midair, laughing wildly at the sky. He arrogantly shouted, "This is my final ultimate move. With this one slash, I will tear you to shreds and bury everything along with this shattered space." Zhuang Shi-san completely ignored the empty threat. He stepped on the void, charging forward to meet the attack. He threw a powerful punch straight ahead. Jian Wujue heard this and shouted in alarm, "You idiot! You can't block that slash head-on with your body." The demon saber in the demon clan member's hand suddenly transformed into a heaven-shaking giant saber, viciously slashing down at Zhuang Shi-san's head. He roared, annihilating void shadow. Zhuang Shi-san's body froze. The giant saber instantly slashed through his body, tearing him apart without mercy. Nangong Man screamed in horror, "Little Shi-san!" But then, an unexpectedly bizarre scene occurred. Zhuang Shi-san's bisected corpse suddenly blurred and vanished like sea foam. The demon clan member's eyes bulged. He was utterly horrified. How is this possible? At that moment, Zhuang Shi-san suddenly appeared from another direction, a lightning fist smashing straight into the demon clan member's face. The domineering punch sent him flying backward. A familiar figure entered the demon clan member's line of sight, startling him. The image of Dai Chang'an standing in the distance, chanting a spell, once again stirred a strange sense of familiarity in his heart. The demon clan member's eyes were filled with hatred and helplessness. He hissed through gritted teeth, "So it was you. You disrupted my senses again." This punch from Zhuang Shi-san successfully sent the demon clan member flying into the deep black hole in the sky. The demon clan member could only struggle and flail, screaming desperately in absolute hopelessness. Zhuang Shi-san cheered with joy. "Yes, I finally succeeded." He looked around. The surrounding space was disintegrating piece by piece. He couldn't help but ask in confusion, "But this place has collapsed into this state. How are we going to get back?" Tang Yi replied calmly, "I have a mid-grade spatial magic treasure. It can temporarily withstand the collapsing space. It's enough to last until the secret realm dissipates." Nangong Man jumped up and cheered, "Little Shi-san, you're too awesome." He couldn't help but praise him as well. "That last move of yours had the aura of a Mahayana realm expert." The masked girl reminded him coldly, "Don't forget our agreement." A bolt of crimson divine lightning suddenly appeared from behind Zhuang Shi-san. It shot forward like a flash of lightning, binding his body tightly. Zhuang Shi-san had no time to react. He was immediately dragged away by the lightning like a broken kite. The demon clan member was still trapped in the black hole. He roared desperately, "Even if I die, I'll drag you insects down with me." A bolt of crimson lightning wrapped tightly around Zhuang Shi-san, pulling him straight into the black hole in the sky. The demon clan member laughed sinisterly, pleased with himself. "Even in death, I'll have someone to cushion my fall." "Huh?" Zhuang Shi-san heard this familiar, venomous voice. He was so scared his hair stood on end. A chill ran down his spine. Nangong Man was about to rush to his aid, shouting, "Little Shi-san." He was immediately held back by Tang Yi. "Don't go over there. You'll be sucked into that spatial rift too." In the blink of an eye, Zhuang Shi-san was completely swallowed by the black hole. His eyes were now filled with terror and despair. Before him was only a boundless darkness, along with chaotic, noisy, echoing sounds. Is this the end? He strained his ears to listen. Desperate screams rang out one after another. It was chaotically, insanely loud. "Run! It's an earthquake!" Help! Zhuang Shisan's eyes bulged. He couldn't believe the scene before him. I'm not dead. Before him was a scene of tragic chaos. A terrified crowd was screaming, fleeing in all directions. Help! Zhuang Shisan stood there in a daze. Why does this scene feel so familiar? It seems to be the same terrifying earthquake I encountered in my previous life. Then, as if suddenly awakening, his eyes flew open wide. I've transmigrated again. He hurriedly looked around. In his faint memories, it seemed his parents were also leading him to escape the disaster. Somewhere far away. Why? Why did I transmigrate back to this place? A strange phenomenon suddenly caught Zhuang Shisan's eye. In the gray sky, two giant figures were engaged in an earth-shattering battle. The terrifying aftershocks spread everywhere. Zhuang Shisan cried out in alarm. Those giant shadows. Could it be that this earthquake disaster is caused by the aftershocks of their fight? Without a moment's hesitation, Zhuang Shisan transformed into a streak of light, flying straight toward them, roaring, "Stop it right now. Do you have any idea how many innocent people you've indirectly killed?" Zhuang Shisan threw a punch, but the two giant figures had vanished without a trace. His punch only hit the endless void. A strange vortex suddenly appeared beneath his feet. The space warped unpredictably again. The sky, which was originally gray, now turned pitch black. Zhuang Shisan looked around in confusion, wondering to himself, where in the world is this place? Before him were countless ancient corpses floating in midair, gradually being devoured by the endless black hole ahead. Why is this place filled with so many bones? A deep, low voice came from behind. Those beings are all creatures who could not resist the relentless flow of time. Zhuang Shisan was startled and spun around. A figure with a long sword on his back, with a dashing demeanor, stood in the silent void. It was the god of time, who held dominion over the surging currents of time. The majestic deity spoke, his voice echoing everywhere. "This summoning, was it your doing, mortal?" His divine eyes shifted slightly. The powerful god of time suddenly noticed something unusual. His gaze shot out like lightning, locking onto Zhuang Shisan. He was filled with doubt and uncertainty. He asked in a low, probing voice, his tone laced with a hint of disbelief. "Strange. You clearly don't have even a shred of a spirit root. How could you sense my mysterious summons?" Zhuang Shisan honestly recounted the whole story, his tone extremely sincere. Reporting to the high god, this humble one was originally in a fierce battle with an enemy. Unexpectedly, I was sucked into a bizarre spatial crack. After that, my soul transmigrated to this place. The god of time nodded knowingly, seemingly understanding the whole situation. He slowly explained, "The river of time is endless and boundless. It does not distinguish between past and future. You have strayed into its chaotic currents. So, no matter which point in time you drift to, it is not surprising." The god of time continued his explanation, his low voice carrying a hint of sorrow. "But whether it is a glorious past or a hazy future, the cruel flow of time will always erode all things. No one can escape this ruthless law." His eyes were filled with sadness. He glanced at the withered corpses floating above and sighed. "Unless they are beings of great divine power. Otherwise, it is absolutely impossible to resist the relentless corrosion of time. These pathetic failures around you are the clearest proof." The god clicked his tongue in regret, his voice carrying a hint of disappointment. "What a pity you are not the one I am looking for either." He pointed his finger straight at Zhuang Shisan, coldly pronouncing his sentence. "Time will soon grind you to dust. You are about to exhaust your life force and die." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Shisan was utterly horrified. He screamed, "What? The god of time sighed sorrowfully, his voice echoing like a fading evening bell. "It seems, in this sorrowful realm, one ultimately cannot escape the cruel fate of destruction." The god of time looked melancholically at the dark time rift ahead, his expression growing ever more solemn. In another distant realm, a supreme, terrifying existence has long had its sights set on this place. However, because of the firm barrier of the realm, he cannot descend directly, but he has finally found a bizarre method to bypass the great Tao of the river of time. slipping through the spatial rift. He frowned slightly, his face revealing a look of helplessness and sorrow. His voice was low, like a moan. I have guarded this place, and now I'm reaching my limit. The influence from that existence's evil power is becoming more and more severe. Once he completely devours the river of time, then all the realms, no one will be able to escape the fate of annihilation. Zhuang Shisan asked in a low voice, his tone trembling slightly. He will descend here through that crack. Before he could finish his sentence, the spatial crack suddenly trembled violently. Dozens of eyes, as red as fresh blood, opened simultaneously, staring intently at the two of them. The god of time cried out in alarm, his voice shrill. This is bad. That existence is once again recklessly crossing the boundary. A giant crimson hand, with claws as sharp as daggers, suddenly emerged from the dark crack, viciously striking toward the god of time. When the demonic hand touched the defensive net set up by the god of time, its evil power was immediately significantly suppressed. The two sides were locked in a fierce stalemate, neither willing to give an inch. The god of time let out a sharp breath, his expression growing ever more solemn. Each of his attempts is many times stronger than the last. Zhuang Shisan didn't hesitate. Despite his opponent's attempts to stop him, he immediately rushed forward. His momentum was fierce. Let me help. The god of time hurriedly stopped him, his voice urgent. Don't be reckless with your strength. It's no different from throwing an egg against a rock. It won't do any good. Zhuang Shisan paid no heed to his advice. His body was as agile as a leopard. In a flash, he was in the air. He poured all his strength into his fist, bringing it down on the giant hand with a thunderous blow. The demonic hand seemed to be in extreme pain. It jerked back violently, trembling intensely. A few seconds later, the giant hand gradually disappeared into the spatial crack, no longer attacking. This bizarre scene left the god of time stunned. His jaw dropped, and he cried out, his voice cracking. What? This? When the world just happened. His eyes were filled with disbelief. He stared at Zhuang Shisan, his heart full of doubt. Without a spirit root, a mere mortal like you, how could you unleash such earth-shattering power? Moreover, your body right now is showing no signs of exhaustion. A bold speculation began to form in the god of time's mind. He muttered, could it be? This brat has unknowingly stepped into the realm of the supreme great Tao. Zhuang Shisan smirked smugly, a self-satisfied look on his face. See, I was of some use, wasn't I, old man? The god of time's expression suddenly changed. His figure flickered in and out of existence. Without any warning, he rushed forward and unhesitatingly pushed Zhuang Shisan into the bottomless abyss. Ah! Zhuang Shisan screamed hopelessly, his desperate voice echoing through the space. What the hell are you doing? The god of time replied calmly. His voice is cold as ice. This lower realm is counting on you, kid. The scene before Zhuang Shisan suddenly changed. The surrounding space instantly reverted to a primitive, ancient time. A shriveled corpse, its entire body covered in horrific wounds, was tied tightly to a gnarled, ancient tree. Emaciated figures, their bodies as thin as sticks, trembled as they carried heavy baskets of rocks on their shoulders. Dragging their feet with each heavy step, they formed a long, winding line. On both sides of the mountain path were ferocious demon clan members, constantly shouting and cursing, urging the miserable slaves on. Move it, all of this spirit, or must be transported today. If the work isn't done, don't even think about eating. A man, exhausted, couldn't hold on any longer. He stumbled and fell forward. The heavy basket of rocks crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The person behind him rushed forward. His voice panicked. Big brother. Before he could do anything, the cruel demon clan member swung his long leather whip, lashing it across the man's back, causing him to cry out in agony. Stop dawdling, you worthless insects. He glanced contemptuously at the two brothers, his eyes filled with disdain. You people, you worthless scum, are only good at pretending. Get up and get back to work now. The young man turned around, his eyes red. He pleaded with the demon clan member. Haven't had a single grain of rice in 3 days. At least, give us some water to drink, so we have the strength to work. The demon clan member let out a cruel sneer, his voice grating like scraping metal. Is that so? So that means you've outlived your usefulness, haven't you? Things are no longer useful. Only have one path. Before he could finish his sentence, the young man threw his arms around his brother, tears streaming down his face. He begged loudly, "Please don't kill my brother." At this critical moment, a long spatial crack suddenly appeared in the gray sky. The sky and earth shattered piece by piece, revealing a deep black hole. It was endlessly dark. Zhuang Shan appeared out of nowhere, falling from the sky like a meteor, and plunged headfirst into the ground. He let out a terrified scream. The vicious demon clan member heard the strange noise, and curiously turned his head to look. Zhuang Shan unfortunately crashed right into the bald, shiny head, with two long horns belonging to the demon. The unexpected collision, as powerful as a hammer blow, sent the demon clan member flying back several meters. The ground where he slid was torn up, completely pulverized. The dust cloud from the shattered rock and soil gradually settled, revealing the bloody head and the cold corpse of the unlucky demon clan member. Seeing this, the demon's comrades immediately sounded the alarm. Their shrill voices shattered the silence. "Alert! We're under attack." Zhuang Shan had no idea what kind of trouble he had just caused. He clumsily got to his feet, brushing the dust off his clothes. He sighed wearily. After falling for so long, I finally hit the ground. I think I just bumped into something. Noticing the thin, frail figures carrying heavy loads in the distance, Zhuang Shan was overjoyed, as if he had struck gold. He hurried over to strike up a conversation. "Excuse me, where is this place?" The young man from before didn't hesitate. He immediately warned Zhuang Shan, his voice trembling, "You just killed a demon soldier. Run. If you don't, you'll die a horrible death." These words went in one of Zhuang Shan's ears, and out the other. He looked completely baffled, not understanding a single thing. It wasn't until the ferocious demon clan members were right behind him that Zhuang Shan was startled. They roared with anger like rolling thunder, their ferocious voices filling the air. Who is so bold as to trespass on the demon clan's territory? Zhuang Shan turned around in alarm, stammering, his voice trembling. "The demon clan?" Zhuang Shan's eyes widened like goose eggs. He stared in horror at the fierce demon clan members before him. What? Why are there demon clan members here? Then, he immediately froze. His eyes darted toward the thin, frail men behind him. A flash of realization went through his mind. He exclaimed in surprise, "Wait a minute. The way these people look, it's like they're enslaved. Could it be? This is the demon clan's territory?" It seemed as if Zhuang Shan's brain had just rebooted. He was utterly astonished. He stammered, "Don't tell me. I've transmigrated to another world? This is the demon clan's world?" The demons' faces were flushed with rage. They pointed their clawed fingers straight at Zhuang Shan's face, howling like mad dogs. "You human brat! How dare you kill one of my insignificant demon soldiers? Get him, skin him, pull out his tendons." The unruly mob didn't say another word, screaming as they charged toward Zhuang Shan like a disturbed beehive. Zhuang Shan's expression remained indifferent. A contemptuous smile even played on his lips. The aura of a peak nascent soul stage expert erupted from him. A punch with his left hand, a kick with his right, followed by a knee strike. His movements were as fast as lightning and incredibly precise. In just a few breaths, the three demon soldiers who had been so arrogant just moments ago were dealt with as easily as eating porridge. They were completely crushed. The demon clan leader, who had been so smug, saw this, and his face immediately turned as white as a sheet. Cold sweat poured down his face. He hurriedly clasped his hands and bowed repeatedly, pleading for his life. Hey, master, spare my life. Great master, spare my life. As long as you spare this dog's life. This humble one is willing to be your horse or ox. I'll offer my life to you." Zhuang Shan completely ignored the barking in his ear. He didn't even bother to glance at him. A punch as gentle as a breeze directly sent him on a one-way ticket to the underworld. "Oops. My bad. I accidentally used a bit too much force." Zhuang Shan cried out in alarm, a look of deep regret on his face. He clutched his rumbling stomach. He wanted to ask the laborers behind him a few questions, but then he clicked his tongue. He sighed deeply. Forget it. Asking these frogs in a well won't do any good. Their knowledge is surely limited. They probably know nothing about the outside world. The young man who had witnessed this scene couldn't help but be amazed. He secretly guessed. Our boss. His cultivation must have been at the nascent soul realm. Yet he was taken out with a single punch. That human must be at least a spirit transformation stage expert. When the slaves heard this, they were utterly horrified. They all knelt on the ground as if worshipping a star, kowtowing repeatedly before Zhuang Shisan. They thanked him profusely. Thank you for saving our lives, great hero. Thank you, benefactor, for your help. Zhuang Shisan quickly waved his hands. Laughing it off, he replied humbly, Don't be so formal. It was nothing. I just have a few questions to ask you all. He asked, Where is this place? And how did you all fall into the hands of these damn demons? The young man immediately reporting to our benefactor, This is spirit mine number 42. This humble one was captured as a laborer when I was a child. I've lived the life of a miner, digging into mines day after day to survive. Hearing this, Zhuang Shisan thought to himself, So this really is the demon clan's territory. Humans here are treated as lowly as grass, no different from insects. He continued to ask, So I assume none of you have ever stepped outside of this place. And you know nothing about the outside world, either? The men hurriedly nodded their heads, their faces filled with sorrow. Another slave suddenly remembered something. He quickly spoke up. Benefactor, a few days ago, while we were working hard in the mines, I think we dug up an ancient stone tablet. I think there were some strange characters carved on it. It seemed to be some kind of record. They quickly offered to guide Zhuang Shisan. Benefactor, please take a moment to look at it. We're completely illiterate. We don't know anything. Zhuang Shisan heard this and nodded, replying calmly, It's no trouble. All right. Not long after, the kind laborers led Zhuang Shisan to the place where they had just unearthed the stone tablet. After walking a bit further, one of the laborers stopped, pointing ahead and saying respectfully, reporting to our benefactor, It's right here. Zhuang Shisan's gaze followed his finger. Looking ahead, in the direction he pointed, he could clearly see a towering stone tablet, standing starkly against the cliff face. Several large characters were carved on the tablet, written in a flowing, elegant script. Yulin Immortal Sect. Zhuang Shisan's eyes widened like eggs. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He exclaimed in shock, Yulin Immortal Sect? How can this be? Zhuang Shisan silently thought to himself, Wait a minute. What in the world is going on here? Isn't this the desolate demon realm I just transmigrated to? From what I've heard, the Yulin Immortal Sect seems to be a cultivation sect, a rather mediocre one at that. He looked toward the southern mountain range, where a dense, gloomy demonic energy was rising. He continued, As for that so-called demon fortress, I'm afraid it's some immortal sect that was occupied by those demons a long time ago, and they're still imprisoning a pitiful human cultivator in there. What? Zhuang Shisan nearly jumped out of his skin. His eyes widened like saucers. His face was filled with disbelief. You're saying those demons dare to imprison a human cultivator in that godforsaken place? How many men do they have guarding it? Are they small fries or big shots? There are only a few low-ranking demon soldiers patrolling the mountain for show. But I heard that in the Sky Prison, there's a demon general personally standing guard. Zhuang Shisan replied leisurely, his tone still calm. It seems that demon general's power is comparable to your void refinement realm cultivators. My God, void refinement stage. In that moment, alarm bells went off in Zhuang Shisan's head, but a flash of arrogant confidence appeared. He looked at his own powerful body and thought to himself, a void refinement stage cultivator? With this indestructible diamond body of mine right now, I'm afraid 10 void refinement stage cultivators wouldn't be enough to even tickle me, let alone threaten me. Out loud, Zhuang Shisan still replied calmly, I plan to take a stroll up that mountain and have a look. Before he left, he didn't forget to turn back and advise the group. You all should get out of this dangerous place as soon as possible. The demon clan dogs that enslave you have all been sent to the underworld by me. Sooner or later, their comrades will be alerted. Get out of here quickly to avoid getting caught up in their revenge. When the group heard this, they quickly kowtowed repeatedly, tears and snot streaming down their faces. They thanked him profusely. Thank you, great hero and benefactor, for saving our lives. Benefactor, with your great divine power, you must also be careful. On the winding path leading up the mountain, Zhuang Shisan used a strange movement technique. His body moved as nimbly as a sparrow gliding on the wind. His speed so fast it was dizzying. This path is nothing special, he muttered as he flew, a sense of doubt in his heart. If this place is really that Yulin immortal sect, why does it look so desolate and dilapidated? Suddenly, Zhuang Shisan stopped in his tracks. His brows furrowed deeply. A myriad of complex emotions flashed through his eyes. Towering rage, deep sorrow, and utter shock. On the moss-covered stone steps, countless human corpses lay scattered about. Fresh blood stained the entire area red. Zhuang Shisan slowly walked up, his pained gaze sweeping over each corpse. This is the uniform of an inner sect disciple of the Yulin immortal sect. His eyes were suddenly drawn to a tragic sight. Not far away, a head of white hair was disheveled and scattered. A thin body trembled in the cold wind. Elderly Rukong, Zhuang Shisan cried out in shock, his heart feeling as if it had been viciously punched. The anger in his heart erupted like a volcano, incinerating his reason and usual composure. Zhuang Shisan's eyes were blood red. He glared fiercely at the stone tablet erected next to the corpse. On it were several lines of glaring, blood-red characters. Whoever dares to obstruct the path of my demon clan, their corpse will be displayed for 100 years. Bastards! Zhuang Shisan roared with anger. His body suddenly shot up. His hand, like a divine blade, grabbed the coarse rope. He pulled with all his might. The rope snapped. Li Rukong's body fell into his arms. Zhuang Shisan landed gently on the ground, carefully placing the body down. He said sorrowfully, "Elderly Rukong, may you rest in peace." Just then, a series of hurried footsteps came from behind him. It was more blind demon soldiers. Zhuang Shisan let out a cold, contemptuous snort. The moment the demons saw Zhuang Shisan, they immediately shrieked like pigs being slaughtered. They charged forward aggressively. "Who is that brat? How dare you trespass on Master Jiang Wei's territory? And you even dared to take down the corpse." Zhuang Shisan slowly turned around. His handsome face, which was already as cold as ice, now became even more grim and terrifying. His soaring rage left no room for words. He only wanted to immediately grind the insects before him into dust. D. Zhuang Shisan roared with fury. His body suddenly shot forward like an arrow from a bow. His right fist flew out, carrying an earth-shattering power. The ground beneath his feet instantly cracked like a spiderweb. Dust and rock flew everywhere. The demons didn't even have time to react before they were sent flying by the ferocious fist wind. The bones in their bodies shattered into pieces. Their flesh and blood were mangled. They were completely obliterated. Zhuang Shisan coldly glanced at the pile of minced meat on the ground. Then he bent down and lifted Li Rukong's body, carefully placing it in a hastily dug pit. He covered it with earth, creating a small, simple grave mound. There was no tombstone on the grave, only a mound of cold earth. "Tomb of elderly Rukong of the Yulin immortal sect," Zhuang Shisan murmured, his voice choked with sorrow. After bidding farewell to the spirit of the respected elder, Zhuang Shisan continued to walk deeper into the mountains. On the high mountain peak, a tall figure stood there. The demonic energy around him had condensed into a physical substance. It was the demon general guarding this place. "Who goes there?" The demon general's eyes suddenly flew open. His blood-red eyes shot out two beams of cold, killing intent. He roared like rolling thunder. The only reply he received was a single, ice-cold word from Zhuang Shisan. His body became a blur. In an instant, he appeared before the demon general. His hand slashed down like a sharp blade. He directly severed the demon general's head from his neck. It rolled on the ground. Zhuang Shisan didn't even bother to glance at the skull. He just coldly walked to the entrance of the dark stone cave. He raised his fist, channeling all his diamond-like strength into one punch. The sturdy stone cave entrance immediately collapsed. Debris flew everywhere. Who's there? A surprised voice came from within the cave, mixed with doubt. After all this time, I can't believe someone still came to rescue me. Are you from the resistance army? Zhuang Shisan peered through the thick cloud of dust. Seeing the man's emaciated figure, he felt a sense of relief. He spoke softly. Fong Tianxuan, you've managed to survive until now. Looks like your luck isn't too bad. That voice. Fong Tianxua's voice trembled with shock. He tried to open his blinded eyes wide. It sounds so familiar. Zhuang Shisan. Zhuang Shisan walked closer to him, nodding in confirmation. It's me. Is it really you? Fong Tianxua trembled with excitement. My eyes are blind. I can't see anymore. But that voice, it's definitely you. What happened to your eyes? Zhuang Shisan asked with a frown. They poisoned me and blinded me. Fong Tianxua sighed, his expression sorrowful. Although my eyes can no longer see, my mind's I can see many things. If you don't mind, could you let me touch your face for a moment? Zhuang Shisan nodded in agreement. Fong Tianxua raised a trembling hand, gently touching Zhuang Shisan's angular face. The familiar, strong features moved him to tears. It really is you. You still look the same as back then. You're still alive. I'm still alive. Zhuang Shisan frowned, asking in confusion. Why would you say that? Because... Fong Tianxua hesitated for a moment, then slowly said, because in the Heavenly Tomb Seed's secret realm back then, you were sucked into a spatial crack. You perished completely and have been missing for 12 years. 12 years. Zhuang Shisan's jaw dropped in shock. This is the world 12 years in the future. When the world happened here. It seems I was swept into this era by that spatial crack. Fong Tianxua sighed, his face filled with bitterness. Everything can be explained now. He began to slowly recount the events. Not long after you disappeared, the demon clan from the desolate region invaded the divine continent. They slaughtered countless human cultivators in the mortal realm and occupied the human realm in order to preserve their strength. The immortal realm sealed all the passages connecting to the mortal realm, ignoring our life and death. What? Zhuang Shisan cried out in shock for the second time, a towering rage building within him. No wonder the human race is being so cruelly oppressed and enslaved by the demon clan. But aren't the barriers between the realms extremely strong? How could they be broken so easily? What methods did they use to get past the barrier? In ancient times, the desolate region was originally part of the divine continent. Fong Tianxua explained. What? Zhuang Shisan was shocked for the third time. He nearly jumped out of his skin. However, during the Great War between the human and demon clans, the humans pushed the demon clan back to the desolate region. After that, the great divine beings joined forces to separate the desolate region from the divine continent. Fong Tianxua continued. To be precise, the desolate region is actually located in the gap between the divine continent and the other realms. It's part of the outer periphery of the divine continent's boundary. Reopening the barrier for those demons wasn't too difficult a task. Damn it, who the hell is responsible for all of this? Zhuang Shisan gritted his teeth, the anger in his heart reaching its peak. Could there be a traitor among the human race, colluding with the demon clan? The source of this disaster is actually someone you've met before. Fong Tianxua sighed. It's the demon clan member who possessed a body to revive in the Heavenly Tomb Seed secret realm back then. His name is Adomo. Adomo. Zhuang Shisan was so shocked he could barely speak clearly. What? But wasn't he sucked into the spatial crack? He didn't die. Main quest. Absolute mandatory mission. Exterminate the demon clan. Failure. Host will be erased by the system. Suddenly, a cold, mechanical voice rang in Zhuang Shisan's head, startling him. Hey, wait a minute. Zhuang Shisan cried out in panic. This was an accident. Great system. Please calm down. System activating erasure lightning punishment. The system mercilessly sentenced Zhuang Shisan to death, simultaneously firing a deadly purple beam of light. BZT, the lightning bolt, carrying the power of destruction, shot straight toward Zhuang Shisan. Help! Zhuang Shisan frantically dodged the death ray, screaming internally like a thunderstorm. I still have something to say. Can't you let me explain a little? Don't be so cold and heartless. He struggled to dodge while trying to explain. Back then, The system only issued a mandatory erasure order without setting a time limit. Logically speaking, I haven't failed yet. The system fell strangely silent. The death ray also suddenly vanished. It seems that is indeed the case. The system's mechanical voice sounded a bit robotic. Program error again. After saying that, the system completely disappeared, as if it had never existed. Consider yourself lucky. The system's final voice echoed, carrying a hint of resignation. Phew, phew. Zhuang Shursin panted heavily, cold sweat soaking his back. That was too close. What was that noise just now? Fang Tianxua asked doubtfully. Since his revival, Adomo has been at the Demon King level. Compared to other Demon Clan members, that's equivalent to the Tribulation Transcendence cultivation stage. It's not too unbelievable that he could survive in a spatial crack. Tribulation Transcendence stage, Zhuang Shursin murmured. His gaze darkened. No wonder he was so hard to deal with. If it weren't for the Secret Realm's rules suppressing him, I'm afraid we would have been annihilated long ago. But even with the Tribulation Transcendence stage cultivation, he shouldn't be able to break the barrier between realms. How did he do it? Fang Tianxua suddenly stopped. His expression became more solemn than ever. This is bad. 2 Demon Clan members are approaching. They are both at the Demon King level. He shouted, "Danger!" 2 Tribulation Transcendence level Demon Kings are coming. You have to run. Go to the Endless Sea. Tell the people at our base. A Tribulation Transcendence level Demon King. Can I beat one right now? Zhuang Shursin pondered, silently asking the system in his mind, System, what's my current body value? Body value, 2,000 points. With enough high-grade essence crystals and 1 8th-grade beast core, the host can break through to the next stage of body cultivation. The system's mechanical voice rang out. What? Zhuang Shursan's eyes widened. He couldn't believe his ears. How did my body value jump to 2,000 points? When the world is going on, the force of the spatial current in the spatial crack tempered the host's body, significantly increasing the body value. The system explained. The spatial crack, that feeling of my body being torn apart, was indeed much stronger than the Sacred Heart Tao fire. Zhuang Shursan said thoughtfully. I thought I was a goner for sure that time. Second, the host has endured the erosion of time in the river of time. This is not without its effects. However, because the host has awakened the body cultivation system, the host's body value will grow stronger over time. No wonder I wasn't eroded by time and weakened to death. Zhuang Shursan had an epiphany. Third, the host has transmigrated to a future 100 years from now. The growth of muscles in the body is also related to time. It's as if you have 100 years of accumulation. 2,000 points is not the host's current limit. It is only limited by the evolutionary stage of the muscle cultivation system. The body value at this stage can only reach 2,000 points. One day, when the host breaks through to the next stage of muscle cultivation, the body value will grow even more dramatically. 3,000 body points can fight on par with someone at the integration stage. With 2,000 body points now, killing a few Tribulation Transcendent stage guys should be no problem. Zhuang Shursan sneered, full of confidence. Don't worry, Brother Fang. Those small fry demon kings are nothing to worry about. Zhuang Shursan said decisively, relax. It's just a puny demon king. What's there to be afraid of? Fang Tianxua shook his head firmly. No. Brother Zhuang, you should still flee as soon as possible. Zhuang Shursan was surprised. What do you mean? Fang Tianxua lowered his voice. Don't worry about me. I still have some use. Those demons won't kill me so easily. Besides, the most important thing is that you, Brother Zhuang, are an anomaly. You absolutely cannot be underestimated. He continued anxiously. Now that you've returned to the human race, you are another trump card that can turn the tide. We can't act rashly and alert the enemy. You should go now. Go to the Endless Sea and find the Resistance's base. This time, the demon clans attack. They will surely think it's just an isolated act of resistance by the human race. Zhuang Shursan nodded in agreement. In that case, I'll go. You stay here. And be careful. With that, Zhuang Shursan transformed into a streak of sword light and departed. Just as Zhuang Shursan's figure disappeared, the 2 Demon King figures descended. They immediately unleashed their fury on Fang Tianxua. subjecting him to all sorts of brutal torture. One of the demon kings, with hair as white as pig bristles, spoke, his tone grim. This guy is tight-lipped. He's really stubborn. So stubborn he won't say a single word. Was it those resistance insects that attacked this place? Where's their base? Fong Tianchuo writhed in agony, but still clenched his teeth, not uttering a single word. The other demon king, his body as tall as a mountain, spoke up. Forget it. Interrogating him like this is just a waste of time. If we can't get any useful information, keeping him around is just a waste of food. Let's just get rid of him for good. He roared an order. Soul-devouring spirit inquisition. Fong Tianchuo was horrified and confused. Soul-devouring spirit inquisition. The white-haired demon king snorted, throwing Fong Tianchuo to the ground like a sack of rags. He sneered. A peak demon king like myself can get any information I want. By devouring his soul, I might even be able to acquire some of his abilities. The black-haired demon king bent down, lifting Fong Tianchuo's head. His eyes were as venomous as a snake's. This is your final value. Fong Tianchuo managed a bitter smile. You won't get what you want. The black-haired demon king didn't hesitate. He immediately made his move, directly extracting Fong Tianchuo's memories and remaining power. Fong Tianchuo was weak and powerless, his body like a candle in the wind, gradually fading away. The black-haired demon king greedily devoured Fong Tianchuo's few remaining memories and abilities. He took his last breath, but his heart was still with the human world. Fong Tianchuo murmured in his dying moments. Before, I couldn't see the moment of your reappearance clearly. Finally, I can vaguely see a glimmer of the future. Only you can do it. Suddenly, the black-haired demon king's body trembled violently. The other one saw this and asked in surprise, "What's wrong? Did you find any information?" The black-haired demon king stammered, his voice filled with utter terror. "No." As expected of a heavenly secret master. Before he died, he dared to sever his own memories. But he didn't cut them all. There's still a clue left. He quickly pointed in a direction. Ambush that place. Towards the endless sea. When the white-haired one heard this, his expression changed drastically. He said urgently, "We can't delay this matter. Any delay could lead to complications. Let's chase after him immediately." With that, the two demon kings transformed into two streaks of demonic light and shot off like arrows. At the same time, Zhuang Shi was flying as fast as lightning. He suddenly remembered, the endless sea is south of the southern border. To get there, I have to cross the treacherous 10,000 Beast Mountain range. Suddenly, two figures shot past him like a whirlwind. It turned out to be the two demon kings from before. Zhuang Shi was surprised. The demon clan's pursuit is so fast. They can't possibly sense my spiritual energy. Don't tell me they got information from Fong Tianchuo. The two demon kings also sized up Zhuang Shi. The white-haired one frowned. What? Only one little brat came to attack. The black-haired one dismissed his contempt. Don't underestimate him. After all, he easily dealt with the demon general guarding that place. With that, the white-haired one took out a bizarre purple gourd flask and shouted loudly. Zhuang Shi was startled. A powerful suction force suddenly bound his body, pulling him strongly toward the gourd. Zhuang Shi exclaimed in shock. A magic treasure. I can't believe these demons are resorting to using magic treasures. He immediately circulated all his true essence, desperately struggling to escape. If I get sucked into that damn gourd, it'll be a disaster. The white-haired one cried out in surprise. What? My purple gold gourd can't even suck him in? Seeing this, the black-haired one immediately rushed forward, viciously kicking Zhuang Shi with the force of a thunderbolt. Let me give you a hand. Zhuang Shi was kicked in the back. His body involuntarily slowed down, gradually shrinking like an ant, and fell straight into the mouth of the gourd. That little brat. The white-haired demon king laughed sinisterly, quickly putting the lid back on the gourd. If you don't want to be turned into a pool of stinking blood, you'd better answer our next question honestly. Inside the purple gold gourd, Zhuang Shi was unfazed. He calmly stretched his muscles. He curled his lip in contempt. TCH, these little tricks are no obstacle for me. The white-haired one held the gourd in his hand, feeling it shake violently. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Answer our questions obediently. Otherwise, you'll soon be turned into a pool of bloody mud inside. Zhuangshi-san remained as calm as ever, continuing to run without stopping. If I fall into the pool of water at the bottom, it'll be real trouble. He ran faster and faster. Outside, the gourd shook more and more violently. The black-haired Demon King asked doubtfully, "What's going on?" "Something seems wrong with the purple gold gourd." Asterisk crack. Crack. Asterisk tiny cracks began to appear on the body of the gourd. The demon refining gourd shattered into pieces. Zhuangshi-san took the opportunity to shoot out like an arrow, delivering a lightning-fast punch to the white-haired one's face. The white-haired Demon King took the full force of the punch, letting out a pained, miserable scream. He spat out a mouthful of fresh blood mixed with broken teeth. His body flew back like a broken kite for a mile. He turned his head in shock, unable to believe his eyes. He got out. "I can't believe someone could escape from my purple gold gourd. This person's cultivation level is much higher than we anticipated." The other Demon King, Bianfeng Demon King, had a ferocious glint in his eyes. Someone who can knock down 3 kings 3rd C Tianyu with a single punch is definitely not simple. Let me test his true strength. With that, Bianfeng Demon King moved strangely behind Zhuangshi-san. He suddenly grabbed his head, roaring like a wild beast, "Soul devour!" Suddenly, Bianfeng Demon King's expression changed drastically. He let out a world-shaking scream of pain. Zhuangshi-san was now biting down hard on his hand. Fresh blood poured from the Demon King's hand. Bianfeng Demon King quickly retreated in horror, clutching his bitten hand. His face was contorted in pain. "Ow! Ow! Damn it! How dare you use such a despicable move?" He looked around frantically. "Where are you? Where did you go?" Only then did he realize in horror that Zhuangshi-san had vanished without a trace. A sound came from behind him. Zhuangshi-san suddenly appeared behind Bianfeng Demon King, delivering a powerful kick to his back. Bianfeng Demon King was sent flying, somersaulting several times in the air. He roared with fury like rolling thunder. "You insolent brat! How dare you sneak attack me from behind?" Bianfeng Demon King was enraged. He frantically charged at Zhuangshi-san. The two figures engaged in a fierce battle in midair. The terrifying power caused the nearby mountains to tremble violently. The space vibrated continuously. The two figures clashed like lightning bolts. The sound of explosions echoed everywhere. The white-haired Demon King stood to one side, observing the battle. He muttered to himself, "Since when did the southern border have such a formidable character? To be able to fight Bianfeng Demon King to a standstill. It seems I'll have to lend him a hand." Just as Zhuangshi-san was engaged in a fierce battle with Bianfeng Demon King in midair, he suddenly felt a bizarre purple circle appear on his wrist. Zhuangshi-san cried out in surprise, "Crap! What the hell is this?" A purple chain materialized from the void, binding Zhuangshi-san's hands tightly. Just then, Bianfeng Demon King took the opportunity to rush forward, delivering a vicious kick to Zhuangshi-san's chest. Zhuangshi-san was hit, his body stumbling back several steps in the air. Fresh blood sprayed from his mouth like rain. Zhuangshi-san strained, pouring all his strength into his arms. He let out a world-shaking roar. "Huh! Asterisk crack! Crack! Crack!" Asterisk the purple chain was quickly crushed and snapped by Zhuangshi-san's terrifying strength. Suddenly, an ancient, square incense burner, emanating a suppressive aura, slowly descended from the sky. Zhuangshi-san was startled. His instinct screamed at him about the extreme danger of this incense burner. He hurriedly shot away like an arrow, but it was too late. A dazzling golden pillar of energy shot down from the bottom of the incense burner, sealing the surrounding space. Zhuangshi-san was blocked by the pillar of light. Unable to escape, he frowned and muttered, "I'm trapped." Bianfeng Demon King asked the white-haired one doubtfully, "Are you planning to kill him directly?" The white-haired one sneered coldly. "Killing him and then extracting his soul for refinement is the same thing. Although the effect is a bit weaker, it's still enough to get the information." At this moment, Zhuangshi-san, inside the pillar of light, made no sound. The two Demon Kings slowly retreated. The white-haired one let out a loud shout. Boom! Immediately, The demon-suppressing incense burner fell rapidly from above, carrying a world-destroying might. Zhuangshi-san strained to resist, his entire body as tense as a drawn bowstring. He let out a roar. The demon-suppressing incense burner slammed into the ground with a deafening crash, causing a world-shaking tremor. The ground cracked like a spiderweb. Dust and debris flew everywhere. The nearby wild animals fled in terror. Amidst the panicked herd of beasts, a majestic figure suddenly appeared. A deep, powerful voice like rolling thunder echoed through the mountains and forests. Who dares to act so presumptuously in my 10,000 beast mountain range? What the hell is that? That mountain-suppressing treasure that I went through so much trouble to get from that old man from the Sword Tao sect. And yet that brat can lift it as if it were a feather? Interesting, interesting. Let me lend you a hand. A strange, shrill voice echoed, followed by a surging, overwhelming demonic aura. A giant figure expanded to fill the sky. Who is so bold as to bare their fangs in my 10,000 beast mountain range? A world-shaking roar thundered, shaking the very mountains and rivers. The terrifying pressure descended, making the surrounding space feel as if it would shatter. Who dares to interfere with my demon clan's business? Could it be? I've heard that the 10,000 beast mountain range is guarded by a Mahayana realm Yao saint. He has the strength to suppress me. Could it be that old monster, making a move? A demon king, filled with doubt, looked up at the sky, feeling the terrifying spiritual energy crashing down. It really is the spiritual energy of that old Yao saint. There's no mistaking it. So, it's you demons who dare to come to my Yao clan's territory to show off your power and cause trouble? A majestic voice like rolling thunder echoed, carrying a soaring, killing intent. At the same time, a pitch-black figure tore through space, descending from the sky like a meteor. His aura was immense, his fists swift and powerful. That peak heaven-grade magic treasure, just below an immortal artifact, is one of a kind, and yet he smashed it to pieces with his bare fists. Even a handsome guy like me is scared out of his wits. Zhuangshi-san stood at the edge of the battlefield, witnessing the destruction of the magic treasure. He couldn't help but let out a sigh of relief, patting his chest in mock fear. W8 what? It's you. Zhuangshi-san. The Yao Saint Black Phoenix descended, his long, narrow eyes widening as he looked at Zhuangshi-san. His voice was so surprised it cracked. It's you, you stinky black chicken. You're still alive and kicking. Hey, wait a minute. You're still so young. What the hell is going on? It's a long story. Haven't you Yao clan always looked down on us humans? Don't you never get involved in the affairs of the human race? What is the meaning of this? The white-haired demon king frowned, questioning the Yao Saint Black Phoenix. The Yao Saint Black Phoenix sneered, his tone playful. Sorry, you guys. This kid here is a bit special. You demons absolutely cannot touch him. Oomph. If that's the case, then you can go to hell with him. You disgusting black chicken. Bienfeng Demon King roared with anger, attacking the Yao Saint Black Phoenix without another word. Oh, this is your true strength. It's nothing special. The Yao Saint Black Phoenix met the attack, parrying effortlessly while taunting him. It's all thanks to the body you gave me back then. Now, not only have I recovered my peak strength, I've even made a huge leap forward. I'm now at the late Mahayana stage. This spiritual pressure. What do you think? Is it to your liking? Ha! It seems you've realized it too. The white-haired demon king laughed coldly. Before we set out, we already sent a message to the great demon emperor who manages this desolate region. He is about to descend upon this place. Before long, all of you will die here. The great demon emperor is a true tribulation transcendence realm existence. What are you insects compared to him? You risked coming here. You must be heading to the endless sea base, right? The Yao Saint Black Phoenix suddenly turned to Zhuangshi-san, asking a question out of the blue. Zhuangshi-san nodded. That's right. The Yao Saint Black Phoenix smiled mysteriously. He waved his hand and threw something to Zhuangshi-san. Here are the coordinates for the endless sea base. Take it. You should leave first. This place. I'll hold them off for now to buy you time to escape. Zhuangshi-san frowned. Buy time? How are you going to do that? The Yao Saint Black Phoenix shrugged, a look of extreme confidence on his face. Don't worry. I'm a noble, ancient black phoenix, you know. Back then, not even the Yulin ancestor could do anything to me, let alone these puny demon clan members. Besides, I'm very familiar with this 10,000 beast mountain range. Of course, I have my own escape routes. You need to be more careful, Zhuang Shisan advised with some concern. Wait, the Yao Saint Black Phoenix suddenly called out to Zhuang Shisan. There's one more thing I want to give you. As my master, how can you be dressed so shabbily? With that, the Yao Saint Black Phoenix waved his hand and threw a brand new set of clothes to Zhuang Shisan. Then he waved his hand, signaling, you should go. When I'm done here and come back, we'll meet again and have a long chat. Trying to escape? In your dreams, sweetie. Bianfeng Demon King roared with anger, his body shooting forward like lightning to block Zhuang Shisan. The Yao Saint Black Phoenix transformed into his true form, a giant black phoenix. His wings spread wide, obscuring the sky. He charged fiercely into battle with the two Demon Kings, determined to hold them back even if it meant death. To create an opportunity for Zhuang Shisan to escape successfully, the Yao Saint has finally revealed his true form. That heretical demon statue is expanding its annihilation field, and it's even using the 5 elements sealing bind. There's no escape. My fate is sealed. The soul leaves the body. The body is destroyed. Once buried, it's all over. The vast, endless sea. I've finally crossed the 10,000 beast mountain range. I'll just leave a clone here to play with you insects. I'm off to enjoy myself. I've taken over this place and become the leader of the Yao clan. On the surface, I pretend to be noble and stay out of the human-demon war. In reality, I've secretly created a buffer zone for the human base in the rear. Consider it a small repayment for your kindness back then. Strange. What's happening? It feels like this has happened before. Am I trapped in an endless loop? Did I fall for some evil illusion technique? Or did I accidentally wander into some bizarre formation? What's the big deal? The universe in the palm formation? No. I am the great demon emperor. Killing a few Mahayana stage beasts is as easy as lifting a finger. They're trapped in my universe in the palm formation. After that, I just need to leisurely go and chop them up. Then, I'll just devour their souls. This is bad. This is a bad omen. I suspect an enemy attack on the island. It's likely a large-scale attack. Notify everyone immediately. What's going on? Has our position been exposed? The endless sea is vast and boundless. This small island is like a grain of sand in a vast desert. Without precise coordinates, it's almost impossible to find. How could we have been exposed? Wait a minute. Something seems wrong. What the hell? It's Zhuang Shisan. What? Little man? Senior brother? Elders? You're all still alive and kicking? We should be the ones asking you that question. How did you suddenly appear here? I was swallowed by a spatial rift and transported to this godforsaken era. I had a feeling all along. There's no way little Shisan would die so easily. Little man, after 12 years, you're still so tiny. You look exactly the same as before. By the way, what realm have you reached now? Are you still practicing the demon realm radio calisthenics I taught you? I'm now at the 100th layer of the Qi refining stage. 100th layer of Qi refining? Who is he? Why can't I sense any spiritual power from it all? He's a prodigy of our sect. He mysteriously disappeared 12 years ago. 3 powerful auras are frantically flying this way. One of them is extremely domineering and fierce. I'm afraid the Demon Emperor has arrived. The Demon Emperor? Isn't that a legendary existence on par with the Tribulation Transcendence realm? They must have deliberately suppressed their spiritual energy auras. That's why we only detected them at such a close distance. There's not enough time to activate the teleportation formation. Did you deliberately lure them here? Have you also been corrupted by the demonic Tao fire? Don't be so hasty, Elder Emo. When he first appeared just now, I secretly used my divine sense to scan his entire body. I didn't detect any abnormalities, as expected of our cool senior brother. A Tribulation Transcendence realm being has descended. It's certain that we have little chance of survival. If you all are willing to trust me, then let me give it a try. What? The conditions for upgrading are a high-grade spirit or mountain and an 8th-grade beast core. Body points and training points are also insufficient. Do you all have an 8th-grade beast core and a high-grade spirit or mountain? Give them all to me. I can break through on the spot. Maybe I can fight a battle against a Tribulation Transcendence expert. What kind of joke is this? The spirit ore is used to activate the teleportation formation. If we activate it now, at least half of us will have a chance to survive. If we give it to you, and you fail, our entire army will be annihilated. I trust him. I have an 8th grade B score. I got it by luck when I killed one of the demon saint's lackeys before. What? Dai Chang'en's judgment has always been terrifyingly accurate. But today he actually take him to the Forbidden Back mountain to absorb the spirit or vein immediately. Everyone else, set up a formation with me here. We must hold back the demon clan. First it was Feng Tianxua, then the Black Phoenix. It seems the demon clan has some bizarre method to extract the information they want from people. They must have used a technique similar to soul searching. It seems their chances of survival were slim. The god of time sent me to this era. It surely wasn't just for my insignificant cultivation realm. In the long river of time, the great divine beings who could summon me must have seen the difference between me and others. Zhuang Shi-san, you are indeed a special one. This physique of yours must hide some earth-shattering secret. Only a special physique like mine has the potential. The god of time spoke vaguely. He was probably afraid that I would fail, be subjected to soul-searching, and reveal his entire plan. I will definitely avenge you all. I will also defy the heavens and change my fate, and change this cruel future. System. Absorb the spirit or now. They're here. The one in the middle must be the demon emperor guarding the southern border. A tribulation transcendence level demon clan member, no doubt about it. In this vast divine continent, how many people have earned the title of mortal immortal? A spirit willow fairy is an even rarer existence. The tribulation transcendence realm is already an existence that stands at the pinnacle, ruling over the world. Let me test their strength. You all take this opportunity to reinforce the golden water dragon defensive formation. You don't need to make a move. He easily shattered my attack with a single move. Just a mere Mahayana stage cultivator. He can't even withstand a single universe in the palm strike. The strength of the tribulation transcendence realm is truly extraordinary. If it weren't for this island protecting formation, this small island would have probably been crushed to dust by him. This formation probably won't last much longer. I hope we can hold out until your disciple comes out of seclusion. It seems the battle has officially begun. System, are you done yet? Not yet. The upgrade progress is only at 70%. It gradually reached 98%. And finally, it reached 100%. System upgrade successful. Congratulations, host, for officially embarking on the path of domineering muscle cultivation. Demon tearing stage. This place. Could this be the system's secret training ground? After the system upgrade, all training tools have also been upgraded, including the system space. After the system space upgrade, it now has the function of an accelerated time chamber. The flow of time here is many times slower than outside. Why did you bring me to this godforsaken place? Is my current strength still not enough to defeat a tribulation transcendence realm expert? 300 body points can temporarily fight against a peak integration stage expert. But to fully adapt to a body with 20,000 body points and unleash the full potential of the demon tearing stage, 2,000 points can barely defeat a peak Mahayana stage expert. You must undergo hellish training to surpass your muscular potential limit. 20,000 points are needed to truly fight a tribulation transcendence expert. So what do I have to do? Train, train, train relentlessly without stopping. Surpass the final limit of your body. Insane training. 4th grade spirit dumbbells, equivalent to the weight of a massive mountain. First item. Complete 10,000 squats in a space with 10 times the gravity. 10 times the gravity? And 10,000 squats? In that case, let my muscles surpass this insane limit. That giant hand, it dares to lift this entire small island? The formation borrows the spiritual energy of the endless ocean. It seems he has discovered its weakness. The defensive formation is about to collapse. Is this all the strength you weak resistance fighters have? The host disappeared? The entire army was wiped out? No, that's not right. They are Mahayana realm experts, after all. Even if they were to die, they would struggle for a while. How could they be wiped out in a single move? Soul body evasion technique. This is bad. We've still been discovered. Using the initial attack to affect my senses. You insects do have some skill. However, the final outcome is still the same. It's all over. Immortal art. Bicep punch. It was broken. I made it just in time. It's really that annoying brat. He's out of seclusion. What? He can fly? At this realm. Being able to fly through the air? Isn't that completely normal? You don't know. Zhuang Shisan is actually the lost young master of the Zhuang family. He's been hunted by the royal family for 100 years. The Yulin sect master is actually the adopted daughter of Heavenly General Nangongyu. The Heavenly General was framed by a treacherous minister and unjustly imprisoned. This implicated the entire Zhuang family. That's why the sect master took him in. At that time, only the sect master and I knew Zhuang Shisan's true identity. But more importantly, although this child has a very strange body, he was born without a spirit root. He is completely unable to use spiritual energy. What the hell? Then, how can he fly through the air? His entire body has no spiritual energy fluctuations at all. He still has the physique of a mortal without a spirit root. Look at his feet. His legs are vibrating at an extremely high speed. It's difficult for the naked eye to detect. It's muscle resonance. After undergoing the hellish training, the muscle fibers throughout my body have gradually activated their endless potential. Through the extremely high-speed vibration of my muscles, I can resonate with the spiritual energy in the air, achieving the effect of flying through the sky. I can't sense his true realm, but he can easily block my move. It seems his strength is not ordinary at all. I fought him before. He was probably only at the peak of the Mahayana stage. Peak Mahayana stage? How could he defeat that move of mine? This is completely absurd. How do you know? What did you do to the Black Phoenix King? You could go ahead and guess. Annihilation Black Thunder. This is clearly the Black Phoenix King's ultimate move. Immortal art. Pectoral block. Interesting. I can't believe you dare to use a mortal body to resist my terrifying Black Thunder. How do you know how to use the Black Phoenix King's ultimate move? Demon clan members at the Mahayana Demon King realm and above can use the evil soul devouring demonic art to seize the memories and techniques of their opponents. There's even a chance of mastering their opponent's ultimate move. But the biggest difference compared to your soul searching is that soul devouring requires devouring the opponent's entire soul to succeed. It's a bit like your human race's cultivation deviation. So, you can guess for yourself. What happened to that old friend of yours? Fang Tianxue? Did you use the same cruel method on him? That's right. A life for a life. That's only natural. Your appearance. I've heard my older brother describe you in detail. 100 years ago, my older brother fought a fierce battle with him. They were both sucked into that cursed spatial rift. I never thought you would be so much like him. Both of you miraculously survived that dangerous spatial rift. You're the biological younger brother of the demon who possessed a body back then? That's right. Back then, my older brother couldn't kill you. Today, I will personally send you on your way. Oomph. The six-armed divine ability. The casting time is too long and slow. Muscle immortal art. Bone-shattering, marrow-melting kick. That's all for this episode. Blitz hopes to receive many likes, to have the motivation to work on more exciting series.